No, this is not a joke. I have spent hundreds of hours watching all 535 normal episodes, 3 movies, and 60 spin-off episodes for SpongeBob SquarePants. Since this was such a colossal task, it makes more sense to rank these by season from worst to best. Then I'll rank the seasons overall, and I cannot believe I actually did this. Let's just get it ranked. 41. Fools in April. It's April Fool's Day, SpongeBob's favorite day of the year. Squidward despises SpongeBob's pranks, despite how harmless they are, so he decides to get revenge on him. Squidward's prank involves physically hurting and covering SpongeBob in flour and garbage, so everyone hates him, of course. Squidward tries to apologize, but really struggles to do that, and when he finally does, all is forgiven. This is one of the few mean-spirited episodes in the old SpongeBob days, and I don't really find it funny. I like SpongeBob's pranks, putting 1 ice cube in a drink instead of 2, they're goofy and all, but Squidward is just an asshole. SpongeBob's laughing is excessive, so I kind of get it, but what he did was so uncalled for. 40. I was a teenage Gary. Squidward is watching Gary for the weekend while SpongeBob and Patrick go to a jellyfishing convention. However, he forgets to feed his snail and SpongeBob comes back mortified. So the doctor visits with a shot, but chooses not to do it himself. So Squidward is pressured to insert the shot instead, but hits SpongeBob's nose by accident, and it turns out Gary just needed water. The shot turns SpongeBob into a snail, then Squidward is chased around until he manages to get the snail shot to himself. I've never been the biggest fan of this episode, and I can't quite put my finger on why. I think it's just the fact that the doctor leaves for literally no reason. There's never an explanation besides that he's too squeamish. Why are you a doctor then? And what's inside this shot anyway? Was it going to turn Gary into more of a snail? I don't know. I do really like the horror element at the end, but this episode is just okay. 39. Valentine's Day. Take a wild guess what this one's about. SpongeBob is handing Valentine's gifts to everyone, but is saving the big one for Patrick. To distract him, he takes Patrick to a carnival while Sandy brings in a massive chocolate air balloon. As she's coming in, some scallops eat at the balloon, causing a huge delay in Patrick's gift, so SpongeBob goes with Plan B, a friendly handshake. As you can imagine, Patrick feels gypped since they're best friends. He gets really angry and irrational until Sandy finally comes in with the balloon. Love is a mysterious thing that we all experience, and Patrick comes off as a bit selfish. Even though he and SpongeBob have been friends for so long, it's a bit frustrating to watch him be so impatient. His antics are entertaining to watch, but the episode is just alright. 38. Sandy's rocket. Sandy builds a rocket to collect moon rocks, but SpongeBob and Patrick convince themselves it's to hunt aliens. After starting the ship without her on it, they think they landed on the moon, but they actually come back to Bikini Bottom. So they go out of their way to capture everybody, because they're aliens, of course. After flying back, the rocket crashes on the moon, trapping everyone there. I like the idea of this episode, but it feels kind of off. When they run into Sandy, you think she would have been able to easily get the guns away from them. Also, Sandy was able to fly to the moon with just a rocket booster, so why does she need the entire rocket? I mean, yeah, she was going to get the moon rocks and stuff, but still. And finally, she said there wasn't room on her ship, but somehow almost all of Bikini Bottom fits inside. Inconsistencies are naturally going to happen from time to time, but the plot doesn't make sense in this case. The best scene is when they capture Squidward. SpongeBob just casually calls him disgusting, and they get his tentacles all over their helmets. 37. Squeaky Boots. We meet Mr. Krabs' daughter, Pearl, for the first time. It's her birthday, and she wants some fancy flipper slippers, but Mr. Krabs gets her some cheap squeaky boots because of course he does. So SpongeBob wears them instead, after being told that they're fry cook boots and he just loves them. But the squeaking drives Mr. Krabs crazy, as in he's hearing the squeaking outside of work. So he decides to steal the boots, and SpongeBob is of course miserable. He ends up feeling so guilty about it that he eats the boots and gets Pearl the slippers she actually wanted. I have to agree with Mr. Krabs that the squeaking was a bit much, and yeah, I know it's the point of the episode, but it definitely gets irritating after a while. What it does have going for it though is its psychological horror scene where Mr. Krabs only sees and hears the squeaking. It really drives home how guilty Mr. Krabs feels for what he did. 36. Home Sweet Pineapple. Nematodes suck up SpongeBob's house, and now he has nowhere to live. He tries rebuilding his house and living with Patrick, but there's not enough space and it doesn't really work out. So SpongeBob is forced to move back in with his parents, but buries the pebble before he goes, not realizing it's a seed. The water from his tear grows a brand new pineapple right before he leaves, so now he can stay for forever. I like the concept of the episode, but it's not as funny as the other ones in this season. There's a couple of moments I like where Squidward says, "Is it time already for you to ruin my day?" And then Patrick right after says, "Is it time already to ruin Squid's day?" And the fact that he dresses up for it makes me giggle. The whole sleepover scene is fine, but by the end you just feel bad for SpongeBob. That is, until he gets into Squid's house and hogs the pillow and takes full advantage of him when he's not aware. So yeah, this episode is fine, just not one I'd care to watch multiple times. 35. Reef Blower. The only episode where there's no talking, outside of text that pops up one time. Squidward kicks a clam into SpongeBob's yard to make it perfectly clean, so SpongeBob takes a reef blower to fix that and goes a little overboard with his own cleanliness. He somehow manages to suck up the entire ocean. It's nonsensical and it's hilarious. Despite there being no dialogue, the comedy is timed impeccably. The whole sequence of Squidward getting dumped with sand and SpongeBob cleaning him up, then his dinner, and then his eyes, it's so great. From the very beginning, you can already see the complexities of Squidward's character. He's a bit of a narcissist and even a jerk at times, but you also feel bad since he has to live next to SpongeBob and his nonsense. 34. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. The very first Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode. Strangely enough, I've seen this one the most times on Game Boy Advance Video as a kid. So basically, SpongeBob and Patrick love these two superheroes and want to see them fight crime only to realize they've retired. They decide to try to convince them to come out of retirement by creating a pretend crime right in front of them. While that doesn't work, they do manage to annoy both of them so much that it does bring them out of retirement to get rid of SpongeBob and Patrick. It's a classic episode, but there's definitely more interesting Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy ones out there. It establishes the new characters pretty well, but nothing beyond that. I also quite liked how SpongeBob and Patrick called Squidward Reflecto as he stared at himself out in the sun. So great. 33. Help Wanted. The very first episode. SpongeBob tries to get a job at the Krusty Krab and can only get it if he finds a hydrodynamic spatula with port and starboard attachments plus turbo drive. So naturally, he goes to the local bargain mart to grab one and saves Mr. Krabs and Squidward from the pile of anchovies. For the first episode, it does a really good job of showing what to expect from the show. Patrick is a great friend, despite being a bit of a dunce at times. We don't really see Mr. Krabs' greed take place yet, outside of smelling money and counting money at the end. The only discrepancy worth bringing up is how does SpongeBob already know how to make Krabby Patties? Like, I get it's required for the story to work and the inconsistency doesn't ruin anything, but it's worth mentioning. But anyway, the episode has awesome moments like Mr. Krabs' smelly smell that smells smelly, the literal waves of anchovies, and the montage of SpongeBob making hundreds of patties in a matter of seconds. 32. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2. SpongeBob wins a conch signal that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy used way back in the day. When SpongeBob blows into it, they're surprised to see him. SpongeBob uses the conch so his heroes will do his chores and plumbing for him, but eventually they get fed up with his shenanigans. So the heroes decide to take SpongeBob out for the day and end up in a diner. They ditch him, get trapped in the dirty bubble, and SpongeBob saves them by complete accident. It is neat seeing the invisible boatmobile used this time, but honestly, this episode is only slightly better than the first one. 31. Nature Pants. SpongeBob wants to live out with nature, so he quits his job and roams around with a jellyfish despite the cries from Patrick. Things don't go so well since Patrick tries to catch him, gets stung by several jellyfish, and is covered in sea urchins sleeping outside. He goes back home after realizing his mistakes, only to be greeted by all his friends at his house. I think we've all had the thought of abandoning society and living out in the wild, and SpongeBob shows exactly why you shouldn't do that. There's a lot of great jokes and gags in this one. When the Krusty Krab is on fire, SpongeBob chucks the fire hydrant at the stove. It's timed so perfectly. And then there's the whole sequence with Patrick and Sandy having a picnic, and Squidward's remark saying he'd give SpongeBob 11 minutes to come back is cheeky since that's how long the actual episodes are. Oh, you clever dog. 30. Tea at the Tree Dome. It's interesting to see SpongeBob talking to the audience for a brief moment, telling us who Sandy is. This was before the writers really knew how to format an episode, so it's always neat seeing subtle things like this. SpongeBob meets Sandy for the first time, becomes friends with her, and is invited to her tree dome. What SpongeBob doesn't realize is that he can't breathe without water, but Patrick insists he be polite to his new friend. Him and Patrick go unconscious due to a lack of water, then Sandy brings them back and they're closer than ever. It's a really heartwarming episode with tons of great gags. gags. Patrick's pinky up to be fancy, and SpongeBob's I don't need it are the clear highlights. You really get to see SpongeBob's character blossom too. Even though he's literally dying in Sandy's treedom, he's still trying to be a stand-up guy and respectful. He's honestly pretty brave, even when he's fighting off the clam. Can we also talk about Patrick just vibing on the top of his house with some shades on? That is such a mood. 29. Opposite day. Squidward finally decides to move out of his house, but worries it won't sell due to SpongeBob and Patrick's annex. Before the realtor arrives, he tells SpongeBob it's opposite day so they'll actually behave. The plan works well at first until they both think way too hard about the rules and both pretend to be Squidward. The realtor shows up, everyone is Squidward, and she leaves. Everyone being Squidward is one of the most iconic moments in SpongeBob history. The joke hasn't aged a day since the episode was released. This is the era where Patrick's stupidity still has reasoning behind it. Opposite day to him meant no breathing at first, which technically makes sense. 28. Hall monitor. SpongeBob gets a hall monitor role at boating school and accidentally wastes the day monologuing about all the things he'll do. Mrs. Puff feels bad, so she lets him wear the uniform after class, but SpongeBob thinks that makes him a hall monitor beyond the classroom. He causes car crashes and scares other fishes out of their houses. SpongeBob is thankfully caught in the end, but Mrs. Puff accidentally says it's her responsibility and ends up getting herself in trouble. This is a decent enough episode, but it doesn't really get good until Patrick is involved. SpongeBob reports him for an ice cream crime, maybe because he spilled it on the ground, I don't really know. But anyway, Patrick becomes a police officer, sees the picture of the maniac, and isn't able to put two and two together that SpongeBob is the maniac. The concept of the episode works fairly well, but man are the cops assholes. They see Patrick is scared of the image, so they go out of their way to scare him over and over again. 27. Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost. Squidward builds himself a full-size model of himself and takes a bath. While he's there, SpongeBob and Patrick toss a shell into Squid's house by accident, so they come inside and think the model is the real Squidward, and accidentally melt him in the warmth. Squidward comes out looking like a ghost, so they assume it's his actual ghost haunting them. And Squidward, being the great guy he is, takes advantage of his neighbors and makes them do all sorts of things for him. It goes way too far when SpongeBob and Patrick try to put him to rest properly by digging him a grave, and eventually trapping him in a bubble. I really love SpongeBob and Patrick's game at the beginning and the part where they keep giving Squidward random food. It's a decent enough episode, it's just not very memorable. 26. The Chaperone. Pearl has nobody to go to prom with, so Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob to be the date. She wants to be with someone that's long, tan, and handsome, so SpongeBob makes some leg extensions for himself. They go to prom, he makes a big mess and a fool out of himself, but Pearl still has fun anyway, even though it's revealed that SpongeBob was using a dummy the whole time. It's a very charming episode. SpongeBob gives it his all to make sure Pearl has a good night. He cleans up pretty well too, and makes a real effort to be taller since that's what she wanted. To be honest, Pearl is really hard on him at first, but she lightens up as the night goes on, which is awesome. There's a lot of really good jokes packed into this one too. The whole sponge dance sequence, SpongeBob becoming the punch bowl, and scraping their way to the prom. 25. Jellyfishing. SpongeBob and Patrick ask Squidward to go jellyfishing, but he doesn't want to and pretends that he's busy, so as karma, he falls down a hill and breaks every bone in his body. When he comes home, SpongeBob and Patrick force him to go jellyfishing, and he ends up catching one and smacking it on a massive jellyfish, causing even more pain for Squidward. When he's back home again, SpongeBob and Patrick catch the jellyfish that Squidward caught, and he releases it in anger at how naive they've been. And of course, the big jellyfish comes back one more time to zap them. The plot is very simple, so it really comes down to the gags and jokes to bring this one together, and it is full of them. It starts with an action sequence of SpongeBob and Patrick preparing to go jellyfishing. It's so over the top and fun to watch, and when they get outside, they're all like, la 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 la, la 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 la. And then there's the firmly grasp it joke, that one's pretty memorable. But the best part about that joke is the net isn't even facing away from Squidward. I also love the phone gag of SpongeBob and Patrick calling in the same room. You never would have seen that one coming the first time watching. Something strange I noticed was that Squidward's bike doesn't have normal wheels, but the wheelchair does. I wonder why they chose to make that inconsistency. Not that it matters, it's just interesting. 24. Neptune Spatula. SpongeBob and Patrick visit the Fry Cook Museum and try to pull a golden spatula out of the grease. SpongeBob is actually able to do it, which brings King Neptune down from the heavens. Neptune doesn't believe SpongeBob, so they have a competition to see who can make the most Krabby Patties. Neptune wins by using his magic, but everyone thinks his patties taste awful while SpongeBob's are delicious. So Neptune takes some humble pie and starts to learn how to cook properly. King Neptune and Larry having a bromance for a moment is pretty adorable. This is a solid episode all around. King Neptune is very rarely seen in SpongeBob, so it's always neat to see him featured. And I also love how Patrick's face is just never fixed throughout the entire episode. 23. Muscle Bob Buff Pants. SpongeBob is tired of being weak and skinny, so he orders anchor arms from a TV ad, and everyone is super impressed. After showing off his training technique, Sandy puts him in an anchor throwing competition, and it serves to prove SpongeBob was being a phony. As someone that's been lifting weights for about a year and a half, the most important thing you have to realize is you must focus on yourself and not on others. Everyone gets strong at their own pace, and SpongeBob completely fails to realize that. He literally does all of the wrong things, starts exercising with too little weight, too much weight, and then gives up too quickly and gets some PG-friendly enhancements. But hey, society tells him otherwise. The shark on the TV even says, "Now I'm a jerk and everybody loves me." So really, it's all about how you look and not what you do. 22. Boating School. This is our first time seeing Mrs. Puff trying to pass SpongeBob in her class. After failing tons and tons of times, Patrick has the idea of putting a radio in his head to tell him what to do. So on his next exam day, he wears a hat to cover the antenna and almost passes the exam while Patrick gives him the answers, but SpongeBob feels guilty for cheating and ends up failing anyway. It goes to show that even if you cheat in life, there's always consequences to your actions. I honestly feel bad for Mrs. Puff. She slowly goes more and more insane as the seasons go by, and it's easy to see why having to deal with SpongeBob's incompetence. But I also understand SpongeBob's struggle. I was an anxious test taker in school too. Even though Patrick suggested a bad idea, it shows how strong his friendship is with SpongeBob. He'll do anything to help him out, even if it involves cheating. And he's so comfortable in SpongeBob's house, he wears his pants, reads his diary, eats his food. That's how you know they're really good friends. Also, fun fact, this is the first time the infamous "My leg" line is shouted. 21. Plankton. Plankton's very first appearance as the villain of the show. He tries to steal the secret formula, but gets caught and gets frisbeed back to his own restaurant, the Chum Bucket. Plankton decides to befriend SpongeBob, but it doesn't work, so when SpongeBob is sleeping, Plankton controls his brain and all of his cognitive movements. He runs through the Krusty Krab to get a Krabby Patty, and takes it back to the Chum Bucket to analyze all the ingredients. But Plankton gets greedy, and decides to eat the Krabby Patty instead, only to bounce off the bun and end up in his own analyzer. Of all the times Plankton tries to steal the formula, this is one of his best plans, and it was only foiled by his own stupidity and greed. Plankton's interactions with SpongeBob really shows his creepiness and manipulative tactics to get what he wants. He tries to show that they have something in common by saying they're invertebrates, and then he gives him a gift out of nowhere to pressure SpongeBob to do the same for him. It's really creepy, but we also see Plankton's entertaining side. The record player gag is great. I wish it was used beyond this episode. And you gotta love Plankton's lab. I hope that dog had a great life. The animation is really well done too. SpongeBob's movements are very robotic when he isn't in control, which further creates the impression that Plankton has him trapped. And honestly, I don't know why Plankton finds the Krabby Patty that appetizing anyway when SpongeBob puts all the ingredients in random parts of his body and then it comes out of Squidward's nose. Like, ugh. 20. Karate Choppers. SpongeBob and Sandy are addicted to playing karate, but it starts to interfere with SpongeBob's work and he almost gets fired for it. Mr. Krabs has them promise that they won't play karate anymore to save his job, but they go for a picnic, they start slicing some barnacle loaf with their hands, and they get into another fight while making sandwiches. Mr. Krabs is so impressed that he ends up having them use karate to serve food in a more entertaining way. This just goes to show that Mr. Krabs is a good businessman. When he sees an opportunity, no matter how strange it may be, he goes with it. The fight scenes are also really entertaining. You gotta love the hot sauce man and Sandy's worst disguise yet. 19. Suds. SpongeBob is hungry late at night and grabs a snack, but ends up falling asleep and leaving the fridge open, making his entire house freezing. Because of this, he catches a little cold, or the suds. Patrick tries to take care of him by filling all his sponge holes up, but Sandy urges him to see the scary doctor. And when he does finally go, he has a pretty good time and is back to normal. The writers could have given SpongeBob a normal cold and called it a day, but they went out of their way to rework the term suds, one that's already related to sponges. While I like a lot of the visual gags and the cleaning scene that's done with real sponges, Patrick's stubbornness is a bit much by the end. But it's okay though, he gets what he deserves. He's perfect for cleaning a toilet. 18. Bubble stand. SpongeBob and Patrick make a bubble stand and sell bubbles for 25 cents. Squidward gets annoyed but is intrigued and decides to blow bubbles. He isn't able to make them as magnificent until the very end when he follows the technique and makes a bubble so big that it picks up his entire house. This is also the first time we see Squidward's skills at the clarinet. It's fun to love how awful he sounds. You also see paintings of himself everywhere, showing his more narcissistic side. You also see this when Squidward is putting SpongeBob and Patrick down for selling bubbles. There's a lot of great moments. The most memorable joke is Patrick saying, "It's a giraffe!" But personally, I always love the subtlety of SpongeBob putting up a close sign when Squidward approaches them. Gets me every time. 17. Arr! SpongeBob and Patrick are playing a treasure board game, and Mr. Krabs ends up trying it and gets super addicted. The next day, the three of them go on a treasure hunt, but Mr. Krabs doesn't show them what the map looks like. After they travel for a while, SpongeBob and Patrick get curious and find out that the board game is the map and it's just strapped to a piece of paper, but they manage to find the Dutchman's real treasure with it. Since SpongeBob and Patrick dug it out, they get to keep some of the gold while Mr. Krabs gets nothing. It's pretty satisfying to see Mr. Krabs get the short end of the stick after dragging SpongeBob and Patrick around. The term sweaty gamer has aged perfectly, by the way, since SpongeBob and Patrick comment on how sweaty Mr. Krabs gets throughout this episode. 16. Employee of the Month. The classic workaholic episode. SpongeBob has been Employee of the Month for 26 months in a row, and Squidward tells him it's a waste of time. SpongeBob destroys his alarm clocks to ensure he wins the award again, and because of that, Squidward decides to try to win just to prove a point. Now that the camel's back is broken, they become obsessively competitive. Before going to work the next day, they try to prevent each other from getting there early by trapping each other in multiple ways, and neither of them get sleep because of this, so they come to work as a couple of nut jobs. Now, personally, I work a lot of hours. Probably too much sometimes, but I really love my job. I'm ranking SpongeBob episodes for crying out loud. That's awesome. But you have to know when to give yourself a break. And SpongeBob and Squidward perfectly demonstrate the work culture in America and lots of the world. Grind yourself to the bone. It's not healthy and it ruins lives. People have got to stop doing this. It's honestly so bizarre to see SpongeBob act the way he does. He's very aggressive, which isn't like him. But I kind of like this side of SpongeBob, and it does fit well with this episode in particular. 15. The paper. Squidward throws a gum wrapper on the ground, and SpongeBob asks if he can take it. Squid assures him that he'll never want it ever again, so SpongeBob goes along his way having fun with the piece of paper. Squidward watches him and slowly wants the paper for himself more and more, so he tries to bargain with SpongeBob even though he already said he didn't want it. He ends up giving away his entire house and even the shirt for the paperback, and almost instantly regrets his decision. This is why I love cartoons and SpongeBob. The amount of ways SpongeBob is creative with a piece of paper is kind of crazy, and the effects can only work in this cartoon setting. The story itself is on the basic side, but it's still pretty fun to watch. Squidward's lack of confidence really shines here. He's getting self-conscious about SpongeBob having fun and he isn't. What's up with that? 14. Jellyfish Jam. SpongeBob befriends a jellyfish and brings it home as a pet. Everything is fine at first and even has a party with it, but when SpongeBob goes to bed, the jellyfish invites all his friends over to jam out. SpongeBob isn't able to get them out of the house until he realizes that he can lure them out with the power of music. The disco and jellyfish songs are both fantastic. I've unironically listened to the disco music separately because it's that catchy. The main point of this episode is simple. Don't befriend wild animals you know nothing about. Squidward was even nice enough to warn him about that, a rare moment where he's being a good neighbor. But then he ruins it by playing the clarinet really bad over a couple subwoofers. 13. Culture Shock. The Krusty Krab is struggling to bring in customers since they haven't done much to freshen up the restaurant. So Mr. Krabs puts together a talent show that's hosted by Squidward. Everyone does their acts, and Squidward is saved for the end, but everyone boos him off stage. SpongeBob comes out, starts mopping all the tomatoes, and of course, he's the star of the show. In a way, I do feel a bit bad for Squidward. Even though he was being a dick to SpongeBob for not letting him really be in the show, I thought what he did was at least entertaining. SpongeBob, on the other hand, getting praised for doing virtually nothing is another interesting parallel to celebrities in real life. If you're already well known, people will love you even if you do the most mundane things. Can I also just say that a free pair of socks with every purchase would be pretty sweet in real life, so let's make that happen. Come on, McDee's or someone. 12. Naughty nautical neighbors. SpongeBob and Patrick are sending messages via bubbles, and Squidward gets annoyed and decides to send his own messages to make the best friends resent each other. What Squidward doesn't realize is that SpongeBob and Patrick want to be best friends with him instead, and even when he gives them both a chance, it doesn't go over well. So he invites them both over with some soda, Squidward leaves to buy more, and after a lot of burping, laughing, and destroying Squidward's house, they become best friends once again. I kind of forgot how hilarious this episode really is. It starts with Squidward getting all dressed up over some food he made, which is the most Squidward thing I've ever seen, and then Patrick keeps saying that YOLO is ugly, and can we also just talk about his grill in the backyard? I never realized he owned one. They could make a whole episode about that. And also, when Squidward is choking, I love how nonchalantly Patrick's just like, "Wow, Squidward, you're choking!" as if it's really cool or something. You can feel the sheer jealousy and resentment Squidward creates against SpongeBob and Patrick. SpongeBob pretends he has plenty of friends as he holds up his 3 fingers. The desperation and loneliness is real. And then there's the bath scene, which should be creepy, but it comes off as really funny instead. It's an awesome episode that shows how important good communication is to keep a lasting relationship with someone. 11. Texas. Sandy misses her hometown Texas and decides to move back. SpongeBob and Patrick really don't want her to leave, so they try to convince her to stay, but it only makes things worse. So as plan B, they start making fun of Texas to get her attention. She chases them back to the Krusty Krab, and when she sees her surprise Texas party, she decides to stay. I've seen this episode so many times, and honestly, my favorite part now is Sandy's Chad run. Her stance and posture is just all business. Look at her cooking! The Texas song Sandy sings is also really nice, and we have the classic "Patrick, your genius is showing where" line. I'm sure the adults love that one. 10. Walking small. Plankton wants to make a Mega Bucket restaurant, but he's too small to get anyone's attention. So he decides to trick SpongeBob into getting everyone off the beach by showing him how to be assertive. SpongeBob fails to understand at first, but when Plankton gets upset, he tightens up and gets everybody off the beach. When SpongeBob realizes he's been tricked, he uses his assertion to bring Bikini Bottom back. Despite Plankton's wrongdoings, he does bring up a good point. You should be assertive to a certain degree at least. I mean, SpongeBob shouldn't just accept missing out on ice cream or getting sat on. But alas, SpongeBob's sheer naiveness in this episode is so hilarious. He technically is following Plankton's orders at all times, but the meaning is always twisted. 9. Hooky. Mr. Krabs runs into the Krusty Krab to warn everyone about the hooks. SpongeBob doesn't understand, so he tells him that he'll basically die and be turned into a tuna can. While SpongeBob's working, Patrick tells him the carnival is here, which is playing with the very hooks Mr. Krabs just warned him about. They do that for the day, Mr. Krabs catches them and has them vow to never touch the hooks again. But of course, neither of them listen. SpongeBob ends up getting hooked by Squidward, and Patrick actually is trapped in a tuna can. This is a great episode about tempting your temptations. And I love the title so much because it's a pun about SpongeBob literally playing hooky and avoiding work while they're playing with hooks and they're fish. The whole thing is so damn smart and there's a lot of great humor. Patrick stuffing his face with hooks, the fish that tells Mr. Krabs to get a mint. I love stuff like that. 8. Sleepy time. SpongeBob gets kicked out of his dream and decides to visit everyone else's. Gary is in a library and is a very sophisticated creature. Patrick is riding a horsey and runs out of quarters. Squidward is performing for a huge crowd. Sandy is skydiving. Pearl is having a tea party with stuffed animals. Mr. Krabs is catching money on the sea. And Plankton is very tall and deadly. Nobody likes their dreams being tampered with, so they all storm into SpongeBob's house and tell him to cut it out. This is such a weird but intriguing episode. Dreams are very mystical in nature, and we still don't understand why and how they happen, but we can kind of pinpoint themes depending on the person. So being able to see all the main characters' dreams really gives them more life and shows us their passions and desires. 7. Fun. F is for a fantastic episode of SpongeBob. Plankton tries to steal the formula, and SpongeBob feels bad for him because he believes he's being evil due to a lack of friends. So SpongeBob becomes friends with him, and they go out to the movies together. Mr. Krabs interferes, and just like that, Plankton backstabs SpongeBob with another attempt at stealing the Krabby Patty. I honestly feel bad for Plankton in the end. He really shows his true sociopathic colors. All he cares about is himself and nothing else. And while I do love SpongeBob's sentiment here, some people are just too far gone. The fun song is definitely the highlight. It never fails to put a smile on my face due to its sheer nature. And the whole chase scene is really funny, even if it doesn't make sense because the chum bucket is usually in front of the Krusty Krab. It doesn't matter though because it's a blast to watch. And you gotta love SpongeBob flying with the officer's weapon, bouncing off his hat, and then Rookie of the Day. 6. Ripped pants. SpongeBob is hanging out with Sandy at Goo Lagoon, and Larry notices them and asks if they want to lift weights and stuff. SpongeBob, being in the physique he is, doesn't really fit in, so he rips his pants by accident, and then he does it on purpose after the attention he was getting. And he keeps making the same joke over and over, until he pretends to drown, which that alone is a goofy idea because he's in the water. But after taking the joke too far, he plays this song about acting like a fool to get his friend's attention, and it's really heartwarming. I personally don't find the ripped pants jokes that funny anymore, but the episode has a great message. There's a huge parallel to our clout culture of today. SpongeBob has a checklist of what's worked and what hasn't. It's basically YouTube Studio on paper. I mean, a lot of people nowadays do crazy things to get attention. My favorite parts of the episodes are the reactions the fish have to SpongeBob's antics. The poor ice cream man and the guy eating a burger. He looks so confused and appalled, and then just calmly says, "Why, yes, it is." The underlying message and the song at the end makes this one of the best Season 1 episodes. 5. Scaredy Pants. SpongeBob is a big scaredy cat, and it's Halloween, which means he's terrified of everything. Patrick visits while wearing a disguise and accidentally scares SpongeBob. He's tired of feeling this way, so he decides to put on a ghost costume, but it's not intimidating in the slightest. So Patrick shaves SpongeBob down and goes to the Krusty Krab. They fail to scare everyone at the party once the Flying Dutchman arrives, but when he takes off the disguise, everyone freaks out seeing SpongeBob's brain and skeleton. I seriously love the twist ending. You don't see what he looks like until the Dutchman himself flies away. And Patrick is so funny in this one too. He cuts down an entire tree to make SpongeBob some shoes, is very conflicted on the ghost differences, and is just a big goober the whole time. Ooh, I don't know who I am. It gets me every time. Sandy's costume is ingenious, by the way. She's a pet goldfish, and literally only she can understand that joke in this universe, and it is freaking awesome. I love that one. 4. Rock Bottom. SpongeBob and Patrick are on their way home from Glove World, but accidentally get on the wrong bus and end up in Rock Bottom. It's a very weird and creepy place. Nobody really talks outside of sticking their tongues out. Patrick is able to get a bus, but SpongeBob misses it. He tries over and over again, but the bus avoids him on purpose. Eventually, he ends up stranded until a stranger blows up his balloon so he can float back home. I am a huge fan of the eerie aesthetic Rock Bottom brings. It's a very memorable location. It strikes familiarity within the universe, but it's also completely off at the same time. It's also the episode that gave us Advanced Darkness. You feel awful for SpongeBob and the bad luck he has, but someone down there does end up helping him, despite how creepy most of the fish were. 3. Pickles. Bubble Bass comes to the Krusty Krab and asks for a very specific Krabby Patty. He claims that SpongeBob forgot the pickles, which completely messes with his mind. He's so broken that he can't work at the Krusty Krab and goes completely mental at his house. Mr. Krabs comes over to help clear his mind, and once he does, Bubble Bass comes back. This time, SpongeBob learns he was hiding the pickles and he didn't actually forget at all. It's a story about self-confidence. You generally do worse in life if you aren't confident in yourself. It's so bad for SpongeBob that he can't even remember how to get into bed to sleep or turn off his alarm clock. It's also interesting to note that Krabby Patty is spelled with an I-E in this episode. I guess later on they thought that Y would be easier to remember. I'm not sure. While Mr. Krabs is really cheap about getting upset over losing $2, he's at least kind enough to help SpongeBob relearn how to make a Krabby Patty. Squidward, on the other hand, serves as the comic relief, and I love it. Bubble Bass throws him around the Krusty Krab. He gets pissy with a customer about salt. He burns shakes, admires himself in the mirror at the worst possible time, and everyone boos him for his cooking skills. This is an awesome episode. You really feel the tension between SpongeBob and Bubble Bass. 2. SB-129. Squidward gets trapped in the freezer after trying to get some peace and quiet, but is somehow stuck in there for 2,000 years and comes back to living in the future. Everything is made of chrome, and things are very different to how they used to be. So Squidward tries to go back to the past, but goes back way too far to the prehistoric times. He teaches ancient SpongeBob and Patrick how to jellyfish, plays his clarinet really badly, which angers them, and he goes back into the time machine and ends up in the void, and then the present again. This episode doesn't make a whole lot of sense since time traveling plots are so hard to get right, but it's so damn charming that I don't care at all. Even the title card went all out with a more futuristic screen, which in today's day and age they just turned up the old bevel and emboss in Photoshop. There's so many great sequences, some of my favorites being when Squidward is arguing about not being ready to go jellyfishing and then ends up outside his house in fury. Then of course there's the future and the can opener room. Good stuff. 1. Pizza delivery. This will probably always be one of my top 10 favorite episodes of all time. Someone calls into the Krusty Krab to order a pizza, so Mr. Krabs makes one with a bunch of patties and sends SpongeBob and Squidward to deliver it. Squidward, being the lazy bum he is, makes SpongeBob drive even though he can't, and they end up getting lost and abandoned in the middle of nowhere. They must trek through the sea, and they only survive because of the pioneers' survival techniques of driving a big rock. When they deliver the pizza, the customer is mad because he didn't get his Diet Dr. Kelp, but Squidward gives him the pizza anyway. There are so many iconic moments. The 11 minutes just flies by. SpongeBob backing up, the pizza getting cold, the hitchhiking, Squidward's nose flying on his face in the wind. It's all excellent and paced perfectly. The Krusty Krab pizza is a pizza for you and me. Oh, it's a line that lives in infamy as SpongeBob makes his own remixes as they try to deliver the food. And Squidward even has some character development, seeing as he starts off loathing being stuck delivering a pizza with SpongeBob, but when he realizes that SpongeBob was right about the pioneers, he loosens up and willingly helps with the delivery. So season 1 done. Only 12 more to go. Yay. I've seen this season hundreds of times already, and it was a blast to be able to go back and reminisce on my favorite memories as a child. But now we must move on to season 2. Oh, wait a second. I think I forgot about an episode. What was it called? Oh, wait a minute. It was Squarespace. This was a really good one, I have to admit. It was about websites and building them in a snap. Not even SpongeBob can get in your way. As you can see, I've built one for Bandy's universe and it was ridiculously easy. I picked a template and added my content from there. It's really that simple. I can embed pictures, videos, and tie my social media to my website so it's all connected nicely. Now isn't that just handy dandy? I can even schedule posts to save time. And there's tons of Squarespace extensions too, which shows my analytics for how my site is performing. To try this out for yourself, go to squarespace.com/Nathaniel and get 10% off your first purchase. 39. Squirrel jokes. SpongeBob is on stage at a comedy show and is failing to tell killer jokes. When he sees Sandy, he decides to start making fun of how she looks, which works, but it affects how people treat her in real life. She talks to him about it, and he doesn't change his ways. So Sandy decides to act exactly how he describes her to get the point across. It ends with SpongeBob making fun of everyone, which is honestly a beautiful ending. For a comedy-themed episode, though, I didn't really find any of it funny. It's a decent plot, there's just nothing here that actually made me laugh. 38. Gary takes a bath. The title should say Gary avoids a bath. SpongeBob tries to get Gary in the tub a multitude of different ways, and by the end, SpongeBob is on top of a tree and falls into a mud puddle. The plot's complexity is comparable to something like Reef Blower, which is fine. That just means this episode comes down to the gags and laughs. And there are some here. SpongeBob comes up with a lot of innovative ways to get Gary in the tub. I just feel bad for poor SpongeBob. Gary's being stubborn and gets away with it. 37. The Smoking Peanut. SpongeBob and Patrick visit Oyster Stadium on annual free day, and you bet Mr. Krabs was taking advantage. The oyster is fast asleep, so out of frustration, SpongeBob throws a peanut which greatly upsets it. Patrick decides to play detective, and after lots of searching, the police think it was him. While SpongeBob confesses, it's discovered that Mr. Krabs stole the oyster's pearl. I do have to ask, why is Pachter suddenly playing gladiator with the oyster? I thought he was going to jail. I do really like the story for this one, I just didn't find it all that funny. 36. Welcome to the Chum Bucket. Mr. Krabs makes a bet with Plankton and loses, being forced to give up SpongeBob. Plankton does his best to make SpongeBob comfortable, but he just refuses to do any sort of work, even when SpongeBob's brain is put into a robot suit. So of course, Plankton gives back SpongeBob. If Mr. Krabs didn't want to give up SpongeBob, why on earth would he agree to gambling him away? And he didn't even ask on SpongeBob's discretion. That's pretty messed up. There is a really good music number in here at least. I'm surprised that all of them so far have aged magnificently. And it's no surprise SpongeBob refused to work. I mean, he was forced beyond his will. 35. Grandma's Kisses. SpongeBob visits his grandma and goes to work with a kissy-kissy on his forehead. So of course, Squidward and the other 8-year-olds make fun of him for it. Patrick tells SpongeBob to be a grown-up, and when they visit Granny's house, Patrick pulls a 180 and becomes the big baby. SpongeBob continues to act like a grown-up, but breaks down because he misses the old ways. His granny, a normal, sane person, tells SpongeBob you can do both. A novel concept, I know. In general, it's pretty cool to see more of SpongeBob's family. His granny is a super wholesome character. I don't mind this episode, I just don't see the humor in making fun of SpongeBob, at least as an adult. The scenes with Granny are definitely the highlight. 34. Dumped. SpongeBob is playing with Gary, and Patrick comes over. Out of nowhere, Gary gets really attached to Patrick, and they decide to have a sleepover. However, Gary doesn't want to come back home afterwards, so SpongeBob tries having replacement pets, but it's just not the same. So when Patrick comes over to do laundry, he begs for Gary to come back, only for him to eat Patrick's cookie, which is all he wanted. For anyone that owns a pet, you know that they tend to make bizarre decisions every once in a while, and this is one of those times. Despite how bad you feel for SpongeBob, this is a pretty solid episode with some good jokes thrown in. Patrick wasn't even being that unreasonable claiming how Gary preferred him, although it does kind of feel like Gary is cheating on SpongeBob the way it's played out. 33. No free rides. Mrs. Puff is tired of SpongeBob failing his exam, so he asks him to write a 10-word essay on what he learned in boating school. After he fails at even doing that, she passes him anyway and gives him the license. But the guilt sets in, and she fantasizes getting into serious trouble. SpongeBob's parents buy him a car, so she decides to steal it. Wearing a mask, SpongeBob doesn't realize it's her until the end, and she gets thrown into jail anyway. Once again, the Puff is at fault here. I don't feel bad for her at all. This is a pretty fun watch. I especially like the whole boat chasing scene for just seeing SpongeBob's sheer determination at keeping his boat. 32. Your shoes untied. Patrick needs help tying his new shoes, so SpongeBob unties his to demonstrate. That's when SpongeBob realizes he never learned how to tie his own, so he isn't able to work and asks every fish in Bikini Bottom, and none of them can help. That is until Gary shows him, and breaks out in a song at the end, which is really catchy. Some of the best jokes are SpongeBob being turned on by the dancing anemone, Mr. Krabs' crossword puzzle. Things like this makes this episode great. But watching this from a critical eye, I did spot a minor inconsistency with the plot. If nobody else is wearing shoes, why does SpongeBob have to wear them? 31. I'm with Stupid. Patrick's parents are visiting, and he's concerned because he doesn't want to come off as stupid in front of them. So SpongeBob decides to act like the stupid one to make Patrick look smarter. This theory works well. In fact, it works so well that Patrick forgets that SpongeBob is pretending. After a while, SpongeBob admits that he's playing stupid, but he's taken it so far that nobody believes him, and it turns out they weren't even Patrick's actual parents. Wanting to please your parents is a pretty big deal for some kids, especially if they put a lot of pressure on them. It's one of those rare moments where it sucks to see Patrick so dumb and desperate. 30. Procrastination. SpongeBob has to write an 800-word essay for Mrs. Puff and keeps getting distracted. It's super nice out, he takes a bunch of breaks. I'm sure you understand what it's like because we've all done this before. He feeds his snail, cleans the kitchen, has a nightmare, and then writes the whole thing at the last minute. But it turns out that he didn't even have to write the darn thing as it was canceled. It's so easy to procrastinate when you're doing something you're not interested in. I can't even imagine writing an essay about what not to do at a spotlight. When I was a kid, the nightmare scene used to creep me out a lot. The fish popping out of the TV, his house on fire and pain yelling at SpongeBob, something about it had this really haunting aura to it. 29. Bubble Buddy. SpongeBob wants a buddy for Leif Erikson Day, so he decides to make one that's a bubble. This bubble is more of a nuisance than anything, seeing as he pays in bubble money, takes hours in the bathroom, and kills a fish by not unburying him. Instead of getting popped, Bubble Buddy actually comes to life and drives away. This is one of the most memorable episodes of SpongeBob, and while it's still a great watch, I didn't find it quite as funny or entertaining as some of the others in this season. 28. Imitation Crabs. This was the very first SpongeBob episode I ever saw. Plankton's scheme this time is to build a robot that looks like Mr. Krabs. He manages to get the real Krabs out by rolling a penny out of the Krusty Krab, and that gives Plankton a chance to get the formula from SpongeBob. They go through the whole initiation, but before Plankton can do anything, the real Mr. Krabs comes back. SpongeBob doesn't know who's who, so after being fooled by Plankton, he inserts a penny into the robot that makes it self-destruct. Only Plankton would create something like that. He's just that smart. I'm honestly a bit surprised how casually Mr. Krabs forgives SpongeBob for what he did. He was on the verge of being eaten alive, and he's just like, yeah, it's all good. This is a solid episode all around. 27. The Secret Box. Patrick has a secret box and won't show anyone what's inside it. He teases SpongeBob about the contents, so naturally SpongeBob gets more and more curious. When Patrick's asleep, SpongeBob sneaks inside and tries to find out for himself, but accidentally wakes up Patrick. So Patrick reveals it's a piece of string. But what he doesn't know is that the string pulled shows an embarrassing picture of SpongeBob at the Christmas party. I enjoy this episode. The best part being SpongeBob making an obnoxious amount of noise and not waking up Patrick, but a little bit of talking, and of course that wakes him up. 26. Bossy Boots. Pearl takes over the Krusty Krab and turns it into the Cuddly Krab. This is done to make the Krusty Krab hip, although Pearl gets rid of Krabby Patties. So SpongeBob can only serve salads and tea, and then he's just standing outside in a costume. It turns out that Mr. Krabs is losing money, and Pearl was trying to get fired anyway, so SpongeBob, being the middleman, brought things back to normal by firing Pearl. Sometimes, it's hard to confess things to your loved ones because you care about them and don't want a bad reaction. It's really touching that SpongeBob helped keep the relationship together and made everyone happy in the end. 25. Wormy. SpongeBob and Patrick watch over Sandy's place while she's gone for the weekend, and her pet caterpillar evolves into a butterfly. They have fun playing with it the day before, but have no idea what a butterfly is, and it looks like a terrifying bee to them. This scares the crap out of everyone in Bikini Bottom, so when Sandy returns, she finds Wormy and puts him back in a jar. It's an episode about mob mentality. If you don't know what the thing is, just assume the first thing you hear or see and go with it. And that is a dangerous mindset to have, as you can see Bikini Bottom completely fall apart. 24. Big Pink Loser. SpongeBob keeps getting awards, and Patrick really wants one. So he gets a job at the Krusty Krab, and he spectacularly fails, so he decides to start copying SpongeBob. Patrick even starts dressing up like him, and after no avail, Bikini Bottom gives Patrick an award for doing nothing for the longest period of time. If anyone deserves an award for that, it's gotta be Patrick. The jokes are so spot on. Everything SpongeBob is telling Patrick could easily be confused by someone that isn't paying full attention, so they're killer every time. It's also interesting to see SpongeBob getting annoyed this time instead of Squidward. That is a pretty rare occurrence. 23. Krusty Love. Mrs. Puff eats at the Krusty Krab, and Mr. Krabs falls in love with her. He asks her on a date, and she accepts, so they go to a fancy restaurant, and Mr. Krabs spends $100,000 in one night. For the next date, Mrs. Puff wants to go for a walk in the park, but Mr. Krabs keeps thinking he has to spend money on her. SpongeBob is in charge of the wallet for some reason, and he runs back and forth buying her a bunch of crap, then the relationship just kinda ends. Mr. Krabs' confliction with love and money is a very real thing. When you're in love with someone, you want to do anything for them without any hesitation. It's a very sweet episode. It's just too bad Mr. Krabs couldn't get out of his own head. 22. Squid on Strike. Squidward goes on strike when Mr. Krabs decides to start charging them for existing. Yes, literally existing costs $2. Squidward quits and manages to drag SpongeBob into doing the same. He tries to teach SpongeBob how to make picket signs and protest, but he's either too sad or doesn't get it, at least at first. After some time, SpongeBob storms into the Krusty Krab late at night to dismantle the establishment and saw the tables in half. It's too bad he did that after Squidward worked out a deal with Mr. Krabs. Being able to go on strike is very important. It actively improves our work conditions. The jokes are pretty great in this one, as are most of them in Season 2. 21. I'm Your Biggest Fanatic. SpongeBob and Patrick visit a jellyfishing convention, and a big-time enthusiast Kevin is there speaking. SpongeBob is a huge fan and tries to join the Jelly Spotters, and gets a chance because Kevin wants to watch him be in pain. It turns out, SpongeBob is skilled at catching jellyfish, while Kevin gets zapped over and over again. He ties up SpongeBob to catch a queen jellyfish, and it turns out it's just Kevin being a so King Jellyfish comes around to zap them, but SpongeBob lures them away with a bubble pie. For SpongeBob, this is a heavily involved plot, but there's a lot of good jokes. I love the wah 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 fish, Patrick touching everything, and just Kevin himself. He's such a stuck-up dweeb, thinking he's such hot stuff. God, he's such a fuck. 20. Artist Unknown. Squidward starts up in art class, but the only person that shows up is SpongeBob. Squidward begrudgingly starts teaching him, but with each mistake SpongeBob makes, his art looks more and more pristine. He ends up making a beautiful sculpture, but Squidward is so insecure that he tells SpongeBob he's doing it all wrong and tries to sell it off in a museum. The head breaks off on the way out, so Squidward goes out looking for SpongeBob to make it again. Although when SpongeBob comes back, he actually takes Squidward's advice and makes a bunch of garbage. So out of anger, Squidward destroys the studio and makes the same amazing sculpture without realizing it. When it comes to art, you really can't learn the right way to do it. It's all very subjective and only gets better over practice. As an example, we all love Bold and Brash, even though the show thinks it looks awful. Artist Unknown is another great episode. 19. Something smells. SpongeBob eats a sundae for breakfast, and his breath smells awful. After causing a ruckus in Bikini Bottom, Patrick tells him it's because he's ugly, and after trying to overcome this issue, he gets upset when people react poorly at the reef. Patrick eats some of SpongeBob's sundae, and then they realize it was just the sundae. Despite how mean Patrick is to SpongeBob, sharing the whole story about the ugly barnacle, he's definitely trying to be nice, he's just not the best at it. Although shouting, "I'm ugly and I'm proud," probably did help. It's good to just let it all out. 18. Pressure. SpongeBob and Sandy make some bets against each other. The ultimate challenge begins when trying to decide if land or sea creatures are better. So Sandy has pressure to survive underwater without her helmet. After failing that, she bets the guys to survive on dry land, and while they technically do it, they almost get eaten alive by seagulls. What I really like about this one is how involved all these characters are. A lot of times, you only see 2 or 3 as the focus, but having 5 is a treat. There's a lot of solid jokes here too, despite its simple premise. 17. Dying for pie. Well, here you go. For Employee Brotherhood Day, Mr. Krabs has Squidward and SpongeBob exchange gifts. Squidward didn't get him one, wow, who could have seen that coming, so he buys a suspicious pie and pretends that he made it. The pie, of course, is a bomb, and it seems like SpongeBob ate the whole thing. Now he's destined to blow up by the end of the day, so Squidward hangs out with him to make up for his mistake, and it turns out SpongeBob never ate the pie. This episode is hysterical. The random pirates and their bomb pies, the sweater made of eyelashes, all the activities SpongeBob and Squidward do. It's all so heartwarming seeing Squidward try to mend his errors, yet sad since SpongeBob is so naive to what's happening. 16. Jellyfish Hunter. SpongeBob is jellyfishing and brings some jellyfish jam to work. He gives some to a customer, and it's so delicious that he breaks out into a song, and as you'd expect, the song is a banger. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to catch more and more jellyfish for work, and he ends up catching all of them except No Name. Later on, SpongeBob finds all the jellyfish trapped in a factory being forced to produce jelly, so No Name and SpongeBob trick Mr. Krabs to free the jellyfish and save the species. While this is an amazing episode, it does shine a bad light on our own reality. We do the same thing to our cattle for meat in a sense, but that's just how the system works. I mean, we gotta eat, but conditions could be better for the animals at the very least. And you know what? Mr. Krabs gets f***ed over in the end anyway. Serves him right. 15. Sailor Mouth. Oh it's time for some f***ing Sailor Mouth. SpongeBob is reading dumpster writing, and someone calls Krabs a Patrick thinks it's a sentence enhancer, so the next day, him and Patrick are saying all sorts of curse words. When Mr. Krabs finds out, he gets really upset with them. So Sponge and Pat play a nice game of eels and escalators, SpongeBob loses and curses again, so Patrick tells on him. But Mr. Krabs hurts his foot, and he says every mother curse word in the book, so they tell his mom, and they end up painting her home. We all do some cursing from time to time. This is a really creative way of making an episode about it. And making the curse words random fish noises is really smart. It's a solid episode, and now I just want to play eels and escalators in real life. Has someone made it yet? 14. Squidville. Squidward actually does it. After his house is destroyed, he moves into another Easter Island head with a bunch of other Squidwards. His life becomes perfect. They have canned bread, dancing, biking, and group clarinetting. Over time, though, his lifestyle gets really boring, so he plays with a reef blower to mess with people and ends up kicking himself out. This entire episode perfectly explains why you don't actually want to have everything. Without any struggle, life becomes tedious and boring. If you get too comfortable, then you aren't living properly, at least in my opinion. Some people like that, not me. Yeah, you probably knew that though, right? Mario 64 on my elbows, I still... why? 13. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3. Now we're getting to the good Mermaid Man episodes. SpongeBob and Patrick are watching the Mermalair while the heroes are on vacation. They're told not to touch anything, but of course they touch the machine that's freezing Man Ray. His head is freed, and Man Ray convinces them to free him entirely. But the tickle belt stops Man Ray in his tracks, so he takes lessons to become good. After fooling them to take the belt off, he still feels the power of the tickling and decides to actually become a good guy. The highlight by far is the wallet scene. We've seen it referenced a billion times online, and it's still great to this day. 12. Squid's Day Off. Squidward is in charge of running the Krusty Krab and decides to take the day off and leave SpongeBob in charge. While he's trying to relax at home, he gets more and more paranoid that SpongeBob is going to burn down the place or ruin the restaurant. By the time the day is over, they both discover the sign said closed the whole time. God damn, do I relate to Squidward. I'm running a business on multiple channels and producing a large-scale video series, so allowing myself to take any time off often gives me more anxiety than just working away. When big responsibilities are on your shoulders, the pressure is always on. This is an awesome episode. There's tons of great gags throughout the entire thing. 11. Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm. A massive worm storms into Bikini Bottom, eating a bunch of buildings and all sorts of property. Sandy believes that she can take the worm down, but SpongeBob tries to warn her that she isn't capable of defeating this thing, and she doesn't listen as you'd expect. SpongeBob chases her down, all the way until she goes into the cave and defeats the worm, which, as we all know, is just the tongue, so they somehow lead the worm down into an empty trench, and that's exactly where Bikini Bottom was pushed to. This is one of the goofiest concepts I've seen for SpongeBob, and I simply adore it. The jokes are so on point, nobody's really making sense, but it still all works together somehow. Oh, and can we talk about how SpongeBob's ass is property of Sandy Cheeks? Oh, my SpongeBob. Ooh, wow, that's revealing. 10. Shanghai. Oh boy, Apache special. This is truly awful and forgettable. Like, why are we watching Patchy get shot out of a cannon? This adds nothing to the actual episode. At least that, though, is pretty good. An anchor drops from the sky and crashes into SpongeBob and Squidward's house. They climb up not knowing it's the Flying Dutchman's ship. Since they've stepped foot, they're destined to be crewmates for eternity. Squidward complains and ends up trapped in the Fly of Despair. So SpongeBob and Patrick follow the Dutchman's orders by scraping up the ship, screaming "Leedle, Leedle, Leedle," and failing to be scary. So the Dutchman decides to eat them, they try to escape, and they get 3 wishes. One wish is saving Squidward, another wish is wishing they knew about the wishes earlier, and the third puts them in a blender. There's a lot of awesome jokes and it's entertaining to watch, especially the perfume department. 9. Survival of the Idiots. Sandy is hibernating for the winter, and SpongeBob and Patrick go inside anyway. After messing around with Sandy sleeping and playing some Dirty Dan, they try leaving, but the door is frozen shut. After freezing their butts off, they rip off all of Sandy's fur to warm up, and of course it becomes spring in that instant and Sandy freaks out. You know, Sandy could have I don't know, locked up the tree dome so this wouldn't have happened, but chose to leave all her doors just open for some reason. Patrick is a bit over the top on this one, with his disturbing back and constantly ignoring Sandy's request to stay away. Even though they're kind of being jerks, it also feels like normal behavior since all 3 of them are super close friends. I love this depiction of Sandy being a super chonker after eating all those acorns. She's like a scary monster that just wants some peace and can't seem to get it. This is an amazing episode with tons of visual gags. 8. Life of Crime. Mr. Krabs teaches SpongeBob and Patrick about stealing and borrowing. They go about their day and want a balloon, but neither of them have money, so they steal it, and after like 30 seconds it pops. Thinking they've committed a crime, they run away from Bikini Bottom with nothing but a chocolate bar. After a bunch of gags and jokes, they both run to the county jail and admit to stealing a balloon on Free Balloon Day. By far one of the best SpongeBob episodes. It's stupidly entertaining the whole way through, especially the chocolate bar scene where SpongeBob is teasing Patrick with half of his food. 7. Christmas Who? The very first Patchy the Pirate special. Even the intro is remixed. It really brightens the mood right away. I guess we'll start with the Patchy segments. And yeah, they're really catered to children. These segments aren't very interesting and tend to drag on for too long. The episode itself, however, is amazing. Sandy introduces SpongeBob to Christmas, so he decides to tell everyone about it. Squidward doesn't believe in Santa, but everyone else does and sends a letter to Santa Claus. A super catchy Christmas tune plays, followed by a lot of disappointed fish. Squidward rubs it in that SpongeBob was wrong and feels so bad that he pretends to be Santa and gives away all his stuff. This is such a charming and sweet episode. Squidward is the good guy, there's lots of great jokes, the musical piece is fantastic. It's actually a tradition for me to watch this before opening gifts every Christmas, even to this day. 6. The Fry Cook Games. I'm kind of surprised that this one wasn't a big special. The sheer concept of parodying the Olympic Games is fantastic. SpongeBob is the athlete on Mr. Krabs' team, while Patrick is on Plankton's team. And this debacle only starts because Patrick was dissing SpongeBob's job as a fry cook, so they hash it out in a variety of different games and end up wrestling. After some fighting, licking feet, changing names, their pants fall down, revealing the color of their underwear. There are so many creative ways they recreated actual sports. It's really enjoyable enjoyable to watch on that frontier alone. And the jokes are fantastic as well. I really enjoyed this action-packed adventure. 5. Patty Hype. Another episode where the Krusty Krab is losing interest with people, so SpongeBob comes up with Pretty Patties. Mr. Krabs and Squidward think it's the stupidest idea, so SpongeBob decides to open his own stand and it's a huge hit. Mr. Krabs, being the greedy bastard he is, offers the Krusty Krab to SpongeBob to trade with the Krabby Patties. After the deal, everyone starts getting bad side effects from the patties, and Mr. Krabs is to blame. The jokes in this one are pretty great, and once again, it's nice seeing Mr. Krabs getting the karma he deserves. My favorite part being the food, water, atmosphere guy, because that does truly matter to some people. 4. Graveyard Shift. Mr. Krabs decides to keep the Krusty Krab open for 24 hours a day. SpongeBob is thrilled of the news, while Squidward isn't. So they start their shift, and SpongeBob loves doing stuff at night, besides taking out the trash, of course. So Squidward shares a ghost story, and everything he said starts to come true. However, the hash-slinging slasher is just some guy that's applying for a job. This is a really fun episode. I've always loved the scene where Squidward is telling his story and SpongeBob is munching down on his arms. The jokes here are great, and the storytelling is very well paced in general. 3. Pre-hibernation week. Sandy is about to hibernate, so SpongeBob dedicates the rest of his time to her. But all Sandy wants to do is extreme stunts like biking on electrical wires, finding a leaf in a needle stack, swimming in freezing water. It's too much for the poor sponge. He ends up hiding under Patrick's rock, and after getting caught, Sandy falls asleep. While our time is valuable, you don't need to rush to do things. The sandboarding scene is my favorite, but honestly, every game is really entertaining to watch, and that Pantera music hits hard, but I do have a bias for metal. The entire part where Sandy sends a search team out is fantastic too. They all willingly participate, and she pushes them way too hard without realizing it, just like with SpongeBob. 2. Frankendoodle. A random guy is drawing and drops his pencil, which happens to land in front of SpongeBob and Patrick. I don't know why, but the IRL artist cracks me up. He's such a f***ing goober, bringing one pencil to draw with and nothing else. But anyway, SpongeBob and Patrick start drawing, and everything they draw comes to life, so SpongeBob draws himself. However, his drawing is super evil and runs rampant until SpongeBob erases him, although he missed the arm. So Doodlebob draws himself back to life, they have a bit of a fight, and the doodle is slapped into a book. The pencil is shot back to the surface, and the artist gets his pencil. I adore this episode because of the idea alone, and Doodlebob is an amazing villain. You don't know exactly what he's gonna do, which makes him really creepy. And the jokes are hilarious too. This episode has it all. 1. Band Geeks. Nothing short of a legendary episode. We're introduced to Squilliam Fancy Son. He's basically Squidward's more successful rival. Squilliam isn't able to make a gig, so Squidward claims he can take his place with his band. That doesn't exist. So Squidward gathers a bunch of people in Bikini Bottom and starts learning some music. The first few days don't go well. Nobody's really trying, a couple people die, and fights break out before Squidward just quits. SpongeBob feels awful about ruining Squidward's dreams, so the band comes together at the last second. Right before they play, Squidward expects an awful performance and instead gets one of the best musical pieces the entire show has ever had. The song is so good that people have been clamoring for it to be played in the real Super Bowl for years, and we still haven't gotten a full rendition of that. Band Geeks is simply perfect. Squidward gets to live his dreams for once, the jokes are fantastic, everything has worked together in harmony, the story is fun. It's gonna be hard to top this episode. I honestly forgot how well these episodes have aged. Even the so-called bad episodes are still pretty good. It's pretty rare to find a show just in general where the entire season has banger episodes the entire way through. It's really impressive. 37. Party Pooper Pants. Oh goody, another Patchy special. Again, I don't know what these segments add to the cartoon. I'll admit that Patchy sending invitations to SpongeBob and proceeding to throw it in the fire got a chuckle out of me, but otherwise it's just kind of boring and cringe. At least the bird brains sound decent by the end. Oh, and also, Patchy explodes and a bunch of girl birds go after him. Truly entertaining. The actual episode starts with SpongeBob irritating a cashier at the store, as well as buying a party kit. He meticulously organizes the party, and everyone is having a, splendid time. Once SpongeBob gets trapped outside of his own home, the party really kicks in. It's a little hard to watch SpongeBob try to keep everyone entertained on his schedule. It's actually kind of painful. My favorite joke is Larry looking into the mirror and it's just a picture of a lobster on a plate. Because SpongeBob got locked out and even arrested for trying to break in, the party was a huge success. This episode is fine, but it would have been the same experience without Patchy interfering every 5 minutes. 36. Missing identity. SpongeBob loses his name tag and freaks out because of a surprise uniform inspection. So he retraces his steps to try to find it and keeps getting frustrated when Patrick messes up what he said in the morning to SpongeBob. They start dumpster diving in desperation, and it turns out the name tag was behind his shirt the whole time. It's a pretty simple story, and I like that it's framed with SpongeBob sharing it with random people at a diner. My only issue is that it's not that funny. Patrick's stupidity doesn't flow very well. 35. Doing time. Mrs. Puff is so bad at teaching SpongeBob that she gets thrown in jail. This isn't the worst news to her, because now she doesn't have to be around SpongeBob. At least she was hoping. SpongeBob and Patrick keep trying to break in to break her out. Even when she tells them to go away, the guards don't notice and they put her in solitary confinement. Then the ending starts looping what originally happened, and it leaves you wondering if any of the episode was even real. We've seen Mrs. Puff in jail before, so it's interesting to expand on what actually happened from there. And honestly, I just wish SpongeBob and Patrick would have left her alone. I've got a sour taste in my mouth because it's almost like they're trying to torture her. 34. Rockabye Bivolve. SpongeBob and Patrick find a baby scallop and decide to raise him like actual parents. Patrick moves in and goes to work while SpongeBob does all the cleaning and baby carrying. Day after day, Patrick is too tired to help around the house, and eventually, SpongeBob finds out that he's been going back home and watching TV all day. After their big fight, the scallop flies away and is all grown up. Note to self, never marry Patrick. It's an interesting enough plot, although I didn't find it to be super funny or anything. 33. The algae's always greener. Plankton is so tired of failing to steal the formula, so Karen reminds him of a machine that he owns that can switch lives with other people. So he tries it out and swaps lives with Mr. Krabs. Once he has the dream job, he realizes that he has to put up with SpongeBob, Pearl, the pissy customers, and Mr. Krabs trying to steal the formula. Naked, of course. Realizing his mistakes, he reverts back to his normal self and enjoys a nicely cooked holographic meatloaf. It's really easy to want something without knowing what you already have. I like this episode because of that message, but Season 3 has better ones. 32. Ugh. Of all the Patchy specials, this one is probably the most tolerable. Patchy's in the past, doing his stupid shit like usual, but Potty thinks the future is cooler. So they start competing to score points by showing off things the past and future have. By the end, the caveman and robot team up to make a pretty slapping song, proving that both are equally as cool. That is, until Patchy gets eaten by a dinosaur. At least the Patchy stuff is more interesting than usual. As for the actual episode, there's not much of a plot at all. SpongeGar, Patar, and Squog discover fire and eat a bunch of food, but they want it to themselves until it goes away. Honestly, I think a lack of story is for the best. These were simpler times after all. I really like seeing everything recreated. Even things like SpongeBob's alarm clock are totally different. Gary is also f***ing massive for some reason. I guess because small insects in this time period used to be way bigger than today. I still like watching the trio discovering all the food they can eat, but if you're looking for a story, it's not here. 31. Clams. Mr. Krabs makes his $1 millionth and decides to celebrate by taking SpongeBob and Squidward clam fishing. SpongeBob keeps casting out random things on the ship, including Mr. Krabs' $1 millionth. That's when the music begins, and a huge clam comes and takes it. Mr. Krab cries for a solid minute, so they decide to help him get it back. After 3 days of no luck, they try to fool Mr. Krabs with another dollar bill, but he can tell it's different. After Krabs dumps all the food, they try to escape, but to no avail. So SpongeBob and Squidward become live bait, the clam comes back, and Krabs gets the dollar without any of his body intact. While I like the idea of this episode, there's a pretty big plot hole. If Mr. Krabs knew the music would attract the big clam, why didn't he play it immediately after losing the dollar in the first place? I do still like the coral blue lipstick joke. This episode is decent enough. 30. Born Again Crabs. SpongeBob finds a really old Krabby Patty underneath the grill, and Mr. Krabs wants to sell it. After not having customers in weeks for trying to sell this patty, Mr. Krabs eats the patty and ends up in the hospital. Boy, I wonder why. The Flying Dutchman shows up to escort Mr. Krabs into Davy Jones' locker for being so cheap, but he's lucky enough to get another chance. So he decides to make everything free at the Krusty Krab. That is until the bills come in and realize the situation is real and he freaks out. By backpedaling his generosity, the Flying Dutchman comes back and Mr. Krabs trades SpongeBob for 62 cents. Luckily, SpongeBob is too annoying for the Dutchman, so he comes back unharmed. For once, Squidward is in the right for calling out Mr. Krabs for selling SpongeBob out. This is some pretty extreme greed, even for Mr. Krabs. 29. Sponge Guard on duty. SpongeBob gets ice cream on his nose, and Larry thinks he's a lifeguard. Since Larry is cool and hip, SpongeBob lies about being a lifeguard and hangs out with him for a bit. After a while, Larry leaves to be with some babes, and SpongeBob feeds everyone ice cream so they can't swim, because he can't either. But Patrick gets in the lake anyway, SpongeBob tries to save them, but they're both drowning and Larry comes back. We've all been in that scenario where we pretend to be someone else in order to be with a cooler crowd, and in this case, it heavily backfired. Just be yourself, if that wasn't obvious already. This is a solid episode with good jokes thrown in here and there. 28. As seen on TV. Mr. Krabs is shooting a commercial for the Krusty Krab, and SpongeBob got to be in it. Well, at least the part of his head was in it. After watching the commercial in the middle of the night, SpongeBob keeps thinking that people recognize him from the commercial. He gets a little full of himself and decides to sing about striped sweaters and gets booed by everyone. That's when he discovered that by making Krabby Patties, he can make people happy. It's strange to see SpongeBob act a little like Squidward, but I still find the episode to be pretty enjoyable. You know, SpongeBob's brain is just a cereal box, let's be honest. 27. My Pretty Seahorse. SpongeBob befriends a seahorse and calls her Mystery. They become great pals, and he decides to take his seahorse to work. Unfortunately, Mystery keeps eating all the Krabby Patties, and Mr. Krabs finds out. He forces SpongeBob to get rid of her for good, and Mr. Krabs tries to comfort him with a sob story about losing $1. But Mystery eats all of Mr. Krabs' money, so they try to find her at the end. I don't get why Mr. Krabs forced SpongeBob to completely get rid of Mystery. He could have found a babysitter or something. The onion gags with Squidward is probably my favorite part. 26. Midlife Crustacean. Mr. Krabs is having a midlife crisis. People keep calling him old, so he asks to hang out with SpongeBob and Patrick. They start by doing some laundry, and he ends up being a clown ride. Before ditching them, Patrick reminds Mr. Krabs of the panty raid. So they break into someone's house, find some panties, and lo and behold, it's Mama Krabs' house. The midlife crisis is very real, guys. I kinda went through mine a couple years ago since I'm gonna be 30 next year, but eventually you realize that we all get old, and that's okay. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling it now. 25. Can you spare a dime? Mr. Krabs accuses Squidward of stealing a dime, and he gets so mad that he squeezes Krabs' eyes and quits. His quitting leads to homelessness, but SpongeBob is kind enough to take him into his place. Squidward ends up staying at SpongeBob's house for so long that he becomes increasingly spoiled to the point of driving SpongeBob crazy. SpongeBob drags Squidward to the Krusty Krab and basically forces him to get his job back. And that's when the dime is found in Mr. Krabs' pocket the whole time. Me and my friend, when we were really little, used to love the whole, "One, he put the dime in me pants" line. It was just the funniest thing ever to us. It's a treat to see SpongeBob get so justifiably angry at Squidward, considering it's a rare occurrence in the show. This episode shows us that before quitting anything, it's a good idea to have some sort of backup option. 24. No weenies allowed. SpongeBob's ready to get it on. He busts out the karate gear and gets karate'd to the salty spittoon line. Sandy gets inside, but SpongeBob can't because he isn't tough enough. He's told to stay at Weenie Hut Jr.'s, but just won't accept that, so he keeps trying to get in. He uses a wig, pretends to be a tattoo, but none of it is working until he sees Patrick. They end up faking a fight, so SpongeBob gets into the club, but slips on an ice cube on the way in and is sent to the hospital. If SpongeBob and Sandy did karate in front of Rich, he definitely would have let them in. Just saying. But yeah, this is a solid episode with some really memorable jokes. You've got the bowl of nails for breakfast without any milk, but I always like the 3-day potato salad. Look at SpongeBob's little toes. 23. The Bully. A new student arrives at Mrs. Puff's boating school, and he threatens to kick SpongeBob's butt. So SpongeBob tells Mrs. Puff but wants it to be a secret. And of course, she spoils the entire thing to the bully. So he chases SpongeBob around town and traps him in his own house. It turns out SpongeBob doesn't feel any of the punches because he's a sponge. And eventually, he tires himself out. I was bullied all the time in middle school. So whenever I see bullying school scenes in TV shows or movies, I kinda tense up and cringe watching. But man, the jokes are fantastic in this one. Especially the one with SpongeBob in the toilet, Patrick calling for pizza, and the old man. At least the people are trying to be heroes. And poor Mrs. Puff yet again, she has an existential crisis before walking into class. 22. Club SpongeBob. SpongeBob and Patrick start a secret club, passively aggressively telling Squidward he can't fit in. Squidward didn't realize they meant that literally, so he gets stuck inside their little hut. While trying to escape, they get flung into the middle of a forest. Instead of leaving, SpongeBob and Patrick listen to the magic conch that tells them to do nothing. Squidward tries to leave, and after no success, a bunch of food and drinks land in front of them. Since Squidward didn't listen to the magic conch, he wasn't allowed any food. Some traveler randomly shows up and finds them, and they decide to do nothing yet again. This is another episode where I feel bad for Squidward, but it's still such a great watch. Not only are the jokes great, but Squidward's exaggerated expressions kill me. 21. Krabby Land. It's summer, which means it's time for Mr. Krabs to exploit parents' money from children by creating Krabby Land. It's very hyped up, and the playground is absolutely awful. And SpongeBob is left to entertain the children while Krabby the Clown gets ready. So he ends up hurting himself over and over again until the clown shows up, and it's about as lame as you'd imagine. After telling SpongeBob he doesn't care about the children, they end up taking all his money and throwing it in the air. Once again, good riddance to Mr. Krabs. That little deserved it. This episode kinda makes you think about the play places at McDonald's. It's such a manipulative way to lure kids into eating junk. 20. SpongeBob meets the Strangler. This episode starts with SpongeBob and Squidward putting their time cards in. Bit of a weird start, but it's to establish that SpongeBob is a good noodle as he picks up litter. He catches a guy littering, gets him thrown in the cop car, and wouldn't you know it, the Strangler escapes. Can I just point out that the Strangler kind of sounds like Meat Canyon, by the way? That's kinda cool. But anyway, nobody's willing to help SpongeBob until the Strangler himself wears a mustache as a disguise. He tries to get alone time with SpongeBob, but is struggling because of all the distractions. He has to run errands, loses his key and stabs the Strangler's eyeballs, and 2 surprise parties. The Strangler is so tired of SpongeBob's shenanigans that he runs away and gets chased down until landing in jail. It's interesting how this and the Bully are both the same type of story, but they're told in completely different manners. I like both of them, but this one is slightly better to me. 19. The Great Snail Race. Squidward tennis balls buys Snelly for an upcoming snail race, so SpongeBob decides Gary should also compete. Gary isn't in the best shape, and is pushed way too hard by SpongeBob, so when the race begins, Gary breaks down before SpongeBob realizes he was pushed too hard. But out of nowhere, Squidward and SpongeBob's snail falls in love, and Rocky wins the race. This is a really great episode. The most random thing is Sandy saying she'll kick SpongeBob's butt, and out of nowhere she actually does. Not sure why that exists at all, but maybe it's because SpongeBob was a rough coach. Patrick is pretty funny in this one too. Standing on Squidward's shoulders gets me every time. I do feel bad for Gary though. One day of training just isn't enough. 18. Pranks a lot. SpongeBob and Patrick go to the Palace of Pranks and want to buy the ultimate prank, so the cashier sells them invisible spray, and they have the idea of spraying a park bench. After getting in an argument, they spray their clothes and themselves by accident. They start to scare everyone around town except Mr. Krabs, and they do manage to scare the crap out of him, but go a little too far as they seal the doors and burn money. Burning the money was a bad idea since Krabs throws water at it, which removes the invisible spray. When going home, everyone just so happened to be in the Krusty Krab. This is another enjoyable episode. There's a lot of good pranks and jokes all around. 17. Krusty Krab training video. The name says it all. It's the video you'd watch if you were hired for the Krusty Krab. I used to think this was one of the best SpongeBob episodes, and while it's still good, the bar isn't as high anymore. Maybe I've just seen this one too many times, but the parody nature almost feels too on the nose. I still like that it goes through all the phases of a normal training video, the origin story, training, personal hygiene, emergency situations, and all that. It sounds like a lot of hoopla, and that's because it is. It's a drastic change to what SpongeBob is usually like, but it still has a lot of the classic jokes. I really wish I weren't here right now, and the whole poop anagram is still great. 16. Squilliam returns. Squidward runs into Squilliam and claims that he owns a 5-star restaurant. So Squilliam wants to eat there, and Squidward tries to turn the Krusty Krab into a fancy place to dine at. Nothing is working since Mr. Krabs doesn't know how to cook, and Patrick is picking a fight with the coat rack. But SpongeBob empties his mind to learn how to be a fancy waiter. And when Squilliam arrives, the service is immaculate. But it's all ruined when Squilliam asks what SpongeBob's name is. His mind kind of explodes from this, and everything goes to shit. I would feel bad for Squidward, but he just had to rub it in Squilliam's face instead of being humble the whole time. There's a lot of great scenes and jokes. "May I take your hat, sir?" and the world's smallest violin are the highlights. I really love seeing SpongeBob's thoughts be articulated like a bunch of mini sponge workers too. That was pretty cool and gets the idea across perfectly. 15. Crabborg. SpongeBob watches a scary robot movie late at night and becomes convinced Mr. Krabs is the robot when he starts talking to his radio, has batteries in his pocket, and makes beep boop noises. He does a bunch of tests to see if he can laugh, cry, or love, and he fails them, I guess. So now Squidward's convinced Krabs is the robot, and they decide to interrogate him. After destroying his appliances, he starts crying over the cash register, realizing he's not actually a robot. Now, I love the electro beat Mr. Krabs listens to. It's actually pretty damn catchy. There's a lot of great gags in this one. My favorite is probably Squidward throwing SpongeBob into the kitchen, and he appears in front of him again, and Squidward is so confused how he did that. 14. Plankton's Army. Plankton calls up his family to steal the formula. He apparently has a big southern family, as thousands of them arrive to help. When he goes inside, he gets made fun of for his first name being Sheldon. Karen finds it quite hilarious. But with all these people, he manages to shove Mr. Krabs in the toilet and gets his hands on the formula. Krabs warns him to not look into the book, and he slowly flips through until he gets to the last page that says plankton is the secret ingredient. This freaks him and his family out, and the real formula is safe and sound. This is a pretty neat episode in terms of its plot. Plankton teaming up with his own kind only makes sense. 13. Idiot Box. I have a lot of personal memories with this episode. It was my mom's favorite back in the day, and me and my sister loved having sleepovers in big boxes as kids. SpongeBob buys a huge TV and throws it in the trash so he and Patrick can play inside the box. So Squidward takes home the TV, but keeps hearing a bunch of realistic sound effects. Whenever he checks up on them, the sounds go away. So he tries watching TV, but it's all about boxes. At night, Squidward goes into the box and thinks he discovers the magic, but it's just a dump truck picking him up. This one has a lot of imagination, and it's really creative. It's another one of those Squidward character development episodes, so you know it's going to be good. It's not my all-time favorite, but like I said, I have so many memories with this one. Heck, I recreated this entire episode almost word for word in my early years as a filmmaker. 12. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5. I never realized this, but episodes 4 and 5 have the same beginnings. The heroes walk into the Krusty Krab. That's kind of odd since they're both in the same season, but anyway, Barnacle Boy is made fun of for not eating a lot of food and decides to join the dark side. So Mermaid Man recruits SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and Sandy to join him. SpongeBob becomes the Quickster, Squidward is Captain Magma, Patrick is the Elastic Waistband, and Sandy is Miss Appear. The crimes that are being committed are the best part. It's just a bunch of high school pranks, ding-dong ditching, and shining a light on teenagers making out. Mermaid Man and the Justice League try to save them, but they don't know how to use their powers and end up destroying themselves. Barnacle Boy makes some demands, and it's literally just being treated with more respect and an adult-sized Krabby Patty. So they go back to the Krusty Krab, and voila, he can't finish the patty. This is a really fun episode. I just wish we saw more of the Justice League powers get put into play, but at least we got a little bit of action. 11. One Krabs Trash. Mr. Krabs dumps people's trash on his lawn and puts them up for auction. SpongeBob finds a soda drinking hat that he really likes, but a group of investors claim the hat is worth $1 million. Mr. Krabs tries to get the hat back, but SpongeBob doesn't want to trade, so Krabs scares it off him and puts it in a grave with Smitty, Werbin, and Jensen. Mr. Krabs digs out the hat, all the skeletons chase him out, and the next day the investors find out the hat is worth nothing. There's so much goofy shit in this episode. Here lies Squidward's hope and dreams. He was number 1. The haunted grocery list. It's such peak Mr. Krabs behavior. 10. New Student Starfish. Patrick gets enrolled in Mrs. Puff's boating school. He and SpongeBob get a bit distracted with their 25 joke, and Patrick makes a drawing of Mrs. Puff while SpongeBob gets blamed for it. It basically goes to shit for SpongeBob. He loses a good noodle star, gets sent to the back of the classroom, and gets covered in spitballs. They ended up getting in a fight, and both went to detention. Roger's light bulb goes out, and despite how mad they are at each other, team up to find another light bulb and save the egg. Of course, Patrick hikes up the stack of light bulbs to get the one already lit. It's the most Patrick thing I think I've ever seen. This is another episode that I can relate to. In high school, there was this girl I was super into, and both of our constant talking got us in trouble and nearly made us flunk the whole class. So as fun as it can be to be with friends or significant others in class, sometimes it's best to have that separation. 9. The Sponge Who Could Fly. This is probably the most ambitious Patchy special. There's a lot of different locations and set pieces. There's a lost episode that Patchy lost, so he gets a map in order to find it. It's apparently located in the playground? Okay. And then he finds a VHS tape some random hiker is holding, and oh my god, some of you don't even know what a VHS tape is. When he does find it, we just watch SpongeBob walking to some music. It is the dumbest, most random, and greatest sequence I think I've ever seen from an official cartoon. Just when you think it's over, he just keeps on going. It's so goofy. Patchy gets really upset and destroys his SpongeBob stuff, until the real Lost episode plays later. SpongeBob wants to fly with a jellyfish. There's a few song numbers which are pretty decent, and he tries to fly but fails and gets made fun of. That is, until discovering he can fly with a bunch of air in his pants. So of course, everyone wants to take advantage of him. Gotta love people, right? When his pants eventually pop, the jellyfish let him fly, which is so touching. I'm not gonna lie, this episode is kind of dark. People are pushing SpongeBob into giving up his dreams because they all failed, and then when he does make his dream come true, people start riding his dick. It's a really great episode. I just loathe every other character for being so freaking selfish. 8. Nasty Patty. A health inspector comes to the Krusty Krab, and the TV fish head reports a fake one to be roaming around. Krabs assumes it's the inspector they have, so they make a nasty-ass patty. He chokes on a fly, but Krabs and SpongeBob thinks it's from the patty itself. The TV shows the actual imposter right after, but Krabs and SpongeBob believe they killed the inspector, so they try burying him. Some cops show up and his body slides down the hill, then he's stuffed into the car trunk and he wakes up. It's a pretty complex and kind of dark plot, but I really dig it. Mr. Krabs' dark side really shines here, and poor SpongeBob was Smeckledorfed into it. Despite the plot, there's a lot of good tension and gags. The whole scene with Mr. Krabs trying to distract and fool the cops is played off well, despite how guilty they come off. 7. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy try to eat the Krusty Krab, but SpongeBob wants their autograph, so they drive away. While this is happening, Mermaid Man loses his belt and SpongeBob takes it for himself. He discovers the small ray and shrinks Squidward by accident. After talking to Patrick and setting the belt to Wumbo, he still can't figure it out. So he shrinks everyone in town. Not even Mermaid Man remembers how it works, so SpongeBob shrinks the entire town instead. And Plankton comes back huge. It's a pretty goofy twist ending. This is probably my favorite Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode. The jokes are great in this one. Barnacle Boy and Squidward's confrontation, the pickle, destroying SpongeBob's insides, it's good stuff. 6. I Had an Accident. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Sandy are surfing down Sand Mountain. SpongeBob breaks his butt and has it put back together with staples and tape, and the doctor warns him to not get hurt again or he'll be stuck with the iron butt. So of course, SpongeBob takes the liberty of literally never leaving his house again. He makes friends with Used Napkin, Chip, and Penny, an iconic friend group. Patrick and Sandy miss him, so they try to get him to come out, but it doesn't seem to work. But then, after Patrick pretends he's a gorilla, a real-life gorilla actually attacks them. That's when the family looks confused and turns off the show. Yeah, that is how you end an episode. Sandy gets so annoyed with Patrick's antics. Something about that is just entertaining to watch. I think it's because we never see the two of them solely hanging out. And then you got this gorilla, it's just so out there. SpongeBob really was the king of breaking cartoon norms. I really like this episode. It shows that even if you get hurt, you still gotta keep moving forward. 5. Chocolate with Nuts. This one immediately starts with SpongeBob scaring the out of the mailman. He couldn't ask for a better beginning. SpongeBob and Patrick decide to start selling chocolate bars after looking at Squidward's Fancy Living Digest magazine. They aren't the best entrepreneurs to say the least. Their first customer starts screaming at them. The next one cons them into buying some bags, and then bags for those bags. Ah, gotta love good old capitalism. This episode really shows the worst parts of it. SpongeBob and Patrick try so hard to sell chocolate, but just completely suck at it. Even when they start lying, they get conned yet again. That is until the crazy chocolate guy comes back and wants to buy all their chocolates. That's when they spend all the money taking a couple of old ladies that were customers to a restaurant. For such an amazing episode, this ending is kind of stupid. I mean, it makes sense because it was their first customer and it is a funny idea, but I don't like it. 4. Snowball Effect. An iceberg floats over Bikini Bottom, and it starts snowing. SpongeBob and Patrick have a snowball fight, and Squidward finds it to be annoying and childish. So naturally, they try to put him on each of their teams, but he kind of declares to be on his own team. After getting in the snow and hitting his neighbors with snowballs, he gets really into it. Like, really into it. He built a damn castle 100 feet tall. This is a really fun episode with a lot of good gags. I always liked Patrick's snow DNA, and Plankton hoping to harness the ice crystal's energy to rule the world, and Squidward looks great in a turtleneck. I never noticed he was wearing one until now. 3. Just One Bite. Squidward admits to never eating a Krabby Patty, and SpongeBob is in complete disbelief. He tries and tries and tries to have Squidward try one, and he eventually takes the tiniest bite. Afterwards, he pretends to hate the patty, but actually loves them to death. He fails to eat one out of the garbage and starts dreaming about them. So Squidward sneaks into the Krusty Krab late at night and gets caught by SpongeBob. After eating thousands of patties, he explodes and goes to the hospital. This is one of my favorite episodes because it has one of my favorite plot lines, Squidward character development. Every SpongeBob episode that has Squidward changing is always so damn good. It's just nice to see him cheer up and find some joy in his life. And it's a really entertaining episode on its own. And that face SpongeBob makes when he finds out, oh, it's so delicious. 2. Wet Painters. SpongeBob and Patrick have to paint Mr. Krabs' house, and if they get even one drop of paint on the floor, they're dead. So they're both really paranoid about spilling any paint, and after the first stroke of paint kept dripping, they accidentally made a bubble. The bubble gets bigger and paints everything except Mr. Krabs' first dollar. They try to use technology to get the paint off, but it doesn't work. So when Mr. Krabs gets back, he pretends to be mad at them only to lick the paint off. He finds it so funny that his spitty laughing melts all the paint in his house. This is an awesome episode. I wish real paint could be cleaned up with spit too. And Patrick's so funny in this one, making a second giant paint bubble, blowing it up, spending the dollar in the conveniently placed vending machine, drawing on the fake one with a crayon. This episode still makes me laugh out loud, even after seeing it so many times in the past. 1. The camping episode. I've been looking forward to rewatching this one this whole time. SpongeBob and Patrick decide to go camping in their own backyard. As you'd expect, this irritates Squidward once he's told to have fun inside, so he tries camping himself. He fails to put up the tent, but at least Patrick was taking some good notes and managed to get a draw on tic-tac-toe. Then SpongeBob and Patrick start talking like astronauts, and Squidward getting marshmallow pits blown on his face. But who can forget the campfire song? Yet again, the show just makes banger after banger with their music. It's not only catchy, but pretty funny as well. Squidward hated it, so he starts playing his clarinet badly, and is warned of the sea bear and all the things to not do. So Squidward does all those things, and the sea bear shows up beating the crap out of him until he stands in the anti-sea bear circle. This episode takes so many drastic turns for being in one location the entire time. It's pretty impressive if you think about it. It is a classic, and still one of the best episodes out there. And that wraps up the 3 classic seasons. And while it was nice to go back and see those, I'm honestly more excited to see the ones that I haven't really seen. Now, I've seen seasons 4 through 7, a little bit, but anything beyond that, I have no idea what to expect. 38. Squidtastic Voyage. Oh boy, the first awful SpongeBob episode of many to come. Squidward is annoyed at SpongeBob and Patrick's loud music, so he plays the clarinet to distract them. The clarinet gets lodged in Squid's throat, and the reed is stuck. So what do? Go to Sandy, not a doctor, are you crazy? Her solution is to shrink a submarine, go through Squid's brain, and grab the reed and yank it out. That surely won't fail. SpongeBob is set to guard the submarine, but Patrick randomly shows up, so you know what happens already. They go inside and shrink themselves. Wow, this is like Sandy's rocket all over again. Patrick has this axe and he keeps destroying stuff in the ship, and I didn't find it funny at all. He's being dumb just to be dumb because that's his character, I guess. There's no reasoning behind it. And that just makes the episode really aggravating to watch. Even when they do break the reed thanks to SpongeBob, shredding it with dancing, Patrick grows the ship back to normal size. And it's not like they can't do anything to fix that. Why not just re-shrink the submarine again? 37. All That Glitters. Someone orders a monster Krabby Patty, and SpongeBob's spatula breaks due to the weight of the meat. SpongeBob cries for an obnoxiously long amount of time, and claims he can't work without his original spatula. It's taken to a hospital, and the doctor, that's just an actor, tells him to find a replacement. But instead, SpongeBob buys Le Spatula, which costs him everything he has. Unfortunately, Le Spatula is a snobby thing that won't touch Krabby Patties and runs away. Good thing SpongeBob's real spatula was saved the whole time, but was mad at the betrayal. After even more crying, SpongeBob goes back and his old spatula forgives him. This episode could have been alright if it wasn't for all the crying. My god, it just chewed up a lot of the runtime and got seriously annoying. 36. Good Neighbors. SpongeBob parades Squidward's house on a Sunday, immediately putting him in a bad mood. He tries to enjoy his day off, but SpongeBob and Patrick keep irritating him. They spray Squidward's face with paint, and some random couple thinks he's sick and drive him to the hospital. When he gets back, he misses out on his foot massage, so he decides to install a security system to keep them out. The security only attacks Squidward. In fact, his house grows legs and kicks him out completely. While Squidward attempts to relax, his house is terrorizing Bikini Bottom, and is now forced to do community service every Sunday for the rest of his life. Squidward didn't deserve any of this. The poor guy just wanted to chill out for a day. The jokes weren't funny at all, and SpongeBob and Patrick's stupidity almost came off as abusing him, rather than just innocent. 35. Squid Bob Tentacle Pants. Squidward has an upcoming clarinet recital, and Sandy made a matter transporter. SpongeBob takes it to get to work on time, only to get Squidward's hands stuck inside of him. That's when they morph together, and Sandy isn't able to fix the problem. Squidward still has to go to this recital, and ends up getting cheered for when looking the way he does. That's when Sandy busts in, gets them separated, and the audience leaves. In frustration, Squidward mashes the separator button, and gets everyone morphed together. What the actual is this ending? Everyone looks like dying parasites. This legit scared me when I was younger. So yeah, this episode is okay, but that image at the end is scarring. Mr. Krabs doesn't feel very organic in this episode either. He sees SpongeBob and Patrick show up to work like this and basically ignores the problem at first. 34. Rule of Dumb. A prime minister shows up to give Patrick a crown because he's a king. So he starts mooching off Mr. Krabs and some random guy's Krabby Patty, and it only gets worse from here. He's stealing things from everyone, and SpongeBob is giving in to let him do whatever he wants. Justice is served once Squidward's house is lifted from the ground, and he convinces everyone he isn't actually a king. Which he isn't, because the actual crown goes to Gary. This episode is okay, I guess. I like seeing Patrick's decked out rich house, but otherwise, I don't really care to see Patrick be an unreasonable jerk for 11 minutes. 33. The Gift of Gum. Patrick has a lot of gum for Best Friends Day and gives it to SpongeBob. If you couldn't tell, this gumball is nasty and SpongeBob is struggling to keep it. He tries to get rid of it without much luck, but at least he frees people trapped inside. What the hell? SpongeBob, Sandy, and Squidward all end up getting stuck before Patrick notices, and he takes back the gum by eating it all. This leads Patrick to burp, and the gum now covers all Bikini Bottom. As someone whose OCD gets worse every day, this was a bit painful to watch. It's a solid idea for an episode, I just didn't find it all that funny. 32. Bummer Vacation. SpongeBob has accumulated too much vacation time and is forced to take time off. SpongeBob has no idea what that is and goes back after getting cleaned up again. Patrick is replacing him for the time being, and SpongeBob can't help but constantly get himself back into the restaurant. Mr. Krabs throws him into a forest, and SpongeBob for some reason thinks he's being permanently replaced. He goes a little cuckoo, to say the least, and after all of that, enough time has passed so he can go back to work. I don't really care for this episode as it's not very funny, but I do relate to it. Taking time off work is a big struggle for me as well. I've been getting better at it over the past year or two, but there's always some form of guilt for not being productive. 31. Funny Pants. Squidward says a joke about work and SpongeBob finds it funny. Maybe a little too funny since he just can't hold his laughter in. Squidward is driven insane. He's been laughing at the same joke for over a day, and SpongeBob starts getting a pain in his side from laughing, so Squidward makes up a story about how he could break his laugh box if he isn't careful. So after waiting 24 hours, SpongeBob loses his laugh box. After tons of crying, Squidward admits he lies, and then he breaks his laugh box, so SpongeBob gives him a piece of his. I'm not gonna why. I wish SpongeBob would have kindly shut the f*** up because it was getting annoying for me at the beginning. It does subside as the episode goes on. In fact, it gets a lot better. Patrick's tomfoolery is pretty funny, especially when he needs to light a match inside SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs letting him touch money was, generous for him, I guess. And what is it with Sandy being known as a scientist? This is a weird trend that started with this episode. Like, yeah, she's done some science things, but I never associated that as her character arc. Funny Pants is half irritating, half entertaining. 30. Driven to Tears. Another boating school episode. SpongeBob fails for the 58th time, and Patrick goes in to take the test himself since he thinks it's rigged. He passes on the first try, and is also the 1 millionth person to do so he gets a brand new car. Patrick rubs it in and gets cocky to the point of driving recklessly, and that's when he's about to be thrown in jail for littering, even though SpongeBob tore up the license. After SpongeBob admits that and leaves jail, Patrick throws away the boat because it ran out of gas. Of all the driving school episodes, this is one of the more interesting ones. It even has a scene where the Krusty Krab has a drive-thru, which I'm surprised hasn't been there from the beginning. But Patrick was being such a dick. Like, my god, I wanted to slap him the whole time. 29. Hocus Pocus. SpongeBob makes an assload of popcorn and watches a commercial about magic. He orders the kit and Squidward takes a bus to leave. As that happens, a kid loses his ice cream and SpongeBob thinks it's Squidward. So he spends the rest of the episode trying to get him back. He even goes to Mr. Magic with some admittedly charming Wizard of Oz references. It turns out he was just a phony, and Squidward comes back while SpongeBob isn't looking and says a bunch of random magic words. I don't know how to feel about this one. On one hand, it's got some good jokes, but it's so stupid at the same time. SpongeBob turned Patrick into a jar of mayo. That sums up how I feel about this one. Platitudinous. 28. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 6, the motion picture. Some bad guy gets towed, but it's actually just a movie at the fan club. By the way, it's kind of cool to see the Wienerfish come back from season 3. So there's this movie that's going to get made, and some fake actors are taking Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's place, and SpongeBob and Patrick want to use the real heroes. So they attempt to make their own movie, and as disaster strikes, Patrick leaves the lens cap on the whole time so he wouldn't lose it. They do the refilming and premiere it at the Krusty Krab. This is a very hit and miss episode, because some parts of it are great. I love Sandy's "did somebody say boom" gag, and seeing everyone help with their movie is enjoyable. But there's a couple of creepy shots, especially when SpongeBob says actors. Like, why does this make me so uncomfortable? Ugh. And then there's the shot when Squidward finishes his makeup artwork, and it just looks creepy. But it was all worth it, because Mermaid Man says, "Stolen Naggy Daddies." Stolen Naggy Daddies. Oh yeah. 27. The Thing. SpongeBob and Patrick annoy Squidward once again while he tries to watch TV, and he tries to escape but gets hit with a bunch of cement and becomes smelly. SpongeBob and Patrick find him in Jellyfish Fields and take him home as a pet, but Gary doesn't like him, so Animal Control ends up taking Squidward to the zoo. He gets broken out of, sent to a species that looks like him, and out of complete nowhere, the squid playing the smooth jazz that he was listening to earlier that day is with these animals. And that's when the cement cracks and breaks. Holy sh! All of this happened all because Squidward wanted to relax for an evening. The craziest turns of events makes this an interesting watch, although it does make you feel bad for Squidward the entire time. 26. Enemy-in-Law. Plankton controls a robot and throws some fish into the chum bucket so they can eat there. Yeah, that'll work. Then Mama Krabs comes to visit Mr. Krabs for some money, and he rushes her out. Aw, what a humble son he is. Anyway, Plankton falls in love with Mama Krabs, so he kidnaps her while also trying to woo her. They go on a date at the Krusty Krab, and Mr. Krabs gets upset with them. Plankton eventually asks to marry Mama Krabs, but she says no, and the robot barges in with some flowers? Wait, the robot's suddenly sentient? Okay, sure. So anyway, Plankton asks for the formula and she kicks him away. This is such a weird episode, and the beginning feels kind of forced as well. The robot and Mama Krabs scene are there to establish the plot, like yes, but it feels out of place for some reason and not well structured. 25. Squidward. Season 4 is filled with so many episodes where SpongeBob is abruptly standing at Squidward's bedside. Once again, he just wants to relax on a day off and isn't able to do so. After Squidward drills into his head that he wants to be left alone, Mini Squidward is born. SpongeBob plays with him, which seems like a great deal for Squidward, until they get to work. Everyone prefers Mini Squidward over the real one, and he gets super envious and angry about it. He even starts dancing and playing clarinet, which secures him a record deal. Poor Squidward, honestly. He really doesn't deserve all this pain. 24. Once Bitten. Gary drops snail trail all over Squid's lawn and can't stop getting attacked by the goop. When SpongeBob is confronted, Gary bites Squidward's butt, and Patrick says he has mad snail disease. Everyone in town gets bitten, and they all think they're zombies. But as it turns out, mad snail disease isn't real, and Gary just had a 10-foot splinter stuck inside him. Good old mass hysteria, though. Gotta love that, right? This is another episode that's just alright. 23. Shell of a Man. Mr. Krabs is having a reunion with his old Navy buddies, but molts because he got too fat. So SpongeBob goes into his shell and pretends to be Mr. Krabs. It works pretty well until SpongeBob gives a speech and things get a little suspicious. After belly slamming, the shell breaks and Mr. Krabs admits he molted. His Navy buddies see this as a true act of toughness and admits their faults as well. While it's a touching story, I feel like Mr. Krabs cutting in with his dialogue was a bit much. SpongeBob does something for 2 seconds, Mr. Krab reacts, and that's basically the entire Navy scene. It doesn't ruin the episode, but the pacing is a bit on the wonky side. 22. Ghost Host. The Flying Dutchman crashes his ship and starts falling through the sky because, ghosts have to worry about falling. So while Roadside Assistant helps him out, he goes to SpongeBob's house and plays a bunch of pranks on him while he stays. SpongeBob eventually sees all his tricks and he loses his confidence in being able to scare people. So he stays for a while and throws parties with his ghostly friends instead. SpongeBob says enough is enough and tells him he can scare Squidward because he doesn't believe in ghosts. After doing that, he's off on his own again. This is a decent episode. The ways the Flying Dutchman tries to scare SpongeBob are honestly pretty creative. The scariest thing to me is Squidward's beat up face. I mean, what the hell am I looking at? It's kind of nice to see the Dutchman show a bit of weakness for once. 21. Best Day Ever. SpongeBob is on track to have the best day ever, and it starts with a song that I adored as a kid. It's still pretty catchy even now, but everything seems to go wrong. The Krusty Krab had a nematode infestation, Sandy's dome had a leak, Patrick's net broke, and Squidward's reed was shot. SpongeBob at this point is tired of this crap, so he pulls out his tooth to be used as a reed. But SpongeBob forgets his ticket to go inside, and ends up missing the entire concert. But because he helped everyone with their problems, they made it up to him with some sort of best day ever concert. Your enjoyment of this episode is gonna depend on the song a lot, because it's played at the beginning and at the end. So if you don't like the song, it's probably just an okay episode, but I still enjoy it, and it's nice that SpongeBob actually gets something for everything he did. 20. New Leaf. Plankton quits trying to steal the formula and decides to sell knickknacks instead. Mr. Krab doesn't believe him at first and destroys a bunch of his stuff. And you know, it's kind of f***ed up he's doing that, even though we all know Plankton's true intentions. So they befriend each other and hang out for the day, which is pretty cute, I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Krabs then gives him the formula, and it just says gotcha on it. So they both tried to fool each other, and Krabs came out on top. This episode is decent enough. I mostly like the DJ scene because Squidward shakes those thick cheeks. I mean, ooh yeah, look at that. 19. Patrick Smartpants. Patrick falls down a cliff and puts on a new piece of brain coral that makes him super smart. He becomes a completely different person. He doesn't like jellyfishing, admires nature, and knows a lot about music. Patrick decides to break off the friendship with Spongebob, but isn't able to have fun like he used to. So they go back to the cliff he fell off and end up finding the old brain coral to revert what happened. You know, there's nothing wrong with being a little stupid. Ignorance really is bliss. Just seeing Patrick be a jerk to Squidward and Sandy really proves that point. 18. Wigstruck. Some band makes fun of the guy's wig, and it ends up in SpongeBob's hands. He thinks it looks great, but everyone makes fun of him for it. It takes him a while to catch on to that, and the wig gets hair all over the Krabby Patties. Sandy visits and tells him to get rid of the wig. They go to a movie and cause a disruption, and he finally gets rid of it. That's when the band guy gets his wig back, and suddenly it's cool. It goes to show that you should just be yourself. Who cares what's hip and trendy? I haven't been cool my entire life, and I'm okay with that. Even if you like your weekly condiment soaked like Patrick does, you do you, okay? 17. Selling Out. Mr. Krabs sings about money, and as abrupt as it is, it's a pretty catchy song. He's approached by a really rich fish and sells off the Krusty Krab and his employees without hesitation. So now SpongeBob and Patrick work at the Krabby-O Mondays, and Mr. Krabs is bored of retirement after a couple hours. So he works at Krabby-O Mondays, and the restaurant is very corporate, so Mr. Krabs ends up destroying it and buying it back. I worked in fast food a while back, and parts of this episode ring true. Squidward being forced to be happy, and the food being fake and synthetic. But the darkest line in the episode is Carl saying, "Code Red, free thinker." I never caught that line when watching this previously, but just damn. This is a really good episode. Not the funniest, but the concept keeps it together nicely. 16. That's No Lady. Patrick is told to get out of town, but it's just some guy selling a vacation. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that, so SpongeBob transforms him into Patricia. The disguise works. In fact, everyone has the hots for Patricia, especially Squidward and Mr. Krabs. Patricia gets a job at the Krusty Krab, and Squidward and Mr. Krabs keep trying to get a date, but later that day, the scary briefcase guy shows up and he figures it out. This is a really entertaining episode for how simple the plot is. The jokes are timed really well in this one. 15. Fear of a Krabby Patty. Plankton opens the chum bucket for 23 hours, so Mr. Krabs has to one-up him and go for 24 hours. We've already seen this concept done with Graveyard Shift, but this time you actually see several weeks go by. After over a month, SpongeBob goes insane and only sees evil Krabby Patties, so he sees a psychiatrist, Dr. P. Langton. Plankton tries to get the formula out of him, but manages to get hit by a piano and put him to sleep, which is all that he needed. I definitely prefer the Graveyard Shift over this episode, but this one's still alright. I especially like the montage segment when the old guy just shows up out of nowhere, and the cell phone joke got a laugh out of me as well. 14. Born to be Wild. SpongeBob gets run over by a bunch of biker guys, and he thinks they're called the Wild Ones, which are apparently a super dangerous biker gang. SpongeBob and Patrick panic for a bit, but then decide to dress like them and be some bad boys. I'm not gonna lie, they got some drip with those outfits. Mr. Krabs plans for their arrival, and when they finally get here, they're actually just the Mild Ones, a bunch of old fish. This is a solid episode. The jokes are told well, and I love how SpongeBob rides the first bubble transition. Such a cool and meta idea. 13. Wishing You Well. SpongeBob makes a wishing well for Mr. Krabs so people will throw coins in, and SpongeBob is stuck down there collecting the money. People start throwing money in, and Patrick somehow swings himself into the well. Mr. Krabs comes by to collect the money and just leaves them down there, so they dig some more and hit the magic, and the wishes actually start coming true. Squidward falls down thanks to SpongeBob's wish, and when Mr. Krabs comes back, he doesn't believe the magic is real. That is until he turns himself into a real lobster that's about to be eaten. The scene with Squidward stuck in the well at night is the best. The elbow in Patrick's ribs joke is funny every single time. There's also a couple songs that are well done, and Mr. Krabs gets what he deserves at the end. 12. Best Frenemies. People are obsessed with drinking the new kelp shakes and is driving away sales from Mr. Krabs. Plankton's also upset about this since they're ruining the Krusty Krab instead of him. So they actually team up to figure out what's going on. The dynamic of Mr. Krabs and Plankton working together is nothing short of a treat to behold. They try to steal the formula a bunch of times and give up to just buy a shake instead. When Karen analyzes it, it's mostly just kelp juice with a secret ingredient that's never revealed. But it turns everyone's skin into green hair, so that's gotta suck. 11. Skill crane. Mr. Krabs doesn't pay his taxes? Big surprise! Anyway, he buys a skill crane and Squidward immediately gets addicted to it. He loses over and over while SpongeBob has no problem getting the stuffed animals. Squidward just isn't able to win and is even paid in coins by Mr. Krabs. The absolute gall that he has. So SpongeBob teaches him to be the crane, and in typical Squidward fashion, he acts like a jackass when he finally wins and also destroys a bunch of construction. Squidward is more over the top than usual than this one, and I kind of like that. This is a fun episode all around. 10. The Pink Purloiner. Exotic jellyfish are in town, and SpongeBob and Patrick are taking full advantage of that. It's honestly super cool to see a large variety of jellyfish. It's a nice spectacle compared to the usual pink we always see. SpongeBob uses All Reliable while Patrick's net breaks. The next day, All Reliable goes missing, so he goes searching for it. That's when SpongeBob starts getting suspicions that Patrick stole it, so he tries to get him to confess, and it turns out Patrick made him a new net. When the bus arrives, All Reliable was left there the whole time. Now, there's a funny animation error in this episode that I spotted. When SpongeBob opens the door into his house, the background shows another door. I guess that was never caught by anyone. I like this episode. It feels like all the characters' traits are back to the way they used to be in the older seasons. 9. Karate Island. While Gary is getting his shell waxed, the mailman arrives with a pretty suspicious VHS tape called You're a Winner. Totally not a scam, but SpongeBob plays it and it's a video saying he's worthy of going to Karate Island to become the king of karate. Sandy goes with since she can smell the sus, and SpongeBob arrives only to beat up a bunch of guys. When Sandy leaves after getting frustrated with SpongeBob, he gets chained to a chair. So she goes back to rescue him after passing the 4 floors of fear, only to discover that this was all to buy a timeshare. After that comes a surprisingly good fighting scene, and SpongeBob is saved. All the bosses of each floor are creative, and it's a pretty good episode all around. 8. Whale of a Birthday. Pearl is obsessed with the band Boys Who Cry, and Mr. Krabs forgot it's her 16th birthday, and she hasn't had the best birthdays in the past, so she really wants it to be special this time. Mr. Krabs gives SpongeBob a credit card, and he buys everything Pearl wants in the mall. When Pearl comes back to the Krusty Krab for the party, it's about as cheap as it can get, but SpongeBob's gifts arrive, which include a car and Boys Who Cry. Now, I'm not sure why the cashier questioned SpongeBob with the credit card. It's not like he's going through security at an airport. While this is a pretty good episode, it made me realize how lousy Pearl's friends are. They were gonna leave her party because it was cheap. That's all they cared about. Those piece of bitches. You can leave them, Pearl. You're better than them. Leave them. 7. Chimps Ahoy. SpongeBob orders a back scratcher and wants to show it to Sandy, but the chimps are coming and she needs some sort of invention for them. Again, Sandy went mega scientist this season, but hey, at least this time there's a reason. She affords living down there by making inventions, so that counts for something. Sandy ends up giving up, so SpongeBob and Patrick try to invent something for her. They create some sort of machine that's supposed to comb your hair and pick your nose and stuff, but the monkey gets tortured by the machine. Before they leave, Sandy's nutcracker can peel bananas, so they fund her for another 20 years. There's a lot of good jokes in here that I never caught on to before. SpongeBob being able to talk to a nut that says, "It's dark in here," and then he hears the screams as it's shredded up is hilarious. Dr. Professor Patrick has a great line where he tells SpongeBob, "You're the unpaid intern, you do the work." So just like real life. There's also a pretty good song number, and Patrick invents a parallel universe where SpongeBob is French, and that caught me off guard too. 6. Mrs. Puff, you're fired. The title says it all. A new boating school teacher takes over so SpongeBob can finally get his license. The new teacher is all business and treats everyone like they've just enrolled in the military. SpongeBob has to learn this course as thoroughly as possible, even by crawling. After a ton of practice, he takes his exam but can't be blindfolded, so he ends up destroying the city and taking Patrick's pants. If this episode tells us anything, it's that the modern education system is failing some of us. We're taught to memorize stuff instead of making the subject itself interesting. SpongeBob could complete this entire course blindfolded because of memorization, but it was a different story in the real world. This is a really great episode, and I love the instructor. He makes me motivated just watching him boss SpongeBob around. I also love how SpongeBob manages to make a rocket with a boat, and Patrick's so casually saying, "My pants," when he loses them. 5. Krabs vs. Plankton. Plankton sleeping on a mattress with no comforter or sheets is the most Plankton thing I've ever seen. He walks into the Krusty Krab, slips on a puddle, and pretends to be in a lot of pain to sue Mr. Krabs. A lawyer comes in to help Mr. Krabs, and he ends up slipping on a puddle, so SpongeBob takes his place. Plankton shares his sob story and convinces the jury that Mr. Krabs is guilty. That is until the briefcase gets open, revealing a Krabby Patty. And of course, Plankton can't help but try to steal it, because that'll definitely work out better in a courtroom compared to the Krusty Krab. Oh, genius over here. Mine main question, though, is how can Plankton even afford to sue anybody? It's besides the point, though. It's a really cool concept for an episode and is executed quite well. 4. Dunces and Dragons. No patchy parts, just a good old double-length SpongeBob episode. SpongeBob and Patrick go to medieval moments and volunteer to be in the joust. They somehow get sent to the actual medieval time period and are arrested for falling from the sky and end up in jail with Squidward. Or, sorry, Squidly. They must slay the big jellyfish being controlled by Planktonomore. After getting some weapons from the blacksmith, they sneakily get inside and climb the castle. Instead of catching the jellyfish, though, they feed it Krabby Patties and save the day. What an awesome episode this is. It's such a treat seeing everybody recreated in this time period. Mr. Krabs is the king, Gary is a leech, Sandy is a dark knight, Plankton is a wizard. It's so much fun. The action sequences are pretty good too. It's a really nice change of pace. Some of my favorite jokes include Patrick's gloves and Sandy turning into a real-life squirrel. 3. The Lost Mattress. Mr. Krabs is late for work because his back hurts, so SpongeBob and Patrick go to a mattress store to find him a new one. However, all of Mr. Krabs' money is in the old mattress and ends up in a cash coma. So the three sea critters head to the dump to find the mattress, and there's a guard worm on top of it. After many attempts at getting the mattress, Mr. Krabs shows up and just shakes the worm off of it. There's a lot of hilarious moments in this one. Patrick's 10, the hospital scenes, and Squidward's attempts at not getting hurt. I just love how Mr. Krabs goes from the hospital room to the hallways to outside and then gets kicked out. It's so goofy. And the dump scene is great too. The jokes are all timed really well. 2. Have you seen this snail? Oh great, Apache special. Except that it isn't? Yeah, he shows up for like 4 seconds and then the intro rolls. Okay, I don't know what the point of that was, but anyway, SpongeBob buys a paddle ball and forgets about feeding and paying attention to Gary, so he runs away after being ignored. After SpongeBob and Patrick look for him, Gary ends up with some grandma that feeds him silly. SpongeBob looks all night and goes to work depressed, so he and Patrick put up a ton of signs. As Patrick runs inside to get some scented pine cones, he says hi to Gary and completely brushes off the whole point of what he was doing. Eventually, Gary finds SpongeBob's signs, and as he tries to escape, he opens a closet of snail shells. Hosh. Hof. Gary books it away from her and returns to SpongeBob. This is one of the funniest SpongeBob episodes, and I'm surprised more people don't talk about it. So many of Patrick's lines just hit perfectly. He eats the sour milk to determine how long SpongeBob took the Dirty Bubble Challenge, office products falling from the sky, and this picture is crooked. And at the same time, you feel really bad for SpongeBob being a neglectful pet owner. The music piece for the montage is really soothing. It's such an amazing episode. I kind of forgot how much I liked it. 1. Krusty Towers. Mr. Krabs opens up a hotel, and SpongeBob and Squidward are the only employees. Patrick shows up to get a room and has a suitcase full of rocks. Sounds like something my brother would do. And he asks for a lot of absurd requests, so Squidward quits and gets room service to show Mr. Krabs what's up. His requests are somehow more obnoxious than Patrick's, like getting his mom's actual cookies as an example. A pool gets added to his room, and the hotel crashes in on itself. This is my favorite episode of the season. It's just so freaking funny, and it's such a great concept. The best part is SpongeBob saying they're out of cheese, and it cuts to Patrick's cheese-smothered room yelling, "Hooray!" Squidward really lives up to the hotel's slogan. It's so satisfying seeing Mr. Krabs get a taste of his own medicine. You know what? I gotta say it. Season 4, super underrated. It's definitely not as good as the first 3 seasons, but man, there are some seriously fantastic episodes in here. We did finally reach a handful of kinda bad episodes, so we're in that pot now, but overall, this season was still a lot of fun to watch. But now we move on to Season 5, and this is where things start to tip a little bit more. 41. Rise and Shine. I forgot that Nickelodeon tried out mini episodes for SpongeBob, and this one is just a waste of time. We watch Patrick get ready for his day. He forgets to turn off his alarm clock, then he's talking to his pillow. He can't remember how to open a can for breakfast. It's just beyond stupid. This is such a nothing episode. None of the jokes land, and it just comes off as desperately trying to make Patrick a dummy without any thought or reason. 40. Pat No Pay. Patrick has Krabby Patty withdrawal, so he eats an assload of patties but lies about having money. So Mr. Krabs puts him to work and starts eating the hand soap, destroys the refrigerator, blows up the Krusty Krab, and shreds Mr. Krabs' money. This is another 4 minutes of time wasted. I softly chuckled a couple times here, but there's no substance with this one either. 39. Picture Day. SpongeBob tries to stay clean for Picture Day, but no matter what he does, he keeps getting dirty on the way to boating school. Patrick eventually brings him in a jar, dumps SpongeBob on a taco, so he starts crying for the rest of the episode. The photographer cleans him up and puts a big old pair of dentures in his mouth. This is another mini episode, and it's okay, I guess. I just feel bad for SpongeBob the whole time. He can't seem to catch a break. And then Patrick getting mad at him for being in the jelly jar? Like, come on, man. 38. Waiting. SpongeBob discovers a free prize offer from a cereal box. After buying 99 box tops, he just waits for quite a while. For whatever reason, SpongeBob feels like he needs to physically be at the mailbox and ends up turning into a jerk for a little bit. As if the mailman wouldn't put his toy in the mailbox without him there. Huh, what a concept that would be. But in all fairness, he did need to get a signature, so one small point to you, SpongeBob. It turns out the toy is just some leafy thingy guy, and SpongeBob and Patrick think they broke it, but actually its limbs are supposed to pop in and out. Waiting is a pretty meh episode. The only part I liked was when Patrick arrived with SpongeBob's cake, trying to find the fork, only to realize that was the gift the entire time. Otherwise, I was waiting for it to end. 37. 20,000 Patties Under the Sea. This episode makes me irrationally annoyed because of how inconsistent it is. SpongeBob and Patrick are jellyfishing, but they're scared of the jellyfish. That has never happened before, unless the jellyfish is, trying to sting them, which wasn't happening at all. Then they find this UFO and end up door dashing a bunch of Krabby Patties, but SpongeBob can't drive, remember? So why is he able to handle this so easily? They could have had Squidward drive while SpongeBob handled the cooking, but I digress. Plankton is jealous of this and tries to do the same thing with a floating fist, but just gets pummeled with rocks and eaten at the end. Oh yeah, they fall down an abyss and serve a sea monster a bunch of food. In the ending, God, the ending. Sponge and Patrick come back with none of the money because the ship was too heavy with colorful rocks. Look, there's nothing wrong with slightly altering what's considered logical in a show, but when its established logic is tampered with way too much, that by the end of this, I felt nothing at all. 36. Sing a Song of Patrick. Patrick wants to send a poem into a radio station to become famous. After turning on his brain and stealing SpongeBob's money, the band is forced to play it and it literally kills them. The song is pretty awful. It's kind of funny the first time, but it gets old quickly. But SpongeBob loves it, of course, so they go to the radio station and blast it so everyone in Bikini Bottom has to hear it. They end up getting chased by a mob and make up a new song that everyone likes. It's like the quality of the music doesn't even matter. The only joke here is song bad, but now song good because we need falling action in plot. This episode's just flat out stupid. 35. Goo Goo Gas. I think I lost brain cells watching this one. Plankton comes up with a pretty good idea. Turn everyone into babies and steal the formula. You would think that would work no problem. In fact, it does work at first. However, he changed them from adult to baby for seemingly no reason, and then ran out of his gas. But then, the gas makes them old out of nowhere? So what does Plankton do in this circumstance? Well, obviously buy baby powder for his gas, and then he tries for the third time and turns everyone into babies. But as he's running out with the formula, SpongeBob breaks the gas machine and Plankton is turned into the size of an atom. Okay, first things first. The mom telling her baby she can't do anything for herself is so dark yet so funny at the same time. But besides that, I just don't get it. Why didn't Plankton get the formula when he had them both as babies from the beginning? He really is 1% evil and 99% hot gas. I can't believe even Plankton's character has been dumbed down to the likes of Patrick. This is another dumb episode. I don't care much for it. 34. To Love a Patty. SpongeBob falls in love with a Krabby Patty. No, seriously, that's the plot. He takes it out to a theme park, goes adventuring, and even on to a date to the Krusty Krab. As you can imagine, the Krabby Patty gets nastier and nastier as the day goes on, and Mr. Krabs has to tell him that patties are meant to be loved and eaten. So SpongeBob eats the nasty thing, which is just, ugh. Look, SpongeBob, just get a body pill like everyone else, alright? He even ditches hanging out with Patrick and Sandy for this patty. This episode has a few funny moments, but most of it just kind of exists. Not even the song number was that great. I mean, it sounds okay, but it's not all that catchy. And SpongeBob's voice with a rock tune doesn't flow very well. 33. Spongehenge. Wow, what a bizarre episode this was! Bikini Bottom gets super windy, and SpongeBob discovers that his holes produce music that jellyfish really like. The only issue is the wind never goes away, so SpongeBob ends up hiding in a cave and makes a bunch of statues of him. He lines them up in a circle and manages to produce a wonderful tune with them. The only problem is that it took so long to build that everyone abandoned the Krusty Krab when he got back. Not sure why it had to end on such a sour note, but alright then. But 3,000 years later, aliens discover the statues and have no idea why they were built. This whole scenario really reminds me of To Save a Squirrel from this season, since SpongeBob goes completely nuts out in the middle of nowhere. I left watching this feeling bad that SpongeBob didn't have a happy ending, even after accomplishing something strangely impressive. 32. The Donut of Shame. Patrick wakes up in SpongeBob's house and takes SpongeBob's donut when he's asleep. He takes it home and starts to feel guilty about his theft. That's when SpongeBob calls, saying he videotaped their party last night, so he tries to hide the donut, only to discover it was his birthday present the whole time. There's a few jokes in here that made me chuckle, but it's an episode I'll probably forget happened after a couple days. At least Patrick felt bad about what he did, but there's just not much to this one. 31. Atlantis SquarePants. I've always heard people badmouth this episode, and while I've seen it a couple times, I remember literally none of it. So this is another Patchy special, but it's like quadruple the length. This thing is like 40 minutes long, which is kind of insane, but also completely unnecessary. This could have easily been a solid 20-minute episode, but no. Instead, it's filled to the brim with filler for no reason besides filling more ad slots. The Patchy segments are insanely long this time too. We watch him sit in traffic, get lost in a desert, hallucinating this uncanny and terrifying version of SpongeBob, giving a bird a sandwich because there's mayo on it, and at the end he finds his hometown shrunk down and aliens have to fix it. Why is any of this included? Okay, I get it. Patchy lost his city or whatever, but it adds nothing of value and it never seems to end. This driver sitting on the road is my exact reaction to Atlantis SquarePants. As for the cartoon, SpongeBob and Patrick discover half of an amulet. This amulet leads SpongeBob and his friends to Atlantis. The bus that they're on doesn't run on gas because it finds fossil fuels to be counterintuitive. Huh, this episode aired 15 years ago, and now we're at a point of no return. Ooh, fun. So how does the bus move? By song, of course. Which you might think, wow, more song numbers. And normally that would be great, but these songs do not hit like they used to. It's pretty much just the same normal dialogue they would have said anyway, but it's timed with music very awkwardly. And there's so many of them. It really dampens this episode a lot. They sing before arriving, when they're leaving, at every key location in Atlantis. Just like the Patchy segments, it's never ending. I will give credit where credit is due, because a lot of the locations use really distinct art styles. Mr. Krabs, Squidward, and Sandy's favorite rooms go all out, and it's fun to see what styles they came up with. And I really appreciate the Mario 64 reference when Squidward's thrown into the painting too, but man, the songs get tiring very quickly. But back to the plot, SpongeBob and Patrick find the oldest bubble, and Patrick takes a picture which pops it. The Atlanteans are mad until they decide to replace the bubble with plankton instead. It was pretty entertaining to see Sandy use everyone as weapons, but that's really about it. This episode has tons of great ideas, and instead of trimming out the not-so-great ones, they left all of them in. 30. To Save a Squirrel. It's definitely no campfire episode, that's for sure. SpongeBob and Patrick cry over a grasshopper for 2 minutes. I don't really know why this scene had to last that long, but okay then. Sandy's going on a hardcore survival trip, and Sponge and Patrick sneak in with her, but end up falling out of her car. They did have food, shelter, and water, but ended up destroying it, of course. So they found a cave with a crazy guy in it, and got so hungry that they tried to eat each other. But lo and behold, the old guy was just Sandy testing them. I don't know, man. The fact that it was Sandy the whole time just makes her an asshole. She had a car and could have taken them home, but instead she starved her friends to insanity. I mean, I guess that kind of explains where the carrots, ketchup, and massive pieces of bread came from, because at first that really broke the illusion that they were actually starving. Look, To Save a Squirrel is an okay episode, not more than that. 29. Le Big Switch. When the title says switch, it means switching cooks. SpongeBob works at some fancy restaurant, while a French chef works at the Krusty Krab. This new chef has a sultry attitude and runs the Krusty Krab out of business for all the expensive stuff Krabs was forced to buy. Meanwhile, SpongeBob is still making Krabby Patties and everyone loves them. But as time passes, the cooks switch and things are back to normal. Although the Krusty Krab doesn't have tables anymore because Krabs is really that cheap. This is a very mean-spirited one. Krabs celebrate celebrates SpongeBob leaving and even tries to sell Squidward just so he can stay afloat. That's just messed up, and Krabs still comes out on top at the end anyway. I do like the fancy fish characters, but that's not enough to save this episode. 28. The Krusty Sponge. A food critic visits the Krusty Krab and leaves a very positive review for SpongeBob's cooking. So Mr. Krabs changes the name of the restaurant to The Krusty Sponge, and SpongeBob no longer needs to grill. He's instead selling his brand doing stupid shit he doesn't care about. Let's just say that Krabs goes a bit too far with the SpongeBob stuff. There's ice cubes, straws, napkins, and even rotten patties that turned yellow and made everyone sick. Krabs ends up getting sued, and only gets away with it because the judge is a fan of SpongeBob. This episode is fine, I do quite like the concept, but it wasn't all that funny. Now, SpongeBob doesn't have to be a funny show, but humor really enhances it a lot. And honestly, I just felt bad for Squidward the whole time, like usual. 27. Whatever happened to SpongeBob? That's a great question, because man has this show changed a lot in such a short time period. This one starts by putting SpongeBob in the worst light possible. He helps a mailman get struck by a truck, Squidward has a nightmare, Mr. Krabs docks his pay, ruins Patrick's cake and Sandy's robot, and Gary's f***ing shell breaks from a hug. So SpongeBob decides to cry and run away, and as he's doing that, he hits his head and forgets everything. He ends up in a city, gets rid of a gang, and becomes mayor. Meanwhile, everyone is trying to find him, even Squidward, as he's incentivized by some fancy egg thing. When they bring SpongeBob back, he still doesn't remember anything and decides to go back to the city. That is until Squidward drops his new egg on SpongeBob's head and his memory is brought back. I'm really conflicted on how I feel, because there's a lot I like and dislike. For one, it's nice to see everybody be sympathetic and realize their mistakes, and the bubble scenes with the gang are fun to watch as well. But at the same time, this is another episode that didn't need to be 20 minutes long. And don't even get me started on this image of SpongeBob. This is taking the realism gag way too far. If I gotta see it, you do too. 26. A Flea in Her Dome. SpongeBob and Patrick start by crying for over a minute. Oh, we're off to a great start. They just miss Sandy and decide to throw her a welcome home party. She comes back with a flea, and that flea multiplies like crazy and takes over the tree dome. So Sandy decides to flood the tree dome with water, and somehow everyone gets sucked in from this. Huh? Why is the suction so powerful now compared to the other times this door opens? I don't mind this episode. There are some pretty cool sequences of the fleas attacking, but that's really all there is. I did also like Patrick's line of, "This is gonna taste so good again." Yep, again. 25. Band in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob is once again being painfully annoying singing about Krabby Patties. Man, I'm getting tired of this and I'm not even halfway through all these episodes. Some old ladies show up and are a part of an organization that bans things that are fun. That makes sense, so she bans Krabby Patties and they're sold in SpongeBob's house in secret. Plankton calls the cops on them, and as they're getting arrested, a Krabby Patty slips into the old lady's mouth and she changes her mind. While the fact that Krabby Patties could even get banned is incredibly stupid, it's still a concept that draws an interesting parallel to when alcohol was illegal over a century ago. 24. The Krusty Plate. There's a piece of dirt on a plate that simply will not come off. SpongeBob smacks it with a baseball bat, a chainsaw, and even brings in a damn tank. But no matter what, the spot will not come off. So SpongeBob brings out the bad boy, the Spot Master 6000. With this weapon, he somehow distorts the molecules in the sea. And look, he may have destroyed the Krusty Krab, but at least he cleaned the spot. It's another short episode, but I kinda like this one. The laser that SpongeBob uses is admittedly pretty cool. I'd love to see something like that in a SpongeBob FPS game or something. 23. Stanley S. SquarePants. SpongeBob gets a package that contains his cousin Stanley. Why is he randomly here? Well, his Uncle Sherm forced Stanley to live with SpongeBob because he's that much of a nuisance. I'm getting a bad vibe from you, Sherm. I much prefer Uncle Captain Blue. But anyway, Stanley struggles to find something that he's able to do well. He can't even do nothing with Patrick. After getting a job at the Krusty Krab and making tons of mistakes, he ends up working at the Chum Bucket and proceeds to blow it up. If you ask me, Stanley should be in the military. The dude can touch things and they just explode. That would be useful, wouldn't it? This episode isn't all that funny, but I do love SpongeBob saying, "There's nothing good on TV anyway," since we all know that's the truth. 22. Slimy dancing. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward all try out for a dance competition. As you'd expect, Squidward doesn't make it, but SpongeBob and Patrick do, so Squidward ends up inside SpongeBob's body to help him win the whole thing. His normal routine is seen as lame. That is until his legs cramp up and suddenly everyone loves it and he wins. But he's disqualified for cheating, and it turns out everyone cheated except for Patrick, who was doing the cramp for his dance move. We've seen episodes with this same kind of plot lots of times now, so there's nothing new here. I do love Squidward's "art is suffering" line because damn is that the truth. And it was odd to see an epilogue scene after the episode was over. It was just some kid doing the cramp. This one is fine, just kind of forgettable. 21. Money talks. Mr. Krabs wishes he could talk to money, so he makes a deal with the Flying Dutchman and gets his wish. However, all the money wants is to be spent, so he actually spends some of the money, but ends up asking to take back the deal he made. The Dutchman ignores this and tries to take his soul, but gets an IOU since he already sold his soul. There is a really funny irony that Mr. Krabs already sold his soul, being a greedy bastard and all. While there's some good jokes in this one, it really goes to show just how evil Mr. Krabs has gotten over the seasons. Kicking out an old couple because some jackass paid $5 for his favorite table? That's pretty disheartening if you ask me. 20. Friend or foe. We've got ourselves another double patty special. This time, Patchy's flipping burgers and making his own patties. Is it just me, or do the live-action skits seem kind of low energy? Anyway, he sucks at cooking while Potty becomes an assistant manager, and Patchy's burgers are bad because he puts meat in a boot and feeds the mice? The f is going on here? Patchy gets fired and a monkey replaces him who is just as incompetent. The humor feels very forced, even more so than usual. As for the actual episode, it's basically the origin story of why Mr. Krabs and Plankton became rivals. It's very touching to watch them grow up as friends, and once they started selling burgers together, that's when they drifted apart. It's all because they killed Old Man Jenkins from their first attempt at a burger, which, by the way, nothing happened to them for killing him. Just want to point that out. It's complete dumb luck Mr. Krabs even has a secret formula, since a bunch of random ingredients fell into his patties by accident. This episode has its flaws, but it's pretty cool to get some sort of lore for how it all began. 19. Pest of the West. It's another Patchy special where he shows up for 3 seconds and never again. I guess Nickelodeon wanted to further establish when SpongeBob specials were actually specials, so they throw him in there for that reason alone. This is actually a pretty interesting episode, as it talks about SpongeBob's past. Everyone in Bikini Bottom has some sort of famous relative, but SpongeBob never realized that he has SpongeBuck. SpongeBuck rolled into Bikini Bottom hundreds of years ago, before it was even called that. Everybody is here and plays the same kind of characters. There's an old school Patrick, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, Mrs. Puff, and even Plankton, who's the main villain who goes by Deadeye. Deadeye robs the town with his whip, and everyone is scared of him until SpongeBuck ends up as the sheriff. So what does SpongeBuck do to save the day? He steps on Deadeye. Yep, that's it. He just steps on him. His concept probably didn't need to be 20 minutes long, but at least there's a lot of gags in this one. SpongeBuck getting tipsy from milk, the coffin horse, the Fry Cook Wanted ad, which specifies low pay and no benefits. And can we talk about SpongeBob and Plankton's cheeks? I mean, damn, they are cheeked the f up. Woo! Also, it turns out that this statue covered in poop was SpongeBob the entire time. And I love SpongeBob's line at the end. He simply says, maybe one day people will know the name SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, you're such a flexer. Now, like I said, this episode didn't need to be 20 minutes, and there's even a couple song numbers, which, again, aren't very good. They're just not catchy, and the lyrics are so dumbed down. 18. Fungus Among Us. Heh sus. So, this ick gets into SpongeBob's house that Gary is told not to eat, but it starts to spread. And I mean spread everywhere. Everyone in the Krusty Krab ends up with this stuff. That is until Gary shows up and eats all the ick off of everybody. I'm not sure why Gary has such an insatiable appetite in this episode, but it works pretty well. It can definitely be a tad gross too, especially when SpongeBob gets back to work and there's green ooze squirting out of his body. That's just not pleasant to look at, but I really like the idea. The episode isn't half bad. 17. The Inmates of Summer. SpongeBob is going to summer camp, Camp Sun and Fun for the summer, except for the part where he misses the boat and gets on board with inmates instead. Sponge and Patrick make a bunch of remarks to the warden, completely oblivious of where they are, of course, and get stuck in a chum hole, eat a tire, and break rocks with an axe. So SpongeBob writes a script for a play with a boat in it, and the inmates end up trying to escape, but the boat crashes after a few seconds. That's when the summer camp counselor arrives, and everyone ends up doing activities that would have been at summer camp. It's an interesting idea for an episode, and I like how over the top the warden is. 16. Good old what's-his-name. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob and Squidward to learn everyone's name so he'll make more money. Squidward declines, of course, but Krabs offers them a tropical getaway. And I think you can guess where this is going. Squidward learns everyone's name, but there's a purple fish that's a bit stubborn. So Squid steals the guy's wallet, and his name really is What's It To Ya. So Squid goes to jail, but he wins that getaway, right? Yeah! The brochure! He won the brochure with the picture of the getaway on it. And to make matters worse, he's stuck in jail with Patrick. I would feel bad that he's stuck in jail, but the man went way too far trying to discover someone's name. He even got sweat all over Susie's burger, and that cannot be forgiven. I'm sorry, Susie. 15. Blackened Sponge. SpongeBob has a dream about Jack and Crazy Fish, and when he wakes up, he gives himself a black eye by opening toothpaste with a wrench. And as you'd expect, SpongeBob makes up a bunch of stories about him getting in a fight. But the fish he was dreaming about is actually real, and after SpongeBob admits what happened, he just wanted a Krabby Patty. Something about SpongeBob being so full of himself is so funny. The guy is such a ditz that you can't take him seriously. It reminds me a lot of when he was famous for being in the commercial for 2 seconds. 14. New digs. SpongeBob is 1 minute late to work, so he decides to live there so he won't be late again. Mr. Krabs only allows it since SpongeBob is paying rent, but things get a little out of hand. SpongeBob showers in the dishwasher, the mustard isn't Gary, his clothes are dried in front of the customers, and his parents visit and stay in Mr. Krabs' office. So SpongeBob is kicked out and Squidward moves in the next day. A lot of people live where they work, and I still do that technically. But back in the day, my computer used to be 5 feet from my bed and that's all I had, which was fine, but having 2 different spaces is very important to staying sane. This is a good episode with some solid jokes thrown in there. 13. Blackjack. SpongeBob has a cousin named Blackjack and is threatening his parents' life. That's a dark way to start SpongeBob, but okay, I guess we're going in with this. SpongeBob tries to find his parents, and after running to his grandma's place and even Uncle Captain Blue, it turns out they were just preparing a welcome back party for him leaving jail. SpongeBob was pretty scared to see him again, but in the end he's just a tiny little shrimp. While it's a really funny twist, it doesn't at all explain why SpongeBob had a fear of him for the entire episode. I don't care that much, because it's really cool to see more of SpongeBob's family. Uncle Captain Blue is pretty awesome. I mean, just look at this wholesome sponge. The only mystery for this episode is the sponge in this photo. It's not SpongeBob because he has a weird looking hat on, so who is this in the line of the SpongeBob family? 12. Boat Smarts. Mrs. Puff makes a training video about boating school. Clearly, they're trying to replicate the Krusty Krab training video from season 3. They have the goofy anagram, explaining each aspect of the job specifically, you name it. While I did enjoy this episode, especially the crash dummy shot, it doesn't work quite as well. That's simply because SpongeBob, already being a bad driver, doesn't have as strong of intentions. We already know he fails to learn driving, but there's also a lot of moments where he's being stupid just because he's supposed to be and for no other reason. With Squidward in the training video, it comes off as a lot more natural. 11. The Battle of Bikini Bottom. A bunch of fish are reenacting a war from Bikini Bottom, and somehow Sponge and Patrick get into a fight about being clean versus being dirty. So for the entire episode, they clash it out until Patrick ends up clean and SpongeBob ends up dirty. And you know what? This one is actually pretty great, because the visual gags and jokes work really well. There's so many different shots that surprise me. I mean, Patrick's armpit hair coming to life to grab SpongeBob is just so out there. And then Patrick takes off his hand to reveal a human hand was so jarring and goofy. I have no idea what the consensus is on this episode, but I honestly liked it for how simple the idea is. 10. The Two Faces of Squidward. The infamous Handsome Squidward episode. I forgot what happened, and boy was I not a fan of the beginning since it was just SpongeBob and Patrick being extra annoying. But the moment happens. SpongeBob breaks Squidward's face by accident, and the doctor manages to fix it and make him look like a Chad. Just look how powerful that chin is. But seriously, I can't understate how obnoxious SpongeBob is for seemingly no reason. Even the doctor was getting fed up. But anyway, people love Squidward's new look. A little bit too much to say the least. It got to the point where he couldn't take a bath in private, so SpongeBob smashed his face with the door some more, only to make him even more handsome. That is until a shoe falls from the sky and Squidward is pushed into a pool to bring him back to normal. Squidward learned the harsh reality of being well known. It's not all it's caught up to be. The amount of privacy you get is so minuscule. You'll never know if a stranger recognizes you at any public place you go to, and it sits in the back of your mind constantly. 9. Mermaid Man vs. Spongebob. It's basically Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 7. There's a new Krusty Kid meal, the Krusty Krab, being promoted by the heroes, so Plankton decides to do the same tactic but by tearing crabs down. He hypnotizes the duo with shampoo and gets Mermaid Man to say the chum bucket is better. I can't deny that this is one of Plankton's better ideas. However, the power of Krabby Patties and fiber frees them from being hypnotized, and Plankton loses out once again. I don't understand how a Krabby Patty can free someone from mind control, but I shouldn't be questioning these kinds of things to begin with. This is a fun one, and we get a dose of Fry Boy, which is pretty dripping if I do say so myself. 8. Bucket Sweet Bucket. Plankton is told by Karen to clean up the chum bucket, so he fools SpongeBob and Patrick to do it instead. Squidward also gets involved, and while they're distracted, Plankton tries to steal the formula. When he gets in the safe, the formula is just a grocery list, which leads to the entire Krusty Krab being moved to where the chum bucket used to be. Mr. Krabs gets back from his vacation, and the fucking Chad pushes the Krusty Krab and flips it in the air back to where it was. The restaurant looks a lot fancier too, since Squidward took parts of the chum bucket to make a bunch of new sculptures and decorations. It's so funny how SpongeBob's initial reaction to fix Plankton's rusty pipes was to take the Krusty Krabs instead of going to like a Lowe's or something. This is a really solid episode. 7. Nightlight. Well, this is a particularly goofy one. SpongeBob reads a scary story to himself and gets scared of the dark, so he buys a ton of lights for his house. Him and Patrick even get the lighthouse light, which for some reason Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy see, which calls them to the scene. And out of nowhere, a monster moth attacks, but SpongeBob traps him in the lighthouse, but he picks up the whole pineapple and flies away. It's such a nonsensical episode, but honestly, it's still a fun time. I love Patrick running at the sun at the end and catching on fire, and SpongeBob putting 2 flashlights in his eyes. It's so over the top. 6. Spy Buddies. Well, this episode is a plot twist and a half. Sponge and Patrick are sent out to spy on Plankton because he hasn't attempted to steal the formula in quite a while. After stealing gadgets from Sandy, they snoop around and end up eating at the chum bucket. But Patrick's laser pants destroys it, and the Krusty Krab is also destroyed from a massive balloon. At this point, it's a pretty fun episode, but it just gets better. It turns out that Plankton was Mr. Krabs, and Mr. Krabs was Plankton the whole time. They made a bet that Krabs could beat Plankton at his own game, and he, kind of did. But then, Patrick is Squidward. Squidward is Squidward. Squidward is Sandy, and it just keeps on going. It's so ridiculous. I love how obnoxiously far the gag ends up going. 5. SpongeBob vs. the Patty Gadget. This is quite a unique episode, and it's entirely narrated by Patchy and all the lines rhyme with each other. Squidward buys a Patty Gadget to try to fire SpongeBob, but he's still better than the machine. It's a very short but surprisingly fun one to watch. I was completely caught off guard seeing King Neptune again too. And the whole, "I'll accept Patrick, who had to go pee" line. SpongeBob is one of the few shows that can get away with silly lines like that, and it still fits into the show well. 4. Breath of Fresh Squidward. Squidward is once again fed up with SpongeBob and Patrick's shenanigans. This time he discovers they've been sneaking into his house every night for years. Normally I'd find this creepy, but when SpongeBob whipped out the memory book, I couldn't help but laugh at all the holidays they spent with him without him knowing. So Squidward sets up an electric fence and gets himself electrocuted by accident, and the shock makes him super happy. In fact, he gets a little too happy, and let's just say that SpongeBob gets a taste of his own medicine. He becomes a better fry cook at the Krusty Krab, gets to be Employee of the Month, and everyone loves him. SpongeBob gets upset and kicks him out of his own party, so Squidward goes back to his house and gets electrocuted again. Wait, who turned the fence back on anyway? Regardless, everyone gets zapped and becomes a grumpy gill. It's so weird to see Squidward be so happy, and it really is satisfying watching SpongeBob go through the motions of getting annoyed and angry as Squidward for the same things he's done to him. 3. Roller Cowards. There's a new ride at Glove World, but Sponge and Patrick are too afraid to admit to each other that they're scared to ride it. And you know, I don't blame them. The fiery fist of pain goes above the seawater, for crying out loud. That's pretty damn intense. They end up going on at the last minute, but the ride breaks down. That's when they admit to each other that they're both scared, but the ride works again and they just have to endure it. This is a very touching episode. Sponge and Patrick were only trying to do what was right for each other. Although it is a bit weird that they're scared of roller coasters considering the previous Glove World episodes established that they love them. Also, can I just point out that Larry randomly shows up and asks them to smell his adrenaline? Now that is living like Larry, but we'll get to that quote later on. 2. Crabs a la mode. The Krusty Krab is kept to a cool 62 degrees, and Squidward turns it up only to get yelled at. Plankton notices and freezes the Krusty Krab overnight. The next day, Krabs takes notice and turns his restaurant into an ice rink. Honestly, you gotta give him props for thinking on his feet. That is what you call working with what you got. Plankton tries to steal the patty anyway while everyone is ice skating, and ends up revealing that he messed with the thermostat. So he turns everything from hot to cold over and over until slipping up, and the Krusty Krab uses the warm swimming pool gimmick. I forgot how funny this episode was. It is one of the best in this season. Squidward ice skating to his heart's content, getting his ass smacked with a spatula, Patrick getting his tongue stuck to everything. I kind of want to eat at a restaurant with one of these gimmicks now. Looks pretty cool. 1. The original fry cook. Jim, the OG cook, pays a visit to the Krusty Krab. He's beloved by everyone, except SpongeBob, who gets a little jealous. Jim tries to teach SpongeBob to make better patties, and he just isn't able to perfect them, so he feels like he needs to quit. But Jim will never come back because Krabs wouldn't give him a raise, so he went off on his own to be more successful. It's super interesting to watch Jim and Squidward interact in the flashback. Jim is the kind of guy that actually pushes his dreams forward and takes risks to succeed, while Squidward waits for it to happen. Hence why he's still working at the Krusty Krab. While it's always a risky move to start your own business, when you find your talent and passion, it might not be a bad idea to just go for it. My favorite quote by far is Squidward saying, "Well, hurry up, I gotta cry too." This was a surprisingly good episode. It's one that more people should praise. Well, we finally reached the awful episodes. Not everyone is bad in this season, it's very hit and miss, but the awful ones really do get quite awful. The characters here really start to get a lot more one-dimensional and mean-spirited, and this only gets worse as we get into season 6, so let's just get started on it, shall we? 47. Slide Whistle Stooges. Do you like listening to slide whistles for 11 minutes straight? You're in luck, because that's what you get with this one, fellas. SpongeBob and Patrick get slide whistles and use them non-stop. They're straight up being obnoxious on purpose. They clearly realize what they're doing and are having a blast trolling Squidward. I hate this era of SpongeBob. I mean, they're literally chasing him around town. Squidward needs a goddamn restraining order. When Squid takes their slide whistles, though, they love it and convince him he has an ear for music. Shockingly, Squidward believes this and continues to play for them. With a heavy heart, I hate to share that Squid fell into their trap and turned into an asshole too. He goes around town terrorizing everybody for no reason, and ends up stealing a gasoline truck that's driven off a cliff, which forces him to breathe through a slide whistle in the end. In conclusion, everybody's just a jerk to each other, and there's nothing else left. 46. Boating Buddies. Dear God, I didn't think a boating episode could get this bad. SpongeBob hears Squidward breathing, so Squid gets in his car to get away from SpongeBob. Also, I just wanted to point out this animation error with SpongeBob's belt not being colored in. It lasts for like 3 seconds, so I'm surprised I didn't spot that. But anyway, Squid runs a stop sign and he's caught, so he's got to complete boating school to get the ticket off his record. This shot of Squidward crying is how I'm feeling about this. It's become painful to watch SpongeBob terrorize his life. Look at him breathing heavily when Squidward is about to speak. How did we derive so far from SpongeBob having any decency? It's not funny at all. I just want to punch SpongeBob square in the face. Squidward illustrates what happened to the class, and Mrs. Puff wants to know SpongeBob's side of the story. Why does that matter at all? But this is a boating episode, which means SpongeBob has to drive badly. And this time he goes through a couple stores and somehow shrinks himself and almost gets eaten off a potato chip, and they randomly shrink back to normal size at randomly inconvenient locations. Random is funny though, I guess. I mean, that's technically true in today's age, but that doesn't work with this show. By the end, Squidward can't write down his answers on the boating exam because of all his injuries, and is forced to retake the test next week. This was a painful one to sit through. I'm usually pretty good at turning my brain off when watching stuff to just get a general vibe, but that didn't work for this one. 45. Squid's Visit. If SpongeBob were a horror-themed show, this is the episode to exemplify that. SpongeBob wants Squidward to visit him. This is literally all that happens for the first 4 to 5 minutes. Since he says no, SpongeBob decides to do some house improvements, which is replicating what Squidward's house looks like. He ends up taking his vacuum cleaner, and Squidward heads over to get it back. However, Squid leaves a casserole in the oven, and I'm sure you can see where this is going. We watch Squidward freak out over how perfectly SpongeBob replicates his house. He slips on cream and passes out with his head in the toilet, and when he finally gets his vacuum cleaner, his house is burned down. So SpongeBob suggests he can stay at his place, which leads to a complete breakdown of Squidward, where he has dinner with his vacuum cleaner. At the very least, the ending is okay with SpongeBob and Squidward swapping houses, but it really can't be understated how tone-deaf SpongeBob is, and they aren't even attempting jokes here. It's just SpongeBob creepily breathing into the phone and torturing the poor cephalopod. 44. The Splinter. Oh boy, here we go. This one was coming to us sooner or later. SpongeBob gets his spatula stuck in the ceiling and ends up landing on the ground with a splinter. He's not able to get it out, and Squidward threatens to tell Krabs so he'll get out of work early. So SpongeBob does what makes the most sense and calls up Patrick, who proceeds to hammer the splinter deeper and dump garbage all over it. Like, why does the imagery have to be so gruesome? I've watched my fair share of gore and gross stuff over the years, but it's the fact that the wholesome nature of SpongeBob is doing this makes me very uncomfortable. Mr. Krabs ends up ripping out the splinter, but also gets drenched in garbage pus, which is just disgusting. If they made this one less gross, it would have been okay. There's a few decent jokes thrown in here. I especially like Squidward's note calling SpongeBob an idiot, but Patrick having no brain and everyone being so mean makes this a pretty awful one. 43. Cephalopod Lodge. This is one of the few episodes I remember watching several years ago because of how painful it was to watch. Squidward is super excited about something, and SpongeBob and Patrick want to find out what that is. It turns out Squidward was going to a special lodge that only cephalopods can attend. It kinda looks like a cult if you ask me, but at least Squidward has something to cherish. But of course, SpongeBob and Patrick manage to get inside with no explanation how, and because of this, he's kicked out of the lodge and we're only 4 minutes in. Sponge and Patrick try to explain the misunderstanding, but just make it even worse. So they make up their own club, and Squidward just wants to be left alone. He answers his door later on and is kidnapped to go to Jellyfish Fields to be initiated, which involves getting stung by a jellyfish on the tongue. Yep, I'm pretty sure Sponge and Patrick are actual psychopaths. The next day, he's fooled to believe he's back in the lodge, but the box is just a chicken outfit. SpongeBob and Patrick decide to fool everyone in the lodge that there's an albino eel so Squidward can save the day, but the morons completely forgot that they're supposed to be disguised. It's not quite as bad as I remember, but man, it was still just a disaster. Squidward just can't catch a break and gets punched down relentlessly. 42. To SquarePants or not to SquarePants? Ah yes, stock footage of storms because SpongeBob changed his pants. Also, Patrick doesn't remember SpongeBob's name now. You know, why not just make him forget how to speak entirely if you're gonna make him this freaking stupid? Anyway, Patrick wants to make noises on the phone for so long that SpongeBob's laundry shrinks his pants down to a minuscule size, so he buys some round pants, and Patrick and Sandy don't recognize him. Have we really fallen this far? He thinks he has to start all over by applying to the Krusty Krab, and he starts to believe he isn't actually the same person. After a while, it did start to get kind of funny watching SpongeBob insult customers and chuck food at them, just for the sheer absurdity of it all. But Krabs tells him to take off his pants and he's back to normal, I guess. This one was a slog to sit through, but at least it had a few funny moments. 41. Professor Squidward. Squilliam is praised for existing, while Squidward watches in fury. Some lady offers Squilliam a chance to teach music, and Squidward somehow manages to get away with pretending to be him. And he doesn't have the greatest start. He gets mad at a classmate, Billy, for asking him to write his name on the board. I don't know why you're upset about that. I guess Squidward does Squidward things. But wait, SpongeBob and Patrick randomly show up to ruin his moment? No way! I never saw that coming! And as usual, they're obnoxious little heads that ruin everything. They accidentally say Squidward's real name and the other students catch them. To be fair, Squidward did kind of deserve it this time, but it still feels bad. It's just another lame episode. 40. Plankton's regular. Why the did the first 10 seconds feature Plankton ripping his skin off? I did not need to see that. And this happens to SpongeBob later? Oh, come on. A customer came in to order a chum stick, and he actually liked what he ate. Is it just me, or do they actually look kind of tasty in this episode? He's just enjoying it so much, it makes me want to try one as well. But yeah, Plankton finds a customer that keeps coming back. He even tells Mr. Krabs about this guy, which seems silly, but I guess if he wants to rub it in, he can. He shouldn't have said anything, because Sponge and Mr. Krabs tried over and over again to convince him to eat Krabby Patties instead. Now, look, I get that they're both in business, but give Plankton a break. This is the first time he's ever had a loyal customer. Just let him have this small moment. Oh, but no. Krabs decides to steal Plankton's formula instead, but plot twist, Karen paid someone to eat the food the entire time. I actually didn't see that coming, but wow, that is seriously messed up. I think it might be time for Plankton to turn off Karen and get rid of her, because seriously, what the was that? 39. No Nose Knows. I'm really getting tired of episodes starting with Squidward relaxing, and Sponge and Patrick show up to scare the crap out of him. Patrick realizes that he doesn't have a nose and is very sad about this discovery. He goes to a nose doctor and has one surgically added to his face, and there's a montage where Patrick discovers all the different scents. It's actually pretty wholesome until he finds the bad smells, and boy oh boy are they everywhere. So Patrick becomes obsessed with eliminating them. Maybe a little too much by adding candles in the Krusty Krab and destroying Squid's imported cheese. So what was the plan to solve this? Create a slime ball so nasty that Patrick's nose fell off. Wow. Just wow. Sure, Patrick was being a jerk, but was that really the best solution they thought of? This show kills me sometimes. 38. Shuffleboarding. We get another introduction to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, and they're scared awake. Awesome start, not surprised at all. A murmuring gets tossed around shady shoals and they end up in the hospital, which means they can't be celebs at a shuffleboarding event, so Sponge and Patrick take their place. After getting the trophies, Patrick forgets that they're supposed to bring the costumes back, and they start to believe they're the actual heroes and throw children in jail. In fact, everyone goes to jail, even Man Ray, who was just doing laundry. After locking him up, the jail explodes and they finally return to the hospital. Honestly, I was dozing off a bit with this one. It was just kind of boring. 37. Choir Boys. You guys ready for another shit on Squidward episode? Because here's another one to sit through. I do like how it starts with Squidward having 2 signs on his door to stay out of his bathroom, and it's also confirmed that he doesn't wipe according to his toilet paper. That's nasty, dude. But alas, Squidward is trying out for the men's choir, and on the way there, he notices SpongeBob laying on the ground. All he had to do was ignore him and move on. But of course, he had to ask SpongeBob what was going on, and apparently Patrick was gone for a little bit. So instead, SpongeBob annoys and harasses Squidward about the choir he's going to. Squidward gets launched into Jellyfish Field, he's stung a bunch of times, and he's stopped on the way constantly. When Squidward finally arrives, SpongeBob takes over the spotlight and nabs the solo spot that Squidward was craving the whole time. It's just a nightmare to watch. But there were a few okay gags at the very least, and the snail lady from Have You Seen the Snail is playing the piano, which is an interesting cameo. 36. Computer Overload. Plankton makes chum so bad that it seeps through the floor. It's another episode where Plankton is scheming. Of all the character trait changes we've seen, Karen in particular has gone extra sassy, and I'm all here for it. Plankton decides to make a bunch of robots to replace Karen, but it doesn't go over very well. It's kind of odd to see him make such useless things when he was the one to make Karen. Wouldn't he have the skills to improve on what he's already done? She ends up leaving him, and he combines his new machines together to cause havoc. But when he tries to steal the secret formula, the cord gets unplugged. But wasn't he terrorizing the town like 2 minutes ago? Ugh, another stupid episode. 35. House Fancy. We kick things off with some fabulous shots of Squidward's booty, and he turns on this show called House Fancy. This house happens to be Squilliam's, and after showing it off, Squidward calls in saying that his house is better. The TV show host, for some reason, immediately trusts Squidward and heads to his place later that day. And SpongeBob is here, so you can guess what happens next. He completely destroys Squidward's house with a vacuum cleaner that sucks up everything. Okay, sure. And when the host arrives, he thinks the house is way fancier. Again, the plot needed to shit out some falling action no matter the cost. But you know what? I don't really mind the ending, because Squidward deserves a win every once in a while. This episode is okay, but now that we're in season 6, the gross out shots are gonna continue to appear. This one including Squidward's toenail getting ripped out of his foot. It really does a great job making me squirm in my seat, so thanks a lot, Nickelodeon. I do have to say that a hot tub inside an elevator sounds amazing, and I want to see this happen in real life one day. 34. Pet or Pests. SpongeBob and Patrick are playing outside, and they find a nasty looking worm. Sponge decides to bring him home to make friends with Gary, but they don't get along very well. The next morning, the worm has a bunch of babies. Oh no, I don't like where this is headed. Gary chases off the worm, but the babies are still in the house. So SpongeBob tries giving them away, and nobody wants them until Krabs learns they're worth money. You know, I half expected the babies to keep multiplying inside SpongeBob's house, and I'm really glad that didn't happen. This one is alright, it's just a little gross. 33. Dear Vikings. Mr. Krabs is offering a bunch of new size cups that are all the exact same size. But the Viking size cup lets you wear a shittily put together Viking hat. SpongeBob actually writes to the Vikings, and one of them somehow gets a hold of it from the trash can. So they come to visit SpongeBob beyond all odds, and they start wrecking and robbing the Krusty Krab. Of course, SpongeBob is completely oblivious to this, as he no longer has a consciousness, just a strict personality he must follow for the show's sake. But on the ship, SpongeBob asks them some questions, and he ends up being the head chef. Squid is about to get flung off the ship, but they end up crashing the boat, and SpongeBob fixes the crack with his absorbent absorbent body. And that's it. The episode just ends. Yeah, quite possibly the most abrupt ending to SpongeBob I've ever seen. Dear Vikings is paced so poorly. It's a fun idea, but it takes forever for things to get moving. This is one of the rare times where I'll say that this should have been a double feature. 32, Krusty Crushers, an episode all about wrestling, and it's got $1 million cash prize, so you know Mr. Krabs is all in. Well, he's fooling SpongeBob and Patrick to do his bidding. Who would have guessed that? They call themselves the Krusty Crushers, and Patrick has been working on his cheeks. I mean, look at those fine buns. They fight and get absolutely annihilated, but they're pretend fighting, so they don't feel any of the pain. This entire thing is kind of like the Fry Cook Games episode, but way slower paced and without all the clever jokes/insults. The big guys end up losing because of Patrick's iron butt, and instead of taking the money, they go to wrestle camp for a week. I genuinely don't understand these obscure choices for altering the endings. Why do they keep doing this? I really only liked Patrick slapping his cheeks. Everything else was very forgettable and meh. 31, Penny Foolish. After Mr. Krabs goes grocery shopping, he sees SpongeBob pick up a penny, and he is fascinated by what he saw. I mean, it goes on for a few minutes. After a very slow start to the episode, he can't stop thinking about that penny, so he tries to take it from SpongeBob. After knocking his brain out, setting up a movie theater, and even a fancy dinner, SpongeBob doesn't have the penny. Look, we all know Krabs is cheap, but get a grip on yourself, dude, come on! In the end, he breaks into SpongeBob's house to find it, only to discover that SpongeBob collected a piece of gum, which turns into a $500 bill. By far, one of the more forgettable episodes. There's just not much here that's interesting. 30, Toy Store of Doom. SpongeBob and Patrick are bored and don't know what to play, so they go to a new toy store. They love the toy barrel so much that they hide inside some dollhouses after hours, and wouldn't you guess, they aren't fond of the dark. Good thing Patrick has night vision, and frankly, I would love to have that as well. They start to imagine all the toys and monsters, and eventually fight back with some bubbles. After freaking out all night, the store opens and they kind of just forget the whole thing happened. This could have been a more interesting episode, but it's really dull outside of a few action shots. 29, Shell Shocked. SpongeBob wakes up to a bunch of noises, only to find Gary causing a ruckus and his shell breaks. He tries to find a replacement in his house, but ends up going to Angry Jack's for it. I love his line, "loud is the same as better," which is funny since that's what a lot of YouTubers do too, including myself. SpongeBob keeps breaking shells in the store, which equates to literally all of them. He's not sure what else to try, so he asks Mr. Krabs for help. And what does he do? He gives Gary his body! What am I watching? I think I understand why the episode is called Shell Shock now, because that was definitely a shock. 28, Patty Caper. Mr. Krabs runs out of the secret ingredient for Krabby Patties, but a truck is coming to bring more in. And for some reason, SpongeBob has to worry about this? Alright, sure, but I don't get why Krabs is all of a sudden being so aggressive. SpongeBob comes back with an empty briefcase, so they try to figure out who stole the ingredient. It wasn't Plankton, surprisingly, Sandy, or even Gary. It turns out Mr. Krabs had it the whole time. And the punishment is giving away Krabby Patties for free for one day. This was a somewhat enjoyable one to watch, but man, what an anticlimactic ending. 27, Pineapple Fever. There's a big storm headed to Bikini Bottom, and there's more skin tearing, yay! Squidward ends up staying with them while the storm moves through. They play a bunch of games, and it turns into a sloggy mess. It started well with the tic-tac-toe, but was just annoying after that. Squidward tries playing Boundaries with them, but he gets hungry and everyone turns into mindless buffoons for some reason. But Squidward's able to escape at least, after falling from the top of the tornado. Bit of a wild ending, but the episode itself had way too many irritating moments that didn't need to be there. 26, Nautical Novice. Here we have another boating episode. This time, everyone is going to a field trip to the boating museum. Sponge reads a book about boating in one night and doesn't get any sleep. Since he knows all about boats now, he tries to impress Mrs. Puff, but instead annoys her being a know-it-all. He ends up turning on the boat, but it was actually being pulled into the port. For what feels like the 20th boating episode with the same kind of pushes and pulls, it does have an interesting spin on it with SpongeBob being confident in his abilities, but otherwise, it's just alright. 25, Giant Squidward. Squidward gets ready for his day, and Patrick starts to eat his kelp plants. But he has a bottle of Kelp Grow, which happens to grow just about anything. This includes Squidward, who ends up growing to a massive size. He chases Sponge and Patrick around town, only to get chased by a mob that ties him down. So he has to prove to everyone he's a nice guy by doing a bunch of random chores for everyone in Bikini Bottom. But after doing that, he didn't say bless you when some guy sneezed. I don't know, this story has somehow managed to get dumber than it already was. And you might think that Squidward could just get used to his life as a giant or something. That would have been an okay ending, actually. But no! Sponge and Patrick make him a giant clarinet, which just so happens to shrink him back to normal size. This episode may have been incredibly stupid, but it did make me laugh a few times, so I have to give it that. I especially like the random mom pulling on her kid's arm to turn his legs into wheels. It comes out of nowhere. 24. Chum Caverns. Mr. Krabs is chaining his customers to eat his food? Is that not going a tad bit too far, Mr. K? Plankton tries taking the formula again by digging underground. He digs a little too deep and ends up trapped in a cave. So he decides to make money by selling his chump down there, and the cave dwellers help out. It doesn't last long as Krabs comes down with his patties, so they keep digging each other deeper and deeper until they get stuck in a pocket. They decide to bury the hatchet if they ever get out, and SpongeBob saves them. And Plankton immediately backstabs him to nab the drill and dig back up, but because of all the new holes, the Krusty Krab collapses. Every character just feels very off. I just miss the old SpongeBob at this point. 23. No Hat for Pat. The hat boomerang is a funny way to start this one, but it's another episode where Patrick tries to get a job. He lands one at the Krusty Krab by holding a sign to attract tourists. But once he gets the hat, he's nervous and can't stand up. Everyone finds it so funny that Krabs hires him to be a clown for extra money. But this only works for so long, so Krabs adds in a pie, and as you can imagine, Patrick is a hot mess. The next day, he's supposed to fall into spikes, but Squidward and Patrick fall in and they're totally fine, so the customers get a refund. There's much better Patrick Gets a Job episodes, but this one it's okay. 22. Gone. Everyone is missing. The episode has a very dark undertone to it that I'm really digging. So what does SpongeBob do? Instead of leaving town to see what might have happened, he lives everyone's lives for them. That sounds like a really bad idea, but hey, he's able to give himself a driver's license, and his boat turned into his girl/boyfriend. But oh my, SpongeBob reveals he's been talking to Patrick made out of Krabby Patties behind the boat's back, and yep, he's officially lost it. No worries though, SpongeBob learns everyone left for National No SpongeBob Day. Well, I guess the ending is more creative than it was all just a dream. The concept of being all alone is interesting, and it's a fairly enjoyable one to watch despite it having not much humor at all. 21. Overbooked. SpongeBob tries to do everything at once. Hey, that's me! Sandy needs help with a machine, Mr. Krabs can't put a telescope together, and it's Patrick's birthday. To say the least, he struggles to keep up with all his commitments. We've seen plots similar to this in previous seasons, but this time his pals are being aggressive, which is a little annoying. By the end, they catch him and he admits he extended himself too much, so Sandy makes a couple of clones of him. While I like the episode, making clones feels like the easy way out. 20. The Slumber Party. Pearl has an upcoming slumber party, and Mr. Krabs made a bunch of rules that Pearl's supposed to follow. These are really funny if you actually read them. No laughing and no eating after midnight. That's a fun little Gremlins reference. So Pearl kicks out Mr. Krabs and stays with SpongeBob for the night, and they end up watching a scary movie about a slumber party going wrong. So Mr. Krabs, going cuckoo like he tends to do, forces SpongeBob to break in, which destroys his house. There isn't anything too remarkable about this episode, but it was fun enough to watch. I was kinda surprised to see Krabs actually pay for a private party to make up for what he'd done. 19. The Card. SpongeBob goes to the bank and throws a fit about how the bills look. Poor Quincy. I can't believe he's gotta put up with this crap. But SpongeBob gets the money to buy some Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy cards. He wants to get the rare hologram card, so he buys all the decks in the store besides one. And the last one is what Patrick grabs, which of course has that rare hologram card. Patrick goes around, almost causing damage to the card 1,000 different ways, and tells SpongeBob that he can have it at the end of the day. I honestly feel like SpongeBob in a sense with some of my retro consoles. I've got a couple of rare ones that I treat with lots of respect and care, so I feel his pain. It's very irritating to see Patrick so blatantly ignore what SpongeBob is trying to say. It just destroys the card over time. But Patrick only showed us one card. He just so happened to have the other 4 in that one pack. I was kind of calling this ending, but didn't think they'd actually go with that. But hey, at least it was resolved quite nicely. 18. Spongekiss. Plankton destroys his restaurant and brings in a Coliseum, but nobody's interested until he says it's free to come in, taking away Krabs' customers. And Plankton actually delivers. He throws out a sea lion that chases Patrick around the stadium. SpongeBob comes in to save the day, so while he's doing that, nothing really happens and everyone is forced to eat chum for $10 a piece. Ethics not being considered, this is a really good plan that Plankton cooked up. All he needed to do was serve some decent food and he'd have some solid competition against the Krusty Krab. The sausages that are around Patrick's neck end up on top of Plankton, and the episode ends with Krabs charging $10 for a Krabby Patty by threatening his customers with a lion. I guess that's one way to end this episode. Spongekiss isn't the funniest, but I still found it to be fairly entertaining. 17. Porous Pockets. SpongeBob and Patrick find a shrieking clam that's choking on its own pearl, but they think it's a volleyball. A jewel guy comes to them and buys it for truckloads of money. Literally. So they spend some of it on a lifetime supply of strawberry gum and continue to spend money on ice cream. And that's when SpongeBob ends up giving money to some guys that can't afford it. And this somehow leads to SpongeBob building a massive mansion with his wealth. Can I just say how much I hate rich SpongeBob's look? He reeks of a creep with his puckering lips and mustache. Ugh. But can we just bring up that Patrick, for some reason, doesn't have half the fortune, so he's forgotten about entirely? Not that it matters anyway, since SpongeBob wastes all his money by giving it to other people. At least he admits he was wrong at the end. But yeah, that's basically the whole thing. It's not too shabby of an episode. 16. Gullible Pants. Krabs has nails apparently, and he wants to get a manicure but doesn't want anyone to know. So he puts SpongeBob in charge while he's gone, and he takes it very seriously. And that's when Squidward decides to take advantage of him and tell him a bunch of lies. He had him doing all sorts of ridiculous things, which is getting a good chuckle out of me. It does start to lead on to the nastier side, with Squidward telling SpongeBob to basically dump trash everywhere. For season 6, this is one of the better ones. 15. Grandpappy the Pirate. Krabs gets a letter from his grandpa who's coming to visit to see a ship. However, he no longer has a ship since he wasn't making money as a pirate, so they decide to make the Krusty Krab look like one. The montage of them making the ship is pretty goofy as well. So has Grandpappy arrived, and how the hell is he still alive? If he was in his 50s or 60s when Krabs was a baby, wouldn't he be well into the hundreds by now? They pretend to sail with Squidward making the waves and Patrick spitting water in Grandpappy's face. After fooling him for a while, Pearl arrives and everything just kind of falls apart. Once Grandpappy sees the outrageous prices of his food, he ends up proud of him. It's a very charming story, and it's told pretty well. 14. Sandcastles in the Sand. Here we go again with characters ripping their skin off. You'd think I would have gotten used to this by now, but I still haven't. It doesn't get much better with SpongeBob acting as obnoxiously as he possibly can with squishing people on the bus and poking everyone around him. You know what I hate about this season? I feel like I can't trust SpongeBob or Patrick at all. If you're gonna be a nuisance, there needs to be a good reason behind it. But now it's just, I exist, I'm gonna kick sand in some dude's mouth, haha. But anyway, they end up building sandcastles and get mad at each other for destroying each other's work. The sandcastles get bigger and more expansive, and it's honestly pretty cool to see what they come up with. They end up building a tank and a freaking robot, and the battle even goes aerial. It's pretty nuts what ends up happening. This episode really pulled a 180 on the quality. It's too bad the first half isn't as good because the second half has a lot of fun eye candy. 13. Suction Cup Symphony. It's another one of those Squidward wants to be famous playing music episodes, and it goes through a lot of the same beats. However, this time Squid is supposed to write an original composition instead of playing the music himself, and he has one day to do it. As he's trying to write, he gets distracted by Sponge and Patrick's antics, and when he performs, he accidentally writes down everything they did. But this is late 2000s SpongeBob, so stupid equals good as he's cheered on in the end. But honestly, the piece he came up with was quite wonderful outside of Sponge and Patrick's sound effects. As dumb as this episode is, it's got one of my favorite adult jokes I've heard in a while. Patrick says, "My job doesn't provide me with health insurance," and SpongeBob asks, "What job is that?" With the follow-up being, "Exactly." I mean, wow, shots fired at the American health system. It does at least give a reason for all the noises they were making. 12. Sun-bleached. SpongeBob is Patrick's towel. I feel, a bit concerned, but alright Nickelodeon, you got my attention. Craig Mamelton is the tannest man on TV. While I love the character, he's a bit of an asshole as he makes fun of Sponge and Patrick for not having a tan. Because not having a tan and protecting yourself from skin cancer makes you a loser, obviously. But peer pressure is a thing, so they made their own tanning bed anyway. And wouldn't you guess it, Patrick waits too long to get SpongeBob out of the booth and he gets sun-bleached. They all get into the party. SpongeBob is claimed a hero for being overly tan, and they basically all turn into dust at the end. It's so stupid. But this is one of those episodes where the idea is so out there that you won't forget about it. I don't really care about tanning personally, but they did manage to make Patrick look pretty styling. And this random guy promoting the extreme soda is so cool. I hope I'm just like him one day. 11. Not normal. Oh, awesome. SpongeBob annoys Squidward right from the get-go, so he tells him to act normal. I don't get why Sponge is all of a sudden choosing to pay attention to what Squidward is saying when he normally doesn't, but sure, I'll go along with it. So SpongeBob learns to be normal, and he proceeds to act the way for most of the episode. He's making Krabby Patties with the computer, and even swaps his pineapple out with a normal house. SpongeBob spends so long being normal that his body transforms into a popsicle and starts printing out patties. I really love how they show this as a process. You don't change behaviors overnight, and it's illustrated wonderfully. Unfortunately, Sponge loses his job, Patrick, and even Squidward since he points out his nose is too big. So Patrick retrains him to be weird again. But it doesn't work until Squidward shows up as being normal. I guess he really drove into Squid's insecurities, huh? I honestly wasn't expecting much, but this was a pretty neat episode. SpongeBob may be annoying at times, but thank God he ain't normal. That, just be who you wanna be as long as you aren't disturbing anyone else. 10. Ditchin'. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are selling a book with an autograph session, but SpongeBob has boating school on that day. So Patrick suggests ditching class while on a bathroom break. It's supposed to be a quick detour with the comic signing, but he gets distracted by Patrick and his friends. After a while, SpongeBob feels guilty for ditching, and ends up in a tar pit, but survives because he has to return that key. When he gets back, Mrs. Puff gets arrested for ditching jury duty. It's a fairly basic plot, but it's an enjoyable watch. I love the Hug Fest. Something about that event was just so out of place, and that scene cracked me up. 9. Single Cell Anniversary. Plankton forgets his wedding anniversary and she got him the formula as a gift. You're not gonna believe how easy it was for her to do. She bought a patty, pushed the thing into her computer, and printed out the ingredients. If it were always that easy, why on earth didn't she do this years ago? SpongeBob tries to help Plankton figure out what to get for Karen, and they decide on a serenade. The song that he sings is genuinely beautiful and brought a smile to my face the whole time. He really put his all into it. Of course it was so she would give him the formula, but Karen was so happy that she started crying and shorted out before the formula was revealed. This felt a lot like a classic episode, albeit Karen obtaining the formula was a little far-fetched. 8. A Life in the Day. Guys, it's time to start living like Larry. He bursts onto the scene on a motorbike going absolutely bonkers. There's some really impressive animation in the first couple minutes. But out of nowhere, Larry makes fun of SpongeBob and Patrick. Whoa, hold on a second. He's never been mean to them before. Anyway, that moment is brief seeing as they kind of needed to be the punching bags to move the plot forward. Patrick takes living like Larry very seriously, while SpongeBob isn't nearly as keen. Patrick does a bunch of stunts and stuff. Sponge and Patrick end up making a bunch of motorbikers mad, which gives them both adrenaline. Larry has to tell them he didn't mean what he said literally, and they all end up in the hospital. There's something about the phrase living like Larry that's just so much fun. The alliteration matches with Larry's character so perfectly that it's easy to remember. 7. Truth or Square. This episode is celebrating the 10th anniversary of the show, and Patchy is back going to Nickelodeon Studios. It's got a customized intro that uses claymation, and it's stunning to look at, but the pirate gives me the heebie-jeebies. We start with SpongeBob waking up to about 89 different alarm clocks. He doesn't want to be late for the Krusty Krab's 11th year anniversary. I gotta admit, the production is pretty damn high for this one. The beginning montage goes all out and really reminds me of how the first movie started. But it is a Patchy special, so we go back and forth between him and the cartoon, and it's one of the more tolerable Patchy specials. The main thing he does is call up a bunch of celebrities for this show, and we got some pretty big ones too, like Will Ferrell and Tina Fey. Even Robin Williams makes an appearance, which made me very happy but also a little sad. Patchy struggles to find anyone to go on his show, but he does manage to get Pink to sing a song, which is pretty cool, and the song itself is fairly catchy. But in the end, he just wanted to see SpongeBob, so he floats his way to the island only to get eaten by a whale. While inside the whale, he reminisces on a bunch of old SpongeBob media, which includes a few custom intros of the other characters in a 1930s stylized short. Then Patchy is fired out of the whale and lands back in the studio. I can't believe how much was crammed into just the Patchy segments. As for the cartoon, there's not really much of an interesting story if I'm being blunt. The reason to watch this at all is for all the cameos and visual variety. I mean, there are so many flashbacks that it's hard to keep track of them all. But anyway, Karen expects this day to be a great one to steal the formula since Krabs will be so distracted for the anniversary. Meanwhile, SpongeBob decorates the place, and while they try to get an ice patty out of the freezer, they lock themselves inside. So they try to escape through the air ducts but can't seem to find their way out. As time goes on, they start to lose motivation, so SpongeBob turns everyone into a battering ram to break them out. That's basically the entire plot, so again, there's not much here. But for the amount of effort that went into this, it's worth watching at least once. 6. Chum Bucket Supreme. Karen tells Plankton he should advertise the Chum Bucket more, and creates the slogan, "Chum is metabolic fuel." This makes Patrick's head sad, which amuses me more than it should have. So Patrick changes the slogan to "Chum is fun," and it actually attracts people to his place. The Situation Alert showcases some pretty insane animation, but basically everyone is only eating there because of the slogan. The food still tastes awful. I honestly kinda love this. Ironic humor has increasingly become more popular, and it's great to see it featured in this show too. When the slogan starts to get old, Patrick changes it to "Fum is chum," but he gets burned out and Plankton angrily insults the customers over the intercom by accident. This was by far one of the most interesting Plankton-themed episodes I've seen in quite a while. 5. Grooming Gary. If you've watched The Great Snail Race, that's basically what this is, but it's a beauty competition instead. And in some ways, I actually liked it more. Instead of Gary spinning out of control, he stands up for himself and the rest of the snails. After SpongeBob goes to a pet show and sees all the snails being pampered up, he decides to do the same with Gary, who clearly isn't interested at all. Although to be fair, SpongeBob should have brushed Gary's teeth ages ago. Those things are nasty. But Gary starts a riot, and SpongeBob comes to realize his wrongdoings. It's actually quite touching, although I don't get the ending yet again. The pet award goes to Patrick, who pretends to be a snail. Okay, sure, whatever. And Squidward gets attacked again by SpongeBob for minding his own business. But otherwise, I really like this one. 4. The Class of Trident. It's King Neptune's 5,000th birthday, and he decides to celebrate by going to the Krusty Krab. Not sure why a god would want to eat there, but you do you, I suppose. When they get there, people are paying to watch Neptune eat, but he doesn't get hungry because he's reminded of his son Trident. Trident is his son that wasn't interested in being a god, so he trapped him in a cage instead of supporting him. That's really quite sad, but at least Neptune feels remorse for what he did. SpongeBob finds Triton and manages to free him thanks to Patrick's help, and when they reunite, Triton zaps Neptune into a cage. He destroys the city and taunts them, but by some miracle, Patrick unlocks the lock on Neptune's cage, and that's when he finds out that his son destroyed the city, making him proud. It's very rare to get a King Neptune episode, and this was probably the best one I've seen so far. It's a great story that's paced well, the characters actually feel real, and it's simply fun to watch. Maybe it's a bit too long, but I didn't mind that much. 3. SpongeBob SquarePants vs. The Big One. I don't even know where to begin, because so much happens in this double episode. For once, it doesn't feel like it's loaded with filler, but genuinely solid content and good pacing too. Things start off with the Krusty Krab being really hot because Mr. Krabs isn't paying the bills. He owes $9 million, so honestly, I don't blame him. So they go out to the Goo Lagoon and serve Krabby Patties on a surfboard. The only weird part about this episode is everyone acts like they don't know each other at first. Mr. Krabs introduces himself, SpongeBob doesn't recognize Sandy's voice. The writers must have assumed this double feature was going to be catered to a wider audience. As you can guess, serving food on a surfboard doesn't forebode well, and everyone gets lost in a big wave. Mr. Krabs is stuck in the Dutchman's Triangle, and the other is on an island, although Sandy is on her own. This leads us bouncing back and forth between 3 different subplots, which is another trend that started to become more common in the 2010s. And it actually works well here. Each character is going through different struggles, but are all trying to get back to Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs goes crazy with him and his cash register, until the Dutchman gets in the way and drops his groceries. Sponge, Patrick, and Squidward fail at learning how to surf, so they're sent down a river to meet JKL. This character is a buff-as-hell surfer guy that's voiced by Johnny Depp. No wonder this is a double feature. JKL teaches them how to surf and get back home. And good timing considering the big one is about to arrive, which is the perfect wave and the only way to get back. Sandy manages to build civilization in a helicopter to get back, but gets hit by Mr. Krabs' cash register and crashes in Bikini Bottom. By the end, everyone gets back safe and sound. It's a great way to end the episode. My favorite part is the Dutchman getting stuck in Davy Jones' locker by the real Davy Jones. Yeah, I had no idea who this guy was, so I looked him up and apparently he was an actor and singer for decades. But man, what a crazy fun episode this was. 2. The Krabby Chronicle. Well damn, this one really came out of nowhere. Mr. Krabs buys the world's smallest ad in a newspaper to bring in customers. He puts his ad in a paper that isn't read by anyone, so he makes his own printing press and has SpongeBob in charge of his press. He's not the best at the job, as he reports on Patrick watching a poll very carefully. So Mr. Krabs tells him to lie instead, and boy has this episode aged like fine wine. Taking things out of context in an attempt to ruin someone's life for their own game? Wow, imagine that! After SpongeBob saddens tons of people people, he ends up writing a story about Mr. Krabs himself. This was incredibly satisfying to see happen. Mr. Krabs even loses all his money in the end. But that's not how this one ends. I guess the writers didn't really know what to do here. Mr. Krabs starts printing his own money, and Patrick shows up with a mop, dresses the pole. Oh, wait, okay, I get it. That joke took me a minute. This episode came out right when social media was starting to take off, and it's amazing how well it's encapsulated the news cycle in today's age. Just lie a little bit to get people's attention, and whatever happens to them if you're able to bring in the clout and big bucks. 1. Krabby Road. This episode really brings the question, how is this the first time Plankton ends up in jail after trying to steal the formula? It took 6 seasons for this to happen, which is kind of wild. But anyway, Plankton escapes jail and not even Karen lets him back into the chum bucket. With his stuff is his guitar. That's when SpongeBob notices and decides to join Plankton's band. Patrick and Squidward end up joining too, and after a week they perform at the Krusty Krab after hours. Plankton is caught and sent back to jail. My goodness, was this a hilarious episode. It really felt like one of the classic ones. Patrick playing the drums on his belly, his amazing hairdo, and Squidward getting absolutely shredded. I mean, damn, that's impressive for one day of work. There's just so many funny moments. I love that Squidward was so against joining the band until he started listing off all the things that could happen and pulled a complete 180 within like 10 seconds. You know, I didn't have to do this, but I'm in too deep. I might as well finish the rest of these episodes because, wow, season 6 was a lot rougher than I remember it being. I mean, the characters are just so mean to each other. Everyone's such a jerk. There's barely any good episodes at all. There was a few decent ones, but the majority of them were either mediocre, bad, or just awful. And there's more to go. I'm not even halfway through. We're only getting to season 7. 50. A pal for Gary. While SpongeBob is at work, Gary takes some food and watches TV all day. But SpongeBob thinks Gary feels lonely, so he buys another pet to keep him company. Puffy Fluffy is not the kindest creature in the world. In fact, he hates Gary right off the bat. SpongeBob, being oblivious as always, doesn't notice how violent Puffy Fluffy is and gets legitimately mad at Gary. As if this is his fault at all, the poor snail is chased around all night while Puffy destroys the house. But damn if Gary didn't try to fight it off, even if he didn't stand much of a chance. How can SpongeBob possibly think that Gary destroyed the house? Would he even be physically capable of doing that? But then, when SpongeBob finally sees what Puffy is like, he thinks Gary is in the wrong still. What is wrong with you? Gary, being the Chad he is, chased out Puffy Fluffy himself at least. But wow, this just might be the worst SpongeBob episode I've ever seen. It wasn't funny at all, and SpongeBob was blaming Gary for everything that went wrong. Just, what a shame this show has become. 49. Stuck in the ringer. SpongeBob is showering and uses a wringer to dry off. However, he slips on soap and gets stuck in his wringer. Then Patrick comes along and puts Forever Glue on the wringer. The amount of times I have sighed watching these newer episodes is unfathomable. Why do I have to watch this starfish be such a dunce? Anyway, SpongeBob goes to work and he's taking a much longer time making patties and makes a mess. He gets kicked out as you'd expect, and all Patrick does is make SpongeBob feel worse and worse. They get into a fight, and now everyone hates SpongeBob? He didn't do anything wrong. The next day, Patrick comes back to see SpongeBob in a deep mental trance until they realize that tears dissolve the glue, and they both end up in the ringer together. I remember watching this a long time ago and hating it, and it's not quite as bad as my memory serves. It's still pretty messed up to see everyone be such to SpongeBob for something he can't even control. There was nothing funny about any of this. It just felt like more of a waste than anything. 48. The Play's the Thing. I like how the mailman is delivering mail to Squidward not at his house, but at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob blows up some condoms to imitate Squidward, and the letter is saying that his play won't be performed. But lucky for Squid, he's able to enact his play at the Krusty Krab. But he still has to abide by his job, so as he performs his play, he's also refilling drinks and serving food. SpongeBob gets distracted by his acting and burns the patties, which are then thrown at the both of them. This is just awful. This is very much like Squirrel jokes, but cruel for virtually no reason. Mr. Krabs rakes in money for selling burnt patties, while Squidward and SpongeBob completely lose their minds. What a massive show. 47. One-course meal. Plankton casually blows up the ceiling for the Krusty Krab, and this cues a shockingly great action scene with SpongeBob firing peas and Plankton gliding around. Plankton traps them and convinces SpongeBob to reveal where the formula is, but Pearl shows up and he's terrified of her. In fact, he gets very paranoid about Pearl, but it's actually Mr. Krabs dressed up as her. This is a case of Krabs going too far. Plankton literally contemplates suicide. Like, I can't believe it really got to that length. That really killed the entire vibe of this episode. After that, Plankton scares Krabs with a mime, and SpongeBob projects some fake whales to scare Plankton off. It's just everyone being mean to each other. Again. 46. Yours, mine, and mine. Patrick shares a Krabby Patty with SpongeBob, but eats the whole thing. He goes on to complain about the meal not coming with a toy, so Krabs makes him one with another Krabby Patty. Patrick hogs the toy all day and doesn't want to share it with SpongeBob. So what do? They fight over Patty Pal for half the episode until they roll into the Krusty Krab. Patrick eats it, so Mr. Krabs gives them one each. Outside of Patrick's music kicking, this episode is a waste. Watching them fight over Patty Pal gets old real quickly. 45. Tentacle Vision. Squid is watching Fab and Fancy in the middle of the night, and his favorite show is canceled. So he starts his own called Squidward Chat, and yep, he literally just called public access and got a show just like that. However, the show is filmed at Squidward's house with no crew? That doesn't make much sense until you realize it's so SpongeBob and Patrick have an opportunity to be annoying little twits. Because what other direction could this plot have gone? It gets to the point where everyone in Bikini Bottom shows up, and it somehow ends up as the #1 show. But Squidward is kicked out, and the show continues on in his house. There's definitely some amusing moments here and there, but I'm getting really bored of Squidward getting harassed. This is like the only thing that happens to Squidward nowadays. 44. Big Sister Sam. Patrick's sister Sam is visiting, and she's somehow even more obnoxious than Patrick on his bad days. She talks like a caveman and is super aggressive for no reason. At this point, I've seen 49 of the 50 Season 7 episodes, and it sucks to be ending on such a bad note. Patrick and Sam decide to redecorate, and she starts taking things like Squidward's window. And it gets to a point where Squidward's house is destroyed, and this man is fed up with the bullshit. He's taking a stand with a bulldozer, but Sam throws the frickin' thing, and now SpongeBob's house is wrecked. Patrick doesn't want to admit that Sam is a problem though, but she ends up leaving anyway because she's late for a manicure. God, this episode was awful. I don't want to meet any more of Patrick's family. 43. Someone's in the kitchen with Sandy. Sandy eats a patty that Plankton was attached to, and he ends up trapped inside her suit and passes out due to a lack of water. But when Sandy goes home and showers, Plankton wakes up and steals her fur and tries to pretend he's Sandy in front of SpongeBob. Meanwhile, Sandy is going around town looking for her fur, and she gets made fun of until she finds Plankton. When she gets her fur back, she goes to jail for public nudity and trapped Plankton in a mustard jar. Sandy was never even nude, she always had a bra and panties on the whole time, but okay, I guess stomp on her some more because plot. I actually like the idea of this episode, it's just not done well. Everyone is once again stupid for the sake of moving things forward. Larry doesn't at all notice that Sandy isn't in her suit, doesn't have eyes, and sounds completely different. 42. The Scent of Money. Mr. Krabs is the kind of guy to hang out in a free parking lot just because it's free. He discovers that Gary can spot money when it's nearby, so he comes to the Krusty Krab to find loose change. Although this process makes Gary uncomfortable, he starts taking change from customers' purses and even downtown. Dude, you're just robbing people and making Gary feel awful. And SpongeBob has no empathy for his suffering snail. Boy, do I love that I expect our main character to act like this now. Wow, what an awesome character. SpongeBob does figure it out by the end though, and Mr. Krabs ends up in the hospital due to all the arcade's coins. It turns out Gary swallowed a magnet the whole time. I was thinking it was gonna end like that. I just felt bad for Gary the whole time. What else do I really say? The only joke that was okay was Krabs parking in the free parking lot, and that's about it. 41. That sinking feeling. Oh, would you look at the time? It's been about 10 minutes since Squidward got harassed. Ah, yes, it's time for another episode where Sponge and Patrick choose to be brain dead. He's tired of them running across his yard, so he draws a line showing them the boundaries, and they don't think of going to the backside to meet up again. Their idea is to dig a tunnel instead, and they play underneath Squid's house. Squidward still hears them, and after stomping in anger, his house falls into the tunnels that they built. This leads to the entirety of Bikini Bottom going underground. At least everyone gets punished instead of just Squidward. This one kinda dragged on. Not much happens and the pacing was kinda slow. 40. hide and then what happens? Right away, Patrick doesn't remember SpongeBob's name. Just, why? Why does his stupidity levels keep changing so frequently? Anyway, he forgets how hide and seek works, so SpongeBob tries to explain it to him. Patrick forgets he's hiding, so he just goes home, and SpongeBob spends the rest of the episode looking for him. That's literally like 70% of the runtime. Sandy lends him some sort of pod to look some more, and he takes so long that it runs out of gas. He finds Patrick No Star, which is the only somewhat interesting aspect of this episode. It's very overdrawn and boring to watch. 39. Keep Bikini Bottom beautiful. Squidward is in a super chipper mood, just look at those dance moves. But a piece of gum ruins his day. A cop thinks he threw it on the ground, so he has to do community service. This cop is the entire joke of the episode. He constantly shows up to give Squidward tickets, and for some reason the gag doesn't get old. Even Squilliam shows up with a statue for cleaning all Bikini Bottom in a week, so Squidward tries to do this in a day. With SpongeBob's help, he keeps moving the trash everywhere until he makes a Squidward statue. And this somehow melts the Squilliam one because it smelled bad. This episode is so dumb. The cop kind of holds it together like Elmer's glue. 38. You don't know Sponge. Sponge and Patrick quiz each other to see how well they know each other. This goes on for half the episode. The pacing is just awful. It turns out Patrick doesn't know anything about SpongeBob, or he's just a bad test taker. So SpongeBob starts to question if he really is his best friend, and ends up crying about it. Even Sandy calls this out, calling him a crybaby. The show is self-aware of the crying, and it doesn't care if it's annoying or not. Wow. So SpongeBob starts spying on Patrick and notices he's hanging out with Larry. Envious, he confronts him, and it turns out Patrick was buying him a present. You know, if they've been friends for so long, SpongeBob should know just how dumb Patrick really is. Maybe he isn't the real friend. 37. The Inside Job. Karen gets on Plankton's back about the chum bucket flopping, so her idea is to talk to Krabs while using a mind connector to get the formula. He's launched into SpongeBob's mind by accident and gets rid of SpongeBob's eyesight and hearing temporarily, accomplishing nothing. So he goes inside SpongeBob's mind, which is a replica of his house for some reason. I gotta admit, it's a cool idea as he goes into SpongeBob's library and finds the secret recipe to be in the heart. And this turns him into a little spongy plankton. This just got real wild out of nowhere. Karen sends him back, but he gets attached to Patrick as well, and he comes back an idiot. I kind of feel like an idiot after watching this episode because I don't get it, but at least it had some really intriguing scenes. 36. The Main Drain. SpongeBob's grill is super dirty. When that's clean and washed up, he discovers the sink is full. Mr. Krabs doesn't want him pulling the drain plug, so he tells some story about a plug out in the open draining the entire ocean. Now I'm sure you're dying to know, why does Mr. Krabs care about this? Well, he and Plankton were the ones to pull this plug back in the day, but they didn't tell Sponge or Patrick until finding it on their own. But I'm sure you can predict that Patrick pulled the drain by accident. But still, that doesn't really explain why SpongeBob couldn't pull the sink drain earlier. But yeah, that's the episode. It's just okay. 35. Summer Job. Mrs. Puff crashes into the Krusty Krab because of SpongeBob's note. Oh goody, more of SpongeBob being a dunce. To pay for what she's done, she has to work at the Krusty Krab as a cashier. SpongeBob teaches her what to do in the most aggravating way possible. He forces her to take notes, he's super picky about how she does stuff, he sounds just like a fast food manager. After rolling on a barrel, she gets infuriated and goes back to her car only to rip up SpongeBob's note and dump it on the ground, which a cop spots, so she's sent to jail and has to go to traffic school for. And lucky Mrs. Puff, SpongeBob is the teacher for that summer. That's what the note said. Ah, yeah. Look, if I wanted to watch Mrs. Puff be tortured for 11 minutes, there's way better episodes to pick from than this. 34. Tunnel of Glove. We found a rare specimen. A Glove World episode. Pearl is there this time with her friends, and they make a joke about how SpongeBob and Pearl are dating. Embarrassed, she goes on a ride with her friends, but is forced to be with SpongeBob. He drives Pearl insane with his babbling, so she throws him on the ceiling and a heart stops the engine. Now that they're trapped inside, it's time for Patrick to be a moron and save the day. He rips out the electricity, sits on a switch, and increases the water pressure to make the ride way scarier and more intense. This episode was alright. It kinda reminds me of the prom night one from season 1, but without any good jokes. 33. Back to the Past. It's kind of like SB129, but way more confusing. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy run out of gas, so SpongeBob and Patrick push the boat back to their house. As a thank you, they get a tour of all the old memorabilia from their shows. They say not to touch anything, but Patrick starts up the time machine and they go back in time when Bikini Bottom was older. They're at a point in time where the heroes' younger selves are taking on Man Ray, and as they're about to beat him, Patrick eats the tartar sauce right when they need it. Patrick, please stop being yourself. They leave the heroes in the past while Sponge and Patrick come back to Man Ray ruling the world. After finding the heroes cooking at a Man Ray version of the Krusty Krab, they go back in time over and over until Man Ray is finally captured. But since this is time travel, SpongeBob and Patrick keep revisiting this moment over and over again, and now my brain hurts. This episode is fine, but it's kind of exhausting to watch. 32. Shellback Shenanigans. Mr. Krabs calls Squidward a pet. Drop the f***ing mic, that diss went hard. Anyway, it's Bring Your Pet to Work Day, and SpongeBob is bringing Gary tomorrow. We all know how stubborn Gare Bear is, and doesn't want to get cleaned up for the occasion. That's when Plankton drops in and convinces Gary to go on a trip instead. So Plankton takes Gary's place, and doesn't get anywhere with his plan. He gets cleaned, sent to the hospital because he's talking, and by the end beaten up by Gary. It's really funny that Gary becomes a bouncer, but otherwise it's just another Plankton fails plot. 31. Grandma's Secret Recipe. Plankton is visiting his grandma, and you might think it's a wholesome little visit. Instead, he's taking her teeth and hair as a disguise and goes to SpongeBob's house. After looking at old pictures, they eventually get to the Krusty Krab. Plankton sets up a decoy while he snoops around, but it ends up in the sink and SpongeBob shreds it to pieces. Plankton rests in Mr. Krabs' safe, but his grandma randomly shows up to get her stuff back. It was neat to see more of Plankton's relatives, but otherwise it was forgettable. 30. A Day Without Tears. SpongeBob cries about anything that might go wrong, and it gets extremely annoying. Not just for this episode, but just in general for a lot of these newer episodes, so Squidward makes a bet with him to not cry for the rest of the day. He keeps tempting him, but it's not working, but right at midnight when SpongeBob wins, he explodes with tears flooding Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob's crying can go on for too long most of the time, but at least this episode makes a decent story out of it. And there's something really adorable about watching Squidward to hang out with SpongeBob, even if it's just to make him cry. It reminds me of something two little siblings would do. 29. The Curse of Bikini Bottom. Well, this is one of the weirder ones. Squidward has a shed now, okay? And SpongeBob and Patrick find his lawnmower. Squidward lets them use it, hoping they'll get hurt, but instead they run into the cemetery and mess up the Flying Dutchman's shirt and beard for his date. So I guess canonically, this is where he lives. I don't know if we've ever seen that until now. Anyway, because his date is ruined, the Dutchman turns Sponge and Patrick into ghosts until his beard grows back. After a day of being ghosts, they want to be transformed back, and help Dutchman go on his date by SpongeBob being his beard. But then there's the ending, and it sure was an ending. The Dutchman is running away from his girlfriend because she wants to get married, and she's got the world's tiniest bra on. I just feel very odd after watching this one. It's so weird, and none of the rules that they set up were consistent throughout the entire episode. I gotta say though, SpongeBob breaking his spatula to turn it into a ghost spatula was hysterical. 28. Krusty Dogs. SpongeBob is shaping out patties and decides to cook one like a hot dog wiener. The customers are interested, so now they're a new item on the menu. In fact, Krabs just removes Krabby Patties entirely. Now, I'm the first to admit that Krabs can have smart business sense, but I don't understand this move at all. He's even got Squidward dressing up as the stupid hot dog. SpongeBob is pretty upset, so he's going out of his way to tell the customers that what they're eating is horseshit. That strangely doesn't work very well, so SpongeBob instead makes a hot dog explode and everyone runs out of the restaurant. It's rare to see SpongeBob retaliate anything that Mr. Krabs does, and he even teams up with Squidward. It's a pretty decent episode simply because the outcome is more unique than usual. 27. New Fish in Town. Patrick is renting out his front yard for a little extra moolah, and Howard decides to stay there. Squid is pretty excited since they have the same hobbies, but Howard isn't a fan of jellyfishers or bubble blowers. They play some music, but Sponge and Patrick keep giggling outside. No matter how much Squidward tries to hide it, he can't stop the noise, so Howard goes out to confront them, only to decide that he should loosen up a bit. Rip Squidward's hopes and dreams, but good for Howard for choosing to open up. This is more lighthearted than usual when it comes to Squidward being irritated. 26. Sponge Kano. SpongeBob sings with his garbage because of gratitude. Bit of a strange start, but okay, sure. Squidward breaks his pipe and yells at SpongeBob like usual, but he tightens his pipe a little too tight. He's really not in a good mood today. It's even worse than usual. Squidward is feisty with all the customers, getting mad at them over the most minute things, but suddenly, a volcano erupts and everyone takes shelter. Everything seems doomed, until a dolphin flying on a pole comes to save the day. This is somehow the weirdest looking SpongeBob character to me. But basically, a sacrifice has to be made to stop the volcano, and they must be the most miserable person in town. Guess who that is? is! Squidward is about to fall into the volcano, but SpongeBob saves him at the last second. That leak in Squidward's house launches it into the air and it stops the volcano. Ah yes, it's actually the most miserable person's house that stops the eruptions. Damn, this episode went all over the place. I'd be kinda down to see a double feature that's volcano themed. It was fairly interesting to watch. Like a lot of season 7, I didn't laugh at all, but at least it contained a decent plot. 25. The Wreck of Mauna Loa. Sponge and Patrick are playing tag, and they end up finding a lost pirate ship filled with loads of gold. When SpongeBob is at work, he keeps thinking about his secret ship. And once he leaves with Patrick, they pay with a Mauna Loa coin, which freaks Krabs out. Krabs follows them to the ship, only to discover that it's just a lost amusement park ride, which gives him the idea of bringing it back to life, although Sponge and Patrick wanted the whole thing to be a secret. The ride ends up breaking down and Krabs gets arrested. Wow, that serves him right. It's about time that happens for the shenanigans he's been pulling the past couple seasons. But at the very end, SpongeBob and Patrick find the real Mauna Loa, so good for them, I suppose. It's not too bad of an episode. I'm just glad Mr. K got what was coming to him. 24. Karate Star. Oh wow, a karate-themed episode? It's been a long time since we've had one of these. And it starts off well with Patrick punching SpongeBob to get a fly out of him, and Patrick dipping his fist into some cheese. After watching SpongeBob chopping bread, Pat wants to learn karate too. I really like how Patrick has his own colored gear, and they made sure to not make it green since that's what Sandy goes with. After a couple of moves, Patrick is really damn good at karate. In fact, maybe too good. He gets really cocky and starts causing trouble at the Krusty Krab and around town, but then he loses control of his chopping. So the only thing he can do is rip his arm off and it runs away. So I guess it really was alive. But in the end, that ripped off arm turns into another body. I guess starfish grow that way. While not my favorite karate episode, it was a breath of fresh air after 100 Krusty Krab ones in a row. 23. Rodeo Days. SpongeBob jump scare! Him and Patrick have a staring contest and get a letter for Sandy. It's from her brother Randy, and it's about some rodeo that she's invited to. She starts singing a song about the rodeo, and it's pretty catchy. I especially love this cow trio. Look at them jamming out. When she leaves, SpongeBob is concerned about her because of a clown, so he asks around and nobody wants to help him. He even asks Plankton. I don't know why this made me cackle, but this shot stayed static for so long and he just casually exploded. So SpongeBob kidnaps everyone via super bubbles, and this motherfucker actually makes it to Texas. The bubble pops in the rodeo, and if this isn't the most surreal episode I've seen in a while. While I really liked the ending, the rest of it was just okay and a little boring. 22. The Abrasive Side. SpongeBob needs another lesson from Plankton about being assertive. He slept at the bus stop to be first in line for Glove World, only to let a bunch of people in front of him. He ended up being late because of Sandy's experiment, which forced SpongeBob to run on a mouse wheel to blend a smoothie? Why couldn't she have done that on her own? And he keeps letting himself get pushed around by other people and doesn't end up going to Glove World at all. So Gary's solution is to order an abrasive, which is basically an evil version of SpongeBob. I love that he looks like a real abrasive sponge. That's a really clever use of that. This abrasive side doesn't just say no though, it's also extremely rude. At first, I really didn't mind because all his friends were taking hella advantage of him, but it went too far, so Sandy ripped it off. It doesn't seem like SpongeBob really learned how to say no the right way, but hey, it was a decent episode regardless. 21. The Curse of the Hex. There's a storm in Bikini Bottom, and some eel lady wants food. She doesn't have enough money, but SpongeBob sneaks out some patties after feeling bad for her, only to get caught. So this old lady curses the Krusty Krab. Oh boy. There's no customers showing up, and all of Mr. Krabs' money catches on fire. Realizing the curse is real, they find her and beg to lift the curse. It cracks me up how she said, "I like men who beg, so hey, I guess she's a dom." But basically, this eel, Madame Hagfish, asks for a gold doubloon from an eel, and after going out and getting it, she lifts the curse by removing the close sign. That is so silly. This entire episode is silly. It's one of the more memorable ones with a few decent jokes thrown in. 20. Earworm. SpongeBob keeps singing at work and is addicted to the musical Doodle, so he buys the vinyl and listens to it all night. This was basically me in Lincoln Park when I was 15 years old. He's so addicted to the song that it's affecting his work. He's messing up orders and spilling drinks on people. Krabs tells him to stop, and to prevent any outbursts, SpongeBob destroys his kitchen and writes Doodle everywhere. I love how this just turned into a psychological horror film out of nowhere. They find out that he has an earworm, which forces him to be obsessed with the song. Squidward plays a song so bad that it drives the earworm away, and by the end, that goes into his skull instead. Once again, not really a funny episode, but it's got a fairly compelling plot that we can all relate to some extent. 19. The Masterpiece. There's a new restaurant called the Sea Chicken Shack that's driving away Krabs customers. SpongeBob goes in to check it out and the place is a dump, but the kids love the giant chicken statue. So Squidward has the duty of making a statue of Mr. Krabs, and he decides to make it very pointy and sharp and calls it Oppression. This is going up there with Bold and Brash if you ask me. Since it's not suitable for kids to play on, Mr. Krabs paints himself gold and uses himself as the statue. Artists have to suffer to make it, and Mr. K is learning that the hard way. 18. Cracked Crabs. Krabs is nominated for being the cheapest crab, and SpongeBob is going with to the award ceremony. They even travel there by envelope. My favorite part is all the different crab designs. It's nice to see a bunch of variety when we normally only get Mr. Krabs. He's worried about the stiff competition, so he has SpongeBob make a testimony, and he just makes Krabs look like a good guy. I don't know why Krabs had any confidence in SpongeBob to begin with when he didn't even know what exaggerating meant. After the show, SpongeBob and Krabs exaggerate by trying to steal the hotel room. They get caught and are applauded by the other Krabs, and that's how he wins the award. A predictable, yet strangely touching story. 17. Squidward and Clarinet Land. Two key things to note about this episode. 1. Mr. Krabs actually murdered someone, and 2. SpongeBob knows how to use the fourth dimension. This is another Squidward auditions for music episode, but holy sh**, does it go places. Squidward wants a place to put his stuff at work, so Mr. Krabs digs out an old locker. He has to share this with SpongeBob, but he makes some adjustments. And when I say adjustments, I mean he somehow expands the size of the locker tenfold, and I can't begin to describe what the hell happens in there. Squidward was checking on where his clarinet was, and he somehow ends up in Clarinet Land. And there's a bald eagle that gets sassy with Squidward. What kind of acid trip is this? He gets eaten, catches SpongeBob, but gets trapped in a tiny room. The mirrors start taunting him. He's in a pinball machine. A giant Patrick picks him up, and it just keeps on going. Squidward is sucked into a vacuum. He chases SpongeBob through space and finally gets back to reality. Was this all a dream? I can't even tell at this point. But he gets so mad at SpongeBob that he traps him in the locker and tosses him on a bus stop far, far away. God damn, man. At the audition, Squidward finds SpongeBob in his clarinet case. I really hate how irritating SpongeBob was about ignoring Squidward's simple request, but Jesus, this episode just went everywhere. It feels like the writing process was thinking of random locations and things to do, and then forcing them all to work together in tandem. 16. Greasy Buffoons. SpongeBob slips on some grease, only to discover the grease trap is dirty, so they dump it behind the chum bucket. Now, can we just take a second to talk about how SpongeBob is driving this massive truck so easily, but he can't get his regular boating license? Anyway, Plankton uses this newfound grease and sells it, so Krabs and Plankton keep trying to one-up each other. Now, we all know that too much grease is pretty nasty, so SpongeBob calls the health department and they're forced to get rid of it. As gross as this one can be, I actually kind of like this episode. Seeing fair competition between Krabs and Plankton is really cool. It's just too bad it was about out-greasing one another. 15. Trench Billies. SpongeBob and Patrick are jellyfishing and fall into a dark trench with a bunch of hillbillies. They're forced to go through an initiation, which involves a music contest. So SpongeBob turns into a banjo and they jam out for a good while. This initiation takes a good amount of the episode. They have to sing, show off their jellyfishing, and it's enough to pass the test to get them some free novelty teeth. The hillbilly fish are kinda awesome. They remind me a lot of Plankton's family from season 3, but a bit more fleshed out. Sponge and Patrick manage to escape, but are followed back to the Krusty Krab. After eating some patties and Mr. Krabs gets hitched, it all settles itself out. I didn't think I was gonna like this episode, but the hillbilly characters played their roles pretty well and made for a unique time. 14. Model Sponge. I wasn't expecting the title to be so blatant, but it sure was. SpongeBob overhears Krabs saying he has to let someone go, and he thinks it's him. Krabs was talking about a scallop, but SpongeBob doesn't realize that. So after Patrick chugs down some drinkable sausage, he applies for a couple jobs without much luck. I love how SpongeBob makes a Krabby Patty out of money. Just the way he did it made me chuckle. But he ends up auditioning as a sponge model and gets it because he's the only one to apply. You know, this episode is a lot like As Seen on TV, only he actually gets another job instead of just imagining it. SpongeBob's role is cleaning a bathroom for a commercial, but when they ripped his pants off, I thought he signed up for an adult film by accident. SpongeBob doesn't like cleaning the dirty bathroom, so he goes back to the Krusty Krab. There were quite a few funny moments and gags. I also love how the hand is just sitting on the toilet at the end. Can we make him a canon character, please? 13. Whelk Attack. Sponge and Patrick get run over by whelks that are also attacking Bikini Bottom. These whelks attack with the lobber, you know, the one from Cuphead. They're going around eating everyone. And after Mr. Krabs fails to sell them Krabby Patties, the Big Mama comes in and she's a little teeny bit pissed off. She eats Squidward in the entirety of the Krusty Krab. These things are aggressive. Not even Sandy's tree dome is safe. Everyone gets eaten. But inside the belly, Sandy discovers that they're really sick, so SpongeBob sucks up all the bacteria and cleans them up that way. Holy crap, this episode was intense. Absolutely nothing stood a chance against the whelks. They were completely unstoppable. It was a fun watch. 12. Perfect chemistry. Sandy and SpongeBob make a nut teleporter machine, but it doesn't really work. Funny enough, Plankton also made a new machine that turns him into a gas cloud. I love the random broccoli just sitting there with a towel. We're off to a good start here. He tries to get into Krab's safe, but is instead blown to Sandy's tree dome by some miracle. So in a bizarre twist, the ultimate collab of Sandy and Plankton work together to fix her nut teleporter. These are the kinds of things I want to see more of. Characters that normally never interact doing so on a thoughtful scale. She brings her machine to the chum bucket so they combine them together. SpongeBob is the test monkey, and they aren't getting the machine to work quite right. Only parts of SpongeBob's body are teleporting, and they keep haunting Squidward, which was cracking me up. This is by far the best use of fart jokes I've seen in quite a while. Once the machine is figured out, Plankton uses it to get the formula, but instead he's trapped in the jar without it. This was a really good one to watch. I want to see more weird stuff like Squidward and Larry working out together, or something like that. 11. The Bad Guy Club for Villains. SpongeBob gets a tape with a lost episode of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. This one is about a bunch of villains beating up in Bikini Bottom. But if you remember Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5, Sponge and his friends were in costumes parodying the Justice League. Well, this episode actually shows the real versions of those characters. Well, some of them are missing and there's one new guy, but it's still cool to see regardless. And then they fight it out for a little while. In the end, the bad guys were just getting together for a book club. It's so cute how the end of the lost episode has SpongeBob credits too. This is a short but sweet one. It's got a little bit of fan service and is overall a fun time. 10. Buried in Time. Mr. Krabs sets up a time capsule to be opened in 50 years, but Squidward thinks it's the most ridiculous thing and starts making fun of customers' items. Patrick tries to throw a rock into the capsule, but Squid doesn't want to allow it, and they manage to slip inside. Krabs even throws in the formula, and he just ignores that his employees and Patrick are right there. While they're trapped underground, they start imagining what the future will be like, and Patrick imagines a normal-ass city, which was pretty funny. But while that's happening, Plankton digs a hole through the capsule and takes the formula. With that tiny hole, Squidward manages to squeeze through and dig his way out with his bare hands. Damn. But since it hasn't actually been 50 years, he goes back down. Okay, you weirdo. He proceeds to step on Plankton, who at the end tries to poop it out. What a bizarre episode. It had a few jokes that had me giggling, so it's up there as one of the better ones in Season 7. 9. The Great Patty Caper. We got ourselves quite the juicy double special. Krabby Patties have run out, so Krabs and Sponge are trying to make them from scratch but can't quite remember the recipe. So they actually do something really smart. Move the formula away from the restaurant. Finally, a solid plan. But they forgot to read what the formula is. Don't they just order their patties from some factory? I mean, I guess not, because they're going on a train to get the safe open and Krabs gives SpongeBob the key for it. And as you may expect, SpongeBob loses it almost right away, so now he's gotta find it. He calls out people he's met on the train, and they manage to bust some other thieves, but none of them have the key. And that's when Patrick pulls it out to clean his teeth. But Plankton is also on board and manages to take the key and kick them off. But SpongeBob runs off a cliff and turns into a goddamn hang glider. Man, we got a badass over here. It's not quite enough though, as Plankton traps them at the front of the train and removes the lock. This train just so happens to stop conveniently right in front of the bank. I gotta say, this is Plankton's best plan yet. While he's getting the formula, Sponge and Patrick try to turn the train around, but it takes them quite a while as they smash into a rock and almost run into a rest home. Don't ask how they turn the train around, because I don't know either. Plankton gets the formula, and just like that, Krabs randomly shows up to stop him, and SpongeBob's train helps when a door falls and lands on Plankton. Whew, a lot happened in this episode. This is gonna sound weird, but the whole thing reminds me of a Hat in Time's train mission where you have to look for a murderer. While a lot of this plot didn't make sense, I still had a good time watching The Great Patty Caper. 8. Growth Spout. Pearl is having a growth spout and gets very large and hungry. she threatens to eat Mr. Krabs' money, so he goes around stealing everyone's food. And for once, it feels justified because it's the middle of the night and there aren't any stores open. Then the next day, she eats a Krabby Patty at the Krusty Krab and gets full from that. This was a really fun one to watch. There's some pretty solid jokes, and the cops did a great job at being just as stupid as Patrick. Yeah, they're probably the only part of the episode I didn't care for, but it was fairly brief, and it's mostly great because Mr. Krabs is actually trying to take care of his daughter. 7. Gary in love. SpongeBob and Gary go to a snail park and he falls in love with one of the snails. But the girl Sten's boyfriend gets feisty about them hanging out on the teeter-totter. So when SpongeBob's asleep, Gary goes out to find her. Man, this reminds me so much of high school. I left the house in the middle of the night a couple times myself to see friends or a girlfriend. Unfortunately for Gary, he ends up in a store as a stray snail. The bad guys are on the lookout for him, and Gary eventually catapults his way to his crush. SpongeBob finds him, realizing why he left the house, only for Gary and this tan snail to get absolutely played. This is a really solid episode. Not too funny, but I really enjoyed the story. 6. Welcome to the Bikini Bottom Triangle. A bunch of objects and even Mr. Krabs are missing. Apparently they're in the Bikini Bottom Triangle, which is just a massive island with trash on it. A vacuum cleaner sucks the sky and grabs whatever it can for this place. I really love this concept in general. Maybe this is what's behind black holes all along. They find that there's these mermaids that are causing all the problems, and they're just teenagers stealing people's things because they're bored. That is hilarious, and Patrick has a crush on them too. Man, he really does have a thing for mermaids since he was also into Mindy from the first movie. So Pearl tells these mermaids about them all, and they sing their song backwards and everything returns to normal. I really like this episode. The characters felt genuine in this one. 5. Enchanted Tiki Dreams. SpongeBob and Patrick keep hurting themselves and making a lot of noise. When Squidward confronts them, he gets zapped by an eel and his house falls apart on top of him. Squidward starts crying under his chair, just wanting some peace and quiet. And for once, Sponge and Patrick actually feel bad and decided to make some changes. So when Squidward goes outside again, he notices a tiki paradise in front of him. And man, Squid could not have been happier. Everything just looks so pristine and beautiful. Big props to SpongeBob and Patrick for putting all this together. They actually made a valiant effort here. And the tiki song is super catchy as well. It's too bad that Patrick accidentally knocked over a tiki and everything burned down. But it looked like a vacation, so it didn't feel like it was supposed to last for forever anyway. The Squidward Redemption arc. This was a really nice change of pace. 4. The monster who came to Bikini Bottom. Patrick takes a rubber stopper out of a toxic barrel, and this creates a massive monster. He is completely unfazed by this guy, who's called Rarg, and they become friends. For some reason, it's really funny watching Rarg interact with Sponge and Patrick. They're just so passive about the whole thing. But he starts picking up and destroying their houses because he thinks it's a fun game. So the cops try to put him around a fence, but all he wants to do is hang out. So Rarg runs into town and starts reading a newspaper, but the cops force him to leave. Thankfully, there's still a way for him to hang out with Patrick. He serves ice cubes from a mountain to customers in the Krusty Krab. Look, I can't explain why I like this episode so much. Rarg is just such a charming monster, and he's really fun to watch. 3. SpongeBob's Last Stand. We got ourselves another double feature, and it's a surprisingly good one. I need to point out that SpongeBob and Patrick keep wearing these stupid goggles when they jellyfish now, and I don't get why. It's like they're trying to drive the point home that they're nerdy professionals way too hard. But anyway, Jellyfish Fields is in danger of going away because of some highway that Plankton funded by the city. SpongeBob tries to change people's minds, but nobody listens to him and the highway is built. And it happened to be built right over the Krusty Krab and into the chum bucket, driving Mr. Krabs to sell his formula to Plankton. But the jellyfish come back because they have nowhere else to go. And SpongeBob finally convinces everyone the highway is bad to have and they get rid of it. This episode drives a strange parallel to our real world where climate change is happening, yet nothing is being done about it. People tend to only think about consequences until damage has already been done. That's pretty much what's happening here too. It was pretty heartbreaking to see Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob, and even Squidward torn apart about what was happening. It's not often you get to see these characters go through struggles and actually feel it with them. There weren't many jokes, but the plot was really good, and even the song numbers were decent. 2. Love That Squid. Squidward has a big crush on a lady cephalopod that rolls into the Krusty Krab. He struggles to talk normally in front of her. Oh my god, that's so adorable. But SpongeBob, being the absolute Chad he is, talks him up a storm and secures him a date. Since it's been so long since Squid's last date, he goes on a practice one with SpongeBob instead. And honestly, SpongeBob is doing a pretty good job teaching Squidward what to do and how to act, but he's not doing the best with his manners and etiquette. As soon as Squidward starts yelling at SpongeBob, it's very obvious what's gonna happen next. He He yells and yells while his real date is right behind him, but she loves all of it, and he gets to spend actual time with her. One of the most satisfying episodes I've seen in a while, and it actually made me laugh. 1. I Heart Dancing. SpongeBob is dancing and whew, he's got some good moves. So good that a lady at the Krusty Krab wants him to audition as a backup dancer. Squidward finds out and decides to tire SpongeBob out so he can take over. And shockingly, his plan actually works and he even gets the gig. To Squilliam Show! Oh, I did not see that twist coming. It got me good. This was a really great episode. The jokes were funny and it was fun watching SpongeBob jam out, especially with a ribbon. Like, man, that's some real talent right there. I just love SpongeBob's face when he said, "Who put you on this planet?" It just came off so sassy. Well, we just got through our longest season yet, and yeah, it is a lot like season 6, where most of the episodes suck and there's only a few decent ones. And a weird thing that I noticed is a lot of these are based on the Krusty Krab. Like, that's just a very essential theme. We're always in the Krusty Krab, it seems like. And as we go further and further into SpongeBob, this doesn't get changed. This is just like the theme of the show. And yeah, I think with season 7 over, it's time to move on to season 8. This is a season I think I watched all the episodes like one time, but I don't remember any of it, so oh boy. Here we go. 47, In Spongiac. Wow, what a detailed title card that is. Krabs complains that SpongeBob used 1% more mustard than he should have, and really gets on his case about it. Why do I feel like I'm watching pickles mashed with procrastination? SpongeBob slept for 2 less minutes than usual, which apparently makes him an insomniac. So now Krabs is making him all paranoid and is being a micromanaging little bitch. As you can imagine, SpongeBob isn't able to get sleep now and is overthinking everything he does. Now, by far the strangest part of this whole episode is this shot of SpongeBob going to Patrick's rock. Can anyone tell me where Squidward's house is? It's just gone. Anyway, Patrick reads him a bedtime story and that doesn't help at all. In fact, he gives SpongeBob some coffee and starts hallucinating. After getting almost no sleep, he goes to work and after dipping in some mustard, starts crying mustard on the patties, and this is the correct amount? What an awful episode. There was nothing funny here. It's just Mr. Krabs being incredibly mean-spirited for no reason. 46, Restraining SpongeBob. SpongeBob being annoying for 2 minutes, and then he hurts Squidward for another 2 minutes. After officially going insane, Squidward gets a restraining order. It is about damn time, honestly. Since Sponge and Squidward can't really work together, Patrick is hired to annoy Squidward. He annoys and harasses him so much that Squidward replaces SpongeBob with him on the restraining order. Why not just get 2 restraining orders instead? Whatever, this episode's pretty meh anyway. 45, Patrick's Staycation. Patrick needs a nice break from his life. Waking up, eating, sleeping. Man, that sure sounds like a rough life you got there. Maybe we can trade for a bit? Anyway, SpongeBob suggests to him to take a staycation. I'm a big fan of the mustache hair that he rocks later on, but otherwise this is off to a bad start. This is one of those Patrick extra dumb episodes. I mean, he's drowning in the freaking bathtub for crying out loud. If I wanted to watch a good Hotel SpongeBob episode, I'd watch Krusty Towers. Look, I get the joke of the episode, the staycation is being treated like a normal vacation, but it's just not doing much for me. And I'm just not feeling the energy from the plot, with the pace and the line delivery. Patrick's getting a massage, and then Squidward gets one for 5 hours so SpongeBob goes to bed tired? What's happening? You know what? Just skip. I'm just skipping. 44, The Other Patty. Krabby Patty's self-destruct 10 feet beyond the Krusty Krab. The thought of that is actually really terrifying. Plankton wants to steal a different patty recipe, this time from the Flabby Patty. But Krabs also wants it, so it's a competition. This is pretty much best frenemies from season 4, except Krabs and Plankton aren't teaming up, which isn't as interesting. They keep messing up, but their mistakes don't even make sense. Plankton gets trampled on before sneaking in and just gives up instead of, I don't know, going inside after that happened? Anyway, they work together to steal the formula, only for the owner to be SpongeBob. This is another predictable ending, so it makes waiting for the payoff not feel worth it. He clearly wants them to be friends and suggests they steal together, so the whole thing is super obvious. 43. Drive-thru. Mr. Krabs creates a drive-thru. This isn't the first time we've seen a Krusty Krab drive-thru, but this episode expands on the idea. Krabs makes his drive-thru by smashing a hole through the wall, the menu's written on napkins, and there's cans for the microphone. This creates absurdly long lines to the point where the cops are giving him tickets for turning Bikini Bottom into a parking lot. So the solution is to put more holes in the walls. It doesn't really help, so with even more holes, the entire restaurant collapses on itself. This is a very strange episode. I don't hate the concept, but it's executed in such an odd manner. Plot points kind of jump all over the place. It doesn't feel well woven together. My favorite part was probably Plankton selling his chum nuggets while people waited in line, but that's about it. 42. Bubble Buddy returns. Holy crap, a sequel to one of the most iconic SpongeBob episodes. Bubble Buddy brings a letter to SpongeBob and asks SpongeBob to watch his son while he and his wife are out of town. This is what they're gonna go with? Immediately, his son Shiny is causing chaos. Now, I get what they're trying to pull here. Shiny is super destructive like his dad was, but it doesn't work in this context because it was way more subtle back then, and SpongeBob was the problem, not the bubble. If SpongeBob would just stop letting Shiny go, please hold on to that damn bubble for dear life. When they get home after a million excursions, he pops him when he bops him with another bubble and tries to bring him back. Once he's returned, his dad arrives for 5 seconds and leaves. You know, for a Bubble Buddy episode, it barely featured actual Bubble Buddy at all. I'm a little disappointed this episode wasn't very good. 41. Face Freeze. Oh no. I remember this one and I was not a fan last time I watched it. SpongeBob and Patrick start making a bunch of faces, and Krabs gets upset and tells them to cut it out or their faces will freeze up. But they just can't help themselves and keep on doing it. I can imagine it must have taken a lot of effort to come up with all these faces as animators, but there's just not much substance in the episode itself, and there really aren't any jokes either. After they both hold a particular face for a long time, it actually freezes up. Wow, who could have seen that coming? Sandy tries to fix them, and it doesn't really work. Sponge goes to work the next day, and let's just say that his new face is giving him some serious problems. Mr. Krabs gets really mad when he finds out, and then he gets the face freeze. And so does Squidward for laughing at them all. Just, okay. What a story this sure was. It wasn't as creepy as I remember, but there's just not much here besides the faces. 40. Demolition Doofus. It's time for another boating school episode. The only notable thing to mention are these sick grinds SpongeBob gets before going to class. Mrs. Puff gets so inflated that when she crashes, she can no longer puff up. I've seen this version of Mrs. Puff as memes in the past, and I kinda forgot that even existed until now. SpongeBob is once again a naive asshole, calling her Mrs. Pop and having no idea why she's upset. God, I hate watching these ones. He buys her flowers she's allergic to, forces her to leave the room. Please make this stop. For some reason, the hospital has a demolition derby, so Pup gets the idea of throwing SpongeBob into the mess to get rid of him forever. After signing him up, he's basically invincible to getting hurt. Even his car can't get destroyed. After he wins the demolition, Mrs. Puff takes a stab at it and ends up wrecking her boating school. I really don't have much to say. The demolition scenes were entertaining to some extent, but it's just kind of the same thing we've seen over and over again. 39. Accidents will happen. Squidward twists his ankle at work and tries to give the OWS a call to get some paid fines. I guarantee the fine is like $1 and I haven't even seen what happens yet. But Krabs says he'll give him anything he wants to avoid paying, so he gets the day off. Krabs convinces SpongeBob to figure out what actually happened. So Patrick helps because of course he does, and Krabs ends up giving Squidward a foot massage with fry grease. Nasty. The OWS guy comes anyway because SpongeBob calls, and yep, the fine literally was $1. This show is so predictable sometimes. But Squid was caught napping on the buns and ends up massaging Krabs. This reminds me a lot of the Dime episode from season 3, but way less interesting. This comes off as a really forgettable episode. Or maybe I've just watched too much SpongeBob at this point. 38. Squiditis. Squidward wants to go outside, so he pretends to be sick to skip work. He doesn't fool Mr. Krabs, but SpongeBob on the other hand. Because it's spooking Sponge so much, Squid gets the day off. But later on, Sponge thinks he's contracted Squid's disease as well. So he dips his feet in grease as a cure. This makes me a little uncomfortable to watch, I'm not gonna lie. After being told to go home, Squidward doesn't get the time away from SpongeBob. Krabs tries to run the place on his own, but it's just too much. So after being forced to watch a romantic comedy with SpongeBob, Squidward runs back to work. This is another annoying episode. It's a lot more tame when it comes to harassing Squidward, but it's just not very fun to watch. Another super forgettable episode. 37. Sweet and Sour Squid. Squidward drives customers away playing the clarinet, and while he cries, Plankton schemes a plan to get the formula from him. He tries and tries and tries until SpongeBob suggests that he talk about music with him. This actually works. Squidward is enthralled to have a fan at all, and we get a fairly decent song number too. Even after befriending him, Squidward doesn't know the formula, so frustrated, he steals the clarinet. But since the music was so bad, he gets arrested for it. This is an alright episode. I'm really starting to get tired of Plankton failing to steal the formula plots though. I've seen an endless amount of them now. 36. Barnacle Face. In a weird turn of events, we get a good look at what Pearl's high school is actually like. Pearl has a barnacle on her face, so Krabs makes SpongeBob get rid of it, and let's just say it doesn't go over well. In fact, the problem just gets worse as the barnacles spread. Gonna take a wild guess that the soap isn't actually soap, and wow, I was right! They're made out of leftover Krabby Patties. Oh, that kind of makes sense. So SpongeBob takes Krabs' jewelry and fills her holes with it so she can go to a dance. Okay, that's almost more nasty. I'm not really a fan of this episode. Just take Pearl to the damn spa, Krabs. I mean, sheesh. 35. Walking the Plankton. Okay, that's some clever wordplay, I have to admit. Plankton isn't able to show his slides, so SpongeBob helps out. The story goes with Krabs and SpongeBob going on a free cruise, so Plankton and Karen go along to steal the formula. Although Karen doesn't know that's why they're actually going. While she's asleep, Plankton does his usual thing. There's not much interesting happening, but I am very amused by the free land food buffet. It's the same thing as usual. Plankton gets the Krabby Patty but is stopped by Karen, which strangely has become more of a trend in these later seasons where she stops him. She's very against him nowadays. 34. Pet Sitter Pat. SpongeBob is invited to his grandma's house for her birthday, but nobody can watch Gary. Squidward is busy, so Patrick ends up watching him. I'm sure we're all reminded of I'm a teenage Gary, but Patrick takes Squidward's spot. Although he does a slightly better job than Squidward did. Instead of neglecting him, he eats Gary's food right in front of him. As Patrick continues to neglect Gary, he kind of just gets used to it. Once the house is flooded, they're both having a lot of fun all of a sudden, despite SpongeBob being super paranoid about what's going on. When SpongeBob gets back, Gary is reading Patrick a story in bed. This one is really, really dumb, but it did make me laugh a couple times. 33. Smooth Jazz at Bikini Bottom. Squid be jamming out to some jazz from Kelpie G, and guess whose tickets ended up in Patrick's mouth? Luckily, 2 tickets are being given away and SpongeBob wins them. He's a nuisance for the duration of the concert as you'd expect, but honestly, the music is so chill that I don't even mind that much. That is, until Patrick showed up ruining the mood entirely, eating both of the backstage passes. Sometimes I just want to smack the moron into Timbuktu. They both end up losing their seats and get kicked out, but they sneak into the backstage room. Squidward and Sponge play music to try to get in, and Kelpie G loves SpongeBob's ukulele playing so much that he gets to play with him on stage. This is just another Torture Squidward episode featuring soothing music. 32. Bubble Troubles. This episode is just nothing for 5 minutes. It takes forever to get started. Sponge and Pat are blowing spicy bubbles, and after destroying Squidward with a big one, they ruin Sandy's tree dome and she's running low on air. She starts to go cuckoo crazy as she only has a few minutes left and is barely surviving off air from the Krusty Krab ceiling, Pearl's head, and Mr. Krab's shell. So SpongeBob blows a big bubble of air and puts it in the tree dome, solving the problem. Or apparently not, because the tree dome is lifted in the air from the bubble. When the hell did this happen? It was clearly inside the tree dome before. This is one of the most brain-dead episodes I've seen, but it did make me laugh a few times, so I'll give it points for that. 31. The Good Krabby Name. Mr. Krabs finds everyone in Bikini Bottom that has eaten at the Krusty Krab and wants the last 2% to take a visit. So Sponge and Patrick graffiti all over Bikini Bottom with that message, and it just goes on and on for the rest of the episode. It's the most obnoxious ad campaign you can imagine, but it does work. When you see something enough times, you're much more inclined to remember and even try out the product. That's just how our brains work. I didn't really find this one all that funny, but the plot was alright, I suppose. 30. Move It or Lose It. The Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket are 99 feet away from each other, when it's supposed to be 100, so one of them has to get bulldozed. I've seen Mr. Krabs pick up the Krusty Krab many times. He could just slide it 1 foot back himself, but we know that logic wouldn't apply today. So instead, whoever gets the most signatures from a petition keeps their restaurant. SpongeBob is asking around, but nobody cares what happens. So Plankton decides to pay people to sign for him despite not having any money. So his plan is to sell all of his inventions and give the money back for signatures. That is a pretty big brain move for Plankton. He's risking it for the biscuit. But what he doesn't know is that the bulldozing entails moving the Krusty Krab 1 foot back, and that's it. That's pretty much what I just proposed. I'm kinda surprised that's what they went with. I don't mind this episode. I don't think I'll recall it ever in the future, but it was a fine enough watch. 29 for Hero to Go. Mr. Krabs has a jar of seeds. Whoever guesses the right amount wins a free Krabby Patty. I'm surprised he's not charging for people to guess. Plankton wants to guess, of course, but Krabs won't let him, so he calls the bogus business bureau to complain of his unfair treatment. The BBB threatens to close down the Krusty Krab, and Plankton guesses the seed count correctly. After a bunch of stalling, they give Plankton the patty, but he has to swallow it before leaving. After Karen cuts him open, they try to sell it, but it's just not the right recipe with his stomach acids. Honestly, I really wish Plankton wasn't involved in this one. It would have been a lot more interesting if some random customer guessed correctly and tried to sell the patty on his own, or who knows what they could have done with that twist. 28. Hello Bikini Bottom. Squidward is playing clarinet, and SpongeBob feels the need to join in. Some manager/promoter hears them and starts singing about how great they are, and hot damn, his song's actually catchy. The only problem is Squidward doesn't want to tour with SpongeBob, and Mr. Krabs takes over, which is super lame. I really like the new guy. Now we gotta put up with Krabs' cheapness for 15 more minutes. Because yes, this is a double special. After stealing a bus and Patrick turning into a roadie, they get to a concert and the manager guy is there mocking them. Why the hell isn't he in charge? You know, I'm on his side. Let's just say that Krabs has gone off the deep end, because he pawned the Krusty Krab for this tour. Bruh. And they don't even go to normal concert places, but instead the supermarket and a retirement home. Wow, how impressive. After making a fake sign for Ned and the Needlefish, Krabs manages to steal the spotlight at an actual concert, only for SpongeBob and Squidward to get booed off stage. Again, none of this would have happened if he hadn't taken over. What a moron. Now that Mr. Krabs is broke and they got stranded in the middle of nowhere, Squidward quits and starts walking home. But not before one more song, which again is pretty darn catchy. Krabs gets what he deserves in the end, which is nice to see, but otherwise, I don't think this needed to be such a long episode. There's a good amount of filler for an idea that could have been fit into 11 minutes. 27. It's a SpongeBob Christmas. I'm not sure how this could top Christmas Who, but I'll give it a chance. At least this intro has some pretty stunning visuals, reminiscent of Santa Claus is Coming to Town from the 70s. Patchy is the mailman, and he slips on a fork and spins out of control. He ends up with a flat tire and is stuck out in the cold all night and starts hallucinating. There's a cave which he believes has Santa, but it's just a terrifying polar bear. As dumb as this Patchy segment is, it's at least more interesting to watch because of the change in visuals. The SpongeBob intro is also remixed like Christmas Who's was, but instead of beautiful opera singers, it's a child choir. I get this is a kid's show, but I would have preferred if they just reused what they did for Christmas Who, since it sounds way better. Also, this one episode in particular for this season is in widescreen. That's pretty wonky considering the rest of them aren't, but alright, sure. And that's when I really noticed the art style. Oh my god, it's just like Kamp Koral. I bet Kamp Koral used this episode's assets as a base. They're strikingly similar. While SpongeBob sings a song about Christmas, he goes from place to place, and everything looks pretty good actually. Besides Patrick being kinda slimmed down, this art style works relatively well. It's definitely not as expressive, but for a special, I think it's fine. But as for the plot, Plankton creates Jerktonium, which he puts in fruitcake to make everyone evil. It doesn't work on SpongeBob, but it does with everyone else in town. It's so strange that everyone wants to eat fruitcake after the last Christmas special made a huge point of not eating it. But yeah, since the fruitcake doesn't affect SpongeBob, Plankton's got a robot version of him that's evil. And somehow, nobody notices how different he looks. SpongeBob starts to realize how mean everyone is acting, so he goes to Sandy for help. After dropping some fruitcake in her analyzer, they learn of the Jerktonium, and the solution is tries to sing a song. I'm about halfway through this, and this just doesn't feel like much of a Christmas episode. I'm definitely a little bit biased because I grew up with the older episodes, but I just don't feel the charm at all. The songs aren't as good, Santa isn't a mystery, the story is rushing its way to the end. It's not completely awful, but it doesn't feel all that special. By the end, Santa's about to give everyone coal until Robo-Sponge comes along to fry him. SpongeBob comes to the rescue by firing fruitcakes at it, proving that Plankton was evil all along. I can tell a ton of effort was poured into this, but I just don't see myself wanting to watch this ever again. 26. Glove World Rip. One of Glove World's rides crashes into SpongeBob's house. I'm not even gonna try to imagine how that was possible, but the fish want the place to be closed down. So Sponge and Pat visit for the last time. You know, after seeing so many Glove World episodes, how cool would it be if one day Nickelodeon makes Glove World a real place and we could ride the fiery Fisto Pain? Man, that would be awesome. But as they try out all the rides one last time, they're all kind of falling apart. Even the Ferris wheel makes a run for it. After they try to fix the place up, it turns out Glove Universe is its replacement. Once again, it just wasn't all that entertaining to watch. People getting hurt on the rides is the only gag for the entire episode. 25. Home Sweet Rubble. SpongeBob's pineapple's falling apart, and I gotta say, the visuals of it melting away are really damn impressive compared to what we usually see. SpongeBob calls for Patrick's help, but he's having a dream that he's working in a huge office. I don't know why this cracks me up. It's just so funny since he can only hear him through the phone in his dream. Squidward also ends up helping by being the support system, while Sandy and Krabs help rebuild. They end up making, something, alright, but they completely forgot that Squidward was there the entire time. While the episode goes along, Gary keeps asking to be fed, and at the end, it turns out he was holding a can that would recreate the pineapple in an instant. This is a lot like Home Sweet Pineapple from season 1, but with a bit of a different spin on it. I don't mind this episode actually. It was nice to see his friends at least attempt to help. 24. Mr. Krabs takes a vacation. That's right, it's vacation picture time. Mr. Krabs announces he's closing the Krusty Krab for vacation. I busted a gut when Squidward Rejoice and Hallelujah started playing, and for some reason, Krabs invites SpongeBob with. What on earth is he thinking? Pearl doesn't want Sponge going with for obvious reasons, and they end up going to the Mint, where all the money is made. Pearl was not pleased when they passed Planet Roller Coaster. I mean, hey, that place looking pretty sweet, but at the Mint, the tour guide does his thing and Mr. Krabs is kind of obnoxious the whole time. He tries stealing the money, then cries a river when it's shredded. I swear, sometimes he's got the personality of a frickin' 3-year-old. But suddenly, robbers start stealing the money, so Mr. Krabs uses SpongeBob to flick them out and save the day. They get some fancy dollar bills that Pearl takes to buy some shoes. This episode is all over the place. One minute it's painful, the next it's hilarious. I don't know how I feel about it overall. 23. The Googly Artiste. Patrick wants to make art like SpongeBob and Squidward, and he's tested to put some googly eyes on a rock. While he's, making art, Frederick T. Nitpick critiques Squidward's sculpture and hates it. And of course, Frederick gives Patrick $500 for his googly rock. In fact, Patrick sells tons of these rocks until he runs out. That's when he runs to the Krusty Krab and slaps googly eyes on the patties. These sell so well that Mr. Krabs takes over Patrick's business. What a jackass. Patrick really should have copyrighted his product. This is a very dumb episode, which would have been fine if it were more entertaining, but it just feels like the story is forced to move forward. 22. Sentimental Sponge. Spring has begun in Bikini Bottom, which means it's time for spring cleaning. But Patrick doesn't understand why SpongeBob's throwing away so much stuff, which convinces SpongeBob to become a hoarder. It gets so bad that he's saving things like grease in his sweat, so the sanitation police tells him to get rid of his junk or vacate his premises. Squidward suggests taking pictures of all his stuff, which is actually kind of thoughtful of him. After getting rid of the junk, the house is now filled to the brim with photos of all the junk, in a not so surprising turn of events. This episode is fine enough, but it didn't make me laugh at all. 21. House Sitting for Sandy. Oh, right. I forgot Gary secretly has ultra-realistic hands. Sandy needs SpongeBob to watch or treat him for the day, giving him an extremely long list of things to follow. Gonna guess now that Patrick will show up to ruin everything. I'm about halfway through these episodes, and you can tell that fresh ideas are running low since plot lines keep getting repeated from older episodes. This one is very similar to Wormy. Oh wow, Patrick does show up. Man, I'm so good at guessing, aren't I? Oh, wow. And what is up with making SpongeBob look like a damn zombie when he needs water? How did he even forget about the helmet after all this time? I've got more questions than answers, okay? As you'd expect, Patrick distracts SpongeBob and the robots break out and start destroying everything. I gotta be honest, this is kinda Sandy's fault for having all these robots for no reason. But she comes back with a gun and shoots everything back to normal, which leads SpongeBob to destroying everything again, and a robot breaks this gun. As predictable as this plot was, it was at least an enjoyable one to watch. 20. Fiasco. SpongeBob is storyboarding and Krabs doesn't care for it. After personally working with storyboards the past year, it's very surreal to see them inside a cartoon. They're looking for a gimmick for the restaurant, and while that's happening, Squidward spots Fiasco, a really famous artist that draws surreal art. He made something and left, and now the piece is for the people to look at. Plankton thinks he can reverse engineer the ingredients, however, so he attempts to steal it but is chased by the cops. At some point, Patrick and Squidward end up in SpongeBob's house, and Patrick eats the Fiasco, and somehow Squidward's in jail? He literally did nothing. I actually like the idea of this episode a lot. It just wasn't all that humorous. 19. Free samples. Plankton thinks he can draw in customers with free samples of his chum, and he sure does, while also managing to poison everyone with his sludge. Except Patrick, who eats the rest of them up. So what does Plankton do? Goes back to selling free samples, but claims that they're Krabby Patties. I also hate how all of them have Band-Aids on them. That's the nastiest part of this whole thing. Sponge and Krabs try giving away their actual Krabby Patties, and nobody's buying into it. That is, until SpongeBob calls them new and all returns to normal. It goes to show that it's not about what you got, it's how you present what you got. While this episode had a basic idea, it was a decent enough watch. 18. Squidward's School for Grown-Ups. Sponge and Patrick scream at boaters for fun. Okay. When suddenly, Patrick gets a beard after falling asleep. Squidward notices and decides to teach him how to be grown-ups and mature. SpongeBob's not really getting with the program, although Patrick is only somewhat going with the flow. This change breaks up the friendship, which we all know won't last. Squid and Pat go to an opera house, only to be greeted by SpongeBob in costume singing like an absolute god. This awakens the beard, which was actually just a sea urchin the whole time. This episode's plot got really solid after the screaming shenanigans at the beginning. I liked it. 17. Oral Report. This random fish slowly falling out of existence summarizes my thoughts on watching this season of SpongeBob. The customers are extremely hungry, and SpongeBob is paranoid about public speaking. He goes to get help from Patrick, but it only makes him more nervous. That's when Sandy whips up some goggles that lets him see everyone in their undies. He brings them to class, only for Patrick to clean the goggles, which ruins them. He can see everyone in their underwear, but they also have angry talking faces, which makes SpongeBob drive away, get caught by the cops, finally recite his speech, and Mrs. Puff goes to jail. It's just tradition that she ends up in jail somehow. Public speaking can be difficult for a lot of people, but it gets a lot easier when you're older because you realize that the people you're speaking for, you'll never see again anyway. This was a decent watch with a few good jokes thrown in too. 16. A friendly game. SpongeBob and Patrick are gonna go golfing. Well, that's a nice change of pace, except that it's raining and they can't go out. So instead, they make a golf course in SpongeBob's house. There's a few moments in here that really had me laughing, which is super rare in these newer episodes, and the mini golf courses that were made were pretty creative. It gets completely off track though when the balls are shot into Squidward's house. They completely destroy his place since they have to play the ball where it lies. Interestingly, it didn't seem like they were torturing Squidward this time, since they technically didn't wake him up from noise as he requested. Also, Squidward has dentures. I never would have guessed that. Just for the sheer novelty, this was a decent one to watch. 15. Are you happy now? SpongeBob really likes reading the work schedule book. They're happy memories for him, which makes Squidward realize that he doesn't have any. SpongeBob tries his best to cheer him up, and he really does put in a valiant effort, but nothing seems to help. It gets to the point where Squidward traps himself in his house for weeks. I even got a little worried when he threw some rope up, but he was just hanging up a scallop. What ends up making him happiest is getting to rip up a bunch of papier-mâché SpongeBobs. So hey, I guess he found something that works. While I felt really bad for Squidward, it was nice to see SpongeBob be caring again, and Patrick not getting involved ruining everything. 14. Plankton's Good Eye. Plankton hides in a pickle jar to get the formula, but ends up getting eaten by Mr. Krabs. So Karen suggests getting another eye to help with his depth perception. He isn't able to get his extra eye to work because he needs a teardrop from someone with two eyes. And lucky for him, in this show, everyone cries all the time. After growing SpongeBob's eye, he goes out to steal the formula, but forgets about it as his DNA is corrupted with SpongeBob's. Or as Karen puts it, Nevil. He gets his hand on the formula and gives it back to Mr. Krabs, so he's got to get rid of that eye. This role reversal with Plankton has kind of been done before, but not quite like this, and it's tripping me out. The town thanks Plankton for all his good deeds, and after a solid hug, the eye pops out. I actually like this one. It was a nice change of pace, despite not being all that humorous. 13. Super evil aquatic villain team-up is go, or Sivitug for short. The lawyer from Season 4 makes a cameo. That's kinda cool. SpongeBob finds Plankton crying because his doomsday device doesn't work, so Sponge suggests joining a club and making some friends, which leads him to partner up with Man Ray. SpongeBob tries to get help, but he gets a little distracted by some old ladies at the Shady Shoal. Meanwhile, Man Ray and Plankton are at the Krusty Krab, but Man Ray is addicted to Krabby Patties. I also love how the entire time, he's basically just hanging out doing whatever. Plankton talks to him while he's adding canned bread to a vending machine, and he's just like, yeah, I'm listening, I don't know. Just the way he's acting is so funny to me. Man Ray is just straight up vibing, and eats so many patties that he fails at helping get the formula. This was a really goofy episode all in all. 12. Karen 2.0. Plankton makes another Karen, right in front of the old Karen. Why not just upgrade the parts in your old wife instead? Either way, Plankton is basically cheating, and that's messed up, man. He throws classic Karen away, and Krabs takes her since she's just laying out on the street. Karen ends up working as the cashier, and wow, this episode has aged really well. Most cashiers are automated nowadays. Sucks for Squidward, though, that he got demoted to janitor. Karen 2 and classic Karen get in an argument at the Krusty Krab. Their insults are just so stupid and goofy. They also get in a fight, and classic Karen wins. That's when Plankton realizes his mistakes. It's a surprisingly heartwarming ending. I like this episode mostly because it was a story about Plankton that didn't really involve the formula for once. 11. The Way of the Sponge. Sandy has Fuzzy Acorns visiting to get the highest belt in karate. SpongeBob wants the belt too, and does some tests to try and get it. He has to fight Sandy for the belt, and we get this sweet montage of SpongeBob training. Although he doesn't get any sleep whatsoever, he comes to the match exhausted. He does so poorly that Fuzzy pulls down the belt of his pants. Sandy is a little peeved, as you can imagine. It's really nice to see an episode that flows and has a lot of fun action sequences to watch. They end up going to the Krusty Krab, and thanks to SpongeBob working hard and kicking Fuzzy's ass, he gets himself a belt. This is the most lenient sensei of all time, but hey, at least he recognizes talent when he sees it. I quite like this one. There's so many great action shots. 10. Chum Fricasse. SpongeBob is struggling to clock out while Squidward is disgusted by the Krusty Krab. In fact, he decides to run his own restaurant with Plankton to prove to Krabs he can do a much better job. Squidward makes Chum Fricasse, which is Grandma's recipe that makes chum really tasty. The chum bucket changes to Le Chum Bucket, which is almost as good as Chum is Fum. It's now a fancy looking place with Squidward serving his delicious chum, and everyone loves it. Krabs and SpongeBob investigate, only to get made fun of and booed out of the place. But the fame gets to Squidward's head as he starts serving the chum before it's ready. The problem with it being undercooked is that it causes serious stomach aches. The grandma says so herself. So he goes back to the Krusty Krab as the doormat. Squidward had this coming. He literally had everything he could have wanted and got greedy. What a solid watch. It wasn't really all that funny, but it was really great seeing Squidward create such a big impression on Bikini Bottom. 9. The Krabby Patty that ate Bikini Bottom. Based off the title, this sounds like it's gonna be stupid. Krabs is looking for treasure and notices Sandy's giant bean. It's super weird to see these two interact, and I kind of love it. The bean is huge because of a growth serum she's making, so SpongeBob brings over a patty and they dump the entire serum on it to see if it'll grow. And boy does it grow! It turns into a goddamn monster! It eats the freaking Krusty Krab and invades town. I gotta say, I was not expecting such a solid episode out of this. Basically, Sandy flies Sponge and Pat to the patty, and SpongeBob has to touch it to absorb the entire thing, which lets Krabs do exactly what he wanted in the end, sell an overgrown patty from SpongeBob. This was by far the most creative Krusty Krab plot I've seen in quite some time. 8. Treats. A commercial plays for snail bites, and that is the only phrase repeated in the commercial. It's supposed to be funny. Personally, I was just waiting for it to end because it was just kind of the same shots looped over and over. But SpongeBob ends up buying some snail bites for Gary, and his snail gets a tad bit addicted to these treats. I mean, he lifts 1,000 pounds with his eyes for some snail bites. Holy shit, dude. I'm sure there's something in them that makes them addicting, but this is also SpongeBob's fault for being a feeder. It turns out there are no more snail bites, not even at the factory where they make them. So SpongeBob flies around the f***ing world looking for a box of snail bites. I have to admit, that's some serious dedication, which is really uplifting. I mean, that's a lot of love for your pet. They don't end up finding a box, so Patrick actually gives him some good advice. Just say no. And guess what? It actually works perfectly. I really enjoyed this one. It can be difficult to say no to the people you love, but sometimes you have to know your limits. 7. Mooncation. And now it's time for Sandy's vacation slides, because every character in this season needs a vacation arc. Immediately, it starts off exactly like Sandy's rocket from Season 1. She's even going to the moon again, except this time it's for vacation instead of collecting samples. The plot beats are strikingly similar, but things pick up in the second half. SpongeBob's cake messes up a ventilator thingy, so Sandy has to climb outside the rocket to fix it. Then they end up moon crater boarding on a real-life looking moon, which is a lot of fun to watch, but SpongeBob manages to hit the fuel tank by accident. They manage to make it back to Earth, but it's a pretty close call. It's the kind of vacation Sandy would have wanted anyway, dangerous and out of control. In a way, I almost enjoy this more than Sandy's rocket. It's way more creative in a lot of aspects. 6. The Hot Shot. A nice car shows up at Mrs. Puff's boating school, and it's some race car celeb dropping off his son for school. This guy can drive perfectly, so I'm not really sure why he's here to begin with, but at least he's got a killer hairdo. Mrs. Puff has Tony Fast Jr. drive with SpongeBob, and he manages to slow him down and be cool. SpongeBob goes to Junior's house, and they decide to drive one of his dad's fancy boats. It's really funny how much of this reminds me of my attitude as a teenager. The episode itself has been really funny too. I got a chuckle out of Mrs. Puff picking up Junior to kiss him after what he'd done. They run into another group of teenagers, and I just love how SpongeBob's being completely oblivious to the fact that he's getting made fun of. It feels like his old self. He ends up racing these other people, and gets caught by the cops and crashes into the boating school. It's interesting to see SpongeBob drive so well. It goes to show that he just lacks confidence, which is why he fails the exam every time. Boating school episodes are always such huge misses or huge wins, and this one secured a dub. 5. Planet of the Jellyfish. It's time for more jellyfishing, but with a big scary alien that turns jellyfish into zombie thingies. And these jellyfish can eat other fish and turn them into zombies as well. The imagery is a bit intense. Can we also talk about this shot of SpongeBob laying in his underwear eating popcorn on the couch? This is what living's all about. I wish I could do this more often. The next day, we're at the Krusty Krab and a guy wants extra mayo, and all the zombies get hissy with him. I'm assuming mayo's their weakness, but I guess we'll see what happens. The alien from earlier has everyone in sacks in the freezer? Oh dear God. Sponge and Sandy team up and start spraying mayonnaise at the clones, which dissolves them into nothing. After hitting the alien with mayo, things return to normal. And yes, Krabs selling the freaky goo stuff is a very normal thing to see. This was a super fun episode, despite its predictable ending with a lot of tension and suspense. It was a blast to watch. 4. Mermaid Man begins. There's a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy marathon, but it's ruined when SpongeBob's house falls apart from a strong wind. They decide to see the real Mermaid Man instead, and let's just say there's some memory issues. The story keeps changing over and over. Mermaid Man got some starfish that lets him breathe underwater, and Barnacle Boy had some barnacles shoved into his body. But apparently, according to the show, what actually happened is the most epic, over-the-top story of all time. They were eating some popcorn at their apartment. A radioactive ant bites Mermaid Man, causing them to trip and they fall out of their living corners. That's when they land in a vat of acid. An alien knocks that over, causing a wave during a solar eclipse on a leap year. A bomb explodes, launching them into the air, only to get zapped by neon-played lightning. And a magical crystal that with wings comes out during an earthquake that flies them into a billboard, which knocks them back into their apartment. I couldn't make this up if I tried. The sheer absurdity just gets funnier the longer it goes on. This is by far one of the most entertaining Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes. 3. A SquarePants Family Vacation. SpongeBob invites everyone over for different types of parties. I wonder what's gonna come out of this. He literally just wants to showcase pictures from his family trip, like everyone else. And this is a double special, so there must be something here worth the watch. And well, bizarre things sure do happen. Patrick goes on this family road trip with SpongeBob and his parents to the Great Barrier Reef, and while they're sitting in the car, Patrick decides to play hide and go seek. This entails Patrick to jump in front of the window, spin the car out, crash through a mall, fly up into the water to the point of reaching a space and finding a cow, then coming back down right to where they started. It doesn't get more absurd than that, let me tell ya. So they resort to singing road trip songs, and it's honestly pretty catchy. You gotta love Patrick keeping the beat with road, road, road. The car ends up breaking down and they have to push it to the next service station. While the car is getting fixed, Sponge and Patrick play on the playground and somehow end up going down a water chute in a creepy kelpie forest. there's monsters all over the place, so they keep running away, bouncing off plants and swinging on vines. It's a lot more action-packed than I was expecting. My favorite part is this random gift shop, considering SpongeBob calls it a tourist trap and proceeds to waste all his money. I honestly thought the gift shop was a setup for one of the monsters to get them, but no, it's just a random-ass store in the middle of nowhere that exists for this one joke. After tons of walking, they make their way out of the forest, but don't realize that and just keep on chugging along. The song SpongeBob plays is so soothing that the scary fly ends up giving them a ride back. What a strange episode this was. But there were some good jokes and it was a fun watch overall. Definitely one of the highlights of Season 8. 2. Ghoul Fools. Sponge and Patrick are looking at clouds until a flying houseboat appears. Patrick thinks it's all lame and fake, so they walk inside. If you pause the frame when the inside zooms out, the floor looks eerily similar to the main floor in Luigi's mansion. Surprisingly, this is not the Flying Dutchman's ship, it's other ghosts entirely. They got a pretty decent song number as well. It's nice that they're starting to get better compared to seasons 5 through 7. Patrick still doesn't believe they're real until the anchovy pizza, which finally starts to change his opinion. The ghost asks if they can pick up a head gasket, which is the only reason they're in Bikini Bottom. He's taking their souls until they get it. I gotta say, I'm really liking these new ghosts a lot. They're really fun characters, and it's a nice change of pace from just having Flying Dutchman every time. So what does SpongeBob do? Goes to Mr. Krabs with the doubloon. What were they thinking? They tell Mr. Krabs about the head gasket, and this mofo goes to a car, rips it out, and the camera slowly pans out to some guy yelling, "Hey!" This was the funniest shit I've seen in quite a while from this show. But anyway, Krabs and Sandy want to hunt these ghosts, which seems like a bad idea. And when they get back, SpongeBob returns the gasket, and as everyone tries to escape with the gold, this ghost opens a void and sucks them in. This void is their own personal hell. Your worst nightmare comes true depending on what you desire the most. Sandy manages to suck them out, and it turns out the gold actually belongs to the Flying Dutchman. I honestly did not expect him to get involved with this. What a twist. Now that the Dutchman has caught them, he traps everybody in the void, working at the Krusty Krab for forever. What a wild episode this was. It was by far one of the most entertaining double specials in some time. 1. Frozen Face-Off, and it's time for yet another Double Trouble delight. There's a sleigh race happening with a $1 million cash prize. I like seeing everyone's versions of the sleighs too. Patrick's gummy worms are of course the best. Plankton is pretending to be in the race too, but is instead using it as an scapegoat to reach the formula. The race goes on for a bit, and it's not going too well. In fact, everyone ends up in SpongeBob's sleigh and gets trapped in a snowy dead end. Not even Squid's hilarious imported snail was a success. That's when the gang meets the abominable sea mollusk. This guy's design is really badass. Sponge and friends manage to escape, but they forgot Squidward, so as they're going back, Mr. Krabs escapes to try to win the race. But eventually, everyone gets frozen except Sandy, who has to unthaw them using the wood of the sleigh. This story is going everywhere, and I love how insane it gets. Karen admits that Plankton set up the whole race to steal the formula, and when they finally get back, he actually manages to steal it. That's pretty crazy. Plankton has a legitimate success for once in his life. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't know how bottle openers work, and ends up in the abominable sea mollusk's stomach as he's mistaken for a jelly bean. This was by far one of the most interesting snowy SpongeBob episodes I've seen since the original 3 seasons. It had me laughing several times, and the best part was Plankton splitting an atom and there's just this big-ass explosion. It's timed so impeccably. This episode is actually worth watching. Well, at least SpongeBob's getting funnier again. I mean, Season 8 is definitely better than 6 or 7, but a lot of the problems from 6 and 7 are still in Season 8, but at the very least, I'm laughing at the jokes again. So it feels like things might be taking a turn for the better. You know, now that we're getting into Season 9, we're officially having widescreen for everything. The double specials were really good in Season 8, so maybe we'll see that in Season 9. Let's see how it goes. 49. SpongeBob, you're fired. Time for another double special. This time, Mr. Krabs fires SpongeBob to save a nickel. There has to be more to this, right? I mean, he literally makes the food. My brain can't handle how stupid this decision is and Krabs' reasoning. And SpongeBob cries for several minutes. My god, this is such a waste. Patrick introduces him to being unemployed, and SpongeBob is a mess. I mean, I would be too. I can't stand not working on something. So Sandy tells him to find new work, and he goes to Weenie Hut Jr.'s, another fun callback. He makes weenie patties and gets fired for doing so. Man, the ending is so frickin' predictable. We all know what's gonna happen. Why is this over 20 minutes long? Anyway, he keeps getting fired making his own version of food, so he comes home and makes Gary homemade snail po, which is apparently super delicious. All the custom food he made has the owners trying to force him back to work since the customers liked it so much. And then a Krabby Patty suit comes in to save the day. If I had to guess, it's Squidward, and yep, it was, and SpongeBob got his job back. You know what would have been a cool twist? If SpongeBob sold his homemade snail po and made his own business. But instead, it's the most uninspired ending of all time. 48. Yeti Crabs. Squidward is doing nothing at work while SpongeBob is doing a bunch of chores. I was kinda surprised to see an actual reference to the gift of gum. Can't wait for the Splinter to get a reference in the future. But basically, Krabs talks about the Yeti crab who feeds on lazy workers, and wow, he's actually real. It turns out he just wanted a Krabby Patty. This is the most nothing episode I've seen yet. Next. 47. Mutiny on the Krusty. We've got a ripped current coming through and Krabs is not concerned about it. In fact, he's not letting anyone leave unless they spend money. See, this is what I'm talking about when Krabs goes way too overboard with his greed. It's not fun to watch him be a dick all the time. As this is happening, the current picks up the Krusty Krab and SpongeBob turns the place into a ship, but Krabs is stuck in a barrel and gets launched outside. So Squidward becomes captain, and they land in some exotic place with a monster. He ends up getting eaten and Krabs returns, but is in a pissy mood because nobody will pay him to help. This is as bad as SpongeBob having no sympathy for Gary when he was about to be eaten. He's being so obnoxiously greedy that all you can do is hate him. He only ends up helping because SpongeBob threatens to spend his first time, and then Krabs beats up the monster. This episode was awful. It wasn't funny at all, and the whole thing is a mess. 46. Little Yellow Book. SpongeBob is writing in his diary and doesn't want Squidward to see what's inside. After fooling him to make a delivery, he reads it and is surprised that SpongeBob is delusional. Since when is this news to you? Squid gets into the nitty-gritty and starts exposing SpongeBob's secrets to the public. While this is happening, SpongeBob takes a bubble break instead of a smoke break. Holy shit, this had me cackling. That is so damn goofy. Eventually, though, SpongeBob finds out that Squidward was reading his diary out loud and gets super upset. Unlike in Fools in April, Squidward has no remorse, and I mean no remorse. He loses his damn house because of this, and is even chained out in public, and despite all that, he still doesn't care and reads SpongeBob's secret personal diary. There were a few good jokes in here, but wow, Squidward really went off the deep end. I think all that harassment he got the past few seasons broke him for good. 45. Lost in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob wants to take a shortcut to work, despite it literally being in bird's eye view. He tries to find it and gets lost, so he spends the rest of the episode finding his way back. He's covered in trash though, so Sponge is told to go home, and Squidward tries to make himself dirty so he can go home. Welp, that sure was the episode of SpongeBob. That was an episode, alright. 44. It came from Goo Lagoon. We start off in Goo Lagoon, and Sponge and Patrick are floating on bubbles. After bouncing on them for a while, Sandy comes out in a robot suit warning of how dangerous they are. But nobody gives a f*** about what she's saying, which is really odd because people usually listen to her about these kinds of things. But anyway, Plankton makes it worse by allowing more goo to come from the bottom of the ocean and forms a massive bubble. He manages to take control of it, and actually gets pretty far with his plan of blackmailing Krabs for the formula. SpongeBob fights back with a massive macho bubble dude that launches Plankton and the bubble to space, but they bounce off the moon and come back as if nothing happened. So Krabs gives in to save the town by handing the formula to Plankton. He pops the bubble anyway, and the formula has TNT in it. Why was this a double feature? This ending is so lame. It reminds me of Patrick's gumball, but it affects everybody instead of just one street. Literally all that happened is the town got covered in goo. It doesn't seem to actually be toxic. This was a pretty meh episode all around. 43. Squid Baby. Squidward is relaxing. I wonder what'll happen next. Here we go. This time, Sponge and Patrick are pretending to be babies. As Squidward scolds them, he trips on a toy car and smashes his head, which turns his brain into a baby. The doctor says that he has to re-age, so I guess SpongeBob and Patrick have to take care of him now. They do a pretty awful job at this. They're supposed to protect his head, but do everything they can to injure him instead. This episode is not very good overall, but it does have a couple funny moments. Once Squidward is at the Krusty Krab and is given a pen and paper, he starts drawing all over them and even on the customers' faces. Something about this part was cracking me up. But this all ends with getting cured with a bunch of ice cubes on his head. So, like any injury, just use ice or you'll turn into a baby. Yeah, that's the lesson here. I don't know, I'm not really a fan of this episode, especially with Mr. Krabs being such a dick like he always is in these recent seasons. 42. Tudor Sauce. I know these episodes are ranked worst to best, but I've been watching them in order, and I swear this is like the 7th Krusty Krab themed episode. I am so tired of this. Someone orders a Krabby Patty only made out of patties for the same price as a normal one, and Krabs freaks out. It turns out that SpongeBob failed his boating exam and he's just in a bad mood messing things up. So Mr. Krabs decides to teach SpongeBob himself, and it goes swimmingly, as you can see by Mr. Krabs' rearview mirror. Nothing all that interesting happens, but man, is it nice to see Mr. Krabs act kind again. He's actually thinking about someone else besides himself for once. Well, kind of. But yeah, SpongeBob keeps messing up, so Krabs has Gary drive to show him how he can do it. He gets caught and is forced back to boating school. So I guess this wasn't exactly a Krusty Krab episode, but nothing interesting happened. It's SpongeBob failing again, but Krabs is the teacher instead of Mrs. Puff. 41. Lame and Fortune. Cargo drops behind SpongeBob's house filled with fortune cookies. He takes them to the Krusty Krab, of course, and Squidward wins a bunch of money for being miserable. And Krab takes it from him. I swear to God, he really has become the worst character in this show. But alas, the fortune cookies are actually coming true for everyone. Even Fred, the infamous My Leg guy. So what must happen next? Plankton writes a bunch of mean stuff on fortune cookies and replaces them with the real ones. This plan works so well that he convinces Krabs he's gonna die if he doesn't give him the formula. As SpongeBob tries to hand it over in the sea of people, he gets so impatient that he admits the fortunes were all lies. Why the hell did he do that? That's seriously how this ends? Why didn't Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob make up their own fortune cookie lies? Lame and Fortune. This episode is pretty lame. 40. Sold. Patrick discovers what scams are and believes he's forced to move out of his house from the guy in the commercial. It even fools SpongeBob, so they move out. Squidward is pretty damn happy about this change, but he only gets about 2 days of peace before Sponge and Pat want to visit. Squidward tries to draw them away without any success. He tries to fool them by pretending other people live there, but he gives up and explains that the guy on TV flips houses for profit. So of course, Sponge and Patrick flip his house. How thoughtful of them. I feel like I've seen this type of plot tons of times. Next. 39. Pineapple Invasion. Plankton tries steal formula, fails. This time, he uses a skunk. That's nasty, dude. The skunk manages to reach the entirety of Bikini Bottom, so Krabs decides to give SpongeBob the formula for safekeeping. I'm pretty sure there's been a story similar to this one, but I'm like 300-ish episodes in, so I can't remember anymore. Plankton finds out what's going on and manages to get in SpongeBob's house, destroying the place. Gary tries to protect it, but can only do so much until he goes all Home Alone on him. Gary's shell is also a fourth dimension. Like, guys, I'm telling you, SpongeBob's universe is crazy. When SpongeBob gets home, the formula is safe on top of the TV, and they find Plankton in Gary's shell. This is just another Plankton fails episode. I'm really getting tired of these. 38. Company Picnic. SpongeBob is making a story up with a bunch of patties. Mr. Krabs suggests that instead of wasting time with them, he makes unpaid workers. But Pete is being unproductive, so SpongeBob suggests a picnic. Man, you know, this show has officially gone on for too long. This is an actual plot about patties coming to life and they don't want to work. The cow's milk isn't just dried up, it's now been filled with dust and bad ideas. So Krabs decides the picnic is a good idea, and the blanket is a bunch of toilet paper while the food is condiments. I'm not surprised by any of this. Plankton comes along with his Chumpany picnic, which is far superior to what Krabs has. Not that that would have been much of a challenge, but Squidward and Krabs are into it. That is until SpongeBob discovers everything is a hologram. I am not sure how that works exactly, but I wasn't expecting that twist, so hey, big props there. This episode really picked up once the picnic stuff began, but it's still just Plankton failing to get the formula yet again. 37. Bumper to Bumper. Oh boy, another boating school episode. The only thing worth mentioning are these guys that think they're watching a 3D show. Pretty amusing, I have to admit. I think even the show is aware of how often they use this plot, though. Mrs. Puff is on parole because of all the things that have happened to her in the past. Her idea is for SpongeBob to take the test somewhere else entirely. Yeah, she's going to jail. Calling it right now. Calling it. This idea of hers actually works until SpongeBob ends up getting off the road, and then somehow back on and he parks perfectly. But hey, as I predicted, She gets caught crossing the county line, she goes to jail. Kind of a boring episode all around. Like, I see an attempt at doing something different here, but it wasn't enough. 36. Food Con Castaways. There's a food con happening tomorrow, and Krabs wants to win the Golden Cornucopia. Sponge and Pat are annoying as hell in the car, and they accidentally crash the car that flies through a tornado into the middle of nowhere. And Patrick get all the food supplies besides one Krabby Patty. So now they have to travel by foot and end up getting lost in a scary forest. Everybody is super hungry, but SpongeBob does everything he can to keep the patties safe. And after getting chased, he finds Food Con. He accidentally gives the judge the nature patty while Patrick eats the real one, but the judge loves it anyway. We've had a few road trip themed episodes in the past. This one was just okay. I just wasn't that invested or interested in what was going on. We already know how the ending's gonna go, so who cares? 35. What's eating, Patrick? The Krusty Krab is having Founders Day. It's an eating contest, but the guy, McNulty, is only gonna need to eat one patty to win. That is, until Patrick shows up. He's eating a bunch of patties, but Krabs tells him to stop tasting them so he'll eat faster. This isn't fun for Pat, but he does it for a little boy that broke his foot. The contest begins. They both eat like crazy, but Patrick clutches it out and eats one more patty than he does. This episode is fine. It's not all that funny, but at least it was something a little bit fresh. 34. Snail Mail. SpongeBob is bored because Patrick is gone, so SpongeBob writes a pen pal. However, there's a misspelling and the pen pal thinks he can't fly. So SpongeBob decides to learn how to fly since he's dying. Yeah, SpongeBob didn't read the rest of the note. I guarantee that's what happened. He goes to Sandy for help, and she tries to teach him to fly. It's good enough, I suppose. He manages to actually fly and discovers the pen pal is Patrick. Wow! I can't believe it. And hey, he even had a second page that SpongeBob didn't read. Whoa! The flying scenes were admittedly pretty entertaining, especially the badminton on the plane, but this is honestly just another meh episode. It's predictable from the very beginning, and it kinda just drags on for most of it. 33. The Executive Treatment. The Krusty Krab is selling executive treatment patties. They're literally the same thing as regular patties, but they cost more. That's a very Mr. Krabs move. Patrick wants this special patty, but isn't an executive, so he buys a bunch of crap to get it, only to be stormed out of the restaurant and sent to business industries. It is hilarious how this entire time, literally nothing about what the business said is discussed. It's just the business, and that's all we get. But the episode quickly turned into Patrick pretends to work there, does nothing, goes to jail, then breaks out by putting his disguise on again. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, it's just straight up dumb. 32. Eek, an urchin. SpongeBob freaks out over an urchin, and they're trying to get it out of the restaurant. Even Plankton decides to help. I guess urchins are really bad if it's coming to this. No matter what they do though, they are not able to kill the damn thing. So they dress up Plankton as a lady urchin. This lures not only the one they found, but hundreds of them out from hiding. So Squidward turns down the thermostat to freeze them all, and that helps get rid of them. SpongeBob brings the urchins far, far away from the Krusty Krab. In fact, so far that he ends up back at the entrance. This episode is also pretty dumb. The only redeemable thing is seeing Krabs and Plankton team up, which almost never happens. 31. Evil Spatula. SpongeBob's spatula breaks because Plankton shaves it off. Here we go again with another Spatula Breaks episode, although I did get a chuckle over SpongeBob's attempts to give it life again. Plankton fools SpongeBob to get the fancy Sizzle Master, which allows Plankton to talk to him. This reminds me a lot of Les Spatula, but they actually work together. However, Mr. Krabs is a little sus of SpongeBob talking to his inanimate objects, and eventually figures out Plankton is behind it. After reading off the wrong recipe, his plan is foiled yet again. This episode is okay. It just feels like I've already seen it despite never seeing this before. 30. The Whole Tooth. Sponge and Pat are at a carnival eating taffy, and Patrick gets a toothache from the candy. At the dentist, Patrick is trying to get his teeth fixed, but SpongeBob keeps interfering. Pat's got a baby tooth, and he doesn't want it pulled out, so SpongeBob tells him about the Tooth Fairy. It doesn't convince him. Squidward straight up reveals that he isn't even real, which we all know isn't true. This is SpongeBob after all. After getting chased around seeing an old lady with her baby teeth, he gets it pulled and is sent to the Tooth Fairy. Hehe, nice choice of words there. This was a fairly decent episode. Nothing groundbreaking, but nothing bad either. 29. Squid Defense. SpongeBob asks if Squidward wants to learn karate. He isn't interested as you'd expect. That is until he gets freaked out by some huge dude following him around the streets. Squidward runs away and claims that he was beat up by the guy. What? Nothing happened, but okay. So Squidward ends up learning karate from Sandy. It takes him a while to figure it out, but he learns the basics, except for the fact that he's not supposed to attack anyone for revenge and only protection. He ends up beating up the guy that just wanted to give back his groceries, and he goes to jail. This is another stupid plot, but it did make me laugh a few times. Season 9 has been interesting so far. It's like the same kind of vibe as Season 7 through 8, but it has actual funny jokes. 28. Safe Deposit Krabs. Krabs discovers that the Bank of Bikini Bottom Bank is giving free interest to the first 100 customers. He gets so riled up about it that he gets kicked out multiple times. I'm so tired of watching Mr. Krabs be so blindly obsessed with money. It is amazing just how obnoxious it's gotten. Krabs goes into the vault and is basically pushed inside only to break through and end up inside a massive safe of money. Okay, sure. SpongeBob gets word that he hasn't come back and discovers that he's trapped inside. Apparently there's no oxygen inside the safe and he's losing his mind? Well, I guess that does explain the whole dating a money lady ordeal, I suppose. So Sponge and Patrick decide to break into the bank instead of calling the cops to get him out. Only makes sense. And they take so long that the bank opens and Krabs ends up getting his free interest of 1 extra penny. This episode really dragged on. The hallucinations were visually cool, but it just took forever for things to move forward. 27. Bulletin Board. SpongeBob sets up a board so the customers can talk about the Krusty Krab. They're mostly positive messages at first, but one dude, P*7, writes something negative and Krabs throws a fit. This episode is literally just experiencing Twitter with real notes. And Mr. Krabs is selling paper so people can write these nasty things. Boy, I wonder who P*7 could be. After staying overnight, they find it was Patrick the whole time. This is another episode that's just stupid, and really goes to show you why places like Twitter is such a cesspool. Negativity spreads and gets attention, and when you're anonymous like Patrick, there's typically no consequences. While this was an interesting idea, there just wasn't much substance here. 26. Salsa and Bigcalis. I did not pronounce that right. Wow, Plankton fails again. Holy make these plots stop, please. This time, Plankton uses Patrick's spit to make a sauce that'll make everyone dumb. Yeah, I'm with Karen here. Just slap the laugh track on more often. That's how I feel about this plan. He gets the sauce on him, and now Plankton is dumb, and the smoke goes into a cloud that makes everybody stupid except Sandy and Karen. I hate everything about this, but shockingly, things pick up from here. Sandy and Karen team up and decide to make a free university so everyone can be smart again. And this actually works perfectly, except that Plankton doesn't really learn anything. So after a semester, everybody graduates except for him, and that's the end. That free university that made everyone smarter sure says a lot about our society, huh? 25. Gary's new toy. SpongeBob's alarm clock dies. That's not something I thought I'd ever see in my life. The real issue, though, is Gary chewing on a bunch of SpongeBob stuff. You know, him doing this is actually really bizarre after watching all these episodes, because Gary's personality used to be one of those intellectuals that nobody understands, but now he's just chewing everything and is impatient. It's interesting to see this character change so drastically, and it's not necessarily bad to see Gary act more like a normal pet, it's just different. Anyway, they go to a pet store and get Gary a toy, and Gary happens to find something that he likes. I mean, like, really likes. He has a tea party with the toy, SpongeBob's not allowed to join in, so SpongeBob ends up leaving his house because Gary chooses the toy over him. That is until Gary gets hungry and realizes he made a mistake. So after fighting the toy off, he goes to SpongeBob and basically apologizes. This was a really strange episode, but it was fairly entertaining. 24. Kenny the Cat. SpongeBob apparently has awful lungs, or gills, whatever he does to breathe. He's just trying to replicate Kenny the Cat, the David Blaine of Bikini Bottom. He's visiting town, and Krabs wants SpongeBob to convince him and his fans to visit. Before doing that, he goes to Sandy, and let's just say that she is not a fan of cats at all. While Sponge and Pat wait outside for him, they paint their faces, and my god, I hate what I'm looking at. What the hell is this? The next day, Kenny goes to the Krusty Krab and freshens up, only for SpongeBob to discover he used an oxygen tank. And he reveals this to everyone after Sandy's suspicions. This episode is alright, you know, it's a cool concept and all, but it's not all that funny. 23. Copy Bob Ditto Pants. Plankton is having a party with SpongeBob. Oh, this totally isn't a plea to get the formula. He copies SpongeBob from a scanner and prints out not just him, but a 3D version of him with a brain. This is not what 3D printers look like, but okay, I'll go with it. So both SpongeBobs go into work, and Squidward believes he's dreaming. You know, I actually kind of like the light blue tie. It's a good change of pace. The first clone doesn't get the formula, so Plankton makes tons of copies, but they only last for so long. This is another just strange episode, but I did find a few moments funny. Mostly just watching Squidward Squidward losing his mind the entire time. 22. Jailbreak. Plankton is in jail again, and SpongeBob works there on the weekends. Plankton's trying to find a way to get out, so someone suggests rubbing chum on their face so it'll morph how they look. And I love that it was just Squidward. But let's just be real, Squid's pretty hot. But anyway, as the jailmates find a way out, SpongeBob warns Mr. Krabs. Why him? What about the guards, you weirdo? Well, they weren't much help, to be honest. When the wall was destroyed, the guards made a new one with their bodies and then couldn't move. When Plankton and the jailboys get to the Krusty Krab, they break in and get to the safe, but a bunch of police guards are hidden inside. Again, the fourth dimension is just a thing in SpongeBob lore. This was one of the better jail-themed episodes. 21. The Fishbowl. Sandy getting excited over Amazon deliveries. I think we all know how great this feels. Her book is on behavioral psychology and starts stalking strangers trying to understand them. After getting kicked off the bus, she decides to study Sponge and Pat, but they get nervous when the microphone is pointed to them. It's like getting a phone shoved in your face from someone that knows who you are. You don't want to tell them how awkward it is, but the suddenness of being filmed is uncomfortable. So what she does is set up cameras and mics all over SpongeBob's house when they're not there, and they're not the most stealthily hidden, to say the least, but they don't notice. It doesn't matter though. Sandy runs experiments to see how they act with ice cream. She puts Patrick in charge and they get different sizes. It gets pretty wild from here. Sponge and Pat start to get in arguments and fights, and Squidward keeps getting hurt from the ice cream van. When things go too far, Sandy says they were being filmed the whole time, and then out of complete nowhere, Squidward goes to SpongeBob's house, which was caged the whole time. It was very odd to see Sandy act so nonchalant about hurting her friends. I wasn't really a fan of that, but this episode did make me laugh quite a few times. 20. Sharks vs. Pods. SpongeBob plays some music while cleaning the Krusty Krab, and a bunch of sharks show up wanting to eat. But instead, they find SpongeBob jamming out, and they think he's bad to the bone. SpongeBob hanging out with a bunch of sharks is just great. We keep getting all these cool side characters, but they only show up once and never again. Ugh. As they're snapping their way into a club they're not allowed in, the Pods show up, which are a bunch of cephalopod rivals. This episode seemingly turns into Breaking Bad SpongeBob edition. Gary's held hostage unless SpongeBob shows up at the showdown, which turns out to just be a dance showdown. And Squidward's also a part of it. This cues a bunch of dancing, and honestly, it's really well animated, especially SpongeBob's moves. Like, hot damn, this must have been so difficult to put together. This is a decent enough watch. I like all the different dance styles displayed. 19. Squid plus one. Here we go. Squid's enjoying himself and SpongeBob arrives to ruin it. Squidward is invited to a fancy Galleria Diphtheria event, and they encourage him to bring a friend. That's when he realizes he has no friends besides SpongeBob and Patrick, so he tries to make friends with the mailman. And wouldn't you guess it, they actually have a lot in common besides the fact that the mailman hates clarinets. So he becomes friends with Larry of all people, until he brings up protein shakes. I gotta say, Squidward is doing a great job showing how to be all alone. Everyone's into their own things. Just let them enjoy that thing, or you'll never be able to share the things that you're into. And that's when SpongeBob comes in with a mirror. That's pretty sad. All things considered though, this was a decent episode. I wasn't expecting much, but it turned itself around quickly. 18. Pull up a barrel. Squidward tries to leave work early, but a rough storm begins, so he has to stay. So Mr. Krabs shares a story about when he was in the Navy, and apparently he was getting flack for making delicious food. I'd have to assume that this happens in the Navy in real life too. It's very strange how all these characters in Krabs' story include Patrick, SpongeBob, Sandy, and Squidward. The differences are so minimal that I can't really believe this as real. It's a very bizarre episode, let's just say that. Also, Sandy has the hots for Mr. Krabs, and I don't know how I feel about that. But basically, Patrick throws Krabs in the brig for continuing to make delicious food. They get attacked by pirates, Krabs breaks out, balls up rotten food as a cannonball, and the pirate ship sinks. He also gives some dude suntan lotion and helps fight the pirates. So yeah, this very strange episode, but at least it was interesting to watch. 17. License the milkshake. SpongeBob makes a shake that the customer finds disgusting and claims he doesn't have a milkshake license, and apparently his license expired years ago, so he has to go to school to make a milkshake. Interesting idea for a plot. I like how the school is like a military camp as well. For whatever reason, SpongeBob is not able to make a proper shake and keeps making them frozen. I love this 80s music playing in the montage as he tries to learn. It's so groovy. SpongeBob fails the test, but saves the instructor from the machine almost eating him. Yeah, I don't know. Basically, SpongeBob figures out another way to make a milkshake and he gets his license after that. Really weird ending, but it's a fun watch all around. 16. Don't Look Now. SpongeBob and Patrick watch a scary movie about fisherman hooks and are scared shitless. They keep walking each other to their houses until Squidward throws them back. What is scary though is this picture of Squidward in his house. What the hell happened there, huh? Anyway, Squid decides to scare Sponge and Patrick more, pretending to be the fisherman. The hook gets stuck in Patrick's nose, and he starts flying around the street. He gets what's coming to him though, beat up and destroyed by Sponge and Patrick. Although holy crap, an instrumental of Now That We're Men from the first movie plays? That was so out there and so cool. This was kind of a nothing episode, but it had so many fun moments that I still really liked it. 15. Patrick Man. Sponge is heading to work but finds Patrick upset because he'll be bored all day. We've seen this kind of plot quite a few times, in fact earlier this season, so let's see where this one ends up going. Patrick decides to be a superhero, and as you can guess, it's not quite his forte. He just causes problems, but surprisingly, the damage he does is pretty lighthearted. Aside of Mrs. Puff getting thrown in jail, I mean, I'm so glad that she always gets sent to prison for like no reason now. Patrick ends up finding the dirty bubble and even popping him by accident. It's a pretty funny episode. I really wasn't expecting much at first. 14. Sandy's Nutmare. Sandy's tree is dying, so she tries to make fertilizer so it'll survive. Her formula works and is now stuck with a zillion acorns. SpongeBob helps get rid of them, and a shellman shows up saying they're meant to be eaten. So Sandy whips up some nutty butter, and it turns out everyone in town loves it. So I assumed that the Krusty Krab would start selling this, but no, Sandy opens up her own place and she's running the business. However, it's too many acorns and it slowly kills her tree. So the shellman explains how stars work using Sponge, Pat, and Squid as reference characters. That is surprisingly genius and even fits with Sandy's tree dilemma. This was another really solid episode. I gotta say, we're really creeping closer to more good than bad episodes in a season, and I'm very relieved to see that. 13. Married to Money. The title card tells me exactly what I'm gonna spend the next 11 minutes doing, except for the fact that SpongeBob tickles sea bears. Okay, I didn't see that one coming. Plankton discovers that Krabs would marry Money if he could, so Plankton dresses up as a stack of dollar bills. This is a little creepy and weird. They do the whole lady and tramp gag, like, please don't do that. And Pearl is not impressed with Krabs' new love until they have a little talk alone. And wow, it actually worked. I'm genuinely impressed with Plankton managing to befriend Pearl. That takes some talent. So they get married, and just as Krabs is about to share the formula, one of his teardrops gets inside the cache and the robot explodes. For the first time in what seems like forever, I feel really bad for Krabs. Everyone deserves to find love, and he was straight up being catfished the whole time. Despite the whole literally falling in love with cash kind of thing, it was a pretty solid episode. 12. Sanctuary. SpongeBob and Gary find a lost snail and they get along super well. But there's more than that. SpongeBob starts nursing all sorts of stray snails. People are literally lining up so they'll be taken care of. This all started because Patrick was jealous of this one new snail and he told everybody about SpongeBob. And you gotta love how they made him the crazy cat lady. It works really well for this episode. While Squidward ends up quitting because he's allergic to snails, Patrick pretends to be one for attention. But at that point, SpongeBob has way too many snails and apparently they all broke out of the rescue center. I thought this was Patrick's doing. I don't know. For once though, SpongeBob looking and going crazy is valid and works really well. This was a really good watch. 11. Squirrel Record. SpongeBob doesn't want to throw away a patty, so he puts it in his wallet naturally, but still has to take out the trash. When suddenly, Sandy comes out of the trash. She's breaking some random world record to get into a book. In fact, she wants to break all of them, like having the world's longest tongue. Yeah, I want to meet the person that has a 110-foot long tongue. I'm very curious. She also tries to beat the record of eating raw chum. It only survives because SpongeBob feeds her the patty afterwards. I was not expecting the patty to foreshadow like that, I gotta admit. And this just keeps on going throughout the whole episode. I'm really reminded of pre-hibernation week where Sandy wants SpongeBob to do a bunch of things with her at the expense of his health. And while this episode has a lot of good jokes, it's not quite as good as pre-hibernation week. It turns out though that the record book is outdated and SpongeBob is the only one to set a record. The most injuries sustained while helping a friend. This was a really fun one. I really enjoyed it. 10. The Sewers of Bikini Bottom. Mr. Krabs secures a deal with a sports stadium. That's actually pretty damn cool. While he's busy running that, Squidward's in charge and they decide to dump a bunch of shit down the toilet, including the Krabby Patty formula. While they're busy getting it back, Mr. Krabs at the stadium and it turns out it was built very cheaply. Sponge and Squid end up finding the vault, but also run into a bunch of creatures including a sewer snake. So they run around inside him and get puked out, get the safe back, the stadium pipe explodes, and everything basically goes to crap. The best part is the manager. The dude has the balls to pull the fail safe and fight off the snake with his nose. It's not all that humorous of an episode, but it is incredibly entertaining. 9. Goodbye, Krabby Patty? Damn, this was a pretty sad watch since it highlighted so much of what our real fast food establishments are like. Sponge and Patrick are hanging out for the first 2 minutes, and Mr. Krabs is a cannibal apparently. At the supermarket, SpongeBob suggests selling frozen Krabby Patties, and frankly, I'm surprised Krabs didn't do this years ago. So he talks to some investors, and they end up selling boatloads. Although the patties are filled with filler, and Patrick is the star instead of SpongeBob. Since the patties are automated, the Krusty Krab turns into a museum, and Squidward is fired. You can really see the downside of being famous like Patrick becomes. He's always busy. He can't hang out with SpongeBob. Even his manager says that stars don't have friends. After a lot of sadness, SpongeBob is sick of what's happened and starts making real patties again. At a shareholder meeting, Patrick spills the beans about the sand in the frozen patties and everything returns to normal. It really is the truth though. I don't think people really like fast food that much. It's all about the convenience and addictive additives. In the past 2 years personally, I've been working towards cooking on my own more often and only eating out once a week. And it's a hard battle to fight because of all this stuff I'm working on all the time. It's so tempting to eat out, but I know I'll just feel like every time I do. So while I didn't find this episode all that funny, it was still a fantastic watch because I think most of us struggle with fast food addiction to some degree. 8. Sanat Shamats. Sponge doesn't know what a rusty on rye is, and the customer is unsatisfied. And the original owner that made it is dead, so SpongeBob performs a seance to bring him back. And wouldn't you guess, it actually worked. This is honestly pretty cool. It's nice to see an original Krusty Krab plot for once. SpongeBob learns how this sandwich is made, and it summons a ton of other ghosts as well to eat it. Mr. Krab shows up and shoves them all back into this magical ball. The weirdest part of this episode was the music, honestly. It straight up sounds like it comes out of Banjo-Kazooie. But yeah, I actually like this episode quite a lot. 7. Mall Girl Pearl. Pearl wants to hang out with her friends, but they're all working at the mall. You know, I like seeing all these different stores. It really brings the mall to life more. After calling all her friends, she decides to get a job herself. She applies at all the stores her friends work at, and she doesn't land a job. Yep, that's reality, Pearl. You can apply at 100 places, and you might hear back from 1 or 2. She does get lucky though and lands one at the dark side of the mall. While all this is happening, Squidward is trying to shop and SpongeBob keeps following him around. I love how this is just never addressed, but we keep seeing them periodically in the background. But anyway, her friends make fun of her for working at an old person store, and once again, Pearl has and always will have the worst friends. But the store manager is great and cheers up Pearl, and she gets really comfortable with herself and becomes a grandma. Pearl's so-called friends show up to make fun of her some more, but Granny goes bananas and starts attacking them with yarn and knitting and all sorts of crap. Her friends eventually apologize, and all is good after that. This was another really great episode, mostly because it wasn't at the Krusty Krab, but took focus on the mall and Pearl's life as a teenager. 6. 2 thumbs down. Sponge and Pat are having a thumb war, and SpongeBob learns that giving a thumbs up feels great. You know, he's right. I drop thumbs up emoji all the time. They're a pretty big vibe. So he gives the thumb up to the customers at work, and he goes a little overboard with it. I'm also very amused by the ding sound effect every time he throws his thumbs up. He does so much thumbs upping that they get sore, I guess, and we get this great flash of real life videos and his thumbs break from exhaustion. It's so overdramatic as well. A sad song about thumbs play. There's a training montage to get back in shape. He has a final thumb up with Patrick with sword sound effects. I love how over the top this gets. This was a really fun and funny watch. 5. Larry's Gym. Okay, let's go. Larry opens a gym. Now that is living like Larry. He's offering free service for a day, but otherwise you have to sign up for a lifetime plan. That's a bit extreme, but alright, sure. 1 minute in and some guy brings over donuts and Larry's all like, do not bring those in here. God, I love Larry. SpongeBob wants to join in too, and we all know how that turned out. Larry's trying to help, but isn't having much luck, until he teaches SpongeBob crunches. After 1 day, he turns into Omega Alpha Chad Bob Buff Pants. Meanwhile, Larry got really fat because he's too busy with paperwork, so he hands the job over to SpongeBob. It turns out all of that hydration was just built up water that he's been chugging the past day. Then Larry does some crunches for like 10 seconds and he's ripped again. Sorry to break it to everyone in reality, but crunches don't even give you abs. Eating less and exercising normally does. This was another super fun episode. There were a lot of moments in here where it really felt like things were getting back to how they used to be. 4. Extreme Spots. Oh my god, this episode was hilarious. It feels good to be laughing at this show again. Sponge and Pat are at the beach and the Drastic Radicals are tearing things up. It's extreme bikers that do a bunch of crazy tricks and stunts. Sponge and Pat want to join, but they aren't very convinced at first. Jump roping and fighting pillows doesn't do the trick, and speaking of, why didn't SpongeBob do karate on Sandy? The fighting scene was so goofy. The pillow wasn't supposed to go in the wash, so the pillow is all like, "Avenge me!" and the mattress comes to life and beats the shit out of the fish. But in the end, it was jellyfishing that proved SpongeBob and Patrick to be extreme spots all along. 3. Plankton's pet. A random baby takes a guy's Krabby Patty. The way he so casually grabs it and walks off is hilarious. But I think it's pretty obvious that it's just Plankton all along. Karen suggests getting a hobby and just getting over it. And honestly, I agree. So Plankton finds a cute little pet at the animal shelter. He takes it for a walk and plays with him. Aw, can Spot become a new permanent character, please? I love this little guy, just look at him. Spot manages to take a Krabby Patty with no problems whatsoever and eats it right in front of Plankton. So when Plankton tries to discipline him from doing that, he loses Spot. So SpongeBob and Plankton check the shelter to see if he's there, and it turns out he was hidden inside Plankton's eye, and he's also capable of growing to enormous sizes. Spot is the best side character SpongeBob has gotten in years. I genuinely want to see more of him in the future, but we won't. I've already accepted it. 2. SpongeBob Long Pants. SpongeBob is cold, so someone sells him some long pants, and now he looks like a man and charms the customers for his job. At least for 5 seconds until his pants get dirty. Now he's outgrown the place entirely. He starts walking around town and the craziest shit happens. He goes to the DMV to get his license. No, not Mrs. Puff's boating school, just straight up the DMV. And he still sucks at driving. But because he's a stud now, he gets the license anyway. But SpongeBob still has to work, so he lands a job at the fancy restaurant and ends up going to a fancy guy's party. And you know, it really is one of those fancy-ass parties without any shenanigans that SpongeBob's used to. He's not having any fun. Instead of watching the new Mermaid Man movie, they check out a black and white table. Wow, look at that. Yeah, woo! SpongeBob gives up the pants, but also loses his license. This really goes to show how powerful clothes are. If you look spiffy and cleaned up, people will just automatically respect you more regardless of how you actually are. This was a great episode. I'd definitely watch it again. 1. Patrick the Game. SpongeBob and Patrick are playing an accounting board game, and Squidward is using an iPod Nano. Yeah, it's amazing seeing how this episode has aged itself. But as you can imagine, the accounting game is boring and Patrick makes tic-tac. It's a 4x4 sheet, and you know what? I gotta try that. See if you can win. Okay.
That's an O, I guess.
I guess I'm X.
Sure.
Alright, here we go. I'm gonna block you off.
Oh no. Oh, this is a tough one. You know what? Can't let you win.
Oh,
Oh!
No!
Oh,
This game
baby.
sucks. Patrick's games are so stupid that they're making me laugh like a moron. Or my mind is just mush and I find anything funny now. Oh, let's check out these boards though. We got the Game of Misery, that sounds like a blast. Bottom Oblique, gotta add that to the collection. Sea Snakes and Ladders. Wait, what happened to Eels and Escalators? Anyway, Patrick stitches all the board games together and calls it Patrick the Game. And honestly, the rest of the episode is filled with jokes. Squidward can't seem to get out of jail. Patrick is writing down the rules as he goes. SpongeBob keeps racing around the board. It's a great time. Squidward keeps trying to leave the game, but Patrick just keeps changing the rules so he can't, so he destroys the board and ends up going to real jail. I don't know why I like this episode so much. It's just so over the top. So this season had me pausing a lot, looking at the screen and saying, what the fuck just happened? That's basically season 9 in a nutshell. Things are definitely starting to pick up a little bit, but you can really tell that the ideas and the plot lines are starting to repeat over and over. The show has clearly run its course dry. It ran its course like 3 seasons ago, but of course it's SpongeBob, it's gotta keep on going. And it really starts to show here because we're seeing a lot of the same kind of plots over and over and over again, and it starts to get a little bit boring to watch, but at least the episodes are getting funnier again. Now, season 10 is a much shorter season, so maybe because of that, the episodes will get a little bit better because of more quality. That's not really how it works, but you know what? Hey, you can always dream, right? 22, The Incredible Shrinking Sponge. Holy hell, this episode is stupid. Urchins are back in the Krusty Krab. And seriously, what is it with Bikini Bottom hating him so much? Except for SpongeBob, who shows him into the kitchen and this urchin turns up the stove's heat. It's in fact so hot that SpongeBob shrinks down to the size of a penny. And he isn't at all concerned about this. In fact, he's having a great time. Why is he extra naive in this season? He even tries to free the urchin from the mousetrap. Like, what are you doing, dude? As he makes a Krabby Patty, he thinks that SpongeBob is plankton, which gets him tossed out, and he's flicked out of the chum bucket and handed around as an action figure from some kids. When Krabs finally figures out what's going on, he makes SpongeBob a personal hygiene service, which is just nasty. But guess what? He gets bigger by absorbing water. Maybe a little too big. What's the point of this episode? We already know that the logic of SpongeBob being this small makes absolutely no sense, considering in 100 different scenarios, we've seen SpongeBob get bigger or smaller from his absorption abilities. And that wouldn't matter if the episode was still funny, but it wasn't at all. So it's just got me thinking like this, and it's just awful. 21. Housewarming. A worm gets inside SpongeBob, and he's totally fine with it invading his body. SpongeBob is too nice sometimes, because the worm invites his other friends inside as well. It seems like they just want to throw a party, but it's actually just really disgusting. SpongeBob gets so covered in worms that they won't leave because they have squatters' rights, which cracked me up. But that's about the only interesting part. It's mainly just gross, and SpongeBob only gets rid of them because his laughing is annoying. I can't believe that he just accepted the worms being inside him. Why not go to the doctor, you psycho? I wasn't a fan of this episode. It makes me want to take another shower. But before the episode ends, there's this post-show with the worm for 2 minutes showing why he went to SpongeBob's house. He was being chased by a clam. That's basically all that happened. 20. Whirly Brains. This is the first SpongeBob episode where I can say that the show has gotten so derailed from what it used to be that it doesn't feel like the same thing at all anymore. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing yet, but we'll move on with this plot. Sponge and Patrick are bored playing a game with a cup and sticks, so a commercial shows them these whirly brains in which you put a propeller on your actual brain and watch it fly around. And could you guess that this wraps around to harassing Squidward? Although apparently, Squidward has a huge nose and he tucks it in. I kind of feel bad since it must be hard to eat with your nose in the way. How have I never thought of that? Squidward thinks the brains are aliens from Mars, which honestly isn't that far-fetched. This kind of reminds me of Pranks a lot, but not as funny. Also, Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff have been dating for 16 years. What's with all these revelations happening in such a short time period? But anyway, all the kids are doing this world brains thing too, and some old man has been taking the brains and stowing them away. So Sandy comes along with a radar, finds the brains, and they're freed. And everyone's brains somehow know where all their owners are, despite needing a remote control before. You want to know where my brain is after watching this? This shot of Patrick with a baby diaper mashed into his eye sockets. That's me right now. 19. Plankton retires. Plankton fails to get the formula a bunch of times, so he does the right thing, retire. He buries the chum bucket and leaves. On the way to Dullsville, Krabs doesn't believe it for a second and follows him there. Plankton gets a room at a retirement home, and it turns out it was a decoy. They were all robots the entire time. In fact, the robots end up going on a vacation at the end. So really, this was just a nothing episode about Plankton failing to get the formula. Yawn. 18. SpongeBob's Place. I feel like I've seen this episode before, like a lot of Season 10 as you'll see. Krabby Patties are making everyone fall in love with SpongeBob and the customers want a name change. That didn't work out so well last time. Not even Krabs wants to do this. He's kind of jealous of all the attention he's getting, so he tells SpongeBob there's a ghost to scare him off. So while he's bored at home, he makes Krabby Patties and the customers find him. Meanwhile, Krabs pretends to be SpongeBob but isn't able to make the same quality of food. So everybody is eating at SpongeBob's house, but SpongeBob still wants a boss. But you know what's the actual weird part? The Krabby Patty formula is Mr. Krabs, so therefore he owns it, doesn't he? Wouldn't this mean what SpongeBob's doing is like illegal? Anyway, a health inspector comes by not passing them because they're in a pineapple, so they end up back in the Krusty Krab. This episode is fine, I suppose, but it's a forgettable one. 17. Don't Wake Patrick. SpongeBob is hella thirsty, but his house is a ruckus because Patrick is sleepwalking. He almost gets hit by a boat, he starts storming into other people's houses, and basically everywhere. It kind of reminds me of the original pilot. It's very basic without much substance. This one is okay. It's only like 8 minutes long and not much happens. 16. Krusty Catering. The Krusty Krab has a catering event for kids, and Squidward is passing out the food. Let's just say Squidward will probably never reciprocate, and Patrick is a clown while SpongeBob is the bouncy house. I'm getting a lot of Krabbyland vibes. But this time, it's kids being dicks just to be dicks. So they try to leave, only to get stopped by a rich woman that needs a caterer. Krabs, of course, says they can do the job, but everything goes to shit. Patrick starts eating all the food, Squidward plays clarinet, and Krabs can't get one of the kids off of him. In fact, this kid straight up admits that he doesn't have a father figure and starts calling Krabs his dad. What the hell is going on with this show? I'm appalled at what's happening. What happened to it being lighthearted? It really feels like an entirely different cartoon. Random things keep happening at such a fast pace that I can barely comprehend my thoughts. 15. Code Yellow. Squidward starts us off walking down the street with a mirror in his face. He's basically living the life of a famous Instagram model. He wants a nose job, and while he's at the hospital, he keeps getting harassed by SpongeBob as usual. When he finally leaves Squid B to become a candy stripper, he eats the stripes off the outfit, and now the doctors think he works there. Oh god, I can see where this is going now. Except that I kind of didn't, because SpongeBob actually starts helping people, if you can even call it that. After getting the doctor's attention, he's the one to perform Squidward's nose job, in front of an audience of all things. After messing up Squidward's nose a bunch of time, he reverts back to the normal one with no body left. This episode is kinda painful to watch, but at least Squidward is happy with himself in the end. 14. Patrick's Coupon. A spider is terrorizing Patrick, and he finds a coupon for ice cream. But Mr. Krabs wins it. God, this episode is starting really slow. Squidward butts in thankfully, and we watch Patrick act paranoid about people stealing his coupon for another 5 minutes. When he gets to the ice cream store, the coupon is expired, so he goes to the Ice King to make an exception. After playing some games, he wins the ice cream and it melts on the way to SpongeBob's house. This episode picked up a bit at the end, but it really didn't do much of anything for a large portion. 13. Mimic Madness. You ever seen Ripped Pants? This is basically the same, but on steroids for all the wrong reasons. A Bring It Around Town reference is made right at the start, and yeah, you can tell that these writers are huge fans of old SpongeBob, which isn't a bad thing, but a reference like that feels so out of place. This happens a couple other times in this episode, but here's the thing. You don't need to appease your old audience with stuff like this. Focus on the younger ones that are actually watching this and make new memories with them. But moving on, SpongeBob thinks that imitating people makes others happy. And it works for a little bit, but he keeps doing it and doing it and doing it. The imitations get so bad that he literally forgets who he is. Like, wow, that's actually kind of deep. I think all of us question who we are and what our purpose is from time to time, so it's sad to see that happen to SpongeBob. But his friends bring him back by imitating him. Oh, come on, guys. We all know that's a bad idea. It cures SpongeBob, but now everyone else doesn't know who they are. I'm very conflicted on this one. There's so many elements that I loathe, yet enjoyed simultaneously. 12. The Getaway. Mrs. Puff thought it was a good idea to practice driving with SpongeBob in a cemetery. Put her back in jail. Oh, wait, she actually ends up in jail, and I was just joking. One of the prisoners gets in SpongeBob's car and drives away. The rest of the episode involves this prisoner teaching SpongeBob how to rob banks. And Mrs. Puff and this fish gonna have some fun tonight, if you know what I mean. While this episode had its funny moments, this is just another one where SpongeBob has no remorse for any of his actions, so you just end up irritated with him. 11. Out of the Picture. Squidward tries selling his art at work and nobody cares. We're at season 10 and he still doesn't realize that nobody but the audience actually wants to see that. Mr. Krabs buys the paintings because SpongeBob tells him they might be worth more in the future. He's like any retro game collector. Sometimes we buy just because we think it'll be worth a lot in the future. An art appraiser comes in saying the paintings would be worth more if Squidward is out of the picture. I cannot believe he's suggesting that. So he tries sending him to do impossible deliveries, including Rock Bottom. Now, this is an instance where it makes sense to bring back an old reference. It's super cool to see this place again. Squidward even goes to Mars and makes it back alive. So they start destroying the paintings after mishearing the appraiser, and they get nothing for it. This was an alright watch. The highlight was watching where Squidward's deliveries were, but everything else was pretty forgettable. 10. Lost and Found. A fish kid loses his toy, so SpongeBob ends up stuck underneath the Krusty Krab, which just so happens to be a massive warehouse of lost stuff. Mr. Krabs could turn into an Amazon seller with all this crap, but it turns out a group of people have been stuck down there for 60 years, and they have the stupid teddy bear, so SpongeBob gets it back and runs for his life. Meanwhile, Squidward ends up lost, and after getting chased around, they find the grease trap and escape the hatch. This one has a lot of cool action segments, but it wasn't very humorous. But it was at least a unique Krusty Krab episode, so I'll give it points for that. 9. Mermaid Pants. It's another Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy one, but this time SpongeBob and Patrick make fart jokes. I honestly have nothing against those if they're done well, but here they just drag their butt across the sand. Riveting. But actually, this story is pretty unique outside of Squidward getting harassed for watering his plants. Sponge and Patrick are cosplaying as their favorite heroes, and Mr. Krabs admits to Squidward that he's into that stuff too and wants him to cosplay as well. So Krabs and Squidward play as villains for the rest of the episode. They pretend to rob a bank, try throwing Sponge and Patrick into a massive deep fryer, but it ends up backfiring. I didn't really find this funny, but at least it was somewhat entertaining. 8. Trident Trouble. A bunch of shy guys in the title card narrate this episode. At least this one is different, and we get Neptune again. SpongeBob takes Neptune's trident by accident, and with it the Krabby Patties kind of just make themselves and dance around on their own. I feel like I'm tripping balls as someone that's never tripped balls. SpongeBob has no idea how this trident works, so he makes the Patties angry and scares off the customers. Then he makes Krabs want to give away all his money, a pacifier eats a baby, grass comes to life, it turns into sheer chaos. Neptune finds the trident after SpongeBob loses complete control of it, and everything returns to normal. This was a pretty wild episode. Not all that funny, but a fun one to watch. 7. Plankton gets the boot. Karen got a new screensaver, and it's pretty epic, you should keep it. While Plankton is ignoring her, he accidentally shoves himself into a machine that he built that's supposed to make a patty with just a tiny bit of one, and once again, we get another reference to Season 1, and it's really gotten old. They're not even trying to be subtle about it. In fact, this whole episode turns into Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3. Plankton gets kicked out of his house and breaks up with Karen, so SpongeBob tries to teach him to be nice. Without much luck, Plankton ends up figuring out a plan that woos her back by making SpongeBob a robot to make Karen jealous. I don't mind this episode, there's just not much of an original idea here. 6. Burst Your Bubble. Oh yeah, it's boating school time. SpongeBob fails again, and we get a nice shot of Krabs' cheeks, if you know what I'm saying. It seems like everyone has a boat except SpongeBob, so he makes a boat out of bubbles. It's so popular that everyone else wants one too, and nobody drives regular boats anymore. Mrs. Puff is the only one left out, and gets pulled over for boats being outlawed. That's like gas cars being outlawed since electric cars exist now. Yeah, that makes all the sense, doesn't it? So now she has to go to bubble driving school, and guess what? SpongeBob's the teacher. She fails the test, but tons of bubbles get stuck to her and everybody almost dies. Because of that, bubbles are outlawed instead. I'm honestly amazed we're still getting creative boating school episodes. This was one of the better and more enjoyable ones. 5. Unreal Estate. SpongeBob thinks he's allergic to his house because Squid creates a scheme to try to move him out. He covers the place in pepper to pull this off. It's very strange to see him sneaking into Sponge's place when it's usually the other way around. So once he's convinced him to move, Squid helps him find a place. And I find it absolutely hilarious that he can't just live in a normal house. No, it's gotta be a fruit or a sandwich or a huge drawer. They eventually find a house that's so futuristic and cool that Squidward takes it for himself, only for it to actually be a rocket ship. What the f? He crashes back down to Earth, SpongeBob has Squidward's house, Patrick has SpongeBob's, and Squid is stuck under a rock. I thought this was going to be some generic Squid is moving episode that we've seen tons of times by now, but I really liked how wild this got. He even tried moving SpongeBob into an aquarium. That's such a bro moment. Despite things going poorly for Squidward, it feels justified for how he was acting, just like how it used to in the older seasons. 4. Snooze You Lose. Squidward can't fall asleep because of you-know-who. He has an audition and needs rest, so he takes a walk. He ends up walking into the wrong house by accident, so everyone sleeps on SpongeBob. I don't know why this is so cute, but man, look how cozy they all are. The next morning, Squidward won't wake up for his audition, so the solution is to go inside of him like a puppet. That is disturbing yet amusing watching Sponge and Patrick try to control his body. They get to the hall, play beautifully, Squidward wakes up and plays like filth. This episode is a weird combination of like 4 previous episodes, and strangely it works pretty well. It had me giggling and it was a decent watch. 3. Sports? SpongeBob gets a package that's supposed to go to Sandy, but they open it up and find a bunch of sports balls. Sponge and Patrick have never seen this stuff before and try to figure out what they're used for. We've seen plenty of sports in SpongeBob in the past. Why are they oblivious this time? That doesn't matter that much because this episode is actually really fun. Squid's breakfast gets ruined by Sponge and Patrick, and they also destroy his backyard, so he decides to teach them to play these sports the wrong way. They get hurt so badly that a massive group of people come out to watch watch them. Sandy eventually finds her package and is furious at what Squidward has done. But how can you blame him? I mean, he is the Grim Reaper after all, but he's challenged to play against Sandy, and he basically gets what he deserves. This is another episode that I didn't expect to enjoy, but it was a great watch and pretty funny at times too. 2. Life Insurance. What a name for an episode. I can't wait for filing taxes in season 16. SpongeBob and Patrick buy life insurance, but Patrick doesn't believe it'll protect him from getting hurt. While they try to hurt each other, Squidward wants to watch, but he should know better to stay out of their way. But funny enough, the paper actually works and Squidward is kept out of harm's way. This episode was cracking me up and was really creative for what appeared to be a dull concept. Although Krabs literally wants Squidward to die because he signed off as a beneficiary for the life insurance. Bruh. This was a fun watch, one of the best in the season. 1. Feral Friends. Patchy's here for the first 2 minutes. I guess they didn't have enough content to fill the entire episode. Before I realized it's way longer than usual. It's Sandy's birthday, and I hate that the only thing I'm imagining from this scene is the intro to Sonic Generations. It looks almost exactly the same. It's a birthday party out in the grass, and they're at a similar looking table. As they're eating the cake, Neptune's moon comes out of a volcano. Okay, but seriously, it's literally the same cutscene. A portal from another world randomly shows up. I mean, these draw so many parallels. But this moon turns the fish into feral versions of themselves. Also, Krabs and Mrs. Puff are just like a couple now. Again, that's so weird that they've decided to make this a tradition from like 16 years ago. Sandy decides to call the French narrator, who happens to be an undersea diver as well, and he says everyone will return to normal in 2 hours. The only issue with that is Squidward. He turns into a giant octopus that can destroy just about anything. This episode is awesome. I love the idea so much, and I love watching Sandy trying to keep her friends alive. Once the time passes, everyone returns back to normal. But you can't forget about Neptune's sun, which does the same thing but for land critters. So Patchy turns into a caveman and Potty becomes a prehistoric bird. I can't get over the fact that the narrator is a deep sea diver. This is by far one of the most interesting episodes I've seen in a hot minute. Yeah, this was basically season 9 part 2. I mean, season 10 is virtually the same kind of thing, the same plots repeated over and over again. A lot of the episodes are just really bland. I don't know if things are going to pick up at this point. I've heard that season 11 is when the writers changed, and I think Steven Hillenburg came back at that season, so maybe we'll start to see an improvement. I hope so. I still have a lot of episodes to watch. 50. Squirrel Jelly. SpongeBob and Pat are playing ball-y. A-N-N-O-Y-N-G. At least to Sandy. She's tired of them being all slow and delicate. Or in other words, Sandy is too busy being a sweaty gamer. It's very odd to see Sandy act this aggressive, but Sponge and Pat escape to go jellyfish. But Sandy springs along to be a little pest, and she's honestly really irritating. What has gotten into her today? She gets so bored of jellyfishing that she makes the jellyfish strong and deadly with some Frankenstein fish food. After trapping them all in a cage and destroying jellyfish fields, she thinks about her aggressive problems and tries to relax. Meanwhile, the jellyfish grow into one big one and destroy her house. And it just goes on and on and on. It's like 16 minutes long instead of the usual 11. I appreciate Sandy trying to evolve and be a better person, but I was really over this episode once she started meditating. It should have ended there. It did not feel like she earned the right to be forgiven. 49. Plankton Paranoia. Mr. Krabs wants Plankton to steal the formula? It's almost like it's become a weird kink to him. That's the whole episode for the most part. Just that. Krabs starts suspecting people of being Plankton and he starts hallucinating, but the reason he wasn't trying to steal it for a couple days was because of a surprise party celebrating Plankton's first attempt at stealing the formula. There's not much here. Outside of some cool visuals, it was pretty boring. 48. Cave-dwelling sponge. SpongeBob is going for a walk in his bare feet? Probably the strangest moment to not wear your shoes, but yeah, him and Patrick find an ice cave. Patrick gets his tongue stuck, and as it's thawed out with hot chocolate, a cave sponge appears out of the wall. SpongeGar comes back home with SpongeBob and is obsessed with the squeaky shoes, and destroys the town. I don't know how SpongeBob didn't notice him for the entire day, but whatever I guess. SpongeBob is the one accused of breaking all this stuff and goes to jail, as SpongeGar destroys the place. I can't believe even Squidward has turned into an oblivious moron. He didn't notice the literal bolt inside the patties. We learn the cave sponge is actually called Spongy Spongy, and him and SpongeBob make up. This episode was just dumb and not funny. I much prefer SpongeBob BC over this. 47. Old Man Patrick. Patrick has wrinkles from being in the pool for too long, but some old lady thinks he's actually old, which by the look of Pat's face doesn't correlate, but this is the story we're going with today. The old lady brings up ice cream at Shady Shoals, so Patrick hops on the bus back to the retirement home, and ages ridiculously fast. I don't know how long SpongeBob was looking for him, but he ends up super old by the time he finds Patrick. And SpongeBob tries to make everyone feel young again by dancing and going out, when suddenly SpongeBob feels old. Then some steam comes from his holes and makes Patrick young again. I guess the point of the episode is that age doesn't make you old, it's how you act and perceive life itself? I couldn't tell you because it was really confusing and kinda boring to watch. 46. The Clam Whisperer. Clams are going south for the winter, and Patrick is a big baby dummy for a solid 2 minutes. Clearly, there's not enough material for this to be an episode. Why force this idea with so much filler? They try luring some clams down with food, and it sure does work. Just look at what they're doing to Squid's house. They had a little bit too much fun, if you know what I'm saying. And now SpongeBob can't get rid of them. This episode reminds me of when I went to Hawaii when I was a kid, and the birds around us would not leave us alone because the tourists fed them way too often. At least the birds in Hawaii weren't literally biting at people and scaring them. And SpongeBob brings the clams into work? What are you doing? Mr. Krabs likes them though because they keep spitting out pearls. Wow. I absolutely love the lady that shows up for some online date, and the clam is hella flirting with her. By far the highlight of the episode. SpongeBob has to let them go eventually, and it takes an entire season to do so. This one really started rough, but got a lot better at the end. It wasn't too bad to watch. 45. Man Ray returns. I mean, he's returned a few times the past couple seasons, but okay, I'll roll with it. Squidward is going on vacation and Man Ray is staying at his place. And look at those flip-flops, they are looking hella cozy. Sponge and Patrick try to figure out who it is, and somehow don't notice the extremely distinguishable Man Ray face until 5 minutes in. Sponge and Patrick proceed to be a nuisance for the rest of the episode. It's a bunch of been there, done that kind of stuff. Man Ray just wanted a vacation and he can't even get that. Sponge and Patrick managed to convince him to never try again. This one had its entertaining moments, but it was also kinda lame. 44. Bunny Hunt. Oh my, Squidward has really outdone himself with his cooking. It's too bad he's having dinner with a random wooden fish. As Squidward's pulling a carrot out of his garden, a sea bunny tries taking it for themselves. The bunnies are little they're almost as bad as SpongeBob and Patrick. When Squidward calls animal control, SpongeBob comes in and takes the bunny as his own. Because of course he does. And the stupid bunny is eating away at the house, even with SpongeBob's hot sauce protection idea. I mean, the damn bunny chews through the walls and crawls inside. What the hell was SpongeBob thinking keeping this wild animal? Did you not learn from the jellyfish? SpongeBob's solution is to buy a girl bunny, and this only made things worse. Many more bunnies are made and they invade Squidward's house again. It gets to the point where Squidward thinks that he is a bunny. Yeah, it's safe to say that he has officially lost it. I didn't mind this one, but it did go by pretty slowly. 43. Call the cops. Well, Plankton goes to jail for trying to steal, except the secret formula is evidence, so Krabs decides to get it back by pretending to be an officer. When suddenly, Patrick shows up drunk on ice cream and ends up in Plankton's cell. SpongeBob starts taking his cop persona too seriously by arresting some girl for selling cookies without a license. This reminds me of Hall Monitor to an extent. Nothing much eventful happens after this. Patrick and Plankton try to get the formula, but Krabs beats them to it, they all get in a fight, and all go to jail at the end. This episode is overly stupid, but it turned out alright, I suppose. 42. Pat the Horse. SpongeBob reads Patrick a story about being anything, and he chooses to be a horse. So that's exactly what he does. SpongeBob rides Patrick around town. When arriving at the Krusty Krab, Krabs sees dollar signs and makes people pay to ride Patrick. As you can imagine, Pat doesn't want that and runs away. SpongeBob goes to find Patrick, and in the meantime, Squidward is forced to be the horse. For whatever reason, this inspires a race between Krabs and SpongeBob, and my god, this is so stupid. Krabs wins the race because Patrick ate the patty, and then he gives up being a horse after that. This episode was alright. It was an interesting idea, but a bit too dumb for my taste. Pat the Horse was also paced a bit slow, but it did have some interesting animation at least. 41. Surf and Turf. Sandy wants to win a contest by making the best ship in a bottle, but keeps failing at it. Out of bottles, SpongeBob throws the formula out the window and takes a plane to find it? You're in an air dome. Did a piece of paper really escape from that? Well, apparently yes, as SpongeBob makes his way to Planktonomore, Plankton somehow got his hands on the thing. So Krabs ends up helping Sandy. And is this the first time we've seen him use a water helmet? This immediately struck me. That shape looks really cool on him. After failing to make a bunch of bottles, Krabs just makes a massive ship and makes the dome the bottle itself. But since he made it, he thinks he can take all the prize money. When he arrives, he destroys every other bottle and wins until Sandy shows up to break her house and she wins being trapped in her helmet. There was a lot happening. And I don't know, it was kind of painful to watch everything get destroyed because that was basically the joke for this whole watch. 40. Pat Nocchio. Huh, a Disney princess parody. I'm a really big fan of SpongeBob going in this direction after making hundreds of episodes about the Krusty Krab. They're actually changing it up. Unfortunately, this episode was just alright. Sponge teaches Pat what a conscious is, so Plankton pretends to be the little voice in his head to get to the patty. As you can imagine, it doesn't go as smoothly as Plankton wants it to, but Patrick does manage to get a patty, and it lands on Pearl's picnic basket, which later ends up in her belly, so they have to dive in and get it. Seriously. When they escape, Patrick's real conscious shows up and Plankton fails again. Besides the Pinocchio part and Karen being a fairy princess of some sort, there wasn't much that was interesting. 39. Ink Lemonade. Patrick is selling lemonade without lemons, so Squidward tosses him one from his garbage. This ought to go over well. The lemon is bruised, so Patrick rips a band-aid off his armpit and slaps it on. And someone actually drinks it and pukes inside Squidward's house, which causes Squidward to ink inside Patrick's glass. And of course, they're gonna sell the ink now. Man, I might actually get sick too. Everybody loves the black lemonade, of course, so Patrick has to continue to scare Squidward to make him ink. While this is a cool concept, I just feel bad for Squidward. There's at least some good intent for what Patrick is doing, so I'm not angry at the show like in season 6 through 7, but this goes on for almost the whole time. After getting spooked half to death, Squidward shows a long line that the black lemonade is just his ink, and they all puke in Squid's house. This episode was alright. I don't have much else to add. 38. Spot returns. No way, I can't believe Spot is actually getting a second episode. He's gotten a bit chonky to say the least. In fact, he's pregnant. Spot has hundreds and hundreds of new pups to take care of, and they wreck the chum bucket. So Plankton gives away the puppies instead, but they end up coming back with a bunch of random stuff. So Plankton decides to have the new amoebas take the formula and fool SpongeBob into training them. After taking the formula, he once again can't get it open and SpongeBob distracts him by knocking over Karen and tells the puppies to free him. When SpongeBob's free, he feeds the puppies to make a bajillion more babies. This episode isn't anywhere close to as good as the first one. It's very average all around. Decent story, but it didn't make me laugh at any point. 37. Don't Feed the Clowns. I agree with this title card. Sponge and Patrick are at a circus, featuring a bunch of clowns that transform into random things. SpongeBob is warned to not feed the clowns, but feels bad for the little guy. SpongeBob tries to help him find another job, and he's got hella ADHD and can't stay focused for longer than a few seconds. After failing a bunch of jobs, he finds some sort of clownland and stays there. It's a bit of a boring watch, but it's not terrible necessarily. 36. Girls' Night Out. Sandy lived as an amoeba. That's something you can't say every day. She wants to celebrate with Karen, so they have a night out. This dynamic is hilarious. We saw them work together a couple seasons ago, and now they're BFFs. And Mrs. Puff joins them too. Their idea of a night out is pranking Plankton and SpongeBob. For Plankton, they pretend to be Krabs giving up the formula, and for SpongeBob, they throw a virtual reality headset on him and pretend he got his driving license. I like the gal pals hanging out together, but it didn't quite carry itself through the whole thing. By the end, I was kind of ready for the episode to be over. 35. Shopping list. Mr. Krabs doesn't get his product by truck. No, he has SpongeBob run to the store to grab ingredients. It's probably more costly for him to do that instead of, ordering in bulk, but hey, Plankton's listening into their conversation. This list requires SpongeBob to go to exotic locations, and Sandy helps with her submarine. After traveling around and eventually destroying Sandy's ship, it turns out that they were just a decoy so Krabs could get the ingredients at the actual store. Again, just order in bulk, you weirdo. It was great to see Sandy more involved, but it was just kind of another Plankton fails episode yet again. 34. Teacher's Pests. Plankton drives a tank, if only he used that when failing to get the formula. They end up crashing and are forced to go to traffic school. The two buckaroos don't get along too well and have to watch a driving safety video. Didn't we already see a boating school training video? This attempt at it is much better though. I love SpongeBob flying out of the projector. The gags have been so on point in this season. They learn about the good noodle stars and want to compete over who gets the most. Because of this, Krabs and Plankton aren't really trying and end up getting in a boating accident with SpongeBob. And for some reason, the doctor stitched them all together. Well, that's a little creepy, but otherwise, it was a decent watch. 33 fun-sized friends. I like this early morning backdrop. It looks really pretty. Sponge and Pat are making breakfast outside and making a ton of noise par usual. After disturbing Squidward, they have the idea of making mini versions of themselves so they'll never be apart. The idea is really cute, honestly. Imagine having a mini version of your best friend beside you all the time. Mini Patrick and Mini SpongeBob cause problems though, as you'd expect, and even tie up the real Sponge and Pat. They get seriously beat up. Like, Jesus, the clones were pissed off after being treated poorly. So the solution? Make a mini pineapple and mini rock. This was a neat idea for an episode, but it wasn't really holding my attention until around the end. 32. The grill is gone. The Krusty Krab is a greasy, filthy mess, and after some cleaning, the grill goes missing. Some teenagers stole it to make a race car, and SpongeBob somehow convinces them to race for the grill back. They could just, call the cops or something, but hey, this ought to be more entertaining. The little buggers keep cheating during the race, so Krabs grabs a super long cord to turn the grill on. Heh, he sure heated things up, didn't he? I don't mind this episode. It was an alright watch. 31. Bubbletown. The title says it all. SpongeBob visits Bubbletown. A narrator talks about how their world works and the weird quirks they have compared to Bikini Bottom. What I find most fascinating is SpongeBob's ability to find Bubble Buddy despite everyone looking exactly the same. Literally. I mean, I guess he's got the hat on, but I digress. After SpongeBob fixes Bubble Buddy's bike, he begins to help everybody. Sponge really is the most selfless little guy, isn't he? He does this all the time. After helping everyone, he slips on some bubbles and destroys half the town. In jail, SpongeBob tries calling Krabs and his message arrives via a bubble. So of course, Krabs comes by and pops the whole town. Oof, what a maniac. But they are just bubbles, so they just blow it back to normal. This episode still isn't as good as the original Bubble Buddy, but the world building was certainly an adventure. 30. Appointment TV. SpongeBob is preparing to watch a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode that he hasn't seen yet. It's great how he's got a copy of the Krusty Krab training video laying around in his house, but the day is moving really slow for him as he wants to watch it, but gets distracted by people wanting favors from him. It's super interesting how this episode draws exact parallels to The Sponge Who Could Fly, which was a lost SpongeBob episode. SpongeBob ends up missing the show and his house catches on fire. So to make it up to him, everybody throws together a play that's similar to the show he missed. That was very thoughtful of them. Appointment TV wasn't super funny, but a heartwarming watch nonetheless. 29. Mustard Oh Mine. SpongeBob is adding mustard to the patties after he makes them? I guess he's just going wild with it, but they end up running out of mustard because of his excessive use. So Sponge, Pat, and Squid must go to the mustard mines instead of going to, Bargain Mart, because that would just be too easy. They end up trapped in the cave, but thankfully there's an escalator conveniently next to them. After getting off the train station, mustard is struck, but the pressure of it is so powerful that it erupts right into the Krusty Krab. I don't mind this episode. The escalator parts were all hilarious, so I've got to give it that. 28. High sea diving. Sponge plans to dive up into the ocean and messes up the jump entirely. With some balloons, he almost gets to the top, but the water is covered in trash. While exploring, he knocks some trash to the ocean's bottom and finds Old Man Jenkins pretending to be King Neptune. To get down, SpongeBob stacks all the garbage to the bottom, but the town climbs up, knocking this ladder to the ground. This is a super bizarre episode, but the story was really solid. It was nice to see Old Man Jenkins get more of a role after all these years. 27. Doodle Dimension. Sponge and Pat visit Sandy as she's building a portal to visit other universes. She just casually grabs some nuts from some dude in Texas. This ought to be interesting, until I realize that Doodle Dimension is Sandy's rocket, SB-129, and Doodle Bob all combined into one story. Sponge and Patrick travel through the vortex like a bunch of morons and are trapped in the void. This doesn't have the same existential feeling this time because SpongeBob is with Patrick, so they just act like themselves as they try to find a way to escape. What is different this time is the recreation of Doodle Bob. Just like last time, he's a mean version of SquarePants and bites away at Patrick's stomach. A lot of this episode follows the same plot lines. He gets a hold of the pencil, but SpongeBob makes another pencil with his shoe. Okay. And with that, he draws more doodles to fight back. I really like how many more drawings are created from the doodle and SpongeBob, but man, it's just not as good. The original Doodlebob was so great because there was a lot of build-up and tension to realizing he's evil and slowly learning how dangerous the magical pencil really is. With this, it's like SpongeBob and Doodlebob are playing Scribblenauts trying to outwit each other. It is entertaining, and I like how SpongeBob draws Sandy to get them home, but the plot felt kinda rushed. Honestly, this could have really benefited as a double special with more time to show how powerful Doodlebob is. 26. Spin the bottle. Plankton pretends to be a genie in a bottle as a scheme to get the formula. SpongeBob gets a hold of it, and I think you can guess how the episode plays out. Plankton is forced to grant wishes and manages to make them come true. Because the bottle was supposedly working, SpongeBob's 3 friends all want it for themselves. So they spin the bottle and Krabs gets it. Plankton gives up. And instead of ending as you'd expect, the real genie shows up and returns his bottle back and jams everyone inside another bottle. Spin the Bottle had some enjoyable moments thrown in to make it a fun enough watch. 25. The string. SpongeBob finds a string strangling from Squidward's shirt. He pulls the string until Squid's shirt is gone, and oh god, he has nipples now. But this string just keeps on going to other people's clothes and even Mr. Krabs' money. But that's not all. The string is on everything, and I mean everything is attached to this damn string. Poor Squidward keeps buying new clothes and they get torn apart by the string. I'm glad this episode was on the short side. It was just long enough to be entertaining without overstaying its welcome. 24. The Night Patty. Sponge and Pat spend all day at Glove World only to find the Krusty Krab open, and they serve the fish from rock bottom. You know, despite reusing the 24-hour plot for like the 4th or 5th time now, I like the concept of feeding the creepy fish at night. The menu is a bit more intense as well. SpongeBob breaks the chef's hand by accident, so he has to work the night shift instead. And Nosferatu is the manager. That is the last character I expected to see again. SpongeBob makes Krabby Patties, of course, and these fish hate them. So he makes night patties by accident, and SpongeBob cooks a robber who isn't actually a robber. Yeah, this is a really bizarre episode, but it was a fun one to watch. 23. Chatterbox Gary. SpongeBob buys a Snailbox translator so he can speak English, a device that all dog and cat owners wish they had. I love that Gary is given a super deep and sultry voice and calls SpongeBob Papa Bob. SpongeBob shows Gary around town, and at Squidward's place, Gary makes fun of his style. So at night, Squid comes in and replaces Gary's translator with a walkie-talkie. Squid makes SpongeBob do a bunch of chores while he's half asleep, which includes rolling his house down a cliff. Gary finds out what happens and shoves his walkie-talkie down Squid's throat and is attacked by worms. While I liked this episode, I wish we could have seen more of Gary interacting with other people like Mrs. Puff and Mr. Krabs because he was a lot of fun to watch. 22. Library cards. SpongeBob teaches Patrick what a book is, and the man can read crazy fast. He's actually absorbing all the knowledge, and I love the visualization of civilization in Patrick's mind being built as he reads. He becomes so smart that he's a big brain and can't even leave the room. This one is a lot like Patrick Smartpants. He even talks similarly to that older episode. To make Patrick's head smaller, he must become dumber again. So he watches cartoons and shrinks back to normal. This is about as good as Patrick Smartpants was. I really enjoyed all the visualizations inside of Patrick's brain. It's a pretty good episode. 21. Karen's virus. Karen is hanging out with her pal Hannah and gets sick. Who else to help besides SpongeBob? He has to get blasted into her computer to go look for it. And you know, this would actually make for a really swell video game. This 3D world looks pretty sweet as well. SpongeBob and Karen's version of Plankton run around the computer trying to find the virus. After getting to the memory bank, SpongeBob finds out the virus was just hungry, so he gets it out and feeds it a Krabby Patty. It does look a bit odd to see 2D SpongeBob run around in this 3D environment, but I thought it was really refreshing. All of that effort for just one episode is appreciated. It's one of the better ones. 20. Drive Happy. What's this? Another boating school episode? Nah, it's just SpongeBob at a boat dealership checking out what's for sale, and he finds a self-driving boat similar to Knight Rider, meaning he doesn't need his license. But once again, Squidward's house here is missing. I swear this is some sort of inside joke with the animators. There is no way the house isn't being drawn on purpose this often. The car SpongeBob got is very self-aware and needy. It doesn't like getting wet and cold. It even sleeps on SpongeBob's bed. What the hell is up with this car? He doesn't even let SpongeBob go to work because it isn't classy enough, and he kicks Patrick out of the car. Although Patrick was rubbing chocolate all over the dashboard, so fair enough there. At the garage, while the car Coop is getting his nails done, SpongeBob buys a steering wheel to drive to work himself. After fandangling with him for a while, Coop ends up as a kiddie car ride in front of the Krusty Krab. Honestly, it serves him right for how he was acting. I can't believe I'm saying that about a damn car. Look, I'm all about self-driving cars in the future. Once the tech is perfected, it's gonna make our lives that much easier. But I hope our cars don't talk like this one does, because, whew. 19. Sanitation Insanity. SpongeBob rolls around in the trash. How fun. Because it's all forced to fit in one bag, the trash explodes everywhere. So now, Krabs has to pick up the trash. Or, sorry, SpongeBob and Squidward are doing that because Krabs is too busy being a dickwad. When SpongeBob starts driving, he doesn't, and it takes a while to get the trash cleaned up. There were some interesting moments like SpongeBob's amazing hand sanitizer and this doll making a cool Chucky reference. After cleaning up the town, they just need to get Patrick's and he doesn't want to give his crap up. No matter how much better Season 11 has gotten, Patrick has remained obnoxious. But gets real as the dump truck turns into a freaking transformer and he battles it out with Patrick. Doing this causes the trash to go everywhere yet again, and then they all end up cleaning again. I loved seeing a big dump on Krabs as well. Freaking deserved it. I really enjoyed this episode, outside of a few things here and there. 18. Krabby Patty Creature Feature. Holy hell, this title card is well detailed. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs laugh about a patty for over a minute, but the customers want something new. So Krabs takes SpongeBob to Dexter's secret lab, just like how real fast food is made. Everybody loves Sandy's new patties, but they turn the customers into zombie patties. I really like how creepy the patty designs look. They add a lot of tension. Even Karen gets turned into a zombie. The only cure is eating chum, which Plankton just so happened to order a boatload of before all this happened. This was another really good episode. It wasn't really funny, but watching SpongeBob pound out the chum was really entertaining. 17. Moving Bubble Bass. Bubble Bass has a pretend TV show. He should collab with Nick Avocado. In reality, he lives with his mom still, which is fine, but he's a lazy bum that doesn't do anything. So he decides to move out of his mother's house to his grandmother's house and convinces Sponge and Pat to help him move. They end up packing the entire home, and after a rough trip up, they make it up top only for Bubble Bass to eat the free lunch he offered. I wanted to see all of his junk get pushed down the mountain so badly, but instead, Bubble Bass's mother put him in a box and threw him around town. This one made me laugh a lot. It was a really fun watch. 16. Chef Bob. Every time an episode of SpongeBob starts with him making Krabby Patties, I feel like I'm getting deja vu. People like watching the sponge cook, so Krabs wants him to make food in front of the customers, but he has stage fright. That's where Chef Bob comes in, a puppet version that cooks the food. And this puppet starts to have a mind of its own, coming up with jokes that make fun of its customers. This reminds me a lot of squirrel jokes, but SpongeBob is innocent this time. Chef Bob goes hard on the insults. It gets to the point where SpongeBob has a spatula fight with him. An action scene with a puppet attached to SpongeBob's hand shouldn't be this awesome, but it's done so well. They did manage to get rid of the little jerk, but he survives and has his own cooking show at the end. Honestly, what a legend. Great episode all around. 15. Cuddle E-Hugs. It's cleaning time at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob eats a rotten Krabby Patty, and as he's about to puke, Cuddle E-Hugs appears. I got a bad feeling about this guy right away, claiming SpongeBob as his new best friend. Oh no. SpongeBob shows him around town and spends the night, and it turns out Cuddle E-Hugs can only be seen by eating the magic sandwich. I think they're implying that there's some hard drugs in that nasty old patty. That is wild. I mean, just look at how the aged patties look. Cuddly eats everybody and they all wake up dazed. Yep, everyone was stoned out of their minds. SpongeBob feeds the last bit of patty to Cuddly himself, and I mean, this kinda tells you everything you need to know. What an interesting idea for an episode. I really enjoyed this one. 14. There's a sponge in my soup. Krabs is making a special soup with a half-eaten patty, moldy pickles, and mashed potatoes. Lovely. A bunch of hippies get inside and hop into the stew to warm up and eat all the food inside. The idea of hippies hanging out inside the stew is fantastic. Krabs isn't able to get them out. They even start protesting inside the pot. This episode was cracking me up. I love the hippie characters and just how dumb the whole thing is. Even SpongeBob turns into a hippie. Patrick turns into a hippie. Mr. Krabs turns into a hippie. By the end, the hippies end up in Squidward's bathtub. Wow, dude, this episode was like totally rad. I was vibing out the whole time, man, like, whoa. 13. Stuck on the Roof. SpongeBob is dub-stepping it up. The tune is seriously jamming. SpongeBob gets a patty stuck up in the chimney and needs to get it out. He gets the patty out no problem, but is now scared to come down the ladder. I can understand vertigo being scary, but this is also the same sponge that jumped off a cliff to land on a moving train as a hang glider. But I digress. Sandy and Patrick try to help without much success, so he just stays up there. Squidward is celebrating with a fancy dinner and no interruptions. Take the opportunity while you can, buddy. But there's a really good shadow gag that SpongeBob does, and it's actually interactive. But yeah, SpongeBob never comes down, so Mr. Krabs brings the grill up to him. And slowly but surely, people start climbing up and eating up top. But wind and rain is a problem, which means it's time for another Krusty Krab on top of the other one. And after a dance party, the original Krusty Krab sinks into the ground. This episode is so goofy. It was another fun watch. 12. Grandmom's the word. Plankton is giving Karen a wheel massage. What a romantic moment. But he's suddenly called by his grandma to stop by for a visit to celebrate Plankton owning the Krusty Krab. Ooh, that was a statement he shouldn't have made. He asked SpongeBob while changing the words on the arrow, and surprisingly, they let him pretend for a day. I'm kinda shocked that Krabs agreed to this. They even went out of their way to change how the restaurant looked. Grandma Plankton was pretty funny. She had a crush on Squidward and needed some help chewing food. Oh dear God. But as the Plankton family does, she attempts to steal the formula, but isn't successful in doing so. I honestly can't believe how thoughtful Krabs was giving Plankton a chance like this. This was a very sweet episode with some hilarious moments. 11. Larry the Floor Manager. Bubble Bass takes a long time to order a meal. Another reference to old SpongeBob that works well in this instance. The Krabs gets all feisty about tiny morsels of food wasted and, kinda hate this moment. Thank God Larry comes in to calm them down. He ends up becoming floor manager while Krabs takes a break from work. Larry notices how out of shape everyone is, so he starts making people carry weights and run on treadmills as they eat. But like Pearl and the Cuddly Crab, Larry wants to serve salads and protein shakes only. While he's trying to do the right thing, the Krusty Krab ain't the place to have your gym. So after forcing all the meatheads to eat Krabby Patties, they end up leaving and all return to normal. I don't know why every Larry-themed episode always ends up banging, because this was another really fun one to watch with great jokes thrown in. 10. The Legend of Bikini Bottom, complete with a custom intro, which I think I've seen in a previous episode. I can't remember, but it does look familiar. The visuals must have been designed by the same people that made the Christmas special in Season 8. It is absolutely stunning to watch. SpongeBob puts up decorations for Halloween, but are way too cute for the holiday. Even his Halloween costume is cute, a far cry from his literal brain. Patrick convinces SpongeBob to go out and tells him that scary equals funny, which is a coping mechanism that a lot of people use when scared. So they go to Sandy's place and she plays the mad scientist with a Frankenstein puppet thingy. Then the Krusty Krab is the chum bucket, which is hilarious. And because of what Patrick said, SpongeBob is just laughing at everything until they run into the Dutchman. He takes them on a haunted ride around his ship and also turns his friends into ghosts. There's even a good song number. I'm genuinely impressed with the production of this episode. So for SpongeBob to save his friends, he tries using Sandy's puppet, which doesn't work, but instead, the inside of his brain scares the daylights out of the Dutchman. And I mean, I don't blame him. It's not as good as Scaredy Pants, but it was still a fun watch all around. I've been pleasantly surprised with Season 11 so far. 9. The Checkup. SpongeBob, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs get a checkup not at the doctor's office, but at the Krusty Krab, because it's a requirement that 95% of all SpongeBob content is in this location. Krabs is terrified of getting a checkup, so Sponge and Squidward end up doing the test themselves. It's a simple plot that made me laugh quite a few times. I really enjoyed all the wild ideas Sponge and Squidward came up with to run their test. Since Krabs fails every test, they try to whip him into shape. SpongeBob pulls a Sandy and goes a little too hard on the working out. So what's plan B? Larry pretends to be Mr. Krabs. Oh my god, what a great idea. That was the perfect way to end this episode. 8. Krusty Cleaners. SpongeBob is taking a delivery to an office and spills the food and drink everywhere. As a way to show forgiveness, he vows to clean the entire office himself, even though they have a janitor already. I like this work is fun poster. Yeah, you see this? Yeah, that is me timestamping this 8-hour video, so every shot is synced with what I'm saying. You're welcome. Anyway, Sponge and Patrick come in and mess the office up even more and make a maze. My god, are they klutzy today. The Pac-Man shot is a great touch as well. And then, all hell breaks loose. The cleaning robot robot starts scanning the other appliances to life to fight off SpongeBob and Patrick, but they don't go down. In fact, Patrick brings out a tank and starts firing away at the scanner and soda machine. This is the most exciting Office-themed episode I've seen for any show ever. The action sequences are unironically fantastic. What a great episode this was. All of that to clean a stain, and they did clean it. They sure did clean it. 7. Goons on the Moon. Yet another Sandy's Rocket type of episode. This time, SpongeBob brings some fishnets for fun times. Oh my. I find it strange that Pearl and Squidina are coming along instead of Patrick or something. Honestly though, I'm totally fine with that. This is one of the couple double specials in this season, and my god does it get absurdly wonky. There's a few really good pun jokes. My favorite being Bubble Bass's mooning when talking about going to the moon. Before taking off, Squidward drops in with a Krusty Krab delivery, and ends up going to space with everyone else. When they land, Squidward escapes and gets lost in the crater. Trying to find his way out, he ends up in the actual storyboard of the episode. God, I love the meta humor so much. As Sandy and her pals are doing science-y things, Sandy says, "To study the moon's gravitational effects on my nuts," and just smiles. They almost dropped a D's nuts joke in SpongeBob. So close. When Sandy asks SpongeBob to get lunch, he hits launch on the ship and somehow pulls the moon? Because of this, the Earth's tides are messed up and Bikini Bottom's water is almost gone. Holy crap, that's a scary revelation right there. While trying to solve this problem, Squidward shows up with Santa! And that's when I realized this is supposed to be a Christmas episode. Kind of? Anyway, while trying to fix the orbit, SpongeBob uses a jack-in-the-box to try pushing the moon back, only to demolish it instead. Yeah, they really pulled a Sonic Adventure 2. The only thing they can do is use super soakers to fill up SpongeBob to the size of the moon, and the burp soda as rocket fuel to get back. So SpongeBob is just the moon until Santa brings a new one. This has to be one of the craziest episodes of the season, and one of the most interesting space-themed episodes yet. I really enjoyed this one. It had me saying, "What the f***," and laughing over and over again. 6. My leg! I cannot believe they made an entire episode about this running gag. There's a montage of him hurting it a bunch of times, and the doctor threatens Fred that if he hurts it again, it's getting replaced with a robot leg. It's so stupid how "my leg" is shouted no matter what the context is for this entire episode. "My leg" is repeated so much that it doesn't even sound like a real word anymore. My leg, my leg, my leg, my leg, my leg, my balls, my leg, 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 my leg. Fred keeps coming close to hurting his leg, and of course he works for a dangerous tree cutter. For some reason, SpongeBob feels like he has to protect Fred from hurting his leg. That's when Fred reveals that he hurts his leg on purpose to see a nurse he loves. He tries to hurt his leg over and over without much luck until the hospital truck manages to run over his entire body. And that's when he confesses his love and we get a jamming song number. I cannot believe how much I enjoyed an episode about the "my leg" gag. I was not expecting anything quality. 5. Whale watching. Pearl wants to hang out with this boy, Dylan, at a party, but Krabs won't let her. Ah, yes, because teenagers totally listen to their parents' orders. I can't believe Squidward is babysitting, although his bribe of having one less shift with SpongeBob must make it worth it. Pearl ends up sneaking out while Squidward follows from behind, and my god does he have legs of steel! I can't believe he can pedal up this hill. Pearl decides to breach like the other kids did, but gets stuck on the island, so Squidward has to save her. And worse, Pearl's date ends up ditching her. What a bitch that guy is. But Squidward has the idea of putting SpongeBob in a box and sending it to Dylan anonymously. When did Squidward get such a heart? This was fantastic. It was a funny and heartwarming episode all around. 4. Scavenger Pants. SpongeBob disturbs Squidward with some dumb country song, and to get rid of them, Squidward asks them to find the rare desert sandwich in the Badlands. As you can guess, Sponge and Pat actually managed to find it. So Squid sends them out again for a flower, and they find that too. I don't know why Squidward is surprised. Of course they're gonna find these rare objects. So then they have to look for the Loch Ness Monster, and oh my god, is this a Pirates of the Caribbean reference? Is this boat trick even possible? I've always wondered that. The last thing Squidward asks for is his long-lost brother, which doesn't exist. The man gets so much free time from Sponge and Pat looking for him that he combines his house with SpongeBob's and Patrick's, and you won't believe what happens next. Squidward's mom adopts SpongeBob and Patrick. I hate to say it, but holy hell, Squidward got owned, absolutely bamboozled. This episode was hilarious. I really loved the story and how absurd some of the locations Sponge and Pat traveled to. 3. Bottle burglars. Apparently, if you wash a dollar bill, it turns into 2 quarters, and this is why nobody cleans their money. Sponge and Squid are cleaning Crab's office, and the safe is loaded with trash? Okay, I have to say it. Season 11 is obsessed with garbage. I'm not even kidding. This is like the 6th or 7th episode that focuses on trash. That's the theme for what's ironically been a really solid season. As they're cleaning, the formula is tucked into the trash, and Squid throws it out without realizing that. And Plankton just so happens to be right where the trash landed and snags the bottle away. Sponge and Squid realize they lost it, and as Squid reaches for a secret button under Crab's desk, we see this cute little date, May 1st, 1999, which just so happens to be the day SpongeBob first premiered. Now that's a fun detail. With the security cameras, they found out it was Plankton, and are you serious? He can't open the bottle still? Will you just invest in a goddamn bottle opener? Here, take mine! Oh, it has a time lock. Okay, then, I don't know, just smash the bottle. You're killing me, man. Sponge and Squid decide to steal the formula back at night, and whoa, Plankton and Karen sleep in separate beds? This episode is so trippy, oh my god. Even Spot makes an appearance again. They get to the formula, but are launched into a rocket, so Krabs casually punches through the chump bucket and gets it back himself. This episode was hysterical. By far, one of the best I've seen in some time. 2. Squid Noir. A dive into Noir film? I'm really digging how deep SpongeBob is going into parodying other types of media. Squidward is playing his clarinet and nobody likes it. As he awakes from his nap before a concert, the clarinet goes missing and so does the color. This is so damn cool. In college, I got really into noir films, so it's a big throwback to see SpongeBob make his own version. It's even narrated very similarly and has that dark, contrasting tone. I absolutely adore this. Squidward first accuses SpongeBob, who did nothing, and ends up joining Squid on the case. I was dying at the coin gag. SpongeBob keeps flipping it into the air and it disappears into thin air over and over again. But him and Squid go around and accuse Krabs, Bubble Bass, and Patrick, only to discover that jellyfish took the clarinet. And Squidward ends up playing in their hive. I mean, why not, right? The direction they took with this episode was phenomenal. The narration, the dramatic angles, the writing, Squid Noir hits it right out of the park. 1. No pictures, please. A Twilight Zone parody? Now we're talking, Nickelodeon. I've never watched that show, but it's iconic enough to where I've heard of it enough for it to be permanently ingrained in my mind. Patrick pretends to be a tour guide and he guides one person around town. I love how the tourists keep saying amazing because that's literally all of us when we're traveling. And my god, this one is hysterical. There's so many gags in here. I especially love the one where it looks like SpongeBob is running to work on top of the tourist and Patrick, but then they move and he's just in the background. That tripped me the hell out. Patrick ends up making everyone mad, but it turns out the tourist wasn't actually taking pictures. In fact, he wasn't even real. Ooh, spooky. One of my favorite SpongeBob watches in quite a long time. This episode was amazing. Alright, well that came out of nowhere. Season 11 actually kind of banged a little bit. I'd say it's kind of on par with like seasons 4 and 5. They don't quite have the same charm as those seasons, but you can definitely tell that the new writers are huge fans of SpongeBob. They've been tastefully adding in references to the old episodes. It's kind of nice. And you know what? I'm actually looking forward to season 12. Despite after, what am I at? Episode 400 something? I actually want to watch season 12. 48. Jolly Lodgers. Squidward's house is being fumigated, and Sponge and Pat thinks his house is a circus. Squidward escapes to a hotel for a few days, and as soon as I saw SpongeBob show up, I'm ready to unalive myself. It is turned into torture watching Squidward getting tortured. That's the entirety of this episode. Squidward just wants some peace and quiet, and can't get it no matter what he does. At least he gets to zap everyone in the end, but still. One of the worst episodes I've seen in a long time. My god. 47. The Nitwitting. Sponge and Pat are disturbing the bargain mart and play with boxes. I'm honestly surprised it took until season 12 for Idiot Box to be referenced to some capacity. Except this time, people live under the box, and the whole point is to rip out your brain and be empty-headed. You know, I can literally feel my own brain turning more and more into mush as I watch this. I mean, look at this. SpongeBob drinks everyone's spit out of this jar? What the hell is going on? All these idiots start ruining Bikini Bottom and manage to make SpongeBob stupid until he finds his brain again. This was nothing short of pure stupidity and was hard to sit through. 46. The Ballad of Filthy Muck. Patrick Stinky. Do you remember the Battle of Bikini Bottom? This time, SpongeBob is impressed with how smelly Patrick is. He gets so stinky that he turns into a filthy muck, and SpongeBob follows suit. God damn, this is painful to watch. Once again, this new SpongeBob has this obsession with trash, and I don't understand why. It turns out that the filthy muck wasn't actually Patrick all along. I'm sorry, but not even the amazing tourist can save this episode. There was just nothing to it. 45. Swamp Mates. SpongeBob shares a story with Gary about swamp mates. The story starts with Bubble Bass stopping Man Ray from robbing a bank with his cheeks. Or so he pretends. His mother schedules a playmate for Bubble Bass, and guess who the friend is? At least we get to see the Chief again. Hey, it's been a hot minute. So Patrick comes in, and can you believe that he ruins everything? Oh, I know, I'm surprised too. He somehow gets the both of them trapped in a swamp inside a trash bag. Again, why does trash keep popping up? I don't understand. Bubble Bass finds out someone stole his Wonder Whale action figure and goes out to get it back. Why is this episode 15 minutes long? This is so excessive and just annoying to watch. Patrick and Bubble Bass end up kind of being friends in the end, but wow, this one was bad. 44. Squids on a Bus. Squidward is being a Karen on the bus ride to work. He and the driver get angry at each other and end up switching jobs. And Squidward is trying his best to be the best driver he can, and a certain yellow sponge hops on board. Why isn't SpongeBob at work? As you can imagine, SpongeBob makes Squidward's life hell. That's literally the rest of the 8 minutes. SpongeBob and, Patrick gets in there too, ruin Squidward's bus driving. The only thing worth noting is they end up in a trench with pressure so intense that everything is flattened. Otherwise, it kind of felt like a waste to watch. It felt like trash, because, trash! SpongeBob trash! He liked trash! 43. Quarantine Crab. The title alone has me so intrigued. Is it supposed to be COVID themed? Well, actually no. It was planned all the way back in 2019. It was supposed to come out in 2020, but was banned until this year for, obvious reasons. It should have stayed banned permanently though, because it's just awful. A health inspector shows up and finds someone infected with clam flu, a highly contagious sickness. So now they're forced to quarantine. Okay, seriously? This episode's straight up called COVID. Plankton tries to escape, but is incinerated on the spot, so everyone stays kaput. Krabs accuses everybody of having the clam flu and throws them in the freezer, but they all admit to each other that they actually aren't sick. So after breaking out, they fight Mr. Krabs, end up in a grease trap, and by the time the health inspector comes back saying he made a mistake, they get hella f***ed up. This was just not a fun watch. I don't know, maybe it's just too soon. Quarantine sucked for all of us. I especially hated it because in 2020, I lived by myself and didn't see any friends or family for a few months. It was miserable. Quarantine Crab accidentally highlights the mass hysteria of what happened, and it just wasn't funny. And look, if Mr. Krabs' freezer really had that much ice cream and a place to ski, they should have just stayed there. 42. Insecurity Guards. Squidward's painting gets rejected from a museum. Patrick somehow gets a job as a security guard for this place, so Squidward decides to sneak in when he's not looking to add it himself. Meanwhile, SpongeBob and Patrick are checking the place out. Yeah, SpongeBob shows up. They just have to be together, And along the way, they destroy everything. Squidward tries to add the painting, but he ends up getting caught and arrested. But hey, his painting actually got added to the museum despite all his troubles. This was another episode with Patrick being dumb just to be dumb. 41. SpongeBob and Random Land. This is a lot like the pizza delivery plot, but they go to Random Land instead, where nobody has ever returned. I really didn't have much to say since it's just SpongeBob and Squidward trying to deliver the Krabby Patty, but when I saw a reference to f***ing Squidward's suicide, I kinda shit my pants a little bit. How the hell did a creepypasta from the internet make it into an official SpongeBob episode? That is fascinating yet terrifying. And then they make their way back home because the guy that ordered the food kind of looked like Krabs and walked to the Krusty Krab himself, leading to the exit. If that image of Squidward wasn't in this episode, I would have completely forgotten about it entirely. 40. SpongeBob's Bad Habit. Apparently Squidward has misophonia like I do, and also SpongeBob bites his nails. In fact, he gets them all over some patties and it quickly grows into a big problem. Not even Sandy can help, so he goes to a doctor and gets hypnotized. And apparently, he's internalizing Squidward's problems as his own, hence the nail biting. But when the doctor reveals that he's Hans, the nail biting continues. This is just more of a sad watch than anything. I just feel bad for all parties involved. 39. Escape from Beneath Glove World. This was the longest feeling episode I've watched yet. I don't know why it needed to be over 20 minutes. Sponge and Pat are on the craziest baseball ride I've ever seen, and they ride it over and over again. To take a break, they go to a theater and meet Hieronymus Glove, however you say that, or an animatronic version of him. You know what, let's just call him Walt Glove because he's literally just Walt Disney. Sponge and Pat go to Glove World Jail because they tore off the animatronic's head, but it's really not like jail at all. There's a bunch of kids in there, and some toddler runs off, so Sponge and Pat chase them around for the whole episode. I kept forgetting that they were in jail. This place is more of a factory than anything. Hell, they even found a sock world. By the end, the real Walt Glove shows up, and the guards dumbed down the fake one since he became a threat. This one just did not want to end. It was the most long-winded SpongeBob episode I've seen in a long time. I can't believe I don't want to see any more Glove World episodes, because I'm over it now. It's because this jail wasn't a real threat. There was no tension outside of chasing the kid around. 38. Farmer Bob. We check out Old Man Jenkins' farm as he supplies the ingredients for the Krusty Krab. Krabs is trying to avoid paying him, so he has SpongeBob do free labor. The most interesting part of this episode is the classic SpongeBob tunes being remixed with banjos. That's a detail I wouldn't have expected. But for the most part, this one is unremarkable. SpongeBob and Patrick act like idiots and get their chores done in the most sloppy way imaginable. Although during the farm dance, aliens randomly show up to the party. I guess they didn't know how to end this one, so add aliens, yeah! 37. Patrick's Tantrum. SpongeBob doesn't know where this ringing bell sound is coming from, and it turns out it's Krabs conditioning his customers to want to eat when hearing the bell. This actually sounds like something that he would do. In fact, it's almost too smart. But what does Patrick have to do with all this? Well, he sure has a tantrum, as the title suggests, but the bell sound gets a different reaction out of him. As a kid, it meant that he needed a bath but didn't want to take one. The man has PTSD from the bell. That's gotta suck. So SpongeBob starts getting rid of every bell imaginable. And to make up for lost revenue, Krabs makes Patrick fight some tough dude for $1 million, and he only wins because a bell goes off and the tantrum attacks are too powerful. This is it's just annoying to watch. I really miss when SpongeBob was for all ages and not just kids. I can't take this. 36. Pat Hart's Squid. Squidward's house could really use a more stable base. It fell apart from him leaning out the window, so he stays with Patrick for the time being. Why he chose him over SpongeBob is beyond me. However, Squidward learns that Patrick can be taught how to do things and decides to teach him to be more like him. This slowly shapes Patrick into looking like Squidward, but he becomes the better artist. Jealous, Squidward starts acting like Patrick to change him back to normal. And after Patrick swallows mud, that does the trick, I guess? I don't really care for this one. It's pretty much just Patrick and Squidward reversing roles, and that's it. 35. King Plankton. SpongeBob convinces a couple to not have children. Wow, that's pretty bad, man. SpongeBob asks Karen to take care of sea chimps, and she just agrees? So when Plankton finds out, he decides to shrink them with a shrink belt. If he can control his size, why not be a giant and get the formula that way? Alas, Plankton takes control of the sea chimp world, and man, that is truly pathetic. This episode really highlights how insecure Plankton really is. He ends up being a sacrifice for Patrick's tongue and then gets eaten. So finally, Plankton wraps everyone around the belt and makes them bigger. See, he could have gotten bigger, but for some reason, he doesn't increase in size with the rest of the chimps. This is just another dumb watch. I'll forget about it in the next hour. 34. Hiccup Plague. Some random kids hiccup into a bubble and trap it in a jar. Man, you can do some weird shit underwater. This bubble pops near SpongeBob and he can't stop hiccuping. He manages to pass around this bubble until he ends up getting it back, so Sandy tickles him to get rid of it for good. And the bubble goes back to the kids at the end. The ultimate karma. It's just the town catching the hiccups without funny jokes or anything. 33. Plankton's Intern. Karen is visiting her motherboard and puts up flyers for an intern. I was gonna guess he'd hire SpongeBob, but instead it's Patrick. Well, at least until he clones himself 1,000,000 times. Now he's stuck with Pearl, which is his biggest fear. She ends up helping him with monotonous tasks until Plankton finds out who Pearl's father is. They try stealing the formula until Krabs catches him yet again, and Pearl convinces her dad to pay her more allowance so he can keep the formula. Watching Pearl and Plankton work together was kind of cool, but otherwise it's just another Plankton fails plot. 32. Krusty Concessionaries. The low tides come to Bikini Bottom, and Krabs wants to sell Krabby Patties to the fans. I'm not really sure why this episode is a few minutes longer than usual, because not much happens. Krabs is trying to put up some advertisement and fails, Squidward is looking for the band, and SpongeBob is selling patties. It's pretty unremarkable, but I did get a good laugh because the audience knows that Squidward's clarinet playing is awful, so they ran for their lives when he got on stage. That was about the only good moment. Krusty Concessionaries was otherwise pretty slow. 31. Kooky Cooks. Krabs and Puff are on an expensive date. It kind of feels like a recreation of Krusty Love. And just kind of. Krabs has the idea of getting soup on his suit to get the meal for free, but instead, he ruins the evening and Puffy storms out frustrated. So Krabs has one more chance at a good date at his house, and Sponge and Squid have to help out. Even Pearl has to help, who just wanted to stare at her phone all night. SpongeBob doesn't know how to cook anything, and he keeps making repulsive garbage, until he cooks himself and Mrs. Puff eats him. Yeah, she is the definition of hangry. We all know the feeling, but she really takes it to the extreme. This one made me laugh a few times, but Puff wanting to eat SpongeBob at the very end felt kinda off. 30. Boss for a Day. Krabs is actually helping with serving the customers, which is a rare sight, but otherwise SpongeBob is in charge for the day. We've seen this plot quite a few times, so what's different? Well, not much. Patrick and Squidward quit, so SpongeBob makes a bunch of clones, and they all get chopped up by a fan. The only notable and important moment in this episode is Patrick near the end. He comes back to take some customers' food, and oh my goodness! He went so hard on that booty. Woo! That could not possibly be thicker. But otherwise, 29. Lighthouse Louie. Another boating school epic fail. When SpongeBob fails again, Puff asks him to organize their stuff in the lighthouse and clean it up. So while he's doing that, he finds a stray snail amidst the junk. But this snail is feisty, and SpongeBob has to fight it off so he can clean. And this somehow turns into them rolling the lighthouse around town, destroying everything. But they come back with all their stuff organized perfectly. The only good part of Lighthouse Louie is watching Mrs. Puff jam out to some metal. At least that was rad. 28. One Trick Sponge. SpongeBob learns a magic trick and tries to show Squidward. I gotta say, of all the ways Squidward has tried to avoid doing something with SpongeBob, sniffing his eyeballs and swallowing them is one I was not expecting to witness. This is just another SpongeBob is oblivious episode. He once again doesn't realize that nobody wants to be around him. When he asks Sandy, she's... Whoa, hold on. She's inside another episode. Okay, I think this is the first time there's been a proper continuity between normal episodes. SpongeBob ends up showing his trick to some rocks, and Patrick sees the ending. At least this one is short, because there isn't much to it. 27. Bubble Bass's tab. Bubble Bass needs to pay for his tab, and Sponge and Squid have to collect it. To get the money, they play some stupid board game, but in real life and in his basement. While that's happening, Squidward gets more and more into the game and even falls in love with Bubble Bass's mom of all things. They end up winning the board game, so Bubble Bass has to work his tab off. I didn't laugh while watching this, but it was nice to see Squidward in a good mood for once. I'm just getting tired of seeing Bubble Bass this often. I didn't really mind him being included more often at first, but now it's just grown tiresome because he's basically another troll just like Sponge and Patrick. 26. Break-in. Krabs is getting shit from the law for not giving his employees breaks. SpongeBob has no idea what to do for his 5 minutes and keeps trying to work. Apparently, Krabs has always had a break room and we've just never seen it until now. So inside, SpongeBob eats some expired food and has a party with the customers. And that's about it. Short, simple, and to the point. But there's not really any jokes. 25. Dream Hoppers. This is another sequel episode where SpongeBob goes home from the Low Tides concert exhausted. We'll get to that one. Have you seen Sleepy Time? Great. You've also seen Dream Hoppers. SpongeBob dreams about making Krabby Patties, and one of them goes rouge. The plane crashes out of his dream and goes to everyone else's. This somehow makes less sense than Sleepy Time, and it's nowhere near as entertaining. I kind of like how they're trying a very old school style without any voice acting or sound effects, but it just doesn't work very well. There's a lot of neat visuals, and the music is synced with the action on screen, so I have to compliment the effort it must have taken to make this, but that style just doesn't fit well with SpongeBob. 24. Pineapple RV. Squidward is going on vacation, and guess which two numbskulls want to go with? They manage to destroy Squid's RV, so they turn SpongeBob's house into one, and they actually make it to Porpoise Peaks despite all odds. Patrick digs out the flower Squidward wanted to see bloom, and because that happened, it died off and everyone beat up Squidward. What, did they not see Patrick dig it up himself? I'm sorry. I'll move on. Because of that, Squidward decides to ditch them on the mountain until changing his mind and proceeds to get attacked by sea bears. He ends up with his precious flower regardless, and that's pretty much it. I didn't really find Pineapple RV that funny, but the story was somewhat intriguing at least. 23. The Goofy Newbie. We're back in Goofy Goobers! Again, Patrick gets kicked out for sampling too much ice cream and learns that the employees get free ice cream on their breaks. So Patrick gets a job there and it goes as swimmingly as you can imagine. So SpongeBob comes in as his hands and helps him get through the first few hours. Well, I wouldn't say help, he literally does everything. And after all that, Patrick gets his break and a brain freeze so intense that it freezes the entire world for 5 billion years. And that's not even a random amount of time. That's when the sun is going to be too big and evaporate the water on this planet, hence why it took that long to melt. This episode was very average, but the ending was at least entertaining. 22. Gary and Spot. Sandy narrates the beginning of this episode, making it feel like some sort of classic Christmas cartoon. When SpongeBob is asleep, Gary leaves the house to eat trash. Okay, seriously, what is with the stark personality changes in Gary the past few seasons? He breaks into the chum bucket to hang out with Spot, they vandalize the Krusty Krab, throw a party on a random ship, break their pals out of animal control, and help the employee working there find true love. This one started off really jarring, but it gets better by the end. Gary's just having a fun night with Spot, despite him being the one to do these bizarre things. 21. Stormy weather. One of the rain clouds is sad that his parent abandoned him, so he's crying a storm now. Boy, I can't wait for the episode when the background flower becomes a character. Oh, that's gonna be really epic. Who else but SpongeBob to befriend this cloud and treat him as his own pet? Drizzle. Drizzle decides to run rampant and makes it rain snails and worms. Ha, I get it. But out of nowhere, we get a Truman Show reference of all things. The weather guy is about to suck up Drizzle, and as he passes a lady on the beach, she starts promoting some random product on the spot. That is pretty bizarre to see, but so is this whole episode. Drizzle reunites with his parents, and all is good in the end. I didn't mind this episode. It was alright. 20. Sandy's Nutty Nieces. Sandy's sister and nieces show up a day early to visit, except that's not at all what's happening. SpongeBob ends up babysitting and her nieces are little brats. They talk in rhymes, which I guess is a fun quirk, but otherwise it's just SpongeBob not doing a great job watching over them. He tries his best, but it turns out Sandy was making an invention the whole time to send them back to Texas. This episode was also just alright, like a lot of season 12. 19. A Cabin in the Kelp. The gal pals are back, this time going on a camping trip. And Pearl is new to the squad, and she decides to prank her new friends with SpongeBob. The camper they packed gets unattached, and SpongeBob gets lost in a forest. It's really strange how often SpongeBob has gotten lost in a forest specifically. Seriously, it happens at least every couple seasons. The gal pals arrive at the cabin and prop it up while sharing scary stories with Pearl. The story is about an old member, Flibberty Gibbet, that scares Pearl, and it turns out that she was real all along. A Cabin in the Kelp is a pretty silly episode, and actually fairly lighthearted all things considered. 18. Knock knock, who's there? Another plot similar to an old episode, this one being wet painters. SpongeBob is watching over Krabs' house and is told not to let anyone in. Gonna predict that Patrick's getting in this house within the next 30 seconds. Oh, my bad, it took 6 minutes. Close enough. But this time, they really did try to do the right thing. Krabs made it very clear to SpongeBob to not let anyone in because of robbers, and when Krabs needed his keys, SpongeBob didn't let him in. In fact, he set up Home Alone style traps, so Krabs had to come in like a wrecking ball to get inside. This wasn't a funny episode, but I was amused for most of it. 17. Biddy sitting. Sponge and Pat are babysitting 6 babies at the same time. God damn, the mama's been busy. They even babysit the old chocolate lady, because we haven't gotten a reference to this episode yet. And it turns out she's 137 years old and escapes to jump out of a plane without a parachute. I hope I've got her energy when I'm in my 60s. She ends up tiring herself out, and that is Biddy sitting. It seems as if rubbing that chocolate all those years ago actually has let her live for forever. 16. Gary's got legs. Yeah, I know, he can tie shoes. SpongeBob adds legs to Gary so he can walk. Strangely, it looks somewhat normal on him, but Gary causes problems with his new ability to kick. So this drives SpongeBob to give him arms, and gets pampered for an entire weekend, making his arms and legs too weak to do anything. After the role reversal and Gary getting slime on everything, Krabs chops off Gary's arms and legs. Once again, I like the idea of the plot, but I only got a couple chuckles out of it. 15. Senior discount. You can imagine by the title how Krabs feels about giving discounts of any kind. Old Man Jenkins annoys the customers and gets a discount for being older, and Krabs is fed up with it. He can't just kick him off the premises, so he tries turning up the heat, playing loud music, and bringing his entire family from the dead back as ghosts. It's really goofy, and there's some good jokes in here too. I really like the Krusty Krab sign's long hair bopping to the metal, but in the end, they both get kicked out by the ghost and play cards at the chum bucket. The idea here was pretty good, but it was kind of rehashing the whole respect your elders point a little too hard without any other substance. 14. Dirty Bubble returns. Yeah, he's returned like 80 times at this point. The Dirty Bubble goes to jail for 6 months, and interestingly is blown back to a normal looking bubble. So that's how he got dirty, literally just getting dirt on him. But since he works at the Krusty Krab now and Krabs wants him doing dishes, he becomes the Dirty Bubble over and over again. SpongeBob eventually gets eaten and absorbs all the Dirty Bubble's dirt, putting him back in jail. This episode was okay, I guess, but what was with the Dirty Bubble needing to rhyme? That's a very odd choice. It just made him look less intimidating. But hey, now we've got lore on why the Dirty Bubble is the way he is, so I'll take it. 13. Mind the gap. SpongeBob's whistling is annoying Squidward, so he removes the gap between his teeth and oh my god, SpongeBob sounds hot now. I'm digging the concept of his voice completely changing because of the gap. Since everyone loves his voice, Squidward takes SpongeBob to a jazz club because he wants to fit in too, but he is a bit of a clumsy mess to say the least. SpongeBob's gap keeps getting adjusted throughout the whole episode until everyone wants a gap so they can all whistle. The last half of Mind the Gap kinda fell flat. It just seems like there wasn't much of a direction to go with the story, but the first half was fantastic. 12. SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout. Oh boy, a 44-minute special. It's been a long time since getting one this long, and I feel very mixed about it. But let's go over what happened, because it's pretty wild. It starts with Patchy trying to get a gift to SpongeBob for his birthday. This is what he does for the duration of the episode. He passes him a few times and ends up dropping the gift into the water. As for the episode itself, SpongeBob is lured out of the house by Patrick to go for a sightseeing tour. This is the most dangerous tour I've ever seen as they go to Surface Land and explore what all the humans are up to. There's two main highlights to this. First, we get David Hasselhoff back, which that alone is a treat, and we get what's essentially a real-life episode of SpongeBob. All the voice actors play their usual roles in The Trusty Slab. I couldn't help but grin watching all the actors play their parts. Hell, even Pearl is featured. This really is a birthday blowout. There's so many cameos thrown into this. But is the episode itself decent? Well, not really. While Sponge and Pat are on this tour bus, his friends are trying to prepare for his party, but they all want it to be themed in their own way, so they get in a fight and ultimately destroy SpongeBob's house. Look, we see things like this happen all the time in modern SpongeBob. Why couldn't they have worked together like the old times, do something different? And Patrick is just annoying the whole time, once again. He fills the bus with beans, which almost kills them. Some dog is chasing them because he won't let go of a frisbee. It just never ends. The biggest conflict is that Pearl's voice actor puts the bus in an aquarium, but they break out and bring all the fish with them to freedom. That's honestly pretty cool, but it takes a while to get to that point. And when SpongeBob gets back, Patchy's gift arrives and it's just Patchy's head. Yeah, that's it. That's the big surprise. For celebrating SpongeBob's 20th anniversary, there were a lot of ups and downs. I could see a lot of good ideas executed well and a lot that fell completely flat. 11. Broken alarm. SpongeBob's alarm broke and isn't able to fix it. So Patrick destroys his alarm clock more. Cool. At the clock store, SpongeBob decides to buy all the alarm clocks because he just can't pick. None of them wake him up on time, so he decides to use all the alarm clocks to get him out of bed and sent right to the Krusty Krab to work. Just watching his plan move in motion is really cool. It's honestly pretty creative. But Bubble Bass didn't get enough extra pickles, so the automated clocks break down entirely. And Patrick kind of fixes his old alarm. This was actually a decent episode. Not too funny, but really cool visuals at least. 10. The Krusty Bucket. Plankton is trying to take some of Krab's hair. What hair are we talking about? Because I don't see any hair. Oh, sorry, he has back hair. I tried to repress that from my mind. The point is to make a clone of Plankton and Krabs. And honestly, the design they came up with is really good. Plankton's one eye on the top with Krab's arms, legs, and nose. Plank Krab within 3 minutes manages to take over the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket with a crazy good handshake. Plank Krab morphs the restaurants together, and Krabs and Plankton get hired at this new place. They end up being the janitors, and when they get in a fight, Plank Krab splits up from the sight of the fight? Okay, I guess that happened because the combined brains were confused. Either way though, I found it to be a pretty unique plot. 9. Shell games. Patrick gets caught up with some turtle named Tony, but he thinks it's just his rock still. Wait, does this mean that Patrick's rock has been a turtle this whole time and we just never knew? That would be kinda wild. So Patrick and Tony fight over who owns the shell the whole time, and it breaks, so they take Squid's house as a new home. While Patrick was annoying yet again, I did enjoy Tony. Something about his presence was just fun to watch. I think this is the first time we've gotten an actual turtle as a SpongeBob character, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't mind this one, and it had a few jokes that had me chuckling. 8. The Krusty Slammer. Plankton vandalizes and attempts to slander Krabs and goes to jail. Again. You know, when are we getting an episode with Plankton and Mrs. Puff in jail together? I feel like that's gotta happen. But this is not the typical jail episode. The regular prison is full, so Mr. Krabs is paid to make the Krusty Krab a prison. After torturing Plankton for a bit, he gets more money to hold even more prisoners, which was strangely amusing because SpongeBob was taking such good care of them all. Once Plankton's time is up, Krabs lets go of the other prisoners, and he goes to jail for doing so. This was an interesting idea, and I really like the design of the Krusty Slammer morphing together the restaurant with cells on the walls. 7. Plankton's old chum. This somehow turned into the best trash-themed episode. Plankton is playing with his old moldy chum. Oh wow, yeah. What a fantastic way to start this one. He dumps it into the sewer in Wishing Well, but is all out of room. So he convinces SpongeBob that he's trying to celebrate Chum Day by hiding his chum around Bikini Bottom. And SpongeBob gets so into the idea that he convinces everyone that it's a real holiday, so the town plays around in the chum. There were some really good jokes in this one, which is a rarity that I like to see. But the health inspector comes by with that $1 billion fee, and the only way he can avoid paying for it is to eat all the chum, which he does. What I'm most curious about though is what day Squidward actually thought it was. He gets all excited until he realizes it's Chum Day. Hold on, did he think it meant 6. Who Are Zoo? SpongeBob is friends with the animals at the zoo. The zookeeper is not pleased and gives him an ankle bracelet to keep him out. Patrick tries to comfort him into making his own zoo. A bubble-themed one. And they sure make a bubble zoo, in the confines of their own houses. Squidward is super excited about this, of course. So excited that he gets the rhino to pop the enclosures. SpongeBob calls for help and the real animals scare the daylights out of the bubble ones. This watch was pretty fun actually, and there were even a couple of decent jokes thrown in. Not an amazing episode, but one of the better ones in this season. 5. The Hankering. Mr. Krabs is hiding the fact that he loves chum. The place that he goes to for it is closed permanently, which means he has to go to the chum bucket for chum. That is a really interesting secret for Krabs to hide. In fact, it almost adds to the reason why Plankton has been allowed to try stealing the formula for so long. Krabs secretly likes chum. He's so desperate for some that he gives up the formula himself. Or so he thought. Plankton tries to double-cross him, but the formula ends up inside the bucket of chum. So Krabs eats all of it and burps out the bottle instead. This is another episode that wasn't funny, but I really enjoyed the story and thought it played out quite well. 4. My Two Krabses. It's a rule that you can't bring outside food into the Krusty Krab. The hell kind of rule is that, Krabsy? He hops into his chest, which is also a tanning bed, and SpongeBob thinks Krabs melted. This is Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost all over again. They fill Krab's shell with chum and make it come to life with electricity. How? How? You know what? Again, not questioning it. Chum Krabs ends up going on the date with Puff, and the real Krabs has to fight the faker until it collapses in on itself. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting to like the episode so much. It had a few decent jokes and it was paced pretty well. 3. Handemonium. Arm wrestlers rejoice. This is the SpongeBob for you. Mr. Krabs wins against everyone, even Plankton. Wow. So Plankton brings his big glove to life to beat Mr. Krabs and then try to get the formula. But the glove gets a mind of its own and takes off destroying Bikini Bottom. They try to calm it down with a fake lady glove, but the lady in the tramp reference ruins that idea. So SpongeBob's got another idea of singing the intro theme song to get a hold of Hans. Also, I gotta bring up that this keeps happening in seasons 10 through 12 where the theme song is sung during the episode, and this is the first instance where it actually makes sense to do this. So Hans and the glove fight it out for a while and Hans conquers. I gotta hand it to them. This plot was pretty creative and I can understand the longer runtime. 2. The Ghost of Plankton. Plankton is watching a horror movie and has an idea to be a ghost to get the formula. Yeah, I'm with Karen. He ruined movie night over this dream of his. So he actually does become a ghost and can't grab the formula. The Dutchman starts laughing at him and he says that he has to learn how to grab stuff. Look, the formula isn't leaving that safe. That's my prediction on how this is gonna end. But you know what? The dynamic of Plankton and Dutchman is one I'm surprised I never thought of until now. Both villains kind of teaming up together? That should have been done a long time ago. Plankton learns how to pick things up and they become pretty friendly. And wow, he can't get the bottle out of the safe. Called it. Although Plankton has a funeral, and the Dutchman takes his body until he gets the stampeding of his life. This was one of the better episodes in season 12, but that's not saying much because good grief, this season is a disaster. 1. Karen's baby. The idea of Karen ordering a baby sounds so stupid, but this ended up being a really charming and fun watch. Their baby, Chip, starts off as a little calculator, and then he quickly turns into a kid, teenager, college student, and grows up all in one episode. Throughout this, Plankton doesn't really care about his kid at all, but you slowly start to see him change and learn to love and care for Chip. It's really sweet, actually. I was not at all expecting it to go like that. Remember when I said I was excited about watching season 12? I don't know why. I don't know what I was thinking, because things got a lot worse, let's just say that. The writers have gone way overboard with referencing old episodes to the point where it's actually getting annoying. Bubble Bass is like a character now, like, well, he was always a character, but he's like a more main character where he gets 3 or 4 of his own episodes. I don't understand what's happening here. Actually, I do understand what's happening. SpongeBob needs to end. It's been going on for way too long. There's clearly no more ideas out there unless you're to take things to a completely different direction, go a totally different location, make a prequel. Oh, I'll get to that later. But before we do that, season 13 is the most current season. Let's check that one out. 21. Lockdown for Love. Oh my god. This episode was legitimately painful and was actually getting me a bit mad at what was happening on the screen. Plankton and Karen are on a hot air balloon date. And look at that Undertale heart, possible Sans reference. As Plankton is about to get some action in, this beta gets distracted by Krabs dropping the formula, although it was just a projection. She's so tired of this happening that she locks him down until they have a romantic date. So Plankton uses Patrick as a distraction while he gets the real formula that just so happened to roll right next to the chum bucket, and this is where I facepalmed like a billion times in 5 seconds. Krabs realizes the formula is missing and tries to get it back from Plankton at the chum bucket. He's, banging on the door, trying to get the thing back, but Krabs? Hello? It's right there? It's right next to you, hello? But it gets worse. Plankton cuts a hole through a wall and grabs the formula, but can't get it through, and never attempts to rotate the bottle. Ugh, come on! That's when Karen reveals that she synthesized the formula, so the real Plankton comes out of hiding and gets caught. God, Lockdown for Love was actually painful to watch. I swear, every character except Squidward is just a big dunce in this show now. 20. Pat the dog. Remember when Patrick pretended to be a horse for an entire episode? Now he wants to be a dog. Season 14, we're getting Pat the cat guaranteed. You want to know why Patrick is acting like a worm? Because he ate worm food. Yep, that's the reason we're given. Seriously, just end me now. Watching this season has turned into a challenge. Can I endure how awful these episodes get? Well, I finished the ranked video, but I don't know if it was worth it. Squidward thinks he trains Patrick, but he actually just pretends half the time. So Animal Control gives him Butcher to deal with. 19. Plain to See. Squidward wins a contest to visit Bora Bora Bottom, with SpongeBob and Patrick pretending to be children. Patrick manages to remove the flight attendants and pilots from the plane, but Squidward lands the plane. Or so he thought, it was just on autopilot. But it turns out, the contest he won was just to see the island, and not actually visit. This was bottom of the barrel bad. I was starting to fall asleep because we've seen Squidward get harassed like 100 times now, and not one of those times was it funny. 18. A Place for Pets. A lady is feeding a worm at the Krusty Krab, even though pets aren't allowed. But as you can guess, she would pay double if her worm gets to be fed. But the health inspector won't allow people and pets, so Krab picks pets. This makes the people eat at the chum bucket, and eventually they just dress up like pets to abide by the new rules. Side note, I really don't like Bubble Bass's rabbit costume. It's kinda creeping me out. The pets go wild attacking the people, and that's when the health inspector decides to change his rules on the spot. Wow, that really defeats the entire point of this episode. A Place for Pets is not very good, plain and simple. 17. Something Narwhal This Way Comes. SpongeBob's friend Gnarly Narwhal and Nobby drop by unexpectedly, which quickly turns into a shameless plug for Kamp Koral. The new episodes are really pushing this spin-off show hard. The Narwhals have wondrous character traits that I can only describe as stupidity. Yeah, something we've never seen before. They basically transform SpongeBob's pineapple into a hillbilly version. In fact, they change all of Bikini Bottom. So Plankton's hillbilly family itches them away, and that's about that. I'm kinda surprised Plankton didn't ask for the formula in return. Instead, he gets kissed by SpongeBob. Why? I guess this episode is fine, there's just not much to it besides a bunch of references to older episodes. Again, and it's not the last time. 16. Squidward's sick days. The entire world is bothering Squidward in his dreams, so he decides to stay home and take a day for himself and pretends to be sick. Krabs is suspicious and has SpongeBob watch over him. Look, I get why Krabs did this, but now he has nobody to help run the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob tortures Squidward for 8 more minutes until Squidward admits he isn't sick anymore, but when he gets back, he becomes a Mega Chad since he actually got cleaned of all his toxins. But being back at work brought him back to his normal state. That is just depressing because I understand. Overworking affects your physical and mental health drastically. It's a problem that I feel like I'm always battling too. 15. Sleepy Days. This is kind of a continuation of Squidferatu. We'll get to that later. So, Nosferatu has a cold. They go to Dr. Calamari, but Nosferatu hypnotizes the doctor to bring him blood and cookies instead. This has to be the trippiest SpongeBob episode I've seen in a long time. While waiting to be healed, the creepy fish guy goes to the arcade and just lets his time sink. And then the episode is basically over. I don't really see what the point of any of that was, but alright then. 14. Potato Puff. You guys ready for the 56th boating school episode? This time with a baby that has never skipped leg day. Mrs. Puff tries getting help from the French narrator's potatoes. Yes, I'm not actually joking. Shockingly, this doesn't improve SpongeBob's driving at all, especially since Mrs. Puff isn't watching. And that's when a gamer breaks a traffic law and SpongeBob chases him down. And yeah, I know he's a gamer because that's what his shirt says. That makes him a gamer. SpongeBob gets in an accident and Mrs. Puff goes to jail. Same different episode name. 13. Patrick the Mailman. The mailman breaks his back trying to carry Patrick's new rock, so he takes over for him. They deliver mail to Squidward and struggle to give a letter to Kevin. And that's because it's not even his mail. When arriving at Old Man Walker's house, he cries that he never gets mail, so they just give him the rest. And that's pretty much the only interesting thing that happens. Sponge and Pat just mess up things for the rest of the episode. There's a few parts in here that made me giggle, but otherwise, it's kind of the same thing we've seen a million times. 12. Squidferatu. Squidward keeps getting Nosferatu's mail, and he's forced to deliver all of it to him personally. The aesthetic changes to a sepia tone as they get closer, and I'm really digging it. The townspeople warn them to not visit, but they don't listen, of course. Nosferatu has a fish inside him as a servant. That is very disturbing, but they successfully deliver his mail. But they're stuck there because it's storming too hard outside. Nosferatu offers him a delightful dinner, and I guess pretends to try to bite them in their sleep. Squid and Sponge are chased throughout the castle until they get trapped in the laundry chute, only for Nosferatu to return Squidward's package. Inside that is some garlic, and then some other guys flicking the light switch on and off. This entire episode is based off of one gag almost 20 years ago. I get the idea of making a Halloween-themed episode without the Flying Dutchman, but this just does not make sense at all. I appreciate the effort put into this, but it just didn't really work. 11. Goofy Scoopers. Freddy Fazbear is a drummer at the Goofy Goobers. That's cool. They're known as the Goofy Scoopers, which Sponge and Pat adore, but the manager brings in Skrillex the next day. Sponge and Pat wants the robots back, so they go to the dump without much luck. They manage to reunite them all, but the kids still don't like the music, so Skrillex Ice Cream God comes in to save the day. The concept for this episode is alright, but it didn't leave much of an impression on me. 10. Seaman Sponge Haters Club. All the people that hate SpongeBob meet up at Squidward's house to complain about him. This is like a AAA meeting that's honestly kind of hilarious. For the duration of the episode, everyone shares their stories about the pain they've suffered through dealing with SpongeBoy. The Sponge is perceived as a creepy-ass villain in all the stories, and Squidward shares his in real time. This episode perfectly describes everything that is wrong with SpongeBob and Patrick's new behaviors in the most ironic way possible, and it was kind of refreshing in a twisted way. This one was okay, which recently has been the high bar, just okay. 9. Chums. Plankton tries to steal the— I'm not even finishing this sentence. Do I really need to? And then a minute later, we get a fun song reference. These references were kind of cute at first, but it has gotten obnoxious as we continue to move forward. Plankton ends up going down a drain into Bubble Bass's house, and then the sewer. He finds a pile of chum that's alive due to the nasty gases, and Plankton is the master of this chum. So take a wild guess what he does next. Plankton fails again with SpongeBob's water melting away the chum. I gotta give props to the action segment because it's really well done and kept me invested the whole time. But otherwise, it's just another Plankton failing episode. 8. Under the Small Top. Fleas have a circus and you can buy them in a kit. Wow, what a great idea. Squidward gets SpongeBob's kit by accident, and the fleas go all over his house. This is giving me PTSD watching after I lived with roaches for a year. I know it's not the same thing, but it's giving off the same vibe. Squidward finds the fleas on his bed, and he's fascinated by them until they start eating him alive. And that's basically all that happens until SpongeBob finds out where his package went. The first half had a few decent jokes in there, but it kinda just dragged on by the end. 7. Food truck. Now that's a title. Mr. Krabs makes a food truck, and like usual, abandons his restaurant for this new pursuit. Seriously, just hire some more employees to expand your business. It's not that complicated. Sponge and Squid quickly discover that they've got competition, and go to Rock Bottom to sell patties. The one customer they find keeps disappearing, when in fact he was just waving his armpits dry. Sure. They manage to sell 0 Krabby Patties. That is until Mr. Krabs buys one. So yeah, they really named the episode just because they're in Rock Bottom for a few minutes. This watch was one of the better ones, I suppose. At least we got to see more of what Rock Bottom's world is like. 6. The Big Bad Bubble Bass. Karen narrates another episode. I don't know why the show keeps trying to do this. It's just bizarre and hasn't really worked well yet. But anyway, this is a tale about Bubble Bass, who we've seen way too much the past few seasons. Bubble Bass goes to the store to get some action figure Pigulon, but it's sold out. Sponge and Pat get the last one, so the Bass tries to get it from them. He fails for half the episode and cries to his mom about it. She drives him to Squid's house and burps so powerfully that she knocks all the water out the ocean. Oh my god! SpongeBob ends up giving up Pigulon anyway, but in shambles. There's some pretty good moments in this one. It's one of the better Bubble Bass themed episodes. 5. Captain Pigsqueak. This one went hard on the references. My gosh. Plankton tries to unite bad guys to help him steal the formula. Now I know we're all thinking of the same thing here, but just wait it out. The twist is done pretty well as Plankton decides to dress up this time and learns that the other show's bad guys want to join the team too. We get a nice long reel of references, and this time it's a little more tasteful than usual, so I don't mind as much. Even Nosferatu's here. He's just like a character. I mean, he got an entire episode dedicated to him. Okay, like wasn't he meant to be a one-time gag? Anyway, Plankton has his interview and ends up joining the team. They manage to steal the formula, but that's when they figure out that it's just for a sandwich and not for world domination. I gotta hand it to the writers. They took the baseline of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 5 and made something fairly unique. This episode was solid, but man, the references went overboard. 4. There Will Be Grease. I guess we're getting another Grease-themed episode, in case you forgot we already had one in Season 7. But this one takes a different side. The grease is sold like it's snake oil. It can cure and do just about anything. After making millions of dollars, Bikini Bottom wants its money back and Krabs and Plankton are enemies once again. Parts of this plot kind of remind me of Pretty Patties as well, but it really does feel pretty unique. There Will Be Grease was an alright watch, one of the better ones from this season. 3. Upturned Girls. Pearl is cooking Krabby Patties, and oh no, the frickin' narwhals are back. Narlene wants to be shown around Bikini Bottom, so Pearl does the honors to get out of work. They head to the mall and cause a ruckus, and have to escape via a bubble from Pearl. I initially groaned when I saw Narlene show up on screen, but I actually kind of enjoyed this one. Seeing Pearl and Narlene become friends felt very authentic and real. I gotta be honest, I'm getting more and more curious about watching Kamp Koral since we keep seeing these characters pop up more and more often. 2. Say Aw. Plankton bad and Plankton fails because he's suddenly cute. Okay, that's really random, but you know what? Let's just go with it. Plankton decides to make this cute ducky thing that can eat people, and that's starting with Plankton. This duck eats hundreds of people, and the only way out is to pull on the emergency uvula. When they escape inside Glove World, the duck decides to become a ride. I like how the plot just pulled a complete 180 in terms of its direction. This was a really good episode with some great action segments. The robot duck actually looked pretty awesome and intimidating. 1. SpongeBob's Road to Christmas. It's time for another Christmas double special. I like the jolly spirit right from the get-go. Santa is huge for some reason, but I don't mind this rendition of him. Santa drops off SpongeBob's gift and doesn't see the gift that was for him. That's when Patrick suggests bringing it to Santa personally. And of course, Plankton somehow weasels his way in trying to steal the formula. The three of them fly to the North Pole, or Christmasland theme parks, and Sponge and Pat decide to take control of the autopilot. They explore the area and end up finding Santa Claus, who's secretly Patsy the Pirate? What the hell? Also, can I just talk about this scene transition being ridiculously jarring and I don't know why? We go from SpongeBob and Pat's face disintegrating, and the next frame they're back to normal, Patchy's legs are in a different spot, and the background is more detailed. Something went seriously wrong here. I'm honestly just curious what the heck happened behind the scenes. But anyway, they discover they're in the wrong place, so it's a good thing Patchy of all people is there to help. He leads the fellows in the right direction and they make it to the real North Pole. Sponge and Pat try to leave the present inside since they weren't allowed in, but get caught and the elves and reindeers fight them off. And yes, the reindeers are muscleheads for no reason. I honestly love that. Santa gets back and receives SpongeBob's gift, which was simply a nice letter. Despite how much I didn't really like season 13, this special was a lot of fun. Seeing the North Pole depicted in more detail really added a lot to this episode. Heck, I'd watch it again. I hate to say this because I'm such a huge fan of SpongeBob, but this show has officially lost all of its shame. Constantly promoting Kamp Koral, overusing the old jokes verbatim. I mean, it got awful in this season. And now that I've seen them all, it doesn't get any better. In fact, it actually gets worse. Season 13, it's still going. There's a chance that they can still redeem themselves. Maybe things will get better over time, but I don't know. I'm really not feeling it now. But before we move on to the spin-offs, let's take a quick break and check out all 3 SpongeBob movies. 3. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. This is a completely different vibe right off the get-go compared to the first 2 movies. It starts off like a documentary about fish, and the art style is entirely different too. It's completely in 3D this time, and it looks nice. The colors are vibrant, and the animation is surprisingly expressive. Not as much as 2D, just because of how much harder that is to achieve, but it works. And while I have this as the worst SpongeBob movie on my list, it was a lot better than I expected it to be. It starts off like a typical SpongeBob episode. SpongeBob annoys Squidward at the Krusty Krab, yada yada yada. We also get a montage of SpongeBob hanging out with Gary, and that's when Karen tells Plankton that SpongeBob is the problem and not Mr. Krabs. And also, they give Karen a much more robotic voice in this movie. I don't really like it as it takes away from some of the personality in her delivery, but I kind of get why they did that for a more general audience. Not much happens in the beginning of this movie, which is probably the one big fault Sponge on the Run has. There's a lot of slow moments that could have been trimmed or replaced with something to fill the time better. But as things move on, we learn about Poseidon, who's obsessed with his appearance and uses snail slime to keep his skin looking clean. That's disgusting. But the snails he's taken have all run out of slime, so this is Plankton's chance to steal Gary and distract SpongeBob. So that's exactly what he does, and Sponge and Pat are devastated, looking for the lost snail. That's when Plankton conveniently shows up with a car and Sandy's auto robot to drive them to Atlantic City. It's starting to sound a lot like the first movie's plot, isn't it? Well, it kind of is up until the end, except instead of the crown, they're saving Gary. And this movie actually has differentiated itself enough to not feel like a copy, so I think it was fine for them to use similar parallels. Once the road trip begins, that's when starts to get interesting. Sponge and Pat fall asleep and have the same dream, and end up in some western town called Goner Gulch, and then a tumbleweed rolls up and Keanu Reeves talks to them. And this isn't just one funny cameo, no, he's basically a core character in this film. He's the guy that leads them forward. I can't help but love that he plays such a big role in the film. It's so funny because of how seriously he takes his role. Keanu tells them to go into a bar and basically get rid of the zombies. And could you guess that once they walk in, a dance scene begins? But that's not all. Snoop Dogg shows up. I literally had to pause the movie because I couldn't stop laughing at the absurdity of his cameo. Snoop showing up comes so out of left field, oh my god. So after that, we learn of El Diablo, played by Danny Trejo, and Sponge and Pat accidentally incinerate him with the light coming from the window. This frees the zombies and then they wake up, but Keanu is just in the car with them now. Like I said, the movie picks up once they actually leave Bikini Bottom. The Sponge on the Run might have a lot of generic tropes, but I'm entertained, so I don't care. While all that's happening though, Krabs is out of business because SpongeBob is missing. He even gives Plankton the formula because he's so depressed. I'm surprised he didn't just hire someone else. It's kind of nice to see him care about SpongeBob again after becoming such a massive dick in modern SpongeBob. And by the way, every typical licensed song you can think of makes it into this movie. I'm pretty indifferent about that, but I figured it should be brought up because some people hate when films use the same music all the time. About halfway through the movie, Sponge and Pat arrive at Atlantic City, which is earlier than I expected them to get there. They get distracted by gambling and are thrown into jail. They're lucky this was put on TV lucky, or his friends would have never found out that Sponge and Pat were about to get executed. They decide to go out to find him. Even Plankton comes with, which is a little sus. Funny enough, we get to see the Patty-mobile again, but it turns into a sub so everybody fits in the car. This is really fun to see again, but it's also where the movie slows to a crawl for 20 minutes. Sponge and Pat are put on trial, but his friends show up and share their stories to defend him. And while it's very touching and necessary to an extent, it's also really boring. I mean, I get the point. They're trying to make Poseidon and the audience feel bad for the execution, but it's told through these Kamp Koral scenes when they were all kids, and it just felt overdrawn. But the stories are told so well that they manage to debate Poseidon and grab Gary when he isn't looking. They try to escape, but Poseidon traps them all. He says to let them go if he gives up Gary, but SpongeBob refuses. This leads to Poseidon realizing he has no friends, and SpongeBob says he'll be his friend if he's just nicer to everyone and stops worrying about how he looks. So Poseidon reveals he's a chonky boy. Okay, sure, whatever does the job to let him go. And then they all lived happily ever after. Even Plankton, who served no repercussions for causing all this to happen. After not being much of a fan of newer SpongeBob, this movie really pulled itself together for the most part. It's worth watching at least once. 2. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water. I've seen this movie once when it first came out, and I remember liking it, but I don't remember why. What was always weird was that the 3D portions of this film was what was mostly advertised, when in fact the majority of it is in 2D. Onto the story, a pirate finds the infamous SpongeBob Island that contains a book. This book tells the story of Bikini Bottom, starting things off strong with the 2D animation. It looks stunning, just as it did in the first movie. After that revelation, it takes a while for the movie to really start. We get a lot of backstory about Plankton trying to steal the formula for years but always failing, and there's this war with Plankton and Krabs, and look, I've seen every episode now. This plot is not interesting anymore. I know it picks up, but it just feels very tired. But hey, at least Krabs finally updated the drive-thru compared to the last time we saw it. Plankton gives his last penny to Krabs, which is thrown into the vault. As you'd guess, Plankton was hidden inside the whole time. As he makes a fake formula bottle and tries swapping them out, he's caught by SpongeBob and the bottle vanishes. This is where the movie finally picks up. An apocalypse begins with a world without Krabby Patties. You know that book the pirate found? Yeah, he basically has the power to rewrite history in Bikini Bottom and steals the formula that way. As someone that recently watched Death Note, that's all I can compare this to. It's like a tamer yet more extreme version of that anime. But unfortunately for SpongeBob and Plankton, nobody believes that the formula vanished, so they're on their own. Even Sandy has gone completely cuckoo. While Plankton is learning how to work as a team, there's this teamwork song that's sung, and it's just not catchy at all. The worst song in the first movie is better than this one. It just feels kind of uninspired or something. But alas, they come up with a plan. Build a time machine and get the formula back before it disappears. I absolutely love the visuals we see when they time travel, but it doesn't end up working out. They do time travel to the future and meet Bubbles, who's by far the best character in the movie. He's watching over Saturn and Jupiter, making sure they don't collide. But when he takes a bathroom break, Sponge and Plankton can't stop that from happening, and the dolphin gets fired from his job. There's a reason we're even watching this, believe me. When they get the formula and return to the present, SpongeBob grabbed the wrong bottle. And before he's sacrificed for no particular reason, a smell randomly appears. How is the smell just showing up now? Anyway, it's the smell of a Krabby Patty, which leads the town to the edge of the beach. I love how the show just straight up says the secondary characters have to leave. That was a really good one. But since they can't breathe on top of land, you'd think that they would be stuck. But no, Bubbles shows up and makes them 3D magically. And strangely, this is the highlight of the entire movie. The 2D animation looks great, but the story's kind of boring and takes a while to get anywhere. Here, Squidward is giving some girl a massage and he has no idea. SpongeBob and Patrick eat a bunch of cotton candy and travel around the world, but after some goofing around, they find where the Krabby Patty formula is. The pirates stole it to become rich, and they were sent to Pelican Island. But thankfully, Sandy retrieved a ripped page from the book, so SpongeBob wrote on the page to make them all superheroes, which leads to a really cool chase/action sequence. The movie just gets really fun because of how goofy the superpowers are, but it's not quite good enough to stop the pirate. That is until Plankton shows up as a macho man, and with the power of SpongeBob's bubbles, they manage to stop him. Plankton gives the formula to Krabs, and everything returns to normal. I don't know why he did that, because he tries to steal it again anyway, but hey, whatever floats your boat. But the movie isn't quite over yet, because the pirate is stuck on SpongeBob's island, and that's when a picture frame shows up and holy f***, this guy was painting the pirate the whole time. I never even considered this being the same pirate, but as this revelation is happening, Bubbles shows up saying the song sucks, and a rap battle begins. And not just any rap battle, an epic rap battle. Yeah, you guys remember ERB? The creators of that channel were involved with making this rap. It's even filmed in the same style with the split screen and over-the-top disses. I completely forgot this was in the movie, but wow, what a weird thing to throw into the end. I guess ERB was pretty popular in the 2010s. I'm so curious how Nice Peter and Epic Lloyd landed this deal. So overall, this movie isn't too bad. The plot's pace was a pretty big problem until the book pages got involved, so this is one of those movies where it's nice to watch once, but never again after that. 1. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I cannot believe this movie is almost 20 years old. I remember being 11 years old and watching it in theaters. While it was a magical experience to see my favorite cartoon on the big screen, I actually didn't care much for the movie. But this is one of those things where the more you watch it, the better it gets. Now, I always look forward to rewatching this classic. The movie starts off with a bunch of real pirates that find tickets to the SpongeBob movie. It immediately starts off strong with its meta humor, and we get a remix of the main theme sung by the pirates as well. What I really love about this movie is that it's mostly done in 2D, which even at the time was extremely rare as 3D animation was getting more and more popular to produce. The animation still looks beautiful even to this day. The shading and lighting is much more detailed and pristine compared to anything seen on the show before. The film starts off with SpongeBob dreaming about getting the manager position for the Krusty Krab 2. SpongeBob is very certain that he'll get the position, so he's pretty stoked. Something strange that I always remember was the shot where you see SpongeBob's ass. Everyone, and I mean everyone, thought it was hilarious back then. Nowadays, we see thick cheeks on every SpongeBob character. When the Krusty Krab 2 opens, it's revealed that Squidward gets the job, and SpongeBob doesn't realize it until it's too late. He's told it's because he's just a kid, which honestly is understandable. Meanwhile, Plankton is jealous until he pulls out Plan Z, the infamous Plan Z. Plankton takes King Neptune's crown and frames Mr. Krabs for the crime. While that's happening, SpongeBob and Patrick are goofy goobers and get drunk on ice cream. It's a joke kids don't understand at first, but is just subtle enough to get a chuckle out of you as an adult. The next day, King Neptune heads to the Krusty Krab to confront Mr. Krabs, and Plankton sets him up so perfectly. The crown is now in Shell City, a place not even in the ocean. SpongeBob claims he can get the crown back, so Krabs gets frozen and Sponge and Patrick have 6 days to get it back. This is where some people start to hate the movie, because the rest of it is mostly just SpongeBob and Patrick. The other characters aren't really included, and I can understand how that might get old after a while. But honestly, the amount of places that Sponge and Patrick go to and the people they meet more than makes up for it. While Sponge and Patrick are on the way, Plankton starts selling patties and gives everyone Chum Bucket helmets. These helmets turn into mechanisms to control brains, so everybody turns into slaves. So Sponge and Patrick have no choice but to get this crown back. And of course, they're driving the patty sandwich as well, quite possibly the coolest vehicle I've ever seen to date. On the way, they get their car stolen, break into a pub to get the keys back to it, run into a trap and almost get eaten by a monster fish, make friends with a bunch of monsters, Dennis is inches away from squishing them, and a Cyclops man brings them to Shell City. This moment gives SpongeBob's most impactful and emotional scene to date. The lamplight is squeezing the water out of SpongeBob and Patrick. They both realize they made it to Shell City, but aren't gonna make it themselves, and sing the Goofy Goober song as they slowly perish to their death. Even now, I get a little teared up. The way that it's framed really hits the feels. But both of their teardrops save the day, as it wiggles its way to the plug, sets off the fire alarm, sprays a ton of water everywhere, and all the fish in the shop come back to life. And that's when they run into David Hasselhoff, the greatest character we've ever seen in SpongeBob. He sends them back to Bikini Bottom at the brink of time, only for Plankton to try seizing them both anyway. And that's when we get to the Goofy Goober Rock, a parody of Twisted Sister's I Wanna Rock. The song's rock and roll is so powerful that blasts of energy are released from SpongeBob's guitar, freeing everyone from Plankton and saving the day. This is one of the most quotable cartoon movies of all time. I'm ready, depression, bald, my eyes! You don't need a license to drive a sandwich. This will only hurt a lot, and that's only a small handful of quotes. The SpongeBob movie sets out to be nothing more than an ambitiously fun time, and that is exactly what it manages to achieve. Would it have been nice to see the other characters more? Yeah, I suppose so, but they did a lot with what they had. The music is still great too, and I haven't even brought up Now That We're Men yet, one of the most stupidly catchy songs that SpongeBob has ever made, and we get Ocean Man for the credits. It's good shit all around. It's a movie that I'm sure we've all seen before, and I recommend watching it again because it's totally worth it and gets better and better. As far as all three of the SpongeBob movies go, I'm actually a pretty big fan of all of them. The third one obviously has a lot more flaws than the first and second movie, but I would watch all of them again, especially the first movie. That movie's just fantastic. It gets better year after year. But I'm not done yet. I'm going to be doing the spin-off shows as well. If you've never heard of them, there are 2 different SpongeBob spin-off shows. There's Kamp Koral, which is a prequel to SpongeBob, and the Patrick Star Show, featuring Patrick and the rest of the SpongeBob cast. Oh, we'll get into it. But let's start off with Kamp Koral, the prequel to SpongeBob SquarePants. 36. What about Meep? We get a different narrator, which is a bit awkward considering the French narrator is still used. But anyway, this one is about the anchovies doing anchovy things. They say Meep, but one of them says Moop and becomes an outcast. Wow. He wants to change his personality and ends up putting on a mop head. The other anchovies copy him, and he goes back to saying Meep. The most brain-dead thing I've watched in years. 35. Pat's a lil sinker. Patrick can't swim, so Mrs. Puff tries to teach him and he fails. So Sponge, Pat, and Sandy go down to the bottom of the lake instead because they're fish and breathe underwater anyway. This is one of the slowest Kamp Koral episodes I've seen, and that's saying something. Honestly, I'm more bothered that SpongeBob and Sandy's karate gear has been reversed. Like, why is the colors reversed? Why you gotta do that? 34. Game night. All the adults try to have a game night, but SpongeBob ruins it, of course. So they go hide somewhere else, and guess who shows up again? The adults just can't find a way to have the night to themselves, and it's kind of painful to watch. 33. Camp SpongeBob. Aren't they already at camp? SpongeBob misses a field trip and just does whatever with Gary and the other animals. That's all that happens, and it's very boring. 32. Squatch Swap. Sponge and Pat are wearing big feet trying to attach squatches. Sandy doesn't think they're real, but of course they find one. With the squatch, Patrick plays footy cake with him, and they kind of just lollygag around while mistaking the squatch for Patrick. Seriously, in most of these episodes, you'll find that nothing happens. And this would be fine if the characters or events were more interesting, but most of what we see on the show is slow and boring. 31. Wisecrackin'. I was legit struggling to stay awake watching this one. Plankton is supposedly forced to go to Comedy Canteen, a comedy stand-up show, even though we don't really see him. The kids crack jokes while Plankton tries to make a deadly pie. Eventually, a Kraken shows up. Plankton pies the Kraken, but they ran out of plutonium, and the Kraken wins the comedy award. I don't even think kids would have found this episode entertaining. It was that bad. 30. Tag, you're it. Sponge, Pat, and Sandy can't play tag outside because it's raining. Squidward gets annoyed with how loud they're being and kicks them outside. So they play tag in a bunch of different cabins, and eventually get sent back to Squid's retreat. That's when it stops raining, and that's the end of the episode. It's literally just about playing tag. There is nothing else happening. 29. In search of Camp Nudist. Kamp Koral is bored, just like me watching this show. So Narlene shows up to talk about a nudist camp. And then when they find it, she actually meant new dust. New dust? That was the joke? Well, actually, no. We do get to an actual nudist area, and it's a bunch of fish hanging out. And we also see Mr. Krabs' cheeks. You know, I am so tired of SpongeBob using butt cheeks as a joke. It's been burned to the goddamn ground for this show. I really didn't like watching this one. 28. Are You Afraid of the Dork? The second double special for Kamp Koral. Bubble Bass is sharing a scary story. The Flying Dutchman appears, which is kind of cool, but Bubble Bass goes on talking about rolling a 1 in a board game over and over again. The Dutchman is not impressed with the stories, so he joins for fun. He manages to scare Larry, and yeah, I don't know why this episode's so long. Dutchman gets some badges for scaring people, but isn't able to scare Sponge and Pat. They manage to scare him, though, by snapping their fingers and making him 10 years old again. You know, whatever, I guess. This sure was a cartoon episode that I watched, yeah. 27. First and last aid. SpongeBob and friends keep getting hurt, but Krabs tells them to walk it off. So Mrs. Puff calls for a real nurse, and Helga arrives in style. SpongeBob keeps getting Helga hurt, and then a sin is committed. Black plays before white in chess. Look, I'm sorry, but that's just breaking the rules. And that's the whole plot. There really is just nothing happening in these episodes. 26. My Fair Nobby. Sponge and Pat have to babysit Nobby. Oh yeah, this should go over well. Nobby causes a bunch of chaos. You know, this whole dumb equals funny shtick we've been seeing way too much of just doesn't work here. The jellyfish zapping scene at the very least looks cool visually, but instead, Nobby somehow ends up well trained. Yeah, this is kind of like Patrick Smart Pants, but with Nobby instead. Narlene doesn't like this, so she tries to deprogram him, but ironically, I like this new version of Nobby way more. But of course, he was just playing a prank on her the whole time. Wow, what an episode. 25. Camp Crossbones. Sponge, Pat, and Sandy are trying to get pirate badges. They dig for Krabs' treasure and find Pearl's diapers, as well as steal badges from the others. Except they weren't actually stealing them. They were cleaning them for a badge washing badge since Krabs didn't want to give them pirate badges. They end up using as undergarments as pirate badges instead, so that's a thing. I was starting to snooze on this episode too. God, I'm glad we're nearing the end of this. 24. The Jellyfish Kid. Since I've never seen this show until now, I decided to watch the intro for this one since it's the very first episode, and well, it sure is an intro, alright. It's ridiculously fast-paced and just kind of goes through the motions of SpongeBob going around this camp with everyone else. I'm also not a fan of them including Steven Hillenburg's name, since he stated he did not want spin-offs of SpongeBob. We don't know if he would have liked this show or not specifically, but anyway, onto the episode itself. SpongeBob goes out to catch his first jellyfish, because yes, this is actually a prequel show as you can tell from the characters being portrayed as younger kids. However, within 2 minutes, this immediately gets confusing. SpongeBob knows who Sandy is at this camp, but didn't he meet her for the first time when he was an adult? And it's a little weird that the voice cast is exactly the same as well. You'd think it would be different because, well, they're kids and they're younger, but no, they sound virtually the same. And then Mr. Krabs is the camp director, but didn't he first meet SpongeBob in the pilot episode? For a show that's supposed to be a prequel, it immediately breaks its continuity. As for what happens, SpongeBob wants to catch his first jellyfish. He fails at this, so Sandy makes Squidward pretend to be gone. Instead of catching Squidward, a monster eats him and SpongeBob, and they escape via a big bubble. I'm not gonna lie, this kind of feels like a normal SpongeBob episode. Why isn't there more distinctness? And this wasn't funny at all. Now, look, I'm not expecting to giggle even once for the rest of Kamp Koral, but wow, this show really is boring. 23. Squizzery. Squidward is annoyed with Patrick and falls down a cliff. What's new though, right? Squidward broke his ankle on the fall down, so Patrick builds shelter and acts like an idiot for the next 10 minutes. Squidward at least feels content and is actually getting help for his ankle, until it breaks again and they weren't actually lost in the forest but 10 feet from camp. I was a little bit weirded out by Patrick and Squidward's romantic moments, but sure, whatever works. 22. Sugar Squeeze. Everybody loses their candy. It turns out Narlene and Nobby were stealing it. Yes, I know we've already seen them a few times, but this is the same annoying idiots that we saw in season 13. Expect to see more of them. Oh goody. I'm also just realizing Nob looks like a minion. Oh no. The candy was stolen to make Sugar Squeeze, which the camp loves. The kids run rampant because, you know, kids and sugar do that. And Narlene gets rid of the Sugar Squeeze with the Thunder Squeeze. Once that's squeezed out, Narlene and Nob escape with the leftover sugar, so they really did steal it. At least this one was short since not much happened, besides the fact that I really don't like these new characters, and hate to break it to you, but they don't get any better. 21. Sun's out, fun's out. It's very hot out, and Mr. Krabs is the only one with AC. Huh, this kinda reminds me of Holes for some reason, but Sponge and pals pay to stay inside. And so does everyone else, so the house explodes. I like the concept, but the execution is lacking, and not much really happens. 20. Boo Light Special. Krabs is having a busy day and needs help, so the Dutchman shows up. He helps his cashier, but SpongeBob makes his life hell. It's really sad to see SpongeBob turn into nothing but a plot device for conflict when there's no other ideas. But yeah, the Dutchman curses items that people buy, and they all get a refund in the end. Decent idea, but really boring to watch. 19. Camp Spirit. A dirty sock is found on the ground and they make it dirtier. There's also some new ghost girl, Maisie, and Mr. Krabs is not a fan. They go around scaring people at the camp and then Maisie just leaves. It's not all that interesting, like most of these episodes. 18. The Jelly Life. SpongeBob still can't catch any jellyfish, so Sandy tells him to study them. He struggles with this until literally dressing up like one and learns their ways. He floats around with the jellyfish and comes back with the knowledge, only to not use it. While this episode was really tedious, at least the backstory on how SpongeBob learned jellyfishing has been revealed to some extent. 17. Gimme a news break. SpongeBob's on TV because he can't catch a jellyfish, and then Sandy is launching a volcano rocket thingy. I was pretty amused by Squidward telling a 5-year-old that his art sucks, and the cameraman believes there's Martians. But these Martians they keep seeing are just piñatas. You know, the more of these episodes I watch, the more I realize they really weren't made for all ages, and I know we're all aware of this, but I'm doing it because why the hell not? 16. Painting with Squidward. Krabs is throwing an art show, and Squidward wants to teach his campers how to draw. He isn't satisfied with their work, so Sandy makes a machine that automatically makes art. Krabs is impressed with what it produces, but Squidward throws a fit, he slips on a painting, and somehow manages himself into the machine. This episode isn't too bad, it just feels a little dull. And I know I've said that a million times, but that's just the best way to describe Kamp Koral. 15. Cabin of Curiosities. Sponge and Pat want a friendship badge and are struggling to get it. So at night, they go to the Weirdo Cabin and meet people they've never seen, including Kid Ferratu. Yes, they really have a kid version of Nosferatu. Again, he was just a one-time gag originally. Sponge and Pat earned some nighttime badges instead, except they weren't actually real. This one was just okay, like the rest of the show. 14. Hard Time Out. Patrick is thirsty and drinks Krabs' prize ship. Patrick runs away before getting caught and SpongeBob gets a timeout. So Patrick tries to break him out, but SpongeBob doesn't want to leave. That's when Patrick breaks a rule to get in, only to find SpongeBob has gone completely cuckoo with a fake Patrick. And that's basically the episode. Krabs tells them to leave the timeout, and there you go. There really isn't much else to say here. Like, there's no story in these episodes, just things happen. That's it. 13. Night of the Living Stench. Patrick and SpongeBob argue about showering, yet again. This is, the third or fourth time we've had this exact plot? The twist, though, for Night of the Living Stench is somehow worse than the other ones. Krabs wants to avoid buying soap, so he gives Sponge and Pat badges for not showering. This leads everybody but Squidward to be stinky, and after chasing Squid around at night to get him dirty, they all end up in the lake clean. But then, Squidward absorbs the dirt at the end? This was a dumb episode, but at least it kept my attention, as if that's the standard at this point. It kind of is. It is. 12. Quest for Tire. Kamp Koral is waiting for a food truck to arrive, except they get shoes instead. The kids decide to find food themselves, and they sure do find a food truck alright. For some reason, it's sentient seeing as it drinks gasoline and eats a motorcycle and Patrick. My response to what's happening is a resounding, okay? But yeah, the kids take down the food truck and apparently there is a driver inside of it. This is somehow the best episode I've watched so far. That's just sad. That's so sad. 11. Midnight Snack Attack. Sponge and Pat are playing for so long that they miss dinner, so Patrick decides to sneak in to get food. They accidentally get into Plankton's secret lab, and Karen convinces them to try some snacks, but these snacks have side effects of transforming into monsters, so Plankton creates an antidote and turns them back to normal. It's a pretty basic story, but was kinda dragging on. 10. Hill Foo. Sandy has the wrong color gloves again. Why? They're green gloves. Make them green. Sandy green, SpongeBob red. It's always been this way. How do they mess this up? Come on. Sorry. This is basically the prequel to SpongeBob learning karate, and SpongeBob learns from Nobby. Wow, this somehow managed to be like the worst timeline I could have imagined. God, SpongeBob doesn't learn but he does get a rope belt. But at the very least, the ending was pretty solid. We get a decent fight scene with SpongeBob and Sandy getting a tie, so I'll take it. He just knew karate, I guess, didn't need to learn anything. He just did it. Good job, SpongeBob. 9. Outhouse Outrage. The outhouse explodes, and Krabs is trying to figure out who did it. Also, holy Patrick, potential Spy Kids reference? Anyway, Sponge, Pat, and Squid share their stories, and the spirit of the outhouse shows up to reveal what actually happened. It turns out Krabs is also at fault for dumping diapers down there, so they all have to rebuild the outhouse. I liked Patrick's story in this, but that was the only highlight. 8. Hot Pearl-tato. Krabs needs to wash his money, but Pearl needs babysitting, so she's handed off to the rich lady that I will never remember her actual name, and eventually SpongeBob gets a hold of Pearl. After going on a walk, Pearl gets lost, so Sponge and Squid have to find her in the forest. Pearl's about to pass out without air, but gets her air bottle and saves her babysitters from a giant moose snail. I didn't mind this episode. It had a few decent moments here and there. And now that we know that Pearl needed an air bottle, that makes me wonder why regular SpongeBob never covered what Pearl does for air. 7. Help Not Wanted. Patrick's dad shows up to visit and decides to stay longer than planned. He starts making spicy chili that causes a lot of burping, just another joke that's overused to death in Kamp Koral. But he becomes the camp master, so Krabs, Puff, and Plankton pretend to be camp kids to get control again. I mean, sure, I guess that could fool someone, but instead, they all end up having fun until Patrick's mom shows up to pick up the dad. This was a really strange episode, but definitely one of the better ones. 6. Kitchen sponge. Plankton needs help in the kitchen. I wonder which of these cloned fish will help. Seriously though, it's all the same fish but in 3 different colors. I'm getting Sonic Forces vibes. SpongeBob volunteers, of course, and makes some tasty food. It's funny how SpongeBob can make all this food as a kid, but as an adult, only Krabby Patties. I really don't know why Kamp Koral is classified as a prequel, like seriously. But he does end up making a Krabby Patty, and Plankton decides to steal the formula. Wait, what, really? This is a prequel. Do we really need these same stories retold in a different setting and different time? But anyway, the recipe burns from a fire, and past Sandy talks to future Sandy about how it was all according to plan, and the formula would be rediscovered. I'm not sure how that's supposed to happen, it burned in the fire, but at least there's a tiny bit of continuity carried from Kamp Koral to SpongeBob. 5. The Ho-Ho Horde. Santa's on vacation and has never been to Bikini Bottom. Finally, some continuity that actually makes sense. Except he pulls up his phone with Kamp Koral's contacts. I can't do this anymore. Anyway, Santa Claus delivers gifts on the spot, and the campers are scared to open the gifts. God, I still can't get over that Santa knows the creatures in Bikini Bottom. Okay, sorry. Anyway, the kids end up burning the gifts, so Santa reveals himself. He doesn't get the warmest welcome. But Sandy tells everyone who Santa is, and they all understand and get gifts anyway. Besides not even attempting to make the show an actual prequel, at least this episode was entertaining. 4. Camp Cow. Sponge, Pat, and Sandy find a field with tall grass and play with a cow called Lucky. Lucky ends up following them home, and Squidward is in love with the cow because of his, conditioning. The more they feed this cow, the bigger it gets, and I mean it gets big. And the whole time this is happening, Lucky is just so relaxed. It's kind of epic in a weird way. It turns out though that Lucky was just full of milk and needed to let it all out at the end. And then we've got this last shot of SpongeBob stepping on some Lucky poop and kissing his shoe. This is currently the newest Kamp Koral episode, and this particular shot is the last thing I got to see. Just wonderful. 3. The Treasure of Kamp Koral. Sponge and Pat get a shovel and find some treasure. They blow all their money at Krabs' store, upgrading their cabin, and in a variety of other ways. That's when Porpoise Peak is introduced. Remember that from a couple seasons ago? Well, this time, Krabs is getting paid by Sponge and Pat to go up and down the hill. In fact, Sponge and Pat spend all their money on this, so the other kids get a ride too. But the best part? It was literally Mr. Krabs' hidden chest the entire time. Finally, we've stumbled onto our first somewhat decent episode, all because of a plot twist I wasn't expecting. 2. Camper Gary. The first episode with Gary, and he's just trying to find some food to eat. Gary and SpongeBob are friends each summer during camp, and Mrs. Puff is out to get the snail for getting into her garden. So Sandy decides that Gary should blend in with everyone else, and participates in the upcoming picnic games. Mrs. Puff ends up giving an award to Gary until finding out he was in disguise. She chases him to a cliff, the Puff almost falls, and Gary saves her. And that's when Mrs. Puff forgives Gary. I would hope so after what he did. I actually kind of like this episode. It was paced well and kept my attention, plus seeing Mrs. Puff lighten up at the end was great to see. 1. Lake Crashers. Sandy has an idea of having a demolition derby with the camp. They have the derby underneath the lake, and the action scenes look really nice. The tank designs are pretty creative too. Hell, even Mrs. Puff gets in on the action. I mean, she freaking launches Sponge and Sandy into goddamn space. Finally, an episode that's memorable. This is the best one of the season so far, just for the pure spectacles. So this might be a hot take, but I don't think Kamp Koral was complete hot trash. It was just boring as hell, which, hey, maybe you could say that's worse than being bad, but yeah, Kamp Koral just kind of exists for some reason. It's literally just modern SpongeBob, but in 3D, so it doesn't look as good. It's not nearly as expressive as it is in 2D. I don't know why the show needs to exist. It doesn't really attempt to actually be a prequel, which is the most disappointing thing about it, but let's move on to our last show, The Patrick Star Show. I've heard this one's the worst. We're saving the worst for last. Oh boy. 24. Late for Breakfast. This is the first episode of the spinoff, so of course I'm checking out its intro for the first time. And it doesn't even feel like an intro. It's just Patrick pointing out who's in his family and that he has a show. This is not off to a good start. Things begin with Squidward delivering the mail, which is a strange thing to change. There's a set in Patrick's room, which reminds me of iCarly of all things. But within 1 minute, the original SpongeBob theme song plays out of Patrick's head. Like, why do they reference this so often in the spinoff shows? To drill into the viewers that this is SpongeBob? I don't get it. But anyway, Patrick kisses an urchin and has to get ready for his show, but he doesn't know what to do. So they cut to a commercial break and Plankton plays an ad for the Chum Bucket. Patrick misses breakfast somehow, so he opens the fridge and knights chase after him. This is literally Random Equals Funny, the TV show. I feel like I'm scrolling through TikTok, but all the TikToks are jankily conjoined together. The only plot, in quotations, was Patrick looking for something to eat, but ends up making something on his show as a segment, burns his so-called meal, and then his mom makes the meal that Patrick made. And I swear, like every 5 sentences, every character forgets who they are and where they are. This is bafflingly awful. And I sat through 24 episodes. 23. Stair Wars. Patrick and his grandpa can't get around each other on the stairs and have to fight over who has to move. The craziest part about this is there is plenty of room to walk around each other. Look, I get it. It's a cartoon and not all rules have to apply all the time, but this show never established any sort of ground rules, so that means I have to make them up in my head, which makes this very frustrating to watch. Then suddenly, Patrick and Plankton in a completely different art style start fighting over what to watch? I mean, the stop motion looks really cool, but what is the purpose of this? And this is a recurring segment, by the way. It's not just some one-time ordeal. But that's when Franken SpongeBob splits the TV in half, and we cut back to Patrick and Grandpat still fighting over who gets the stairs. Oh, but thank God Patrick had the golf club he needed stuck between his teeth. Like I said, funny equals random. 22. Patathon. Can I just go on record and say the green fish that's Nosferatu's servant makes me extremely uncomfortable? Just needed to throw that out there. I honestly have no idea what's happening in this episode. Grandpat is doing some crazy stunt and Patrick is trying to raise money for his telethon. And Gary learns the tap dance because Sandy made some spray. Okay. 21. Klopnodian Heritage Festival. The title says it all. A festival's in town and Pat's family checks it out. Stuff happens. Yeah, really, like this is the most stuff happens episode I've ever seen. 20. Gas Station Vacation. Pat's family is going on vacation to Gasland. Yep, a gas station. They cause a bunch of trouble, and Patrick puts a microwave inside a microwave? Possible Mr. Beast reference? I don't have anything else to add beyond that. 19. I smell a Pat. Patrick has the world's tallest bookshelf, and there's also a nasty smell that he isn't sure of where it's coming from. He spends the entire episode looking for it, and it's just a grandma's cabbage meal, which turns into a monster at the end. I forgot what else happened even after literally just watching this. 18. Enemies a la mode. Patrick wants ice cream and the ice cream man drives away. Since Patrick didn't get any, he doesn't want to do his show, so his sister Squidina plays a pre-recording of an urchin and bunny fighting. When that's over, Patrick chases the ice cream man while his sister tries to get footage of her mom and grandpa's enemies. And that's the extent of that, besides more random lol moments in between. 17. Terror at 20,000 Leagues. We've got a Halloween double special. Plankton thinks the holiday is a big ruse, which, I mean, he isn't completely wrong. He changes the channels a bunch of times. One of the shows we see is about some witch voodooing people around town. She can't control Patrick because he doesn't have a mind and he eats all the dolls. They flip back to Patrick and wow, he's eating some of Bubble Bass's stuff. You know, what is it with Patrick eating literally everything nowadays? This is another recurring thing that has gotten further and further exaggerated over the past few years, and I don't get it. Why does he eat everything? Patrick tries to get candy from the people watching their show, and they do, and somehow bring it back to their world. I just don't understand what's happening. I don't get any of this. I don't get it. 16. Bummer jobs. Patrick wants a job like his parents, so he tries to tie his tie on the show. When he goes out for a job, we run into Spongebob. Why on earth is this even a spin-off if all the main characters are still present? I mean, yeah, he's got this new hairdo thing and a bow tie, but he's got basically the same personality traits outside of being stupider because it's Patrick's show, gotta be dumb. Moving on though, they find a job as baggers at a grocery store and paint a fence. Then on their lunch break, they watch a show about the My Leg guy. Good frickin' lord. The My Leg joke has been nuked to the ground so deep that it has reached another parallel universe. Sponge and Pat keep getting fired from jobs, so Squidward hires them to get the money for the paper from Patrick's dad, and he keeps forgetting Patrick is his son. God damn, this is grating to watch. I literally have to become Patrick to be able to sit through this. 15. Who's a big boy? Oh, here we go. A SpongeBob theme song reference again. Thank God, because, oh man, I completely forgot of its existence. Will you just remind me every episode, please? So Patrick goes to the 1940s and brings back a nuclear head, which makes him huge. His burps are what's making him bigger, of course, because burp's funny. Then Patrick becomes a threat to the town, and they shrink him by radiating his insides instead of his outsides. Truly genius. 14. Patrick's Alley. Patrick runs out of money for his show and starts babysitting for money. The babies escape their playpen multiple times and they cause a lot of trouble. Then the parents come back for their kids. There you have it, another Patrick Star episode that I'll never remember. 13. The Haunting of Star House. Squidward once again is trying to get money from his paper. You know, the dude should just work at the Krusty Krab again so he'll actually get paid something. But Patrick wants a ghost on his show, so who else but the Flying Dutchman to help? He buys ghosts from him to scare his family for the show, so yeah, he's basically an epic YouTube prankster now. But the ghosts come to life in the end and do an awful job scaring them anyway. I didn't mind the premise of this, it just didn't really go anywhere. 12. To Dad and Back. Patrick gets some mail and decides to go inside his dad's body. He has to shrink down by running down the hallway and then that's it. What? Anyway, he checks out his dad's body, and aesthetically, this all looks kind of cool, but like every other episode, there's just no substance at all. And look, I don't even want anything complex, just a fun little story would be great. But instead, Patrick causes trouble, the end. 11. Nitwit Neighborhood News. Patrick's show talks about a bunch of random news going on in their house, and that is the extent of what happens. He gets into a feud with Perch Perkins at the end, and the robber they've been reporting on puts ski masks on everybody, so they go to jail instead. Rip to them, I guess. I mean, I suppose this episode was fine, there's just not much to it. 10. Mid-season finale. What a strange episode title. This is kind of a big mashup of all the previous characters in the show doing some sort of act. And for a big finale, nothing really happens until the very end. We're teased a celebrity appearance for the entire episode, and we get Bootsy Collins. I've never heard of the guy before. Apparently he's a really famous bassist and helped create the funk genre. Well, that's pretty awesome actually. It's too bad the episode itself doesn't do anything. 9. Squidina's Little Helper. Squidina is struggling to produce Patrick's show and needs some help, so they hire an intern, and this guy helps a lot on the first day, but the next day he steals everything and gets 6 seasons from a network, and nothing is done about it, outside of Patrick dropping a toilet into their show. God damn, they got bamboozled and don't care at all. 8. Pearl wants to be a star. The first Patrick episode with Pearl in it, and she wants to be a star on the Patrick show, but flops hard at the beginning. And of course, it's not even her fault. The audience just doesn't like it because of the runtime. But then at the end, she starts singing, which was still as talented as the other things she was doing, and wow, we're at 9 minutes, so now the audience likes what she's doing. This episode is fine. It's even got a small subplot that I didn't mind, but it's just kind of there. 7. Survivoring. Pat's going on a camping trip. I'm surprised they didn't go to Kamp Koral. The RV looks pretty sick though. It's packed with a bunch of missiles in case of monsters. But this RV gets dropped off a cliff, so they have to tough it out for the rest of the episode. I didn't mind this one, seeing as there was an actual purpose to what Patrick, Squidina, and their dad was doing. Squidina learns to talk to isopods and they build them a shelter. So good for them, I guess. 6. The yard sale. Patrick is throwing a yard sale and they're selling Grandpat's stuff. He's not happy about this and reminisces on what his things mean to him. The flashbacks go on for so long that this is a double special, and surprisingly, it's somewhat entertaining. Kinda crazy how when you have plot points, you create an investment with what's being watched. By the end, someone buys Grandpat for $50, so Patrick has to find a new grandpa. It's sad that this was one of the better watches. 5. Lost in Couch. Patrick is watching TV for a show, just like I'm watching him for my show. He ends up losing his remote in the couch, so Pat goes in to look for it. I kinda like how this turns into this weird massive adventure and he finds all of his other lost stuff. The way it's displayed is really neat. But man does it get confusing, as he's suddenly inside of Bubble Bass's couch? So the couches are wormhole-like portals? Holy sh**. But Patrick isn't just traveling through couches. He shows up in all sorts of random drawers too. So Squidina has the town go into the couch to save Patrick, and it turns out that the remote turned vicious because it was low on batteries. The only reason I'm ranking this episode as one of the better ones is because there's a plot that somewhat makes sense. Kind of. I'm losing my mind here. 4. Super Sitters. SpongeBob and Patrick marathon Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy and want to see them in their prime, so they take the time closet and end up babysitting them in daycare. but they're also with a bunch of supervillains, and at first they're well behaved, but Sponge and Pat want an adventure, and decide to make the babies fight each other. Something that really shocked me though, is that Nickelodeon actually got new voice actors for Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. I gotta admit, I was not expecting that to ever happen again, but I understand that they would want to eventually bring those characters back after the original VAs passed away. I didn't mind this episode, it was alright. 3. X marks the pot. Man Ray leaves jail to commit crimes again, but discovers his lair has Patrick's house built over it. I swear to God, this episode is filled to the brim with references. First off, Man Ray wears a hat and mustache like Mario's, then the real pizza guy is called Luigi because, he was pretending to deliver a pizza, and Luigi has an order of 30 pizzas, like Papa John eating 30 pizzas in 40 days? Maybe I'm just being tinfoil Bandy today, or this show has actually driven me insane. Man Ray just wants to find the basement, but keeps getting distracted by the fam. He eventually gets down there for his black hole bomb, but Patrick already found it and it explodes, creating a parallel universe. Well, at least I was entertained this time. 2. Bunny the Barbarian. Pat's family is having a family movie night, but have to do chores first. Pat's mom finishes cleaning early and uses Pat's time machine to visit a barbaric time. She finds some jewels and it powers up her vacuum cleaner, so she runs into a dust demon causing messes and has to keep cleaning them up. And then there's Patrick's family that are just watching her do this on TV, and that's basically it. But frankly, this was a decent episode simply because it was paced well and really toned down the randomness a lot. 1. Just in Time for Christmas. I can't even imagine what a Christmas-themed episode is going to be like for the Patrick Star Show. Patrick still has to get gifts for his family, so he uses his time closet to find things. He gets a futuristic razor for his dad, an egg from the past for his grandpa, a tattoo for his mom, and a monkey for Squidina. The people he stole from come to get their stuff back, and Patrick gives them gifts as an apology. Well, I'll be damned. This somehow ended up as the best episode in the spinoff. Patrick was still stupid at times, but smart enough to carry the plot forward. Wow, what a concept! Yeah, that was fucking awful, I'm not gonna lie. But I think I figured out what kind of happened with this season, because I did notice a weird change as I was watching them. The first 5 to 6 episodes are kind of different to everything else, because those first 5 to 6 are definitely the worst. It's literally just random equals funny. This random thing happens, and then this one happens, and then this one, and then this one, and oh yeah, that one right there. I think the writers eventually realized that they kind of have to have some sort of plot to make the story engaging. So we start to see more plot-driven episodes, but there's still just random humor thrown in. And yeah, it's awful. Now, before, ending things off, I did want to go ahead and rank every single season overall because I might as well. I thought about doing every episode individually, but there's 595 episodes, including the movies. That just seems a little redundant. So let's go ahead and rank every season overall. 16. The Patrick Star Show. By far the absolute worst of the bunch. This show takes all the worst aspects of New Patrick and exemplifies it with not just him, but every main character. Everybody is stupid, and when everyone is stupid,
no one will be.
Okay, not really. It just makes it nearly impossible to care about what's happening on screen. There was literally only one decent episode out of the entire thing so far, and there's still more episodes coming in the first season. This honestly might be one of the worst cartoons I've ever watched in my life, and they only get away with it because it's SpongeBob, and it can do anything. 15. Season 6. You might be surprised the second worst season isn't Kamp Koral, but even that can't compete with some of Season 6's worst of the worst. Slide Whistle Stooges, Boating Buddies, Cephalopod Lodge. Do I really need to go on? This is where I believe the show really started to decline hard. It's kind of crazy how much these episodes ruined SpongeBob's reputation. People still love the guy, but now there's a stigma that all new SpongeBob is bad, and that started with Season 6, and that is really rough. 14. Kamp Koral. I really thought I was going to despise this as much as the Patrick Star Show, but that's not even the issue. It's just boring. So many of the episodes were putting me to sleep and didn't do much to stand out amongst the original SpongeBob. The idea of having a prequel series is really cool, but they have yet to fully commit to that idea. Continuity breaks constantly, the voice actors are the same, it has all the same beats as modern SpongeBob, but it doesn't look as good. And I applaud the efforts to make the 3D expressive because you can clearly see the effort, but it just doesn't work as well. 13. Season 7. I was debating on putting this below Kamp Koral, but at the very least, there were a handful of decent episodes despite its many shortcomings. A Pal for Gary and Stuck in the Ringer is some of the worst SpongeBob content out there, but at the very least, there was a handful of decent episodes. Compared to Kamp Koral, which has almost nothing, I can at least applaud a few bright moments. 12. Season 12. This is basically the current season, and the longest one as well. It's an improvement over most of 2010 SpongeBob, but my god, it pushes for SpongeBob's nostalgia way too much. They are constantly referencing old jokes and gags. Even the My Late guy gets an entire episode in season 11. And while I ironically enjoyed that one, they have not let up on stuff like that. They think they're being all nostalgic, which will make us all happy, but they've overused these old jokes so much that it just makes me peeved instead. Like, goddamn, stop with the SpongeBob theme song reference every 5 episodes. Make your own identity. But at the very least, some of the episodes are starting to get funny again. 11. Season 13. This is very similar to Season 12 and is still running, and I've noticed the episode concepts in general are slightly more interesting. They're still referencing old SpongeBob gags way too much though, and they keep cross-promoting with Kamp Koral, which is really getting obnoxious, but at the very least, some of the jokes are cracking me up, which is a rarity in modern SpongeBob. 10. Season 8. I don't actually remember a lot of this season, outside of the fact that the episodes were not nearly as bad as Season 7 and 6. It's kind of all over the place and the jokes weren't told very well, but at least it's trying to be its own thing. I gotta respect it for that alone. 9. Season 9. This season is similar to 8, where the episodes are all over the place in terms of quality, but things are definitely getting better. The main issue is the character's personality changing so drastically and a lack of good ideas. This was the point where the show had clearly run its course, but of course it wasn't gonna end. I doubt it will ever end. It's our generation's Simpsons. 8. Season 10. I mostly liked watching this season because it was shorter, but it's very similar to Season 9. Seasons 8 through 10 kind of all blend together, and this one didn't really have any, awful episodes. The worst of it was just really bland ones and too many repeated plot lines, which is why I've kinda ranked this in the middle road. 7. Season 11. Maybe at this point I had just lost my mind watching SpongeBob, but I actually started to like the episodes here. The writing seemed to get decent again, and I was cracking up at a lot of the jokes. They still don't quite hold up compared to the older ones, but they did a pretty decent job with this season. The references to older episodes began here, but at least they were done more tastefully than they are now. 6. The movies. Probably a hot take, but I like all 3 of the movies in their own ways. Obviously the first movie tops the other 2, but I think all of them are distinct and stand amongst each other. I really hope when they inevitably make a 4th movie, they'll go back to 2D, but I highly doubt that's gonna happen. Because the first movie ages better every single year, it ranks fairly high overall. 5. Season 5. A lot of people don't seem to like this season, and while I think the decline started to teeter in Season 5, there's still a ton of really great episodes to check out. A lot of the stories they came up with were really out there and were implemented pretty well into the show. A good chunk of these episodes I've happily watched multiple times, and I can't say that much beyond this season. 4. Season 4. The season that was never supposed to happen, as the first movie was gonna originally be the end of the series. But alas, it continued forward, and there's a ton of fantastic episodes in this season. You can definitely feel that the general vibe has shifted a little bit, but some of my all-time favorites are here. The Lost Mattress, Have You Seen the Snail, Krusty Towers, these have me cracking up every time. Even just writing this down brings a smile to my face. This season is almost up there with the golden era. 3. Season 1. A beginning of an icon that'll never be forgotten about. I could go on and on about why classic SpongeBob is so good, but I don't think that's really necessary. You guys already know that. I only have this lower than Seasons 2 and 3 because there's a few episodes that aren't perfect as their footing is still kinda getting put together. 2. Season 2. Picking between this and Season 3 as the #1 spot is like picking between your favorite canned bread. It doesn't feel fair. Every episode is an absolute banger and have aged magnificently well. The only difference is more of my all-time favorites are in the 3rd season. And speaking of... 1. Season 3. The absolute peak of SpongeBob SquarePants. A crowning achievement in not just cartoons, but creating content that everybody of all ages can enjoy. That is a very hard balance to find, and this season does that perfectly. You can't go wrong with any of the episodes. All of them are super memorable, hilarious, and iconic. If you've made it to the end, then I just wanted to say a big thank you for watching all the way through. I really appreciate it. So after watching all of this SpongeBob, it took, 5 to 6 months since I'm still doing other things at the same time, I actually am still a pretty big fan of SpongeBob. I don't think I'll ever not be a fan. And it was really fascinating going through every single episode and watching the show change drastically over time and seeing how things evolved. So at the very least, that was pretty interesting, but I'm kind of ready to move on. If you guys like the video, if the video does well, then I would love to do, 1 or 2 of these every year where I watch an entire TV show or some sort of movie marathon and we just kind of rank them all. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'll talk to you all soon.